Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the culmination of the Blast Premier Showdown. I mean, this is actually going to be fantastic. As you saw, we're able to pull camera feeds from all of the players live. It ended on a bit of a sad note, but that's usually how tournaments go. You're not going to make it the entire way. There can only be one winner at the end of the day. So there we saw some of the sad teams that went home early, but we've got 8 teams competing still here in the European bracket. And so I'll be your host for this show, Semler, and while joining me on the desk, different face this time, but we do have one that made it back, Maniac. And welcome, Sponge. How you doing, Sponge? You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. That video right there really captured some unique moments, didn't it? And the last couple weeks, I've been focusing on these 2 things that I wasn't quite sure about before, compassion and empathy. So it actually got me a bit in the feels before we kicked off today. But big question, yeah, I know, right? And big question for Maniac here. What do I do with my hands? Because like I feel really weird right now.
Listen, Chad, I haven't figured that one out. I'm just like you. I cannot talk without my hands, so sometimes you should just move them around. Maybe you can pick up stuff. I don't know. Maybe a pen could be an idea, but it's a challenge in it.
All right, I got one of those.
Yeah, exactly.
You got one of those? I know you guys are veterans of the desk. You guys will figure it out. It'll come naturally. Just go with what flows, right? I mean, we're not the only ones involved in the show. Obviously, we're going to have the desk here, and we'll be guiding you through all these matches, but we've got guys on the mic who are going to be casting as well. And while we're kind of spread out all around the world, so we can take a look at that real quick, as, you know, this is a graphic that we're a little bit familiar with, except that we had to go all the way down south to figure out where Chad was, and he's just kind of floating out in the ocean down there. Yeah,
it's mild out here. It's windy today,
that's
mate.
A thing.
It's definitely a place. It's definitely a thing. Sorry about my delay. That's the whole situation down here. The internet, it's we have it, but we've had to pipe in a special line just for me.
That's actually, I've heard that's a pretty common thing down there. I mean, how do you do it? Is it connected to a chain of boats to the mainland? I don't know. We'll figure it out. And right now, this is from, well, North America. Moses, Launders, and Scrawny will be joining us from the other side of the planet. And if you thought delay with Sponge was bad, don't worry. When we start talking to Scrawny and Launders, it's going to be through Telegraph, or, you know, we'll figure it all out. So it's going to be exactly. But you know, we're here to talk about some Counter-Strike. So let's go ahead and take a look at the matches that we'll be seeing today. 3 best of 3s. 2 from the bracket, but you can see here we have the play-in left, and the European teams, one of them actually still has a chance to get into the main event. And so this is what we'll be finding out first. Mad Lions versus NIP going to be our first best of 3 of the day, but then G2 and Team Vitality will be clashing, as well as ENCE and Faze. So nothing but EU matches. I know you guys were getting into a bit of a habit here. Maniac, you and I were staying up late at night here in Europe, but no North American matches today. That comes tomorrow.
No, yeah, we are focusing on EU, and I feel like we've been blessed with crazy Counter-Strike for about non-stop 20 days now. I wake up, I think about Counter-Strike, I have my breakfast, I think about the games, I go to bed, I see flashbacks of flashes and smokes. It's never stopping. It's never stopping, and we have some more games coming in. Obviously, the G2 Vitality. People know I'm completely biased, so I wouldn't know where to lean on that one. My loyalty is a little bit shred here.
That's a struggle, man. It's a struggle of us. I was on the same one. I mean, we're going to be talking about predictions later. Don't worry. It's always a big part of the show here. But Sponge, don't worry. We're not figments of your imagination. I know you've had some time off. I know you've been alone for a few weeks, but we're here, buddy. Don't worry. We're here. We're here with you, and we can talk some CS.
Okay, well, look, I was still watching out of my peripheries while I was trying to work on my tan next to the pool, but the Counter-Strike, bang on with what Maniac said. This has been, 3 months of just non-stop brawly CS that's been happening over all of these tournaments. And these players, they must be feeling exactly what Maniac's feeling, right? They go to bed thinking about the loss that they just had or the match that they have to play tomorrow. And that momentum and that grind and that, I guess, hyperbolic time chamber of Counter-Strike that is currently going down has shown us some of these players who are coming out of the rough, are stepping up and giving us Counter-Strike that I don't think many people have seen in some time since the Astralis era kind of taken over, because it's been very brawly. There's been so many more like clutch rounds and close games, overtimes galore. It's honestly felt like we had a 24-hour Counter-Strike network recently.
It's true. I was about to say, I mean, it's just relentless Counter-Strike day in, day out. Maniac, I mean, we've had a kind of week break between the last phase of Blast and this one, and you just hopped right into DreamHack. You didn't even stop. It's just been CS every day for you. So props to you, man. But, you know, one battle that's been going on for centuries and is still going on, some would say, is between Denmark and Sweden. And that's going to be our first match of the day. Mad Lions versus NIP will be the first best of 3.
Acor, who's had a quiet event so far, he's keeping Mad Lions in this. Rez with the op, 1 kill for him. Spots out RPK, another kill.
They're not even going to give him a chance. They're running him down. Does see where Apex is. Nice shot. He's trying. Oh, he's doing it. Are you kidding me? Bo3! Oh my god!
Oh!
What an amazing clutch! Quad kill for Acor. The ace is in for Rez. A godlike round. That is so outrageous.
So there's the fight. Mad Lions versus NIP. Anders, you'll be hearing more from him later. Definitely getting hype in some of those matches for these teams. And while we've been talking a little bit about them for a while, at least Mad Lions, you know, we had Flashpoint going and got to see their rise into the competitive sphere there. Asilian making all the difference. But that's going to be our first match of the day. So, you know, going into it, and I'll start with you, Chad. Like, going into it, what are you expecting here from the Danes and the Swedes?
Look, I'm going to be completely honest. When the whole Flashpoint situation was going on, I was working during the Pro League stuff, right? So I didn't get to look at them grow and develop within that event right there. But I was critical of the move to Asilian in the beginning because, you know, bringing out, taking out an in-game leader like Hunden, you worry that that's going to make this team fall apart and completely collapse. On the other side of things, though, NIP is another one who had a roster change, right? Hampus coming in to replace Lekro, another one with massive question marks. I want to say this now, and we can probably get around to it a little bit later, but I think this NIP roster, given 4, 5, 6 months, I think they're probably going to be top 5 in the world. But these boys here on the screen, this is where I need Maniac a little bit more. I know Bubsky, I know Acor, I've seen what they can do, but the rest of these pieces are a bit of a mystery to me.
Yeah, listen, this matchup is very interesting because it's only fair to say we have two of the most improved teams in recent times of Counter-Strike, and definitely Mad Lions, they're up there. We talk about Acor, we talk about Bubsky all the time. They're the one usually topping the charts in terms of stats, but this man right here, Roy, a very old newcomer, if that's a weird thing to say, but he's actually quite aged. I'm not going to make any comment, I'm soon to be 30, but he has been making waves as well. You have a man like Shush, who I believe is also one of the most improved player in that lineup, quite complete, more of a role player. So what is very interesting with Mad Lions and what we have seen recently is that they have this combination, this very deadly combination of a sound, good game plan and individuals capable of making the difference, capable of pulling the clutches. I mean, I have flashbacks of Acor's pistol round on train that to this day I cannot forget. So they have these two elements, both the game plan and the individuals to shine, which makes them a very interesting team to see.
What do you take away from that,
look,
Chad? Is this well, there you go.
No, yeah, sorry. I'm gonna get used to this. Give me the first 15 minutes, Semler, and then we'll be all fine. Just let me talk. Let me screw it up a couple times, and then we'll be fine from that point onwards. But look, with this team, right? They've obviously got Peacemaker behind them. He's a very storied coach. We know all the different teams he's been in, and we know what type of coach at least he's been rumored to be. And then Asilian is someone who, when I was playing professionally, I was playing against him, right? I remember his name. So his journey and his experience is something which, coming to the team, I thought has to be a positive, right? He's been there, he's been a youngster like a lot of these other guys. But these names, they're not household names by any means, right? You look at this squad, you think to yourself, well, last year we weren't talking about any of these boys. Last year they weren't even, in the conversation of a top Danish team. And right now, you could make an argument they're the second best team in Denmark. And I think that's a huge achievement, huge steps in the right direction for this squad. Now, whether or not I think they can beat NIP, my prediction says no. But that's based off the fact that I think they're still very early in their growth of becoming a tier 1 squad. And look, that doesn't just happen overnight.
It doesn't indeed. And two of the guys who were instrumental, and I'm glad that you led in with them, Peacemaker and Asilian, we got a chance to catch up with them before the match.
Now, how was it for you preparing for NIP? Because they're going through so much change at the moment. They're adding new maps in, but they're kind of a very hard to predict team given all the changes they're going through.
Yeah, true. Like in terms of preparation for them, they also have a good coach on Threat, and I know that he likes to have a lot of voice and controlling the team. So, and I kind of know, like, from watching him from way back in the days with NIP, he has a system, and they like to run set strats and all of that. So we kind of have a pretty good idea of like how they approach the maps and stuff. I don't know necessarily like how is the calling going in that team, if he's controlling a lot of what happens in the game. But from outside, like from the few demos I watched, it looks like they play some solid CS with a lot of set strats that if you don't prepare, if you're not ready for it, they can be dangerous for sure.
Now, going up against NIP today, what do you think is the biggest advantage you guys have over them? Because at the moment, their map pool is a little bit unknown, while yours is, I'd say, a bit more like we can understand what maps you guys like to play.
Yeah, I mean, like they have a new in-game leader, right? So that's always hard. I even tried it myself when we went into the Flashpoint Season 1. So that's a pretty huge advantage for us. And I think just in general, we have a much wider map pool and tactical wise, I think our tactical aspect of the game is way wider than theirs because they haven't been playing for that long together. So I think for sure, like we have a big advantage there.
And would you say when you're looking at this NIP lineup, given their current form, that it's quite easy for you to kind of read and see what they're doing from when you've looked back at past games and stuff?
Yeah, I mean, we obviously looked into them, and they have some clear things that we can exploit. So, I mean, that is gonna be like a pretty huge thing for us this series, and I think that will be something that makes us come out on top.
I see. They're trying to channel some of that Swedish power right now down there, the Danes. You know, they're always jealous of the Swedes, and now they're wearing their colors too. So we'll see how that goes as far as the match result is concerned. But Maniac, did you take anything away here from this interview? Because, I mean, you know, Cillian and Peacemaker, they're the brains of the team right now.
I think there's one main takeaway from Cillian's words is that even though, and I agree with Chad, they're a young roster in terms of top Counter-Strike, they have been together for a longer time than NIP. Remember, Hampus just came in, took over the IGL role of Electro, whereas Mad Lions, they've been running this constellation for a little bit more time. They know their map pool. It's a little bit deeper than NIP's one in my eyes, so they have a little bit more experience as well. And although they still have to prove to us that they deserve a seat at the big boys table, I feel like 95% of the time, 95% of the challenges that has been put their way, they've risen to the occasion. So I'm gonna give the strat book, I'm gonna give the map pool towards Mad Lions, and we'll see about the rest.
Yeah, look, Sevilla, just having a look here at these last results, right, for Mad Lions, the losses there against Na'Vi is where you get into the conversation about, do they deserve that seat the Maniac's talking about, right? Because you need to be pushing some of the best in the world. But then you look at the wins over Fnatic, a team who, look, sometimes they come in, they look like world beaters, sometimes they come in, it looks like it's a Sunday afternoon and they've just been having a bit of a lackadaisical time. But I think that's the thing for Mad Lions, right, is just their consistency in getting close to taking games away from big teams. NIP, I'd actually put these two teams at this exact moment probably in a very similar position. I'm sure that the point that Cillian made about Hampus just coming in as an in-game leader and not having that much time together, that is going to play a huge factor. But the other four kids in that team, in my mind, are all absolute superstars in terms of their fragging power. Some people might argue about Twist's consistency. Yeah, that's a good point right there. But when he needs to turn it on, we saw what he did the other day, won 3 bloody clutches almost back-to-back to win a massive game. So the firepower, I think, is definitely in the favor of NIP, but Mad Lions, it's going to come down to more of their structure, and hopefully Peacemaker and Cillian have been able to do their homework.
Well, I think it's a good point to start shifting our discussion towards NIP and what we can expect from them, because you're right, there is that structure that Peacemaker and Cillian bring to the fore. We saw it from Cillian right since they joined the roster, but NIP have got some real firepower that could mess with that foundation. And so let's start talking about them a little bit, the opponents of Mad Lions going into this, the Swedish roster. And so Maniac, let's start with you, some thoughts going into this team and their recent performance, because you've been talking about them.
Yeah, well, I have to echo Chad's sentiment. I think the roster for NIP is absolutely beautiful. It's fantastic. Two of the newest recruits in the name of Plopsky and Nog are, to me, one of the best recruits that's ever been done in Counter-Strike its recent time. Nog is surely but slowly becoming the superstar of that team, not only able to AWP over Twist from time to time, but also very proficient with the rifle. I think he's never really scared to take risks. He plays like an old player, even though he's quite young to it. Then you flip over to Hampus, obviously, and in-game leader that is pretty quiet in terms of stats, but I know he can do it. You will see when they run some of these strategies, for example, on train, he'll be the tip of the spear. He'll be the one getting in the smokes, trying to sneak in, and then kind of redirecting the game of his teammates with him. And then Plopsky as well, super powerful rifle, quite impressive, solid on his 2 feet, on the CT side specifically. So there is talent in that roster. I think it's an euphemism to say there is a lot of talent on NIP, and the firepower could go their way.
And so what I think we're going to do right now is we're going to go ahead and catch up very quickly with Rez and Threat. We had a chance to catch up with them going into the match.
Now, when it comes to this matchup against Mad Lions, actually, when it comes to this one, I would put you guys as more of the favorites in it, though they're in a position where they're rising up and they're showing themselves at this level. What do you think is the biggest advantage you have over a team like this? Because their map pool's actually pretty strong.
I think we have the advantage of maybe even both teams not knowing which maps they're strong on currently. Especially with all the online matches, you kind of think, oh, this is our main pick now. You win it 3 times in a row, and then you lose it 2 times in a row. And I think overall, we're more comfortable on all the maps. I think they have more weaker maps. Though some of the picks, it's going to be very difficult.
And what's going to be the difference between you guys making the win here and them making the win here? Because both of you seem to be stepping up and improving a lot. Both of you have kind of the advantage in, you've got a lot of young stars coming up now, big changes for you guys in NIP especially. What's the difference maker here that's going to ensure NIP get the win?
For sure, like I think we've proven ourselves really good, and we are playing really well against really well-rounded teams. So I definitely think we can pull this off. It's just a matter of like minimizing mistakes. It's always about that. Like don't do that many mistakes like we did against Faze that cost us that match. So I think that's the most important thing. Like minimizing the mistakes and just keep on trying to play the map like we have practiced it and what we have gone through.
All right, so Rez, young gun, but Threat, mainly the guy credited with being the mind behind NIP, that tactical, experienced veteran to really shape these young players. And so, Chad, already you've got a lot to say on him.
Well, this is the thing. Last week, I actually saw Maniac. You were on the broadcast at some point, and you had an interview with Threat, and the questions came in about what was going on with Hampus and Threat, and who was going to be holding the hand and who was doing the majority of the calling. And he said, look, I'm hands off, mate. I'm hands off. I'm letting Hampus just run the ship as he wants. And I think that is great and terrible all at the same time. It's great because the growth of this team is going to happen so much more organically, and Threat's going to be able to help shape Hampus in the future. But right now, for NIP to be the team to come in and win this event, with Hampus calling, that's where I have problems. And the reason I have problems is because the team has looked much more sporadic since he's been calling. When it was Lekro getting helped by Threat, it was slower, they were methodical, they'd walk into bomb sites, they were crossing their T's, they were dotting their I's. It didn't feel like they were making any mistakes. But now, a lot more situations, just from the eye test, look more rushed. And that's why I worry a little bit in the short term for NIP. Long term, I think things are going to be great. But right now, I just can't put my finger on what attack to the game they're looking at.
Yeah, and I was a little bit surprised with this interview, to be honest, because I thought that considering the situation we're in, obviously the remote aspect of it, the online, the fact that the coach can talk a lot more than he usually is in the offline environment, I thought that Threat would have way more of a voice, a way more frequent voice with the NIP. But actually, I agree with you. They decided to go for the long-term perspective. He wants to give this man that we have on the screen, Hampus, the space. But we also had an interview with Hampus, and he said himself, I'm kind of discovering the situation. Every day is a new day for me. Every day is a new adventure. I'm kind of learning how to address the people, how to work with people, because that's also another aspect that sometimes viewers and we don't think about. Being an IGL is not only about knowing what strategy you're going to run at the first round, it's also knowing how to work with people, how to improve with a group of people, how to address the problems, how to give negative feedback, how to talk about the goals of a team, how to, just maintain the ship. And this is a new experience for Hampus. He's learning. I agree with you that this is probably not the final version of NIP. There is definitely a way of improvement, a way of development for them. And we are just at the first steps. But the first steps have been quite great, to be honest.
And so, this is the first time, as we saw there in that lower third, just saying there that it's the first time that these two teams are going to face. Is that something that Hampus is kind of taking into account? The fact that perhaps he's played against Decillion and some of these Danes before. How much does that feed into it, Chad?
Look, the fact that they haven't played each other before means that they can both go out playing their own style in a way, because they won't. Sure, they've probably played against each other quite a bit in practice or in lower tier tournaments, but with the influence of coaches and different pieces, I would say that these in-game leaders are not being told how to run their team, because that's what we were just talking about with Hampus, but with different tools, you have to have a different approach, right? If you get Nork and Twist, two fantastic AWPers on your team, and Plopsky and Rez, two rifles who can open up bomb sites, and before you were dealing with players who maybe they weren't as big a fraggers, that's when you come into maybe more team-based Counter-Strike, where this could be looser Counter-Strike in a certain way. But for the two of them going into this matchup, I don't think any of that history potentially will play a role. I think this is just going to be a messy affair, but NIP are the favorites in my mind. I just think they have way too much firepower compared to Mad Lions at this point.
And just to bounce off of that and the Andy Stratting, one of the perks for us analysts of these very mayhem scenario we have in Counter-Strike days every day is that there is a ton of demo to go about. If you're a leader, if you're an IGL, if you're a coach that likes to work on the preparation, when we have tons of games, tons of BO3s over there available for you. So this kind of becomes a mind game of how deep do I change my style? How deep do I modify my strategies? How deep do I go to fit your game style? So I'm looking forward to seeing how they're going to adapt, because we always hear in every interview, like, I'm just going to play our game. No, you're not. Everyone tries to do some adaptation here and there, a little bit of tweaks. So there is plenty of preparation to do if you're either Peacemaker or if you're Threat.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the analyst as well, because these teams, I'm sure, have got some guys who are just watching demos all day long. Another man who's actually talking to these players and to these coaches and to these analysts all day long is James Banks, and he has some insight going into the match.
Oh yes, this one's an interesting one, because I can agree with what Chad is saying there around more firepower for the NIP side of things. But the biggest problem NIP are having at the moment is getting all of that firepower activated. We saw them recently rely a lot on Twist when it came to crazy clutches to bring them into games that they should have been able to close out quite a while ago. And when I was talking to Fret, he was saying at the moment they're very default heavy in how he's playing it all, but he's looking to try and change that. Obviously limited time, especially with how many matches are coming in. Where you're looking at the Mad Lions side, I feel like some players have a higher skill ceiling what we're seeing from them in these matches than what the NIP players can offer. And Asilian kind of echoes that he's got more control as an in-game leader at the moment, where NIP definitely have to rely on what Fred is giving him day to day. And like you were saying, Chad, there's a big problem when it comes to coming away from this crazy online scenario of how much input a coach should have at this point, where I think Peacemaker is definitely helping with kind of the strategy and stuff and the build up to the game, but maybe in the server it's more on what Asilian can do there, which could bode well for them in this. Ultimately, neither team have played each other in official. Practice games will only say so much on where this will go, but I think the real difference here is NIP need the individuals to step up, and I'm looking at like Plopsky and Nork. I'm not looking for Twist to have the performance when it comes into this one, but either way, it's going to be a banger of a game. There's a lot on the line, and it's all going to come down to who frags the best.
Indeed it will. Thank you very much, James. And on that note, I think we're going to go ahead and take a quick break so that we can start breaking down this best of 3 and which maps it will be played out on. So welcome back. It's time to get into it here. We have a best of 3, and so we need to decide 3 maps for this series. And on that, I'm going to hand it over to our analyst who will take us away and start us down the path. So, Chad, what are you expecting to see? Where are you expecting to see this map go down?
I would like to see the new Dust 2, but we're still using the old version. So we're not going to see that, but I don't think we'll see Dust 2 anyway in this series. NIP most likely to be removing that one there. And then I would think Mad Lions potentially going to remove Vertigo, but that's the thing. I don't know if they have to. Hampus hasn't actually had the best record with NIP on Vertigo since he's joined, so that one's up in the air for me. Maniac, what do you think?
I agree. I think there's actually a doubt about this first ban wave. I'm not sure. Maybe Mad Lions will remove Inferno as well, because this has been one of their first remove in a long time. They actually go for the Vertigo ban, which leaves open Inferno for NIP if they want to. And now Mad Lions, in terms of pick, I feel like Nuke could be on the cards. If you're Mad Lions anyway, you want to push NIP into a tactical map. You want to push the limits of Hampus's IGL at the moment. So don't know if you agree, Nuke could be on the cards.
Yeah, I think they should probably, well, I was going to say stay away from Overpass, but it's the same thing. It's like this Hampus version of NIP. Everything that I loved about NIP when it was Road to Rio, when it was Pro League, all that seems to have been thrown out the window. So I'm not completely sold on even where the Ninjas should be taking this one. But a map like Inferno, Plopsky just rolling up Banana and even holding that B bomb site, he's such an absolute weapon at that. It just looks like he was born for that role. So if they do want to go there, they're going to be able to, I guess, get this. There we go. So Overpass coming out, the dual orbs of Nork and Twist play a huge role on a map like this, and I think Rez is somebody who on their CT side is extremely flexible, had his roles taken away for a little while, now he seems like he's getting a couple of them back and looking more comfortable.
Okay, Overpass, I can see that one. The problem that I have is that I somehow cannot shake the feeling, or rather the memories of Twist saving them time and time and time again. And I think what we have forgotten from that game is that they almost lost to a, I want to say, diminished Astralis, a new Astralis that was shaking with the roster, and then Twist actually saved them. We have the Nuke pick coming in for Mad Lions, and that I appreciate, that I understand. If I had been the one making the decisions, I would have probably been my go-to now. In terms of the third map, I think Train would make both teams happy. That could be a possibility. Mirage, if I'm NIP, I'm not exactly sure that I want to give it to Mad Lions, so I don't know what you think. Train would be my guess if I had to make one.
I think both of them might actually be happy with Mirage, right? Isn't Mirage at the moment one of NIP's best maps? Just, oh, okay, never mind. Let's just take that out of the equation before we even get started. So then, yeah, I guess you bang on there with the Train. But if we're looking at that, these maps here, at least the first and last, if we go all 3, and if we do get Train, AWP dominant maps, right? Who's doing the secondary AWP duties over there for Mad Lions, Maniac?
I think it can actually change. Honestly, I see different players having it from using my memory. I know Asilion will break it on Train. Well, there you have it. I have flashbacks of Asilion IV playing with the AWP, being kind of aggressive, being assertive, being also one of the main reasons why they were able to pull some of these comebacks on the Train. So it's going to be Asilion for this third map if we go there. Now, Overpass, Nuke, and Train, we talk about tactical ground. Well, this is the epitome of it. I mean, if you're Mad Lions, you've kind of successfully pushed NIP onto a super tactical background, and that's going to be a great test for Hampus.
We've heard that at least going into this, if we are going to be on a tactical map, we know that Threat has been focusing on Nuke. He's been focusing on the tactical maps for NIP. There's been a lot of focus on the firepower going into this in terms of our discussion, but on the tactical side, do we think that NIP are going to be up to it?
Look, for me, with the tactics here, I know that they have them. It's about more when they're called, right? It's not necessarily about have they done the dry runs, do they have the structure? It's what does Hampus call within that mid-round or from the start of the round? Because, like I said, I've watched this team grow with Lecro, and they were getting slower and slower. They were playing more percentage-based CS, and then every time I seem like I tune into an NIP game recently, I see them just doing some silly rush after getting an opening kill or some reaction that normally they wouldn't go for. And I think that's a byproduct of Hampus, finding his feet within this team. But with that in play, it's not that I think the strats are an issue for them. It's just the order in which it's not even the order. It's the gut feeling that Hampus has. And I know that as an in-game leader, you can kind of let your emotions get the better of you in certain situations. And that's when you tend to lose some games.
Yeah, I have to agree with Chad here. I have to echo his sentiment. I believe that Nuke, strategically speaking, is absolute holy ground for Mad Lions. I have seen them completely dismantle Fnatic on that T side and pretty much doing all of the tactical alphabet to them. Pretty much doing every single tactic that you can run on Nuke and do it successfully so, and just putting them in the right order, always being one step ahead. So Nuke, I'm extremely confident. Now we move on to Overpass, that we have seen a little bit less from Mad Lions. We have seen them shake a little bit. They've been destroyed by Na'Vi. I still want to say, I want to put an asterisk next to that destroy, or that destruction from Na'Vi. Simple beat records on that game. So we have to be a little bit careful with what we take away from it, because his rating was absolutely off the charts. I hadn't even seen it in a long time. So the fact that he got destroyed on Overpass, okay, I'm going to take that with a pinch of salt. But if it goes down to Train, now this is going to be a huge test for both sides, because NIP, they've shown enough that I give them a fighting chance. It's not like they were pushed into a third map that they absolutely have no idea about. They're super uncomfortable. No. They can play Train. They know how to play it. So I think we have everything we need to have a crazy series if we go to 3, but this could be a 2-0.
I mean, that is a tough one when it comes to Na'Vi and Simple, because I mean, it really was just Simple absolutely dominating everything. And so it's a little hard to read Mad Lions on that one. They kind of just got obliterated by the one-man army. But we do actually have just a little bit more time. So going into Overpass specifically, is there anything we're trying to keep an eye on here?
Well, if we just grab that Na'Vi vein just for a second, the winner of this has to play Na'Vi tomorrow, right? So maybe they hope to break any more records tomorrow. But yeah, look, going into Overpass, we're going to have NIP starting on the T side, I would believe. So with that in play, I feel that Twist, if we have to see him coming in with clutches, things are going wrong. So if you want to look for NIP doing things in the right way and things going in their fashion, that's going to be the majority of kills coming through Nork, Rez, and Plopsky. And at that point, if Twist needs to step up, I want to label him as the X factor for this team. If he's still winning clutches and those other 3 names I already mentioned are finding frags, then they're going to absolutely obliterate Mad Lions here. Now, if I had to put my money where my mouth is, I don't know what it is. I can't actually give you like a reason. I can tell you though, with my gut in my lovely linen shirt that I'm wearing, that I feel like NIP are going to sweep this one. I think it's going to be a pretty quick 2-0. I don't know why. It's just a gut feeling I've got right now.
I need to go and find the Blast Twitter real quick so we can get these predictions in play. We got to get these predictions up on the stream, because right now I'm wondering where we were standing on this. I'm pretty sure I picked NIP.
It's been chaotic.
And there we go. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's been chaotic, and they've reset the numbers on us too. They reset the numbers after all that hard work. Now we're starting back over at 0 for the playoffs. Moses is happy, and well, we get another shot at it. But you're the odd man out here on the desk, Maniac, so you need to explain yourself going into Overpass. Why do you think Mad Lions are going to take it?
You know what? I don't need to explain myself, because I won't ever let anyone forget that we were the joint kings of the showdown. So if you have any questions about my predictions, just go and look what happened last week. You know, we have to take risks at time. This is how you get ahead. Now, well, I will agree.
I knew it. You saw my prediction and you went for the other one. That's all you did. I knew it.
No.
I need to jump in here, because Maniac, when we actually had the group stages back in where were we? January, February? That bloody hell, it feels like a lifetime ago. Jason and I tied for first with the predictions there. So I feel like it's a 4-horse race. I don't know how the other guys are going to be dealing with this. You know, Launders and Scrawny, I think they just throw darts at the bloody board half the days. But look, at least 4 of us are in the contention here. Maybe we should get a little pool going between us to see who's going to come out on top. Put a couple of those watches on the line or something.
Hell no, I'm not leaving my watch.
Oh, you're kidding me? Yeah, I was about to say Maniac.
I mean, I'm not leaving that.
It's staying right there.
This is staying right here. Anyway, I'm going to win, so I wouldn't take any risk, but, you know, it's staying right there.
Dude, that is so sick. And actually, go and check it out on the Blast social. I'm going to throw that in there real quick. But, you know, on Twitter for Blast Premier, go to the Twitter. There's a promotion going on for TW Steel, the sponsor that is, getting in line here with Blast. First time I think that a watch is involved with Esports directly, and you can pre-order watches that are just like specific Blast TW Steel watches. I was looking at them and they're looking pretty slick. So if you need a new timepiece, I mean, go and check it out, and you can start looking into it. So, and you know, I mean, Maniac can vouch. He's already got it. It's never leaving his wrist again, clearly. So that's it. Money well spent.
Is the time right on it, Maniac? Did you set the time already?
It is. I set the time. It's the first thing I actually did, because I have this Swiss vein, this Swiss blood running, and I need to have the correct time on my watch. So
Chad, I thought you were gonna go with a lead in like, oh, did you set the time because it's time to get your ass kicked or something? You know,
like
could have predictions, right? I thought there was gonna be some wrestling stuff going down here.
No, I told you I've been working on empathy and compassion, Semler. So I'm trying to be nice now. I get my anger out in the punching bag next door. I scream in the basement really loud, and then I pretend that everything's cool every day. So, you know, that's why we, yeah. Everyone keeps smiling.
You know, you can have an empathetic sense of humor and still throw some darts out there every now and again. I don't think anybody's going to judge too harshly on that.
What is this?
Oh.
I
Well,
get
this
the
is
full-
actually cool. We
this
actually
is
get to see the full
pumping, huh?
jerseys. I still wonder
So,
if the Mad Lions
back-
management just forgot that they had a Danish team and chose these colors for this jersey and are kind of looking back now thinking, maybe we kind of screwed that up. I don't know here.
He does still have his Copenhagen Flames pants on, though, Semler, so maybe he might get a little bit of a decrease in pay right there for this month. Don't know if anyone else caught that.
But now they did.
I'm very
You made sure of
quick
that.
with the eyes.
No, they did.
Yeah, no one's missing that one now, mate. No one's missing that one. But I don't know, like a ritual like that. I remember when I played against Nothing. I walked around the back of the stage one time, and he was there doing jumping jacks and push-ups, getting the blood flowing. It's not cold right now, so I'm not quite sure if that's necessary. But okay, Threat. All right, mate.
What in the
All
hell?
right. He's excited. I think that's probably the best way to put that.
That looks
This
scary.
is what he's going to use on Mad Lions, I'm guessing. We're just going back in time here.
No, he's just
and
like
then
in
I
the
like how
office,
both
just
of the
answering
coaches have
emails.
just got completely different takes. Exactly. Like Peacemaker looks like he's about to write his thesis or something. You know, just like, the stock prices have gone up this morning. I should invest.
Look at this. He's doing customer service right now. Just review. Yes, I'm very sorry to hear that you didn't have a great experience, ma'am. How can we help you? Please keep an eye on it.
And then Threat's over here, the alcoholic gamer.
What?
Got his
Why?
little whiskey shelf behind him.
I was not going to point that out. I was just like, well, all right. Look, he's of legal age, one would hope. Threat's been around for 1,000,000 years, unless he's aging backwards like Nork and Plopsky at this point. But what's with all the babyface killers now? There's so many of them. They're all rolling out.
Well, is this like
There's one.
where we've always discussed this in terms of the new generation of CSGO player that's going to be coming up and having only grown on CSGO rather, like Broland, for example, where you just think like the guy picked up CSGO when he was just about walking and then has done nothing but that since then. I mean, these are the babyface killers that we've been talking about for years, aren't they?
Yeah, but this is the consequence of this great game that we have now. It's been a few years that CSGO is out there, and some people might have started playing very, very young. I can tell you, I played Counter-Strike for the first time 20 years ago. I was 10-year-old. That was the first time I ever played Counter-Strike. Yeah, take that for a spin. I'm gonna be 30 soon. So for these players, actually, some of them, when they were of age of like getting with the computer and discovering what it is, CSGO was almost always out. I mean, already out. So yeah, we have some new generation coming in. I think it's great. I think it also puts pressure on the old guard not to stay and have it too easy to rest on their roles, but actually put in the hours, because there is a generation that's very hungry, and we're starting to see some of these new faces in the top Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I think when we look at them as well, some of the things that when we talk about almost being like a pure CSGO player, just for those people who aren't familiar with that, is the mechanics that you pick up from a game like 1.6 or Source are different to what you'd be playing in CSGO, for example, right? So bad habits, or not necessarily bad habits, habits that were good in a previous game could be bad in CSGO. And I think now that what we're seeing with this game being, let's say, Astralicized, because everybody is using that percentage playbook that they kind of brought into the forefront of everyone's mind now, is that now everybody understands that almost every single round or situation is winnable. That's what it feels like to me when I watch Counter-Strike now. You see like 2 entry frags happen, but the teams were still able to take some space, and the kids are so good at just working duels and playing for map territory. They've got so much more in their brains than what I think I ever had when I was playing at that level. And that's just each layer of Counter-Strike player or generation that comes through, they're learning from that previous generation, but they're only taking the good habits, right? They're not taking the bad habits, because the bad habits made us look like idiots, where they were like, well, I'm not doing that was dumb. These guys only take the good stuff that we did, and they've been constantly been able to build on that. And then now they even have these support staff around them to help them get and point them in the right direction when things that maybe were bothering us back in the day, like Maniac was pointing out earlier, just inter-team relations is stuff that as an in-game leader and a captain of a team, I had no idea what I was doing, mate. I was just waking up every day and hoping that I was in a good mood. And these guys today, they have full-on plans, they've got coaches, they've got staff, everything helping them. For these guys, as adults, as individuals in the world, they're going to be able to grow and learn so much quicker, not only in Counter-Strike, but as people, that I think they should consider themselves bloody lucky, because I wish I could play professionally these days with all that help.
I mean, both of you, Maniac. I mean, you've got to be thinking the same thing. You were actually a pro as well once upon a time.
Yeah, it does really hit home what Chad is saying over there. I'm almost tearing up a little bit on my chair. It is true. I mean, I think it's fair to say that we were not using time in the most optimized way possible back then. Don't get me wrong, we wanted to win and we wanted to do everything to win. That hasn't changed. I think the passion of the competitive spirit will be there and will go through the ages, but how you do it, how you organize your time has drastically changed, the staff around it as well. The other dimension of it, I think, is also the skill. I think mechanically speaking, people are 10 times better. I swear to God, when I watch some of these old demos, I feel like we were all bad. Like, I feel like our aim was bad. We didn't really know what we were doing, but it's the same. You have the same effect if you go now and watch a tennis game for 30 years ago. The only difference is that the lifespan of Counter-Strike, it's so much shorter and the evolution has been so much steeper that we can actually see the difference. 5-year span is enough. If I go back and I watch some of these games I had in the major, if you go and watch the game, for example, where Chad completely destroyed me with his team, this is going to be different. The headshots are going to look different. The strategies aren't going to be as optimized. There'll be missed smokes, missed flash, missed timing. We played the clutch like we had no idea. And we wanted to win. We still wanted to win. It's just that, as Chad said, they picked up on that. They are working in a better way, most efficient way. Skill-wise, they're 10 times better. So as a result, you add all of that and you have a Counter-Strike that is much more phenomenal.
Much more explosive, perhaps you could say. Clean is probably the one to go off of. I don't know, Chad. I didn't want to cut you off there.
No, you're fine. Assuming we have a bit more time, because it feels like we do. I wanted to
a little bit of a tech pause going on right now. We should be into the match in a couple minutes, but we have a little bit more time to discuss.
I haven't spoken to anybody in person in 3 weeks. So like for me, this is like the best thing ever. So look, the thing with this whole, I want to label this period of time after Katowice, when obviously we all are aware of what happened. You know, we don't need to dive into the unfortunate circumstances, but the circumstances that we did find ourselves in have created, I guess, a sheer amount of pressure on these guys that is going to I want to say turn them into diamonds for a lot of these players, right? Because they are having to play so much more CS, they're having to play catch up, and I think it's great for teams taking risks with rosters right now, and both Mad Lions and NIP, as we have the Betway odds on screen right here favoring NIP.
And
this is a great learning time for them right now. Look, it's super close. They've never played each other, right? So they don't have a lot to base it off of.
Yeah, I didn't mean to, I mean, it's just, I'm kind of stunned just because you don't really have a clear favorite to that point, Betway. I mean,
it's legit though.
Do you want people to bet?
No, I mean, it does look legit because you have two teams who are actually standing almost at the same crossroad in terms of Counter-Strike. I mean, the last event they played last week, they end up in the same position. They have a very similar path. They're still young, new to this whole level. I mean, I can understand how close it is. I had a very hard time picking my prediction. Obviously, I made the right choice, as time will tell, but it was a complicated decision to make.
I would agree with that sentiment right there. I have to agree with that. Not the pick, but the sentiment of these two teams and their growth, right, and where they're headed. And they both have talented players, and they both recently changed in-game leaders. One more recently than the other. But the thing is, when you look at these guys, them not being household names last year means, guess what? This is the next generation of Counter-Strike. And I'm hugely excited for this for NIP, because I think that after all those years when we were like, oh, well, they just need to, you know, replace this guy and replace that guy, they finally did it, right? They finally did it. And now they're breaking out of that. So with NIP and NIP Magic and all that stuff, the name is still there, but the team itself is completely different. So I get excited about watching this version of NIP play, and it excites me for the future of Swedish Counter-Strike, because I think that this layer of players was able to get to this level without playing any tier 1. They've only been playing tier 1 for a short amount of time now. Let's see what 6 months does to these guys. Let's see how that acceleration and growth will happen, because they're clearly hungry for it, right? We've heard the stories of like how Plopsky even got to this position, and they have one of the greatest Counter-Strike minds, in my opinion, right there, Threat, as the coach mentoring these guys. He is not only, you know, somebody who I respect from a level of the way he thinks about CS, but just from talking to him, the way he looks at the world. And I think that his influence on this team is going to be hugely positive.
He is a hugely positive individual. So, I mean, bumped into him not too long ago, actually, at the Viking restaurant here in Stockholm, and we got to catch up a bit, and he is just so sharp.
Small world.
He's finished his degree. He can fully focus on CSGO right now. And yeah, it is exciting to see him at the head of NIP. And, you know, that that said, as well, he had to take a break from NIP. PETA came in. It's been a back and forth, but it seems like he's finally landing on his feet over there at NIP, and that he's the one who gets to run the show. And so we do actually have just a little bit more time, gentlemen, before we can get into this match. I don't know what it is that's actually causing the delay. I think it's like a connection thing or whatever. But you know, Peacemaker on the other side, Mad Lions and Peacemaker. Peacemaker's one of those guys who's been in the back lines forever now, it feels. Although in the shadows, he'd even turned into a little bit of a meme.
Yeah, listen, I have a hard time picturing Peacemaker and what he brings to a team in general. He's had a gigantic turnover, I want to say that, in his career, which you can see it both ways. You can see why isn't he staying in all these teams, but at the same time, no one ever wants to let him be a free agent. Everyone just jumped on the occasion to grab him on board. So he must bring something. Now, there is something special about this situation, and as I will tell you probably 10 times in this week, I have the opportunity to listen to the team's comms, right? And there is a particularity with Mad Lions. They, together, during the game, speak Danish. All of the live action, all of the calls are in Danish. Peacemaker comes in English in the freeze time. He comes in before. He jumps in with a little bit of a few information like, oh, guy, this smoke means this, or this flash is going to go this way. But it is a very unique disconnect, I want to say, because it hasn't been that often that we see coach and the team not speaking the same language. So I do wonder how much of an impact that has on what he can bring to the table during the live game. I'm not exactly sure, but it is a little bit of a twist over there.
He's done a lot of this though, right? Because for those who aren't too familiar with Peacemaker, he's Brazilian, so he speaks Portuguese anyway. So he's already operating in a second language, and he's coached that many teams from all over the globe that I'm sure he's more than comfortable with them defaulting to their native language to at least get the most out of in the server. And he's seeing what's happening, right? They obviously they must do their theory, they must do all their practice side of things within English. So he's going to understand it on the level that he needs to. It's just if the comms are off and they're chaotic, I'm sure you can tell that in any language, right? Like I don't think I think when people are losing their minds in a certain situation, or the tone of voice, even in the change of language, I'm sure that you could tell if the tone of voice is off and somebody's sounding flat. So if he needs to jump in and help with those levels, that could be great. But Peacemaker as well, the other side of the coin, and once again, this is me, doing all this bloody self-reflection. Look, I was somebody who thought, well, if he's not staying around on these teams for very long, then he can't be doing a very good job. But then you have to consider as well, Counter-Strike and coaching is a whole new role, right? This is something which he's having to define as he goes along. Butting heads and clashing with people, we've all done it, and it's something that if he has, a mishap with one of the star players on the team, or he wants to lead a little bit more aggressively than maybe what they're used to, and he upsets, someone in the team who has a little bit more influence than him, well, of course, he's going to be the one shown the door because he's not actually in the server. And until he actually turns a team around to be a top 10 consistent potential world beater, then he's not going to get given the level of respect that maybe he deserves. And with the coaching role being locked behind these doors, it's like a vault in a bank that nobody can get to. You need to turn 2 keys at the exact same time. Look, we're never actually going to know until people come out and say what these coaches actually do. We can only sit here and say, oh, well, it looks like he's doing a good job. And you, with that insight of listening in TeamSpeak, that has to be huge, right? Because you can at least, you can validate whether his opinions or his nuances within the game are good or bad.
Absolutely, and as we have a little bit of time, I can also just take a few minutes to say how absolutely mind-blowingly insightful it is for me to be able to listen to the team's comm. It is like opening Pandora's box, and I suddenly have access to how they operate, who brings in what information, how is the team's comm at certain time in a game, because as a viewer, all we can do, and I will put ourselves in the same situation, all we can do is look at the game and make inferences, make hypotheses as to what is happening. Why did he push that smoke? Where are they doing this call? But hold on a second, why are they not taking a pause? We have to make assumptions with the facts and the information that we're given. I get to see inside of it. I get to be in the matrix for a little bit, and it is a thin line to walk.
You're just rubbing it in right now too.
No, it's just amazing because listen, on one hand, I don't wanna shed light on some things that should be private to a team. I don't want to be out there giving information that should be given. So I'm trying to walk this very thin line of allowing the people at home be in this amazing world, understanding how a team is working, what are the mechanics behind, what explains a certain scoreline, and also respecting the team's privacy. But I do agree with you. It is amazing. I'm sitting alone in a green room with the TeamSpeak on. That's what I'm doing. My life is basically listening to players playing, and I am learning so much about each of these teams. It's an amazing situation to be in.
Well, this is what we experienced way back in the day before the English-speaking teams, rightfully so, kind of protested and said, hey, it's a bit unfair that everybody can hear our comms. No, not everybody can understand, let's say Russian or French or whatever. That was the argument back in the day for shutting down those comm streams. Also, because obviously the players can get spicy in heated moments. But you're getting into it, man, where this is a window like we've never had before. I don't even know if that we have this level of access, let's say, in sports like stick and ball or any of that. The fact that we can actually just listen in fully like this is unreal. But Maniac, I mean, if you're going into it, is there anything you're listening for in particular when you have access to this TeamSpeak, or are you just kind of absorbing what the team is about?
Yeah, I have a way of looking at a Counter-Strike in general, and we're going deep into the philosophy, so grab your tea or whatever, because we're going down the rabbit hole. What I'm doing when I look at a team is that I try to define what's the best situation for them, what does the situation look like when they're actually winning and everything is going great, and what is the situation when everything is going to hell. And then I confront these two universes, because there is a huge gap between the two, I guarantee you, in terms of how the people are communicating, how many ideas are going through from the players, who is talking at what point, what is the tone of it, what's the emotion behind it. There is a gigantic gap between the two. So what I'm trying to do is build a mental image of teams in both the good times and the bad times, and then it helps me understand. I already obviously have a little bit of experience. I did play a little bit of the game back then. I have my master in psychology, obviously, so I have a little bit of a background. But it's very nice to see firsthand the difference between a winning team and a losing team, and then to understand that actually these two can just be one together. Vitality, to me, huge example. Obviously, I speak French, mother tongue. It makes it very easy for me to listen to these guys. But there can be such a huge difference between a winning Vitality, where everything is going according to plan, headshots are flowing in, clutches are being won, everything is happy, and then Vitality that's losing the 3v1, that's behind in the scoreline, that has no money, no solution, with silence all over the TeamSpeak. It's a gigantic difference, and one that I believe is undervalued, not undervalued, but underestimated, underconsidered by the community. So if I can bring it just a little bit while respecting the team's privacy, then I'll say it's mission accomplished.
Let us know if they have any fun names though, Maniac, for certain spots on maps. That's always one of my favorite things to listen out for, is if there's just some ridiculous name. I remember, I think I was explaining this to somebody the other day. On Nuke, for example, when they had some of the bigger changes to Nuke in CSGO, when they added that box, which is on its own in the top site, it's a pesky box that you have to clear as you come up heaven, right? We didn't really have a name for that position, so I named it Mushroom, right? Because it was a name that just kind of would stick out. People were like, Chad, you're an idiot. Why are you calling that Mushroom? I'm like, well, you're going to remember it's called Mushroom, aren't you? So, we got a little bit of a look here at the brackets. So this is perfect. This is what it's all about. Complexity. How could we forget about them? They were back all the way within the group stage. They were nuts, and now they've just been playing home story cups for about 6 months straight.
Yeah, they've been playing a lot of
I don't know how I feel about them at OG.
I've seen them destroy so many teams that I'm actually biased, and I probably overvalue them a lot. So now it's time to go back to the top level of Counter-Strike. We also have OG waiting to face this complexity, and they've just had, if I'm not mistaken, a huge disappointment. What is it? Not able to qualify for Pro League, if I'm not mistaken, losing a game they shouldn't have lost. I'm gonna say that, I'm going on a limb. But then you have also just crazy other names in there. You have the Faze clan versus ENCE, obviously one that is quite hard to predict, and we will have it today. That's going to be our last game. You have G2 Vitality, the pinnacle of French Counter-Strike, although G2 have made the switch successfully now to an European roster. And then right now we're deciding who will face Na'Vi.
And we are.
One of those sides of the bracket is going to look harder than the other to me.
Yeah, it is. There is a little bit of a mix, but then that's also from having this delay in time between the London qualifiers getting into it here with the Spring Showdown and everything. But there's been a bit of a delay between that. There's also been a bit of a delay here, but that delay is over, gentlemen. I'm told that we can now go live with the match. And so thank you very much for taking part in the desk here and providing the analysis as well as the tea-sipping anecdotes. But it is time to hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses, to get us live with the first match. And so Anders, we know that you're back, but Moses, how you doing, my dude?
I'm good. I enjoyed listening to you guys all bragging about tying for second place in the prediction game. It's weak shit you guys are bringing to the table.
Dude, it's never gonna end, man. The prediction game. Shout out to that guy who did the drawing of you on the Game of Thrones thing, man. That was amazing. Unreal. You need to tweet that again.
That's legit. He does a lot of artwork around esports, so he's definitely worth a follow. He pumps out some really cool stuff. But yeah, well, I think I'm just excited to get this going. Mad Lions, NIP, Anders. I'm really excited to see where Mad Lions is going to be this week because, you know, previously in Flashpoint, we were so excited to watch them win the whole thing throughout the season.
Yes.
Last week was a very up and down, rocky affair with them, and now this is the final opportunity to get one of these teams into the spring final.
Yeah, I think it's actually a very exciting match. I think all of our matches today are just really close affairs, and you saw the odds just now kind of reflecting the same thing. I mean, I went with Mad Lions, but I had to think real hard about it, and it ended up being more of sort of a coin flip, honestly, on my end than anything else. So I'm excited to get into it. It's going to be NIP starting on the T side and Mad Lions on the CT side here, over past the first map. And oh, what a quick trade. That's the P250 on Rez. Otherwise, that would have been a very tricky response to get. So again, proving its worth in those T pistol rounds.
Well, actually, it was one of the P250s on Hampus that was taken out. Twist just swaps out for it. So 2 P250 armors for NIP on this T side to start out the pistol. And we have a 4-on-4 right off the bat. And you can see this is a very deep, slow-paced attack so far from the Ninjas. And that's going to be a little bit confusing for the Mad Lions defense. They're all shuffled way towards the B bomb site. But the fact that NIP hasn't shown any presence might fool them a little bit. We'll see when exactly this defensive stack is busted up.
I mean, they have
there is a boost towards that B bomb site.
I think the big maybe challenge they're going to have is using those 2 HE's grenades in a reasonable fashion. If they can use those while the bomb is being planted and delay everything, that's going to be really cool.
I can't believe we're seeing Mad Lions actually keep the stack up throughout this entire round. They have no information. This is 100% them gambling that eventually NIP is going to be at the B bomb site, and NIP is just called the perfect play. They've walked all the way into the A bomb site, and they're already in bank. So even if you're coming over here with your nade out, as you can see, Asilian, he's fortunate to be alive. Look how closely they pushed up. Good shot from Rez. And Asilian, he's pinned down, and they've got to clear this position before they can move forward. Good job from Shush, and now it's even better. And they have overcommitted to bank, and Shush rips everything away from them. It's Twist in a 1 versus 3 inside the bomb site. Has to manage both angles, and he's done it magnificently. This is a wild pistol round, and Twist is about to take it over the top. The smoke is there, tapping away at the defuse, and he's going to find Roy, and I cannot believe the back and forth we just saw.
That was absolutely amazing. I mean, Shush, those are some really disgusting headshots over at the bank. I can't believe Twist brought it back. He actually pre-fired the angle looking to the left there first. That was amazing all on its own. But yeah, this shouldn't be happening to begin with. But this follow-up here, look at him just pre-firing it and then the headshots to follow. What a great way to get it started. Yeah, the big brains on Twist.
Well, he also just stabbed Knock in the back out of Celebration, so that's a small brain moment, but
that's fine.
He's certainly, I mean, magnificent to see Shush have such a round and then Twist bring it right back. He saved the day for NIP. Hampus is going to try and clear out the staircase all on his own, and that smoke is going to give away the game of the defense.
They even got an MP9 there on Shush, so they could even be making some good bank if they can pick up the kills. They're all situated around the center of the map. Asilian over at B alone, and obviously Bubsky up here with the scout. But the rest are in that connector where, I mean, they could try and surprise someone. That's just double tagging Nok, and he goes down. But he's gonna run right into Rez, and he's just out in the open court. So maybe that stack towards the middle isn't actually gonna do nearly as much as they would have wished. And Hampus is playing this one pretty intelligently, trying to stay safe. It'll still go down to Roy. A little bit awkward at the end.
Yeah, Rez is going to be here with that AK-47, though. Actually, a lot of people going down. It's going to take heroics one more time for NIP. And Rez decides to give up that battle towards bathrooms and come join with Plopsky because they need to have one concerted effort. NIP haven't been able to get it in this entire round so far. And actually, Mad Lions doesn't even need to go for this bomb defuse. It's so far gone at this point. But if you keep NIP close to this bomb, it's going to be trouble. Good dink onto the AK-47. Roy spotted out at the end, and Rez pulls him out of danger. A quad kill for him, and it's 2-0, but 2 very sketchy rounds.
Oh, we didn't even see that. That's so unreasonable. I can't believe that's how he got that headshot. I just thought it was, you know, a regular kind of lineup, but not so. That's going to be a third round coming up now. We got 3 HE grenades being picked up by Mad Lions. I kind of agree, though, with what you were actually saying. I mean, if they had made the call earlier to just make it an expensive round for NIP, they probably could have had another rifle or 2 in the mix there, but Yeah, not. Yeah, they want to try and go for it, I guess.
Triple nade for the defense. Now Roy, Cillian, and Bubsky waiting for any indication the hit is going to come through Monster. Looks like Campus is going to be on information duty up towards Sandbags as well. So this actually, I mean, this could decimate the entire idea of those nades. Oh, that's a nice dink with the first shot. No nades used yet for the Mad Lions defense, but NIP still very far back on the map.
They're not going to go and triple boost to look over and see if they can find anyone. And they'll obviously see no one there for the minute. And NIP being very careful about not walking into any silly stacks or anything, which could really end up benefiting them. Not really because of the USPs, but obviously you want to avoid those grenades. Now, Nork is going to come take a look, which may have triggered the grenades if anyone had been looking, but they're a little bit slow. Early grenades are out. They almost bring down Nork, but he just has the Mac 10, and, you know, they just needed to avoid the, 3 or 4 people getting bombarded. The fact that one person takes a lot of damage shouldn't be an issue.
Well, now they're all rotating back at the correct moment, but I don't think they can get involved in the action. Although it is USPs, so they can just throw caution to the wind. Nice nade from Plopsky, and NIP once again. This time, this round is looking much cleaner. They're shuffling away the damage, the danger of these nades. They're going to be able to close things out and have a 3-0 lead, unlike the last 2 rounds that have gotten a bit weird at times. Plopsky moving up for one final attempt, and quickly put down. 3-0 for NIP.
Yeah, and the Mac 10s, I think, getting something like 4 out of 5 kills in that round, so also making up for some of the lost rifles in the previous rounds. That's going to help out. Guys, they'll just hold on to the Mac 10s and use them for effect in this next rifle round that's coming up. A lot of fist bumping going onto the camera. That's really taken on. People are into it. Was it ENCE that started doing that? Surprisingly,
I think it was the Finns. Yeah, that were the first ones to do that. So it's really caught fire. It's the new fashion trend.
I'm sure we can elaborate on, like, there'll be more iterations of that. People figure out how to do it. Maybe we could have like virtual kiss cams. Could that happen, Jason?
That's a weird thing to request, Sanders, but, if you want it, we can make it happen.
All right.
A-Core missing the initial shot. And gonna back away. So pretty deep already. Virtual kiss cams, really.
I mean, listen, there were a lot more things that came to mind, Jason, but that's the one I felt comfortable saying out loud.
That was the only safe one.
So, yeah. Why not? Why not? It's a strange new world that we're living in, so maybe it maybe it could go there. Maybe it could end up in that position. If they flash their way in, they're actually going to be smoking more or less on top of Hampers here, but would it be interesting to see if they would actually go for a fight? This is a kind of boost you sometimes see on the CT side, right on the other side of this little wall here. But why not do it on the T side? If they push around the corner, might be hard to catch that anyone is there. 4 people on the other side of that smoke waiting for it to go up. If they win the first fight here in NIP, they could have won the bomb side. But there is a large defense. Swing there by Roy, and the follow-up. That's the Mac 10 put into play, and a double kill for it on Twist. And another miss here from A-Core. That's not good. He's going to have one more shot, and he'll take it. But again, Rez getting closer and taking him right down. This is a great attack from NIP.
Yeah, well, this is a really good retake so far from Mad Lions, and unfortunately at 14 health, I think it is just going to slip right out of their grasp. But what an incredible comeback into the round. Shush trying to find Twist. He can make no mistakes. Considering Bank, not able to find him just yet. Remember, that bomb is not planted either for Twist, but it doesn't matter. He's got the timing, and that's a 4th round for NIP, and they're going to be happy no matter how costly that is.
Yeah, man, that was actually a good round to illustrate what it means to miss even one shot with the AWP, because you could see for every missed shot that A-Core has there, they get a bit closer, and in the end, yeah, he gets the kill, but they're so close at that point in time that he can't hide anywhere.
They can trade him off,
yeah, exactly. Like, if he'd hit one of the earlier shots, he would have been able to maybe be ready for that long flank coming in. So I like it from NIP. I mean, they're also allowed to get that closer once the battle starts. They're on the bomb side just fighting their way in. Pretty cool stuff early on here from the Swedes.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're getting a bit lucky. Remember, that pistol round almost felt like it should have gone the way of Mad Lions if it wasn't for Twist winning a 1 versus 3. And I guess that would be the scary indication in that 4th round for me is they did have a very good take of that bomb site, and they did everything right, and they even got the benefit of some missed shots from Acor, but that still came down to a one-on-one when they had the bomb site and they had things planted. So NIP's got to be a little bit careful that those rounds don't drift too far away from them, because we've seen what can happen. We've seen Mad Lions almost pull some of those rounds in their favor, and at a certain point, those will turn. But 4-0 for NIP. They're going to be happy regardless at the moment. An upgraded pistol, some spam coming through. Shush brought down to 44 HP.
Yeah, but I mean, this is, all things considered, a pretty good start. Playing the T side of Overpass could get tricky to get rounds on this if you're off to a bad start. Good little boost to take down Hampus. They weren't really ready for it, opening up the door and wanting to fight. And actually did do a fair bit of damage to Plopsky, so... yeah, some early work being done by Mad Lions in this round. They should not really be winning the round, even with the armor that they've brought into this one. And now NIP don't want to wait around any longer. They've seen the potential opening here in the site, and probably could have won that fight. Oh no! Now they're actually losing track of it more than I was expecting. It looked like they could have probably just had the bomb, but they kept fighting for a while there.
This is what I was just talking about. NIP, for some reason, are really letting these rounds get close. Roy's going to find one more. It's Plopsky in a 1 versus 3. And there's an AK picked up for Bubsky, but he's doing so well. 1 versus 1. Plopsky going for a quad kill. And unfortunately for Acor, he's got no armor and a P250. The AWPer trying to preserve every piece of economy that he can.
Yeah, but he has the advantage of Plopsky having to have the bomb at some point and try and put that down. So bomb's all the way on the other side of the pillar right now, so Plopsky doesn't actually have it on him. He has a smoke and a Molotov, but the more time goes by, the less the chance that Acor will respect any one of those and just try and run through as the bomb is being planted and maybe try and kill him. So he's right on that edge, almost walking into the shot. Plopsky's wasted a lot of time here. 15 seconds, and there's the smoke going up. He's picked up the bomb, but 10 seconds on it. As soon as he puts it down, Acor out in the open, and Plopsky catches him. There's the quad kill. The AWP saved, and NIP only barely make it out of that round.
That is a very risky 1 versus 1 for Plopsky. It's a very nice win, quite obviously. But the fact that he slow plays that so much leaves himself so few options if he got into position of having to put the bomb down, that's pretty dicey. But a nice win nonetheless. 5-0 for NIP. And those are the mistakes we just discussed. Those are the rounds where NIP had it fully in their control. And then they start getting individual. They start losing track of some of the teamwork. Their spacing isn't great. Their ability to cover each other isn't great. Mad Lions almost steal another one away. Acor lined up for a double, and he's even tagged Plopsky through res.
And he's feeling safe because he's got Roy close up to that box now. He did throw a flashbang, Roy. I'm sure NIP must be expecting that there's someone else here. And I'm not sure if Acor can help out Roy on the other hand, so it's kind of a one-way bit of teamwork that's coming out over here. And Acor's fallen pretty far back. Roy swings for it, and smart play from Twist and the rest of NIP. They definitely knew they had that setup in mind, and yeah, just patiently waiting, and Roy couldn't really fall back.
No, there's nothing he could do. I actually thought Acor was going to rotate back to bathrooms in support of him, and I thought he would get there in time. Unfortunately, I think he got smoked off. Now Hampus going to push up towards long, going right at the danger of that AWP. Acor's really getting tested in the early stage of this game so far, which is kind of cool considering how important of a factor he is for Mad Lions, but also the kind of weak showing he had just last week. Excuse me for that.
Well, we've talked a fair bit about that, right? Acor as being one of the people to really watch, because when he's on fire, it's really tremendous to be watching Mad Lions. When he goes missing, or just, starts missing even a couple of shots, it does have a pretty big impact on the team, and that can't be allowed to happen, especially if they're down 5-0 here early on in the first map. They are going to head for another A attack. Let's see if Vasilian is going to be checked in this corner. That'll probably be the most important early engagement here. Shush also showing up, and there's a gap. Vasilian did get checked, but Acor will hit a shot, and Shush still goes down. 10 seconds on the clock. Another one for Acor. Triple in the round so far, and a quick bomb plant in route here. Plopsky in a 1 versus 2 that he should not be winning. He's backed in inside of the smoke and about to be shot in the back, I think. And there it is. Bubsky coming up from the connector. That's an important round there. They could actually save another AWP if they want to, although I don't know if they're interested. Yeah, they will be. So that's a good little turnaround here for Mad Lions to finally get into the game.
That's it. Well, it's an awesome read by him as well. They had Acor far back with that AWP, and they actually had 2 more defenders with M4s up in the site close to keep that spacing. So they actually had 3 players stacked at the point of attack. Only 1 player with just 4 in the defense was at B. So that's a very nice advantage Mad Lions found themselves in. And it's important, too, if you're going to be Acor playing this far back, this deep with the AWP, you have to hit those shots. We saw in the 4th round what happens if he misses when he's playing deep into the bomb site. So this time around, the smoke's up, the 2 rifles to keep spacing, and Acor landing his shots is too much for NIP.
Well, the odds have shifted a bit in favor of NIP. Not that much, but I mean, they were pretty close to begin with. Early kill on Bubsky and no one there to trade it, and now that leaves Roy weirdly alone. Everyone else is inside of the B bomb site. Acor goes down, and now this is just a dreadful start, isn't it, for Mad Lions?
Yeah, right out of a win as well. And even though you got a free double op setup, this is going to be costly, even if you do end up coming back into it. Nice kill from Roy, but still not equalizing the player counts. Rez waiting patiently. They know he's in the stairwell. He's only got 2 places he can go. Back up into the hands of Rez, or back towards Twist, who's waiting with the AWP. But this is awkward. Twist has the bomb.
Yeah, it'd be really weird if he went down, but he's going to be patiently waiting. Roy's got to feel so red at that point in time. And Twist smartly not scoping around. That would have given the game away a little bit there. Now it's a 2-on-4. And if you look at the money on NIP, they would have had to have saved in the next round if they don't win this one. The same is true for Mad Lions. So, I mean, they have the round loss bonus, but I don't think they're going to be too happy about this altogether. I think this is a bit of a rough turnaround. Nice shot from Shush. And they can just go back into B. There's no one there, and there's some Molotov and a smoke still in play on the NIP side. So I don't think they should even try and retake this Mad Lions. It's just not worth it.
No, they're already bailing out, especially with the op in the hands of Shush. He might have even spotted that player making the run to Graffiti, knock, getting all the way up into that corner. He's going to back away. So 6-1 for NIP. Looking very good. And this time, I mean, listen, when you lose 2 players that quickly as Mad Lions, there's just no real way to recover in the round. You lose Bubsky pushing up, and you lost 1 other player towards the B bomb site. It's just not going to work. They do manage to salvage the double up setup, which is quite nice. We'll see what they can drop over to teammates, or if they're even going to be motivated to buy in the next round, because this one hurts. This one stings. They still do have a 3-round loss bonus, so money could be okay for guys like Shush and Roy. But man, are they running out of funds. They let NIP off the hook with this one.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be considered, I think, a fairly pivotal moment in this early game, in the first half here. You had them where you wanted them. You could have maybe broken that economy and got back into the game. It could have been 5-3 instead. Now 6-1 as the scoreline. They do save the double up, but again, you know, we can't really be celebrating that until we actually see the result of it. Like, that has to come back in here and win this next round, and then they have to build even then more on top of it. So, I don't know. NIP, as much as they were also giving away some early rifles and making some of those early rounds a bit closer than they needed to be, Mad Lions can't be losing these rounds that are all about the economy, and they just did.
Yeah, they've had plenty of chances in these first 7 rounds that have been played so far to actually take control of this map, especially when you consider the pistol round was a 3 versus 1 that they lost. They've had plenty of opportunities to be the leader in this game so far, and it's just not panning out in that direction. Some pretty good calling for NIP. And timeout's going to come to an end. Double up setup and no real investment outside of it. Upgraded pistols, upgraded into half armor for a couple of these players, but no rifles or anything like that. So you're relying on the ops. And I like this call to save and preserve the economy as much as possible. You have dangerous weapons. Unfortunately, Shush has gone down. That's one of the AWPs.
And no one is going to go pick it up. Acor is over there with the other AWP. The rest are in the connector, and yeah, grenade on top. Good patience, good restraint here from Hampus. He could have probably wanted to try and swing for that, but he was like, no, just throw some grenades and let's do it. So I really like this. NIP playing this round really well, I think. Roy gonna get smoked off again. Just NIP, why take the fight? Why not just get the bomb down and secure the round? Plopsky probably will win this fight,
yeah.
but again, why even risk it?
Well, what he's got to worry about, as there's plenty of guns on the ground, is actually getting wrapped upon if Acor actually goes all the way through T-spawn. So Plopsy's just going to evade the fight altogether, which I think is a good call. And obviously also, you take the double up away from Mad Lions. Roy would have to commit outside of the door if he wants to pick that up. So good job from Plopsky. Nice kills from Hampus as well. Double kill for him in the round. And it's going to be 7-1. This is a really quick, really powerful lead for NIP on the attacking side.
I mean, again, if this was a different map, well, I would still be concerned about Mad Lions being down 7-1, but the fact that it's overpassed, I think that's one of the few maps left that maybe that and Train that actually can be very, very hard to pick up T rounds on. Doesn't always have to be Train. We've seen it before where you get off. But the fact is, NIP haven't even had this like economic explosion early on. They're still, not that far away from being broken. So the fact that they're up 7-1 is kind of a disaster for Mad Lions, to be honest. This is probably going to be their last chance to turn the outcome of this half. And they're never going to have a great first half, but they could at least get to a point where you could say, well, okay, they're still in the game. That chance is right now.
3 rounds straight, they've had 2 AWPs on the field of battle. Haven't been able to find a whole lot of success with it just yet. Roy pushed up to Fountain with 2 of his closest friends. Nice shot from Bubsky, and he'll be able to slide back as well. Even the spam is going to miss its mark. So, 1-player lead for Mad Lions provided by the AWP, and now Acor adds on top. He had a deep angle. A 5-on-3 that Mad Lions surely can't give away.
You say that, Jason, but, you could be underestimating them. Maybe they really want to give it away. I do like this. I mean, they are falling back.
It's a perfect call. There's no reason to remain aggressive when you have a 2-man lead in this fashion. You drop the AWPs back to their next point of attack so they can just always have retreating off-angle battles. And you just see what happens from here. NIP still pretty low on money, so this is going to be a costly round that's going to dig into the economy. 45 seconds left, and they are still just now clearing out playground for any aggression. And as you said, Mad Lions have disappeared from this part of the map, so it all looks a bit silly for NIP. As 2 players, actually all 3 players, going to go back to the B-bomb site and try and see what they can do. But there should be able to be a stack. Defenders should be on notice as the time runs down, because Roy is so pushed up in bathrooms that he knows there's no one heading towards A. And those smokes might just cause NIP to save the guns.
Yeah, maybe they even should. I mean, they still have like a secondary goal here, which is obviously doing economic damage. If they can get a couple of kills, which is looking very unlikely. Great flashbang being thrown by Asilian for Shush to get the kill. And that will be the round for Mad Lions. They lose nobody. And as you were pointing out, they've kept that double up for a number of rounds. So it actually does do an enormous amount for their economy, winning even this 1 round. And NIP, without the bomb plant, they can force up a buy in this round. It's going to be a beautiful buy coming out here, but it will do the job. And again, NIP, if they lose this next round, that's where you could start to talk about a bit of a return for Mad Lions.
Yeah, that's where it really, really hurts, and that's where Mad Lions can regain all the momentum. Deep Molotovs out for the Mad Lions defense to slow down any attack. It's extinguished by smoke. And Plopsky, again, going to be challenged and underpasses this boost to get some early information. It could actually trap them in the stairwell. Roy's going to push his way and force his way out, so is Asilian. So they just sidestep that danger as Plopsky comes to clear, and this is a pretty aggressive clear for a lone player.
Oh! Oh, what a great camera angle. That dinked him, but you actually saw the bullets just, peppering him all the way around. It looked like he was about to escape, and then that last dink right at the face. That's unfortunate.
Those are the ones that'll piss you off. You just stood in the fire, nothing happened until the very last couple bullets. Shout out to Plopsky as well, leading the way with his team for 4 HP, coming up that stairwell, making sure that he's the first target with such low HP.
Look at this once again, though. They're getting so close to the A-bomb site, which means if they lose the fight here, Mad Lions, backup is going to be down to the B-bomb site. It's going to be really far away. You have to assume Acor might get smoked off. Beautiful flashbang to set it off, and the turnaround is not there. Acor has to fall back immediately. Those 2 rifles were everything right here. Not hitting the flick either on the jump, and again, those double orbs are expensive. Acor's going to be pushing forward. This seems like madness, and he's going to be going down. That was a pretty obvious outcome, I would say, especially in that last push there from Acor. That first flashbang, I don't know who threw it to set it off with for NIP, but that did more than enough to win the round. Oh.
Yeah, that was such a perfect flashbang. I mean, this is one of the rare times we see Mad Lions have some kind of a defense that's actually pushed forward of the bomb site, and it still doesn't pan out for them. That A bomb site has been getting abused. It's cool to see NIP actually making the decision to attack that A bomb site through bathrooms a number of times in this half, especially because Mad Lions haven't really been playing in it too often. They've actually had a pretty free reign of encroaching up to the bomb site before having to throw out their set piece. So this is quite a nice T-side being formed. Mad Lions still has plenty of cash to spend in this next round. but this is a huge issue if Mad Lions isn't going to be able to stop the press towards A. They had 3 players at this bomb site, Acor with the op and 2 rifles, and they still couldn't put a stop to it. They didn't get a single frag on that hit.
Well, there's also, I mean, the way that they were positioned, right? Acor, which normally if you have an AWP, that A bomb side, you want it looking long or restrooms, just so you get the early warning, like you get some sort of idea what's happening. So they had 3 people there and yet no advanced warning, and it, you know, first guy in was flashed and just, that's it, the bomb side was overrun. So you actually got very few of the benefits of having that AWP, and both the players that needed it for backup were dead before it could even swing to be put into play. So yeah, good call for NIP. Nice swing there. A little bit of a shot coming out from Acor, but not connecting with anyone on the other side. And now he's trapped. And look at how Rez just running out here. Could actually have him boxed in. Let's see if he can get the shot coming through the wall. And now he's in trouble, Acor. And they're going to hunt him down. They should definitely go for him here. Puts up a smoke, but Hampus will find him in the end. Man, this is such an aggressive NIP. I love it.
Yeah, they're playing with a lot of confidence at the moment, and there's the pop flash. Oh, Asilian eats it. He eats it so hard. Bubsky's got 1 in return, and he's fortunate to get away. This is everything. This flank right here from Shush, but Rez is watching for the exact push. You can hear the scopes. There's the turn, first headshot, and nothing else. They know the location of Bubsky, and they know he's got an AWP. Surely he gets smoked out here.
Yeah, that's why he's pushed in front. He's hoping that there'll be a little gap. Oh, twist! He took him right down through the wall. That's what we're going to need to see the replay. That's some dominance coming out here from the Swedish side. 9-2 in their favor. They're playing on the T side of Overpass. I can't believe it.
That's wild. I'm assuming he jumped and got the spot and then takes the shot. That's all I can think. But man, you're right. This is a very aggressive attack from NIP. I love the play from Rez to be so aggressive out towards long. What a risk against an AWPer, but you're ensuring that he can't get away. Yeah, the jump, the spot, and even the flash to boot. That's a thing of beauty.
Oh man, this is a rough start for Mad Lions. I don't think what they were expecting at all today, but it's what they're getting. And I mean, how do you get out from behind this? Like, do they need to change their game plan here for the first half? There's not much of it left, I guess.
I think the only thing that I would like to see them do a little differently, and I guess they have done it a couple of times, is obviously we've seen them push towards Fountain, we've seen them push towards Party, but we haven't seen too many teams we haven't seen them yet mount a defense in bathrooms itself. Like Acor, stick around, play close up in bathrooms, take that next angle, don't retreat all the way to the bomb site. But keep trying to whittle away at your opponents with that AWP as you fight, as you fall back. You've still got Roy in the staircase and danger stairs, so he can actually help keep you alive. You don't have to worry about that part of the map just yet.
Big opportunity there. Another kill coming in, taking down Hampus, and now you could make a good defense for just falling back. Like you could argue that's probably a smart idea here, because you could always have 2 or 3 people on any bomb site. So I don't mind it so much now. You don't need the advanced warning nearly as much as when it's 5-on-5. And they have the setup to do this. Grenade landing on Twist, smoke, and he almost has to put forward here. There's almost no choice, yeah, but he's gonna get taken down. Had to get that 1 kill. Plopsky, no return. So another flawless round for Mad Lions, which is, I mean, that's good, but it can't be punctuated by NIP again going on another 2 or 3 round run here. They actually need to start winning.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna have to worry about that one. NIP doesn't really have any money to work with at the moment. Nock has the most, and he's just gonna buy a half armor and deagle. So, as you mentioned, this is the time for Mad Lions to scrape together what they can for that second half. It's not, no matter what they do in this half, it's not gonna be good, but you can at least give yourself some space to work with. And there's no better time than right now against, 2 Glocks, I should say, 2 Deagles, a P250. NIP isn't really bringing a whole lot of firepower to the party in this round.
So, really, best case scenario, obviously, would be 9-6 for Mad Lions. 6 rounds. If you win the pistol, you get up to 9-9, maybe, unless, you've run into some crazy force, which you probably will be running into against NIP. So I don't know, like it's a really long stretch back. Good shots being rung out here from Acor. I mean, that would be something that would, actually some returns coming in. I was going to say that would be one of the big upsides if they could get Acor into play and really have him feel the game a bit more.
Oh, Plopsky's not happy about that nade. He's not happy about that at all. This could have been an interesting round, or one where they at least could have done some economic damage. Oh, what a great find from Knock. Now going to look towards the flank. There's both players here. If he spots out both, there's a real chance of victory. They know one is at the flank trying to wrap around through bathrooms, but that's it.
Yeah, they're being quiet about walking in behind them. Bubsky through the smoke, not afraid at all. Going to be a bomb plant out in the open, and it's for Nork to try and finish this round basically with the AWP. So he's going to see if he can wrap around, take that diagonal line through the bomb side over by the bank. And Plopsky, he's picked up an AK-47. Even on low health, all he needs is one headshot to do this. Now, there is a bit of a setup here with the Molotov as well, and let's see if the flashbang will help out. They still have a pretty good shot at doing this, Mad Lions, but NIP, could they take it away one more time? There's the headshot dropping Roy, and now Bubsky, he's going to get the one, but that AWP is still a big issue. He's going to be right on top of it, holding it down the full length of time. Nork coming through, he's on the other side. Oh, nice shot from Bubsky, and he's going to be back on it. Man, that is way too close of a round.
Yeah, that really is. I can't believe NIP almost won that. That's almost magical. Mad Lions really struggling to close out rounds where they have an advantage and even define the advantage to begin with. So this is absolutely disgusting from NIP to come back in this. I thought Plopsky might be able to just win that round straight up. Good Molotov towards Bank. We should shout that out. That's phenomenal utility usage from Mad Lions in a 2 versus 2. And without it, they don't win that round. 9-4 in the favor of NIP. And now they've got a full buy. Full arsenal of AKs and an AWP on Twist.
So one more step in the right direction, but wasn't so much, wasn't really kind of a step. They just sort of stumbled in the right direction. Nearly falling over in that round. Oh, I like this boost. Shame that there's no one on the other side, but that is, again, NIP, you could almost tell, I mean, the pop flashes they've had, the little boost, just the overall confidence in these fights, they seem way more prepared for this game right now than Mad Lions currently are.
Yeah, they seem probably the most comfortable we've seen NIP, since the old lineup was there.
Yeah.
They seems like a very comfortable ninjas in pajamas that Mad Lions is going up against. And that should be expected. We all know what Threat can bring to the table. We've seen it many times in the past. That's probably not the Molotov he wanted them to throw, but it's okay. Acor with a pick. A nice pick onto Rez with the AWP. And the AWP has been the best tool that Mad Lions have had to get them back into this series. It's provided so many first kills for them on defense.
It's a real shame he gets picked off that early as well, Rez, because he was obviously, I think, meant to be a distraction for the eventual B hit. But when he goes down that early, they have to wait for the smokes to clear over here. Now there's not that many left, but Bubsky still has a Molotov. So if they want to try and get through that monster tunnel once this smoke is gone, that Molotov could absolutely ruin the round. There's only 23 seconds. Let's just wait and see. I think this Molotov is going to be everything. He's holding it. He knows as well. A little bit of a shoulder peek coming out. 18 seconds, and all he needs is the prompt. There it is going down, and that's going to be an issue. Bubsky gets a shot, and even through the wall, they have to put up a smoke to even try and put it out. But yeah, that one grenade, and obviously the follow-up kills, that did it all.
Yeah, Mad Lions has come alive, we should say, as well, in terms of the way they're playing on an individual level. They look much more focused in the latter stages of this half. That's helping out a lot. This is a great sequence from Bubsky, not just the Molotov, but winning the follow-up fight as well. Him and Shush do a phenomenal job that round, holding onto the B bomb site, and they've been so important for this team in their rise that we've seen from them lately. So, 4-round lead for NIP going into the final round of the half. Twist still with the AWP that he saved from the previous. It's going to be one AK-47 on Knock and Deagle and CZ to surround it.
Yeah, not the best weapons to bring into the final round of a half, but maybe it will do. See, they almost did it once before, a couple of rounds ago, so maybe this could actually work. Little boost to look over in towards the sewer area, but they're taking over birthday and playground over here. So, and again, Mad Lions staying very, very far back on the map, which it's not. It does that it has to be a mistake, but we've seen the downside of one good flashbang, which I guess NIP have none of this time, so that helps. But it can be an issue.
I think the one thing that changes that for Mad Lions is we started to see Acor hit a few more shots with a bit more reliability as he's kind of warmed up into this game, and now you're starting to see plays like this where he's getting aggressive, where he's feeling confident. We didn't see this kind of stuff at the early start of this half. He's got to be careful. Almost walked into a bullet, almost walked into a stack, or a boost as well. Now pinned down just to the left, but again, there's going to be 4 players at this bomb site for Mad Lions. There's Acor stepping up to the plate.
Oh, but the scope there, he might not almost see the boost. Finally going to get it, but not able to catch that flick. Rez goes down on the other side. Great double for Roy, and another missed shot from Acor will finally bring him down. Still a 2-on-3, but the 30 seconds there is a real big problem for NIP. They need to win this fight before the third man comes over and helps out. Nork's got the right idea, walking in front of the Molotov and nearly getting the fight. That would have been real important. Nice triple kill from Roy, and that will bring it to 9-6 at the end of the half, favoring NIP. Still a terrific first half for the Swedes. We'll catch how that goes in the second half, and that's going to be coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes up. Oh my god, the 180! That's another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Let's go! Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19-17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faze Clan.
Nice! Bra Simon.
You are insane. All right, some early celebrations there, Jason. That was, I think, Twist, was it? Winning the pistol round on the first half, and it ended with 9 rounds overall for NIP. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, but it was a good recovery as well from Mad Lions. I mean, a phenomenal half from NIP. You can't get over that fact. But, I mean, winning the last 4 rounds of the half for Mad Lions really brought them back and put them in a position to be capable of coming back into this map. I'll tell you the biggest obstacle they have early on, Anders, to this comeback is the dualies that Knock has picked up. That's a weapon that is very, very difficult to overcome in the pistol round.
Just buy a white flag, why don't you? You want to throw the whole thing away? Just tell us right right now.
I love it when we see someone with dualies. This is some of the most exciting stuff you'll ever see in Counter-Strike. Here we go. Nox going to get so much attention. This is actually going to get a chance to pan out just perfectly.
Unskinned dualies, they could do nothing. They've already lost the round here. I'm sure of it. It's actually great job. Oh! He hits one more headshot. I take it all back. He might be a genius, in fact. He's still back here. Oh, what a beautiful turnaround. Jason, you got your wish.
It's finally happened. We've seen about 10 of these, and Nock delivers. I knew it would be him. Hampus up top. He's got Acor pinned down, but can't win the fight. Dualies again going for the ace. Acor is low. And Asilian is going for a very long play, but I don't think NIP is going to wait too long for this to come to fruition. This is a long time for Acor to be on his own.
Yes, it really is. Bit of a peek there. He's really trapped in here. He needs some backup. Asilian has to try and get back down here to help him out. Rez waiting, thinking about that swing, but as soon as he goes, if he goes down here, then it's going to be Nock alone, and they know exactly where he is. Nice creep up to find the kill on Acor. Good initiative, and now Asilian is in a lot of trouble here. He doesn't have the bomb. That's all the way in front of those dualies, but he will be Rez to take him down. Beautiful triple kill from the dualies. I don't think I've ever seen them work that well, Jason. We waited a long time. You've waited a long time.
I know, redemption it's so sweet. This is well done. The first kill is a bit of a struggle fest, but after that, everything goes swimmingly. Nice job from Nock, and just never running out of ammunition with those dualies either. Nicely done. 10-6 for NIP.
Do they have? There must be surely stat track dualies. Do they track for each pistol or for the overall kills? Because they should really track for each pistol, shouldn't they?
I'm assuming they track for each pistol. I do not own a set of stat track dualies myself.
Wow.
A bit of a crime on my part, I understand. I know. You know what's weird about the dualies as well? Whenever you see like a pistol round 1 when somebody has dualies and we see those webcam shots, it's like all the NIP people are smiling like, I can't believe that worked. And that always makes me feel really worried.
Well, maybe we could get the Valve people to fix the stat track dually problem, because I think that's the next big issue. We got the doors on Dust 2 all settled now, so
yeah, I'm so excited for that change. I'm so excited for that.
That's going to make I think people really don't understand how much of a difference that'll make for what you could be allowed to do on the B-bomb side when it comes to holding it.
Oh yeah, and I mean, the mid to B splits just got a whole lot rougher. The defenses in the middle is going to be so much more exciting to watch. So many different options available now if you can stay outside of the B-bomb site and still defend the B-bomb site. But hold the thought, look at this aggression. So much Molotov and nade damage onto Acor and Roy, but it's not like NIP's gotten here quietly. Madlines know what's up.
Oh, and Plopsky, look at this, even sneaking around. I love this aggression. He's going to get caught, though. I still think it's cool. I mean, he's got that MP9. Why not try and go aggressive and bring it up close? They're going to lose Twist in the connector, and that's a little bit more of an issue. Now it's a 4-on-3, and one of those is still that MP9 on Hampus, though. He's surely thinking about opening the door at the right time. If he could, then that'll probably net him the kill. If he sticks around here for another 10 seconds, he might also be in a lot of trouble. And Nork is over there by the sandbags, and those are the only two people near the B-bomb site. There's no one else inside behind Nork, so they actually could have picked a very bad spot to defend with here unless Nork could show some real action with the M4.
Yeah, well, they've done this silently as well. He's got the first, and he knows there's at least one more. There's the SMG taking out Bubsky at door, and that worked perfectly. It helps that Rez got here just at the right time. He was up in heaven, immediate 2-tap, and it's all on Acor. 1 versus 3, no utility. Flashbangs in the air, and Nox got a double for the round. 12-6 for NIP.
That just worked so much better than you could have hoped for, right? Not only does Nock actually get the kill, but then also over at the door with the MP9, Hampus coming up big. So that's a real problem. They were already in a lot of trouble there, Mad Lions, but losing the pistol in the second half and not even getting the first rifle round here just is making things worse all the time.
Lack of money as well. It's, yeah, you're right. It's starting to look like they just didn't carve themselves out enough rounds in the first half to continue this fight. We'll have to see how long they can sustain this. And look at this just unrelenting aggression from NIP, although that time it's not going to pan out. It's Hampus on his own. That could be a free AK-47 given up, so a slight mistake early on for NIP, but plenty of chances to recover. It'll be the only rifle that Madlines have, and Rez has already found the equalizing kill.
Go back for more with the smoke up, though. Probably should have had that third one. Bubsky lucky to be alive. That was, I like especially how Rez was doing his best at that moment to try and stay safe. Like, he wasn't just swinging for more kills, he was actually trying to play pretty defensively. And again, I want to say probably should have had that one on Bubsky, who's looking for a straight headshot, won't get it. So now they are feeling, I think, pretty decent, even if they've lost a couple of people here. They just need to avoid that AK-47 on Roy.
Well, the nice thing is they have the bomb now. They know exactly where it's at. It's out in the open. I think it could still actually be decently recovered. Acor has a smoke he could utilize as well, but at least NIP know where the next battle is going to take place. There's a good aggression from Twist, but missing the shot, and now Nock puts himself in danger. And this is getting dicey, but Plopsky's here. Again, bomb is on the back of Acor. He's got 30 seconds. He can book it towards the B bomb site. They've done the economic damage. At this point, Acor's looking for a plant. He wants that bonus money.
So he actually had a smoke for the high ground, but he just decided to not even try and slow it down. Runs right in to put the bomb down. Actually delays a second. I thought that might have been a little bit scary. He still should be dead in this round for sure, but at least he's given himself a bit of a chance here for another kill. Nice spray to get a headshot. Nock is right there. Oh! Acor, that's an amazing clutch. A 1 versus 2. He had no health at all and still comes out on top. And that could be the comeback moment here for Mad Lions. If they're going to turn this around and take this map away from NIP, this is where it starts.
I cannot believe he just won that clutch. He stole it away from them. For as good as NIP has played all throughout this map, this round is full of missed shots from the NIP players that should have put them over the line. 12-7, incredible from Acor with no armor as well, and a little bit of a cheeky smile there at the end. And yeah, I think you're exactly right. That I wouldn't have called that a must-win round, but that might be a saving clutch that allows Mad Lions to stay in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it has to start somewhere if you're going to try and make a comeback from being this far down, and that's a big round to try and do it in. And look at what NIP have done in this round, though. I mean, they have a comfortable lead. They could have gone for a half buy and then, you know, invested fully in the 21st round. Instead, here in the 20th round, double AWP, supported by an MP9, a FAMAS, and a Deagle on Plopsky. Oh, that makes me real uncomfortable. Real nervous.
I like it. I like it. This is one of the times where I feel like I'm throwing all logic and all my tendencies in the past out the window, but I really like this force buy. Let's see what NIP's got. They've been pretty aggressive and pretty solid this whole map, so why not just keep this in your hands? Let Hampus and Nock go to work. Let the young guys go to work. AWPs all over the place. And Hampus looking for one shot. Not finding it just yet. Both ops are going to be at bathrooms and long A.
Yeah, they really want those early kills to try and fall back. We saw how it worked out for Acor when it did work, and obviously the problem is if you miss too many shots, they're going to get really close. Good flashbang to set up that one, and gives the angle to Acor. And now they're moving a little bit closer once again. 3-man stack down at B, but the AWPs are up here, and they just need a kill each, and the round is done. I say just with a, you know, little bit of emphasis.
I think the impressive thing so far from NIP is they're letting these two ops work. Like, even when they're flashed off the angle and forced back into the site, it's still the two AWPs here. None of the rifles rotated away from the B bomb site. The question is Roy going to be a lurker, or is he going to use some utility? Is he going to show his presence? What kind of lurking does he have to do in this round for Mad Lions to succeed? And here comes a bit of a smoke. Molotov as well. That's going to pull one of the ops back. That's Hampus so far. It's pulling Twist away from the B site.
Oh, but Rez is standing his ground. He's got an HE, so does Plopsky. Can they get him out in time? No, it's going to be straight with the pistols. They nearly line up, and there's Rez with a great double kill. A lot of damage here onto the Danish side, and they're down to 15 seconds on the clock. There's the grenade coming out around. They need to move, Mad Lions, and they're not going to be near quick enough. I think NIP have found a way to do this. You may have been right. This might have been worth the buy. Rez finds another one, and he might have had that one if Nock didn't get in there with the AWP. They'll get another AK on board. They save the double up, and NIP, they absolutely make it work.
I don't know. I feel like I don't really know how NIP won this round. Obviously, this double kill is spectacular. I don't know how that combination was so effective. Rez with the FAMAS and Plopsky up close with the Deagle. That feels like a combination of weapons in a bait and switch that just does not have a high percentage of victory, and they somehow just made it happen. Well done from NIP, 13-7. The two ops didn't even really come into play. They've still got them, and Mad Lions is forced into a buy that they did not want to have to take.
6-round difference. The results show in the odds down there, as you could tell from Betway, definitely swinging heavily towards NIP now. It started out being pretty much dead even between the two, but NIP have convinced a bunch of people, and that is for the series overall, by the way, because it's been a best of 3 games, so, you know, there's still more to come, but this is... I don't know, I don't blame people for being persuaded by NIP so far. I think they've really played a cool game.
I've been super impressed with NIP just as the way they've looked, you know, with all these roster changes coming in. Obviously, Forrest leaving was a big blow for my confidence in NIP, but ever since that, I mean, you can't even really deny it. Even without Forrest, they've gotten better in other areas that I think have made them actually a better team, which is a wild concept. Good pick from Knock.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we had a lot of conversations about it, because Nork coming in and, you know, you have to fill Forrest's shoes, which definitely won't be easy, and the system that Threat's putting in place is also one that, you know, could take a while to actually come into effect, and we've seen it many times in the past when Threat has been back. It's not really been given the chance. I think this is one of the few times where we actually see, like, the real life of it, which is very interesting. Twist missing a bit of a flick. They're getting real close, and he can't see anything. No one checking for him, though, and he stayed alive a couple of seconds longer than he needed to. That could have been dangerous, but this is a good hit for Mad Lions. No one covering the bank, but the bomb is still going to go down. Hampers was about a second late, but not to get the kill on Shush, though. That one was perfect.
Yeah, that had to be the kill. And Roy waiting for these smokes to clear before he can buy and peek his time. Plopsky's got that. Acor steps up next. Off angle, Plopsky swings right into it and right into another kill. And that's good timing for a double kill from Plopsky, because the other side of the NIP coin, not just Threat coming in, but the young talent they've gone out and gotten to replace some of the old players that have departed, is all stepping up and growing. Plopsky's development over what the year he spent on this team has been really impressive. Knock looking good, Hampus looking good. Rez is starting to become a star player with a bit more consistency as well. So all these pieces that NIP have gathered over the past 2 years or so, starting to really come together quite nicely.
Yeah, you know, there's obviously an even deeper story when you talk about people like Threat and Forrest, which is the sort of overall, let's say, like just the aging problem that was going on in the Swedish Counter-Strike scene, and how NIP, because they were so far ahead of everyone else, kind of almost, I mean, not deliberately so, but inadvertently kept the Swedish Counter-Strike scene down, because there was, you know, there's no one that could have joined NIP, right? And trying to create a secondary roster was really, really tricky. So that actually might have put them behind early on in the history of Global Offensive, at least. But to see it now, and I mean, I actually follow pretty closely some of the sort of initiatives that go on in the really sort of early stage, like school level Counter-Strike in Sweden, and there's a lot of it going on. So, you know, that's going to be a market that's also going to explode for sure in the future. There's no doubt. Oh, there's 2 kills to open it up with the boost on one of them, and Shush and Asilian down and out of the round. NIP are here to close this map out.
Yo, NIP have looked so good on this map at these early aggressive plays. They've actually been able to pull it off on both the T and now the CT side. And look at what they're able to do. 2 kills, and they all get away. Plopsky's very low, but that's fine. NIP is going to be so happy with this. So very cool calling coming out of the NIP side. Very cool game plan put into action here. And Mad Lions haven't even been able to get started. Twist alone at the A bomb site with the op, checking behind him briefly, but he's got a teammate who's rotated over now to cover that, so he can just sit in bathrooms and look forward. Plopsky jumping, spots 1.
Well, easy kill for Twist. Crouching Roy comes in. And, that's a wall bang shot. And you can shoot through the wall into the connector stairs. You could actually do it both ways, which I think people don't always realize, but yeah, that's... Oh, we're going to need to see that replay for sure.
I think that was Bubsky jumping over to spot over that little, like, half... Like that, I don't know what it's called. The entrance to the washroom you Euros have. Nice shot from Twist, a final kill in the round. He shot him, like, right through the wall as Bubsky jumped over for information. So it wasn't deep in a connector, but still, a ridiculous shot from Twist.
Yeah, you love to see it. Good triple for him in that round. Asilian, he's already got 3 kills and 18 deaths. How could that be happening? So, yeah, look at that jump. Where it is through, right. But you actually can do it on the other side, too, just in case people don't know. You could shoot in towards the stairs if he was coming that way, too. 15 to 7, though. Man, this is pretty comprehensive. And, you know, Nuke is the second map, and NIP actually are a really, really creative team on Nuke. I don't know if you've been catching many of their Nuke games, but they do actually do some really cool stuff on that, so I wouldn't underestimate them.
No, I wouldn't, especially after this kind of a performance as well. Even if, I mean, if you're saying they're creative on Nuke, they've looked pretty creative here on Overpass as well with the different things they've done, so it's all well and good. I don't know how Hampus has gotten to this position, but he's going to have a big flank, and Roy is going to be probably a bit confused how he's here so quick. And easy kill for Hampus, and over to the B bomb site we go. Bubsky leading the way with the Galil, and he's gonna get dropped by Knock, double kill. And NIP, you're right, they're gonna close this one out quick. They will not let this round slip away. A 1 versus 4 for Acor, and he's got about 3 different angles to worry about.
I don't know. There's no way to get out of this. He's going to go down 16-7 as NIP absolutely just slammed the door on them. They're not even going to allow for any kind of a comeback, which is great to see. That's one of the qualities that we sometimes feel like with some of these younger rosters. It can be hard to close out games and you open up the door and there's comebacks happening. Not this time. NIP with a beautiful opening map here. It's going to be on to map number 2. It's going to be Nuke, as we said. We'll see if Mad Lions could wake up for that one, because this was all NIP all the way. We're going to get the analysts back as well on the desk. That's going to be coming up after the break. So stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're going to win. All right? Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead.
15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's focus on it. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19-17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faze Clan.
Threat, a very confident performance there on Overpass. A good map for you guys that we've seen multiple times now. But coming into Nuke, right, you haven't had the greatest success in it. So I'm wondering where you're at practice-wise with this map, and also how did you kind of do what you did against Vitality that time back in the Spring Showdown here and now against a very capable Nuke team in Mad Lions?
Yeah, funny about the Vitality game. If you look at Mad Lions results on Nuke, they've actually played Vitality twice in the last week, and they've had similar results where they destroy them, and then they just lose very big. And I, as a viewer, that might seem weird, like why that team beating that team on Nuke now? But I think it's a combination of CS is not that beautiful right now because of all the matches. Teams don't have as much time to prepare. In a combination with Nuke being in a weird place in that it seems that you can actually get more rounds as T, and no one has really figured out what to do, which is really interesting, right? Now we still, for some reason, opted to go for the CT side, but it's going to be really interesting.
Just a tremendous amount of confidence getting shown there by Threat, the coach, going into Nuke, the second map. Overpass, seemed like everything went swimmingly for NIP. 16-7, the final score, and a very solid performance on both sides from the Swedes, and the perfect start. So, Chad, did you have anything you took away from that first map in the series?
Look, I think the X factor early, Twist showed up straight away, didn't he? When you look at the first 6-round spread of the game, Mad Lions were up in a 5-1 favor as far as opening duels went, but NIP were up 3-1. Sorry, they had 3 1vX situations by that same point of the game. And then I was taking a look, because at that point I was like, well, this one's already over. Pack her up, start getting her ready for the next one. I was taking a look at the stats for Mad Lions against top 20 teams, and out of their 12 losses in individual maps, only 6 of those have been single-digit losses, like we've seen right here. So this is a bit of a hammering that NIP just laid down on Mad Lions.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and the thing with Mad Lions, and it is a reality that I'm starting to realize watching them play so many games, is that I do believe their level will vary greatly in terms of how comfortable they are on a map, strategically speaking. I think some teams, you can see that the qualities that we usually use to describe them, they apply to all the maps, whereas Mad Lions, we usually refer to the game plan, we refer to strategies, and how they approach a map. Well, Overpass is definitely not up there. Chad pointed it out, when you have opening kills and you cannot convert these rounds, that's a huge signal that you're actually trying to find yourself on the map.
But NIP looked like they were actually pretty comfortable on the map. I mean, obviously the scoreline says it, but I'm pretty sure you have a clip as well to highlight that you wanted to show us, Maniac, that, when you call for a rush, when you call for aggression, you got to have confidence that it's going to work. You can't just throw that out into the wind.
You're right. I do have a clip, and I wanted to show how powerless the poor Mad Lions were on their CT side, and we have here round number 10, and what you don't see on the screen is that 3 players from Mad Lions are on the A side, so they have the defense that they need, but look at the flash. Celian is out, Roy has no time to shoot, 2 quick kills in about 2 seconds. Now Acor, the third man that was already on side, has no opportunity, just this missed frag here. He's gonna pop flash, try and have some kind of impact, because at this point it's already basically a lost cause. Misses the kills, Hampus takes him down, and in a matter of seconds, you have an entire defense that completely scrambles. And as I pointed out at the beginning, they had 3 men on site. They had everything they needed. This is the precise situation you hope for from the defensive side of things, and it just didn't work. The executes for NIP were just too great. They were just too precise, and the firepower was here as well.
So that is going to be the question, whether or not the firepower continues to show up, especially on Nuke, which is going to be our second map, and which I would like to try and guide us towards here, because we're going to be getting into that soon enough. And so, Chad, what are we going to be looking for here from Mad Lions? I mean, they're trying to recover after a beatdown on Overpass. Now you're going into Nuke, another tactical map.
Yeah, well, if you just had a look right there at the stats that were on your screen from map number 1, Celian, he was basically not in the server, right? And that is a real problem for me, because why replace Hunden if Celian's not going to be able to frag? Now, I don't want to harp too much on it, because I was taking a look through his stat lines. When he first joined the team and they were versing lower opponents, his stats were fine. But now that they've been versing more and more tier 1 teams, his stats are taking a dive. It's getting a lot of red in that column, and there's problems there going forward. But fortunately for Mad Lions on Nuke, he's not necessarily needed in a big way, because the other 4 players in their maps on Nuke all have positive scorelines. So if they can keep that up, we were talking about Shush, Acor, obviously Bubsky and Roy, if they can keep fragging to their level, then they have a good shot here, because NIP, what they did there on Overpass with taking territory and always pop flashing, that's easy to do with the open spaces that Overpass can field you. But going into Nuke, if they can't have opening moves to get territory, or actually more importantly, they will be starting on that CT side, if they're unable to get a decent haul of rounds here on their CT side, I'm talking at least 8 or 9 rounds, I see Mad Lions taking us to a third here. But in saying that, I feel like NIP's wake-up call with their couple of big losses they've had recently on Nuke, they'll have spent a lot of time working on this one recently.
Yeah, even Threat himself coming out of that interview sounded a little shaky in terms of what to expect here on the map for the Swedes. I mean, Maniac, what do you expect from NIP here going into map 2?
Well, I think the least we can say is that they've had some practice on you recently, right? They've played the map so many times, and I'm just looking at the list of names and the teams they've played against, and Vitality is in that list 4 times, Astralis is in twice, there's Na'Vi as well, so let's put it this way, the numbers, if you just look at them in a distance, they seem to point that Mad Lions is more comfortable on you. Yes, but then you have to consider the caliber of the opposition that these both teams were playing. NIP were definitely going up against higher opponents, so I don't want to take the numbers too quickly, but it is true that Mad Lions have looked great on Nuke, specifically their T side. I think that they have this ability to chain rounds after each other. Keep an eye on the A side, and specifically the A side split. That is something that they are very good at disguising. Mostly their opponents in general don't know that it's coming. They will play with the wall of smoke, and they have 2 different wall of smokes. They have the regular one, and then they have the one that goes from mini to blue box. So it kind of keeps the opponents in the dark, and suddenly they hit you with that A split coming in from mini and just take you down. So Mad Lions have to show better than what they did in Overpass. I'm ready to give them a free pass for this one, because I know that, as I said, tactically they're a bit behind, but not on you. This cannot happen.
Okay.
I want to see more from them, otherwise it's going to be a disappointment.
It certainly is, especially considering you've predicted them to win, Maniac. So, Chad, I have to cut it short because we're ready to get into the match. We're ready to get into the match.
Oh, nice.
So we're gonna have to hold that
That's
thought.
quick.
And I'm gonna hand it over to our quick ship here at Blast. I don't know how they're doing it over at ESL, but let's go ahead and get into it. It is going to be a quick break, and when we come back, Anders and Moses will be on the cast.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here. We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, hunting him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever, and I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple to catch. Oh! The shutdown!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies from no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14! Now we do it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge. They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Na'Vi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Second map going to be coming up here between NIP and Mad Lions. First map was an overpass, and it's actually a beautiful Counter-Strike being played by NIP. And if they could do the same here, maybe they could defeat Mad Lions pretty swiftly. The odds definitely tilting heavily in favor of NIP. Jason, what do you think about this upcoming map on Nuke? Is there a chance for the Danes to get back into this?
Yeah, of course there's a chance. What worries me the most is, I mean, you can talk at length of how good Mad Lions is on this map or all the different game plans they have coming into it, but if NIP plays the same way they did on Overpass, I don't know if Mad Lions, I mean, they're gonna have to step up on an individual level, because outside of Acor and his magical clutches, no one was really kind of providing a whole lot of firepower for the Mad Lions. So they couldn't match up on an individual level to someone like Rez, someone like Knock with the AWP, Hampus and Twist as well with the op in the rare times that they had it. But, I mean, this is going to be a big test for Mad Lions. This is their map pick. This is the map that they should be able to bring us to a third on. But NIP just came out playing so well and so impressively on Overpass.
Yeah, and I honestly think this might be... I don't know. This might be a hard map to play NIP on. Again, they have a lot of really cool grenades. They have ways to sort of like, you know, they smoke off hell over on the when they're on the T side. They'll throw that smoke all the way over. They get that yard control, and suddenly they're wrapping around heaven when you don't even know it. It's actually just a lot of fun to watch them play. It's obvious. One of the maps where you could just see how much work Threat is doing, you know, behind the scenes. So definitely, I think I just love watching this map when NIP are playing it. Not that I think Mad Lions are going to be bad on it, just that this doesn't feel to me like a safe map where you could say, well, obviously Mad Lions are going to win this. Doesn't feel that way at all.
No, it shouldn't. And I mean, this is one of the players that's going to have to step up on the Mad Lions side. They talked about it on the desk. I don't think it's cause for concern quite yet, but obviously, well, it is in this series. If Vasilian is going to be is only going to be putting in 3 kills on a map, but overall, I still think, you know, he's provided some cool stuff. And again, touchdown on the desk, but that's a player that just right off the bat you can say that needs to change. That number needs to be way higher for Vasilian and here on Nuke.
You already know there's going to be some heartless people in Twitch chat saying minus Sicilian plus Hunden. You can feel it coming already.
Well, if there weren't any now, if there weren't any before, there certainly will be now. So thanks, Anders. Thanks for that one.
Listen, when I'm not doing this, Jason, I am that person in Twitch chat. You know, that's where I
believe it. You definitely have an alt account that you just get into Twitch chat and start all the weird stuff.
All the copy pastas, all the rest of it. Yeah, big part of my life, in fact. First round is going to be coming up here. It's Mad Lions starting on the T side, NIP on the CT side. Don't think it makes a huge difference on this map anymore. I think what really makes a difference at the moment is just Mad Lions getting off to a good start and having a bit of a strong say early on here. We'll see if they are going to be able to. They're running a bit outside and also all the way up on Twinkie to make the jump down. Bobski not slowing. He's jumping around the corner. He's clearing the path and he's already here. This is so unbelievably quick. I don't think Twist is maybe now he's sort of thinking about it, but this is scary. That Glock is getting real close and he's going to get the headshot on Twist. What an aggressive pistol round.
Yeah, and I'm wondering how Twist didn't realize it until it was too late. I guess the shots at long range, you know, masked the footsteps, but you're exactly right. Felt like he was never really prepared for any kind of a close-up battle in that fashion. And now with that pick, look at the players from Mad Lions who went towards Secret. Now they're going to back all the way up and come up towards Mini. Knock is in some trouble. He's got a chance to escape, but inside the bomb site, it's Roy. And Rez is still hiding and waiting. He's been spotted from Mini. He's going to go down. All of his teammates going to go down. And the knife is out from Bubsky. Yep, triple kill as well for Bubsky. That is a wonderfully played pistol round from Mad Lions.
Wow, Bubsky, quad kill, but I'm going to need to see a replay of that knife at some point. Yeah, I think he knew. Oh, man. It's such a shame, isn't it, that Rez gets spotted from Mini, because you're absolutely right. Otherwise, I don't think they would have noticed, but some good communication coming out. Here's Bubsky, and he's like, all right, this isn't doing it. Oh, that's a lot of style points. Even if they lose this game, Jason, he did that.
That's a superhero drop. Yeah, no matter what happens, he will always have that knife to look back on and smile about. Door blown open, smoke in towards Mini, flashbangs, upper rush, all the standard stuff coming out. Roy taking the wide angle to clear top hut. Almost loses that battle, and Hampus is going to respond with one. Oh my, that nade's going to take out Shush for sure, and a chance for NIP.
Big chance here. Look at how low Roy is as well. This is actually really dangerous. He's going to take care of Hampus, but not quite done yet. The initial rush to get there was actually great. That smoke, on the other hand, is not going to block off nearly anything. Once the first one clears here, there's going to be an angle around it for the scout to do work. So I'm not sure what that was about for Mad Lions. They're going to be Trying to see if they could go for it. It is a secondary smoke, and they have a Molotov as well, so they might be safe. That rush through the squeaky door, you know, when they just clear the path and win like that, it looks kind of cool, but think of how many ways that could have gone horribly wrong. I don't know if I like that rush.
It is. It's always a nerve-wracking affair rushing into that upper bomb site on an anti-eco round or an anti-force fire round like that. You never know if there's going to be some nades, maybe 1 or 2 deagle shots. The CZ on top of the hut could have been dangerous, but they executed it pretty darn well, making sure everyone is blinded and having relative safety. Roy taking that wide angle to clear top hut. That's one of the main danger positions. So good start for Mad Lions, up 2-0. 2 deagles and a scout for NIP to bring forward into the third. Hampus is going to pick up a P250 as well. And Plopsky's got a Zeus.
We like that. Never a bad thing to be picking up. Does usually offer a little bit of comedic relief.
Yeah, the only thing that can really compete with a flying knife would be a flying Zeus.
Yeah, we don't tend to see a lot of those either. People aren't really creative enough just yet. Scout, really far back, trying to use the distance. Rez not getting anything, and that Scout just revealed itself, and they're gonna go hunting while still covering heaven. That was Hampus just trying to help out his teammate. Every missed shot again is gonna, you know, take a little bit away from him, and he finally gets the tag way too late. So, whoa, grenade on Plopsky as well. This is looking like a good round. Mad Lions, at least for now, off to a good start. I don't want to get ahead of myself because I want to see what NIP have when they get rifles.
Yeah, that'll be exciting stuff. That's coming in the next round. That's a nice peek towards Rez's position in front of the smoke at Mini. He's expecting them to come along the fence from red box, and actually one just peeks from on top of Mini and takes him out clean. Nice and easy. So, 3-0 as Knock is surely about to go down turn in this corner. And now we get the rifles, now we get the AWP if NIP wants it, but more importantly, they get the utility to stop any kind of a fast play. So Twist will have the op. Everyone else is going to have M4s, they're going to have Molotovs, they're going to have smokes and HE grenades.
Why? He actually jumped down on him with the AK-47. That seemed really violent. I don't know if that was necessary.
Jumping knife, jumping AK, it's all there.
Okay, well, they've turned up the madness by a couple of notches, which is always, I think that's always one of the fun things about watching this Danish side play. We'll see if NIP could keep up or if it's going to be a rough second map here. Nice setup here inside of the ramp room. I actually thought they were going to be a bit quicker to get in there. They had just boosted him up. If they had been there like 3 seconds earlier, there would have been a hell of a lot of defense there. But now it's a 4-on-3, and Mad Lions, can they get the bomb down and do some real damage in this round? Shush is down here smoking off the one door, and they have another smoke on A-Core and even one on Roy. So if they get the bomb plant down quick, they could do a lot. Oh, that was the timing for Nork is so unfortunate.
No one else is down here for NIP. They never actually rotated the lower. A-Core is being a nuisance outside. Those are 2 spectacular shots. And that's the round. It's all over.
Yeah.
Twist is going to have to find a way to save.
Wow, yeah, that was so up until that point, it was looking like a really good round for NIP, but couldn't make it work. Twist getting tagged, and they're going to try and see if they can hunt him, I think. That AWP is going to be really annoying to play against Roy. He's moving closer. Shush is there. They have a Molotov they could throw all the way back here, and they have a couple of seconds more on the bomb, so he's not completely safe just yet. Let's see if they use the flashbang first to maybe get rid of him. It looks like they're not actually speeding up that much. I thought they'd be way more aggressive, so he's going to be allowed to keep the AWP.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
That isn't, especially considering Roy now has $13,000 before his buy. Like, you have plenty of money to go for that. We'll see if it can punish them, but yeah, NIP never actually dropped 2 players down below. You could see a bit of a mistake on the rotation, a bit of redundancy from the NIP side. 2 players rotated to the hallway leading towards ramp room to cover for their teammate who had just went down to cover that position. 1 M4 and 1 AWP. You only need 1 player, because as you can see, the Molotov forces them both back. That's a player that could have dropped. That's a player that could have taken up the position or closed the gap of the player who does drop. So NIP might need to clean up that rotation on the defense before things get too horrendous. But for the moment, it's a good 4-0 Mad Lions lead.
Yeah, things have started off much different from on Overpass, obviously, where was it like a 7-1 run or something like that for NIP at the beginning of that first half, and they were on the T side. So I think Mad Lions are probably relieved right now. And I mean, this is where you'd want to see them as a team, because they're one of those teams that do sometimes give away some pretty needless rounds and sort of, you know, throw away some advantages that they could have had. So I want to see some fundamental Counter-Strike coming out now from Mad Lions, and just don't lose too many rifles and don't give away this lead until NIP really have the equipment to take it. Hampus, speaking of which, 2 great headshots, and he must have heard Roy as well. Can't believe he peeked back into that. Oh, I'm getting real worried. That's Bobsky going down. Jason, we were just talking about it. Why are they doing it?
Yeah, you've really cursed him here. And the AWP hasn't even been put into play yet. That's the crazy part. That's 2 shots from Hampus. That is filthy. And he's already dropped down in towards the lower bomb site. And this is where NIP just turtle up. Don't overextend yourselves. Make sure there's 2 players always at the next point of attack. Hampus gonna go for more, tags up Acor, lucky to get out alive. He's gonna back up a little bit deeper. Another chance as Roy comes out above, another tag, there's the cleanup. 3, 4 kills for Hampus, and he's turned it. NIP with their first round on the board in an unlikely scenario.
That's pretty unforgivable. I mean, these shots here from Hampus are obviously really, really cool. But he's also, they actually just keep fighting him for a while. There are no grenades being thrown at him here. That was the first one and the second one right there. And then, you know, they get slowed down so badly.
In defense of Mad Lions there, I think the reason why there's no utility being thrown is because Roy's already in the ramp room. So they think it's relatively safe. That's just 2 very nice shots from Hampus. Any flashbang is going to blind Roy as well. So what a tough scenario for Mad Lions to be in.
Wow, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's going to be... Again, this could be the springboard for NIP to get right back in the game, and if it is, that's going to sting Mad Lions quite a bit. Ooh, big chance for a kill, really both ways. Twist took a little bit more damage, but Acor definitely getting tagged up too.
That's a really slow peek for Twist to hold his nerve on. Fires a bit early, but good shot from Rez. Puts down Bubsky in lobby, excuse me. And Shush now going to take up that position behind this smoke. Rez making plenty of noise. They might just come right through this.
Certainly gearing up for it, but now Roy's been taken down, so the rest of this push, I mean, it's either going to work a little bit or it's going to fail immediately. Creeping into the site, they're about to get spotted in here. More backup is coming, 50 seconds, jumping down. That could have been a disaster. Yeah, the orb actually falling into the site. Twist will go down, and Plobsky forced up behind the Molotov. Good shots coming through. Shush with a nice double kill, triple in fact, and that's going to leave it a 2-on-2 with 35 seconds left here. Bomb being planted, and the angle is not being guessed at the moment by Hampus there. Now Acor, he's in a really awkward spot with that AWP, but maybe so is Nork. Oh, this is a weird 2-on-2.
Yeah, but that's a good find from Nock just to hit the pause button. Close up. Shush has found his way out. He's going for the ace. 4 kills, and he's completely fooled. This is a great piece of movement. Nock is going to have no idea he's not at mini. There's the tap of the bomb, the defuse. Shush. He's been spotted out, and there's the peak. What a great shot from Rez. Getting aggressive and denying the ace. A second round for the Ninjas.
Wow, I can't actually believe that he managed to do that. It looked like that was fully in control for a minute there on Shush. He had it all lined up for him. He baited out the AWP shot, and then Nork still managed to take him down. This is a brilliant round out of Shush. I can't believe he does all of this. He actually even had a Molotov, which, I don't know, I mean, again, it's risky throwing grenades in one-on-ones. I mean, you could just be timed on it, but yeah, he's feeling that. Oh, what a strange round.
I thought that piece of movement towards Vent, towards Squeaky Door would have won the round. I didn't think there was a world in which Rez actually assumed that he wasn't pushed towards Mini. So maybe Rez actually spotted an elbow, maybe it wasn't fast enough, maybe it was death cam. But I thought he had him fooled like 10 different ways. So that's a nice clutch to win for NIP. They're still in it. The double up setup has been taken away from them.
Yeah, I guess that's...
And for Mad Lions, even with... Yep, go on.
I was going to say, that's maybe the one thing here that could put a little bit of a dent in the current couple of rounds here for NIP is the fact that does end in a one-on-one. So it does cost them a lot to do. Mad Lions, though, they only do the half force into this one. Could have maybe tried to keep up the pressure. I don't know about this. I almost want them to.
Yeah, they are spending a decent amount of money. That probably could have given them a couple rifles here or there. Oh, it's still firmly with NIP to take this series. Especially after these past 2 rounds, I think that's got to be pretty confidence-inspiring. Wall of smoke set up, deep Molotov as well. So Roy takes some damage. Asilian takes a lot of damage on a 12 HP. And this time, NIP's rotated perfectly. 2 players here with a crossfire.
Yeah, Plobsky just avoiding the grenade, calling it in for Hampus, who could probably also hear them stepping. There's no surprise in any of this that's going on. Asilian will double back, and he's now in an interesting position. I don't know if he could catch anyone off guard here. That would be truly something. He could find a way to maybe jump out of the vent at the right time, but Nork is hearing it, calling in the backup. Surely, easy kill on the first one. Nice swing of the Tech9 to take down Nork, but Twist is still up here, and Akor's already gone down. Roy will find a second kill. That Tech9 doing a lot of work inside of the bomb site, and bomb plant just a little bit delayed as Bobski's the one slowly making his own way onto the site. They need those smokes up.
Yeah, well, they just used 2 in one place at the same exact time, which is going to be horrendous for them. Nade is going to come out on Hampus. That doesn't do any damage whatsoever, but still, they have to wait for the smoke to fade, but because Mad Lions used 2 at the same exact time, there's nothing else that they can put up. There's going to be one chance for this retake for NIP.
Here we go, smoke down, Molotov down, Twist is going to be dropped by Roy. He's having himself a real round. He's down to 1 health, but with a triple kill, he's done more than enough here. He'll finish it off. A quad kill, all it took was a bullet, and they could not find him. Now that's some sweet revenge, Jason. They're going to be excited, I think, about winning this round, Mad Lions.
Yeah, they needed a return of the force buy win, the way that NIP had one as well, thanks to Hampus's deagle. But that's, again, some missed rotations from NIP, or at least miscommunication on who's covering what. 2 players go down, which is all well and good, but they give up the angle towards vents, and that leaves 1 player in the upper bomb site by himself, trapped behind the vent with nothing to really do. That's a very tough spot to be in. NIP let Mad Lions get away with 1. Down 3 rounds, timeout is called as well. And they're going to buy, Anders. So they're going to show that aggressiveness in their buy. The one you wanted to see out of Mad Lions in the previous round.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, that was mostly based on the fact that the NIP economy, wasn't going to be good enough, I thought, to sustain a buy, but they're proving me wrong and just going straight for it here. I mean, the Mad Lions economy is not looking amazing, but they will buy in the next round even if they lose this one. So that's the only thing that makes me a bit worried here for NIP making this kind of a buy. But on the other hand, they did just have Hampus get a quad deagle kill in one of the 2 rounds that they won, so maybe they're just thinking, why not?
Yeah, but how often are you going to get that during 1 half?
We're about to find out.
We'll see. I know, right? Well, this is huge for Mad Lions. They can take complete control of this map, unquestioning control of this map, if they can win this round. There's the opening kill for Roy. Hampus, 1 kill through the smoke, and he's got Shush at low HP as well. He might get a double. He might be able to find another one through the smoke. This is a dangerous game for 4 HP, and there it is. Hampus has done it again.
Could he get another one? Rez goes down in return, but Hampus, he's just a one-man army out here with a deagle. He'll get the 3rd one. Oh, God, they're going to be so upset. Absolutely. They're not beautiful headshots this time, but it doesn't even matter. And he's angling for more, now walking almost back into the AWP. Doesn't bait out the shot or anything. Akor is out here hoping for a mistake. He desperately at least wants to make it a 2-on-2. There's Twist showing up as well. And now they know where he is. 1 versus 3. God, man, Hampus is being such an annoyance to them at the moment.
I know, and just right after I ask how many are you going to get of those at a half, he's delivered it once again. The answer is at least 2. Akor in a 1 versus 3, going to start walking up outside. He's got 35 seconds, but he's got to pick up the bomb, and he's got to do all this scoped, or else he's going to give away his position. What a tough scenario to be in for Akor. Twist has backed off. He's got a very deep angle exactly for this purpose, and I don't think Akor has anywhere to go.
Just a question of timing. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Hampus has done it again. This time, I think, what should have been probably a one and done type scenario where he just, gets 1 for the smoke, he gets sprayed through the smoke and it's over, but they couldn't find him, and that's an instant shot on Roy, and then they don't really throw any grenades or anything. They're just thinking, and maybe even rightfully so, that they can win this fight with an AK-47 or something, but it's not happening.
Well, the benefit that Hampus gets in that round is Roy had like 12 HP, and Shush, I think, had 4 HP when he actually takes that fight. So, I mean, those are 2 players who got heavily damaged on that route and just didn't have the HP to actually battle. And obviously gets a bit lucky with the smoke in his face, so Hampus gets away with 1, and that's 2 rounds that he's provided NIP to keep them in this map. Rez never spotted Bubsky. This is a play and a half.
What a sneaky play. I mean, he's expecting for someone to maybe join him and thinking about it at least. Twist going to be blowing out the window. Maybe just a bit of a distraction. And Rez goes down. That was Bubsky justly rewarded for that sneaky ninja play. Not on the ninja side, though. Bubsky goes down afterwards. Hampus continuing his reign of terror. And Acor trying to get that shot through the floor and nearly getting it as well, I think. Twist taking a lot of damage. 3-on-3. And let's see, that bomb is on Asilian. He's hoping to clear that room just now. Acor taking up position. But yeah, this should be a bomb plant.
Yeah, but this is everything you could hope for your NIP. You've delayed this. You've gotten yourself in position. You've got 3 flashbangs and a smoke to utilize.
There's
Knock waiting at the top of the vents. He's just dropping in now. Oh, and Shush turned. An awkward fight that Knock has won just barely.
Yeah, that's really awkward. They would have lost the round if Knock had gone down. Still a good headshot from Asilian. Again, he went mostly missing on overpass, so good to see him do a little bit here. And now with the low health that's left on NIP side, they shouldn't be doing much of anything. Bit of a missed opportunity, but Knock is still low, and even with the shot there coming through the box, it's not going to be enough. Knock will try and make his escape. I think Acor is definitely dead with the amount of health that he has here. He's going to find the kill on Knock and makes a run for it, but the bomb is going to be going up, and oh, he actually will make it out. That's pretty fortunate.
They both survived with red HP. Not too shabby. 6-3. That's a good win for Mad Lions. Way to hold on to the bomb site. Tough scenario to be in. What a play from Bubsky. That might have been the defining kill, because you could see Hampus was here. Twist had rotated down as well. If Bubsky doesn't get that kill on Rez, there's actually a pretty formidable defense for NIP at that lower bomb site. And unfortunately, they've got to take a timeout again. Hampus at 14-7. No one else in NIP is even close. It's the frags that's the problem for the Ninjas at the moment. 1 kill on Plopsky, 2 for Rez, 4 on Knock, 5 on Twist.
Yeah, we've got a third map in the making. It's obviously too soon to tell, but it's starting to get there. Have you noticed that Plopsky's got one of those like V for Vendetta masks in the background, Jason? Is that...
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, we should suspect him or something?
Right.
Like, you know, could start some conspiracies around mask? That. Yeah, there's...
Yeah, we could.
Some real potential.
I've only really noticed Threat, who's got the Hendrix behind him. So shout out to Threat.
Is that, are you judging him? Is that the wrong brand? I don't know much about that.
No, it's great. It's fantastic.
All right.
That's not your world, it's mine.
It's fine. I just wanted to know. I thought maybe it could have been like, you know, silent judgment there.
I only judge people with positivity, Anders. Oh, surely not again. Surely, don't do it 3 times. Okay.
Do it again.
Like, that's a heat check as well. I think more often than not, Hampus gets that first kill and just falls away, but he's had 2 spectacular rounds with the Deagle, so why not go for it one more time? I think they certainly gave him the opportunity.
As someone who did predict Mad Lions in our stupid prediction game, I wanted him to get that a 3rd time. I was so excited for it. As much as I want Rez to get this...
isn't stupid just because you're losing.
Well, no, that's why it's stupid, Jason. I'll change my mind the second I'm winning. Just you wait. Rez has got a taser. We all love it. Bit of an awkward fight from Roy that he should be winning and finally will. Taking down Twist. That means Rez is now, not so safe there from Mini. Has to relocate, making it increasingly harder to find anywhere to use that. Acor getting shot in the back with Bubsky's there. What a friend. I think Beatles made a song around that, didn't they? A little help from a friend.
Yeah, it's a great song. It's fantastic. Knock has an AK-47 that he'd probably like to keep into the next round.
We would like to, and they're not being super aggressive about hunting him down. Their money is not that great either, so they probably don't want to be scouring the whole map to try and find him. So we shall see.
Yeah, you'd hate to let that op just drift away or get taken out of his hands, or one of the AK-47s to also hit the ground. So I think you're right. Mad Lions just trying to preserve their own economy. This has been a really weird, past 6 rounds or so with the fact that Hampus has won NIP 2 rounds of the Deagle, 2 Force Spies, just 1 gun round in there as well. Mad Lions has done a great job of responding every time they've hit adversity, unlike Overpass, where they had some opportunities but always kind of folded at the pressure moment. This is good stuff for Mad Lions.
Yeah, it really is. 7-3. And I mean, again, playing the T side of Nuke, getting off to this kind of a start, having the economy on your side, things are starting to look really, really good for them. I'm seeing a FAMAS in play. I'm seeing a lack of head armor, which shouldn't really technically make a big difference, but you never know. Could be an instance where it does play in. Did spot someone out, not going down, and that was outside in the smoke. Roy's playing this alone, and he actually sees it. He was looking for it, but Twist is going to be really quick on the trigger there.
I feel like that's a really bold position. Oh, hold the thought. Back to ramp room we go. There's smoke here, though. Going to come right through it. Hampus almost double taps him through that smoke, and Twist gets his gun out in time. Nobody else can peek. Acor patiently waits for the magazine to empty. Now he's found ramp room. It's a 2-on-3 as they push out, and they've picked up the bomb. But Hampus has already rotated down. Rez has control of lobby, and that's going to be a tough angle to clear out.
They're so boxed in. I think the only thing that works for them right now is the amount of time that's left. So if they were to find, let's say, this kill on Rez, at least they have time to actually, move back again if they want to. They're checking every corner, but yeah, Rez is going to have that kill easily. And, there are like 5 different angles they would have had to check. Nice double kill for Rez. And that will close out the round. Another one on the board for NIP. So, yeah, making it work. And that actually, again, the money wasn't that great on Mad Lions, so they might be in a little bit of trouble themselves.
It's almost like a mirror image the other way for these two teams on Nuke, like it was in Overpass, where NIP, like, you're still not going to have a great half, but you can recover quite nicely if you pick things up down the stretch. 4-7 at the moment, just 3 rounds back, and as you mentioned, the last buy for Mad Lions, and it's pretty delayed. That's a late call into freeze time to be making for the buy command to come out. Roy gonna have some nades sent his way, but he's found safety behind the box.
This could absolutely be one of the defining moments. Again, the money is probably the most important thing here, but if NIP could win this round, they could probably bounce up to 6 rounds, and that's a pretty good platform. I wouldn't say it's great for a CT side on Nuke, but it's enough for them to be competitive, right?
Yeah, that's exactly what I think they're looking for as well. They've got a decent amount of money. Plopsky's got 3K, Hampus at 1,400 as well. So even if they lose some weapons here, there are some ways they can recover. Wall of smoke set up outside. But they're going to creep up along the mini wall. They're not going to go towards Secret, so it's Twist who's got to be careful. Rez who's going to have a lot of attention put on him. Right now, Roy turns that corner. Good save from Plopsky with both kills. Gives Rez the space to do just that. What a defense. And Acor has dropped his op.
Yeah, that's what you dream up when you set up that kind of an A defense. Everyone getting exactly the kills they need to just shut the whole thing down. So, nuclear reactor is going to be safe, Jason. It's good news.
Did Acor? Yeah, that's always good news. That's the kind of news you want to hear every day. In fact, we should have a news segment every morning that just says all nuclear reactor is doing good.
You know what?
Yeah.
I was just reading about modern nuclear reactor stuff. So it's interesting. It's an interesting topic, and they've got this thing called molten salt reactors now that are much safer, and they run on thorium instead of uranium and all that stuff. It's a real interesting topic. If anyone wants to Google it in their spare time, feel free. Molten salt thorium reactor, and just get to reading. I lost like 3 hours doing that. Anyway, that was getting off track.
No, surely not.
Only tangentially relevant to what we're doing here.
Here we go. Aggressive drop onto the mini roof. Pistols are out. The op is out on Twist. They're all focused in that direction. He's in some trouble, but he as well is getting a little bit of help from his friends. And NIP will survive. They've gotten up to 6. 2 rounds left in this first half.
That was kind of interesting. He could have maybe tried to fall back and hide with that AWP, but he decided, you know what, okay, let's fight, let's go. So, just gave up on the AWP, used the USP instead, and they were all safe. So here we go. 7 rounds on Mad Lions, 6 on NIP. They have the money, and Mad Lions, they're going to force into this round. I mean, they have the money to buy, but yeah, this is actually starting to look so much better for the Swedish side. They were getting beat up pretty bad early on, but they just won 3 in a row where no bomb plants were had either by Mad Lions. So, and it's Hampus leading the way to no one's surprise here. 16-8. He's doing a good job.
Those 2 Deagle rounds that he had really kind of saved NIP from sinking, beneath the waves. He actually kept them afloat for some time in this half, and now you're starting to see the other guys pick up the pace. At one point when Hampus was like 13-5 or something like that, or 14-5, his teammates had like 1, 2, 4, and 5 kills across the board. So they've all kind of stepped up now, and they're all delivering and able to actually defend these bomb sites. We did have a player crash right at the end of that timeout, so we're going to get a technical delay a little bit as he just restarts the PC, but I'm assuming he's got an SSD, so it should be pretty quick.
Yeah, we've got great technology these days.
Does anyone play games with a computer that doesn't have an SSD at this time?
Assuredly not. Do you know what I remember? This is a bit strange. Kids won't realize what I'm talking about here maybe, but I once bought like a 10,000 RPM regular drive because I was like, that's so fast. Like because the slow ones were obviously 4,200 and then they were like 7,200, but there was one that was like 10,000 and it was like only 80 gigabytes or something. So you could install the system in like 3 games and you had to put everything else on other drives. But I thought, that's it. That's what I need. And then a year later, they started coming out with SSDs and I just felt like an idiot. So wrong time to be buying that technology.
How much was that hard drive?
Oh, it was expensive.
Those hard drives were expensive back in the day. I just saw a tweet today of someone who asked the question, how do people burn CDs? So that made me feel old.
The idea that would, like, nowadays, I mean, I just put together like sort of in the process of putting together an ITX case at home, and the thought of looking for a CD drive at all is just like, why would I do that?
So
why
silly,
why would I put that in?
I know. What a waste.
But yeah, I don't know. That does make you feel old, doesn't it, thinking about it? Anyway, 14th round, and NIP. Whatever the opposite of old is, that's what they are on average here, and they're playing well. They're doing good.
I think young, Anders, is the word you were looking for. Molotov down from Shush after that push from Hampus. No one else to follow it up from NIP, but now you've got an AWP in position, and this would be a great way to find an equalizing kill. Smoke has just cleared. And the question is, can he pick off the player falling back, or is someone going to move forward? There's the jump across. Good tag. Molotov out as well. Shush cannot. Oh, he can. He beats right through the flames, but Twist is ready. Another peek, but Acor over the fire. He's got that, and it's hectic. It's bedlam all across the map.
That was a nice little sort of peek in there from Nork. I actually thought that was going to be a bit scary because he went back down again, but just continuously going the wrong way out there in the yard. So now, I don't know how you do this. 50 seconds, 2 versus 3, but with a Cillian low on health, even if you get the bomb down here with no interruption, look at how many grenades they have on the NIP side. They should absolutely be able to win this round. Acor's got the AK-47 here. Cillian, I think he has to just be for 1 kill here and then hope that Acor can get the 1-on-2. And a little bit of a spam coming through. There's Acor with 1 kill. He sees the door open. He knows long-range spray. And he's going to go down to Plopsky. And now Cillian is in a lot of trouble back here. Goes for a little bit of a range. And actually right underneath him he jumped in. I don't know. Maybe without the jump, I don't know what he would have done there. But still, going to be the round for NIP. Closer than I thought.
Yeah, way closer. NIP, there was no way. That's actually pretty solid positions from Mad Lions to make sure that NIP cannot actually work together to get into that bomb site again. It's a bunch of isolated duels. We didn't get to see that part of the round. A little bit of a lobby crunch from Plopsky there, and obviously not getting aggressive over towards the stairs. They did just enough to pull that round back in their favor, but they've won 4 in a row. And remember, on Overpass, that first half looked like a disaster for Mad Lions, and they ended up winning the last 4 rounds of this half. NIP's doing the same thing right back to them at the moment, so they have recovered quite nice, and the final round determines who's got the advantage.
Yeah, this has really turned into something quite interesting. Got the Orc picked up as well on Nork. There are a couple of players out there that really do a lot of damage with this particular weapon, which is interesting. I actually like where the Orc is right now, because it's not like a really obvious pickup, and yet we see people who seem to be sort of specialists with it. So I think that makes it interesting whenever you see it picked up. It looks like Yard with Bubsky. Oh, he's going to win the fight against Hampus out there. And there's the Org with a quick return. Now, do they try and fight him or just ignore him and go somewhere else? Bubsky's going to be found down in that bomb site. Excellent shot from Acor, though. 3-on-3.
That's wild. Yeah, the all gonna miss its chance as well, but Rez here's all the information. He can have a fast flank. Plopsky's just come up the vent, which is dangerous in its own right. They've spotted him out. He better hope to God that smoke is enough to force them away. And for the moment it is. Back into the hands of Rez, they go! A double kill. Bomb on the ground, and Rez can sneak away, wait for Plopsky's arrival. 40 seconds for Shush in a 1 versus 2.
And Plopsky came down to join, but he can make it up the ladder before Shush can get there. All the noise and the great off angle for an 8-7 finish. NIP still coming out with a round lead at the end of the half in spite of a pretty bad start here on Nuke. I think they're going to be excited about that. They've got all the chances here to make it back on the second half, and that's going to be coming up after the break, so stay tuned.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted, NIP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You can absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping, was Napfly, and there's the head on display! He takes it! FaZe Clan winning a round! Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
Well, here we are, back in the mix. Second map, second half. It's Mad Lions and NIP with a great start in many ways for Mad Lions, and NIP were down and out. But look at the end of the half, celebrating the fact that they end up with 8 rounds. And I think Mad Lions, they need to pull themselves together right now, or they're going to be in a fair bit of trouble. So yeah, this is time for Mad Lions to show us what they got. In the beginning, the odds were pretty even, and they've been tilting towards NIP ever since.
Yeah, not just the 8 rounds for NIP that's impressive, it's the fact that they go on a 5-round win streak to close that half. That had to have felt so suffocating for Mad Lions, and such a crazy turn of events. They were probably feeling so good throughout most of that first half, only to have it all dropped away. Now the question becomes, does NIP have the T side put together to be able to overcome the Mad Lions defense? And that'll be the next question, because it's glaringly obvious on a map like Nuke if you don't have a set plan for your T side. So NIP is going to get put to the test right away.
Yeah, they definitely will. Shush Ready with a grenade in hand. Put the right place. That could probably win the round if they're all stacked up. The three of them there by the squeaky door. Winning this pistol round would be huge right now for Mad Lions. That would give them exactly the start that they want. And here comes the push through. The grenade is out, but it's land behind him. It does nearly nothing. The headshot, though, will do everything. Great double kill for Shush. Plobsky and Rez, though, quick with the return. And now the bomb plant just needs to go down. They are a little bit low on health. So Mad Lions still maybe with a chance to do this. No kit currently picked up.
Yeah, but they've got two players inside the site. Rez and Plopsky can do nothing. There's nowhere to go from here. You just have to stand and watch for heaven. Acor and Asilian for the retake. Asilian swings wide, and Acor can get nothing done with it, and they might just waste a magnificent round from Shush. There's Rez chiming in on Roy, and another pistol round won by NIP. They're up 9-7.
Wow, yeah, I mean, that 3-on-3 retake, like, so much of it is in the whoever gets the first kill coming out from heaven there. And it went to NIP, and then they just get stuck. I don't know how far behind Roy was when that first engagement was happening, but certainly far enough away that he couldn't really attack as it was going on. He came in a little bit later. So, what a magnificent start here for the Swedes. Let's see if they can continue to roll it. They are running into 3 deagles. I don't know what Roy is going to be buying. If anything, Shush has spotted even a UMP, so actually a fairly aggressive round. Another deagle. No scouts in play.
No, nothing. Acor is saving as much money as possible for that op in the 4th round. We'll see if they can turn it. Remember, Hampus had 2 of these rounds in the first half, so I think Mad Lions won a force buy in the first half, but they'd love to get one here. 9-7. Plenty of SMGs with utility for NIP to start doing some investigating, to learn what they're up against, to scout out a portion of the map. NIP slow playing the start of the round to make sure they wouldn't get caught by any kind of nade stack as well. 1 smoke and 1 HE grenade left on Mad Lions for utility for the rest of the round. So these deagles, they're really going to rely on them. And you have to imagine they're going to investigate, and they're going to be peeking into the angles eventually.
Asilian here suddenly jiggle peeking for a little bit of a fight. Gonna try and put up that smoke in time, but they're already in front of it. They line up. Oh, that's so much damage just with the deagle. That might win the round. Asilian with a double assist there. He deserved maybe a little bit more recognition for that one. Hampus going to be alone in a 1 versus 4 as he does bring down one of them, but they're all waiting for him on the other side, and he will fall in the end. Mad Lions with a very, very important round here.
You mentioned it in the first half. It is a bit sketchy, and this is why you said you don't like on those second rounds teams going through the squeaky door to that upper bomb site. That's what happens if, unlike Mad Lions, remember, Roy got all the way to the wall and swung wide to clear out top hut.
Yeah.
This time, NIP, they get stuck in that choke point. They eat nades. They might have even been taking damage from their own Molotov, which was put out, which was placed on the top of the hut as well. So, I mean, they just got bottlenecked straight up. Could go absolutely nowhere. And God, they're going to feel really awful about that, because with a 9-7 lead on your opponent's map pick and a chance to close out the series 2-0, you really want to convert that pistol round.
Surely it's time to call on Hampus and that ridiculous deagle. That's got to be the plan here if you're NIP. Say, can we get another triple kill, please?
Look at how many people have just rotated to defend outside for Mad Lions. I'm pretty sure they have all 5 players here. It's so wild. 1 mini. 1 window, 1 heaven, 1 warehouse. They were set and ready for this. 1 at the box outside as well. So that's just way too many bodies for NIP to make it past with just deagles.
Yeah, they really got shut down. That's a bit of a shame. Hampus not being allowed to show us some of that magic. Oh, firing the UMP almost in panic mode there. But nice recovery. This twist will go down, and nobody from Mad Lions will fall. Even a couple of UMP kills will definitely add to Asilian's economy. And they're all tied up, and with no bomb plant or anything else, there's not going to be a chance of buying here for NIP. So this is an interesting turnaround. Remember, again, Mad Lions are the ones that are really under pressure here as they lost the first map. So they need to find a way to make this work. All Glocks. Glocks, Jason.
Glocks! Oh, and they eat the nades. Oh, nice catches from Plopsky. That's fantastic work. Great hands. Roy. Oh, he's digged up as well. These Glocks are doing actually some decent work.
Oh, it's so stupid, isn't it? 10 to 9.
It's still early for me, Anders.
Yeah,
It's
I know.
way too early to have been awake for 5 hours already.
Ooh, he did actually. You're right. He caught it.
Yeah.
It's pretty heroic.
It's the worst game of hot potato you could ever play.
Yeah.
10 to 9, 1 round lead for Mad Lions, and here we are. AK's on board for NIP, 1 AWP in the hands of Acor as well. Let's see what Mad Lions has to force a third map.
Amp has already taken a bit of damage. Gotta be annoying. Down, I think maybe shot through Squeaky or Hut, I'm not sure. Oh, that was his grenade, I guess, landing in his feet, so. Still, outside pressure from Roy and Acor, though no one really knows yet, but I do like the double setup. It is a little bit all in, and they could get grenaded out here, but I still think it's kind of cool to see. And there's Plopsky going down. Acor, what do you do now? Do you oh, if you lose more players, I guess is the answer. That's a really, really cheeky shot.
And he's going to go back for more, obviously, and they still haven't even spotted Roy in this location. Hampus is next up. Acor finds another. That's 3 kills. 1 by 1 they go. And Asilian has found a 4th on the other side of the map. And what a great round for Mad Lions. NIP had absolutely no idea how to handle this.
Yeah, it's kind of a tricky call to make. I mean, never mind that they got picked up as they were sort of trying to investigate what was going on. The problem, right, is if you use a lot of the grenades that you wanted to use for the actual execute to get rid of those 2 people out there, you know, even if you get rid of them, let's say you trade evenly and now you're in a 3-on-3, well, if you just used all your grenades and a lot of your time, then you actually still could be in a lot of trouble. So, yeah, I mean, they just got picked off, obviously, so didn't even get to make the call.
Yeah. My big gripe with that round for NIP is we kind of saw it on the replays a little bit. Plopsky turns that corner and gets picked off, but a flashbang pops for Acor's angle maybe 3 seconds later. So it's a question of, you know, wait for that utility to pop before you...
Oh, and 21st round here. I think we might have had a quick disconnect from Jason. I'm sure he'll be back, but it's a good round to be disconnected in when we've got the Tech 9s and the Eagles and the CZs here. Should be a fairly swift cleanup, I think, for Mad Lions in this one. And with the building economy that's behind them, I mean, look at that, 11,000 on Roy, 7,000 on Shush. This could be a real opportunity for the Danes. That is a nice drive-by shot. Twist taking down Bobsky. Grenade on top, and Acor to clean it all up. I'm sure they thought that was going to be a bomb plant, and they just get absolutely smacked by Acor. Quad kill on him, and no bomb plants are happening. So 12 to 9. And let's see what NIP could bring to this table. They were going to pick up the AK-47s here. Hampus still ahead at 19, but finally overtaken by Acor at 21 kills. I think that round just put him over the edge. So let's see. Another 4 rounds is what they need here, Mad Lions. And NIP, it's not that they're so far behind that they can't make it, but it's getting to that point in the game where, you know, they need to find a way to make this comeback happen, or it's not going to happen at all. Roy looking up on top of the hut there, or the top of the silo. Nearly catching a glimpse of someone, and they're rightfully paranoid about what's happening out here in NIP. They really don't want to be losing to any of the silliness from earlier rounds. Bobsky going down through the smoke. That was Nork to get the kill over at the Squeak door. But no one has spotted Roy out here yet, and they're hearing the orb inside, so are they going to forget about the fact that there could still be someone by the red container? They're certainly getting closer now. Actually getting a lot closer. There's Acor sneaking around the corner, trying for a wall bang. Roy, yeah, he's been spotted. They know that he's here, so that's very dangerous. Trying to run him down. He's in trouble, and he'll get taken out right away from Hampus. And Acor still sticking around, which, I mean, that's surely going to cost him everything here. Shush, the one going down as they're hunting Acor. What an unlikely scenario. Jason, you're back. I'm happy to hear it, but that was a bit silly.
Plopsky just turns that corner, spraying into the smoke, and he didn't even kill the target that he was looking for. He was looking for Acor, and it didn't even matter. He got the other one. Regardless, great round from NIP. That's quite a battle at Redbox, and that's a pretty important battle when you consider that Acor was able to demolish them from that position. If you're NIP, priority 1 in the next gun run had to have been taking control of that and making sure Mad Lions knows they cannot just have that control of the map round after round after round. So I really like that play call from Threat and the Ninjas.
Ooh, some grenades landing there on NIP. Look at Rez and Hampus already low on health. Almost caught with a knife out there. Roy, that could have cost them the round almost. That is so dangerous. Some good damage and a good double kill, but don't be shuffling around with the weapons when you're playing that far forward.
Acor is just a monster at the moment. Another kill with the AWP. And he's going to even battle further. There it is, a second one on the knock, and he knows exactly where Hampus is coming from. And Acor wants to wrap up Nuke nice and quick. 13-10 for Mad Lions.
I mean, he's doing everything right for that wrap-up to happen. He's 25 and 14 here. And yeah, they're getting real close to that finishing line. They also have some money to work with still, and NIP need to do some more here. All they've really got is the pistol round in the second half, and then, you know, in that one rifle round that they picked up, but that's it. Only 2 rounds.
Again, Acor, just a beast. The nade, the utility usage from Mad Lions is on point. They've had about 3 different ways of tossing it outside. On top of that, the AWP. Acor seems to be everywhere.
I mean, that was almost going to be a kill for Roy, and even then, like, there wasn't even enough. He just spun around to get it anyway. Looking for one more, and he'll take down Twist. He's just casually picked up a quad kill in this round for just, again, as you said, everywhere on the map.
This half's over. Knock might be able to get a Cillian here, but probably not with that flashbang coming in. Roy drops him. All 5 players survive. Mad Lions have the hot hand on Acor. They've got all the economy in the world, and now they've got a 4-round lead, just 2 away from forcing a 3rd map in this series. And Jesus, he could have even had a double there to start out the round. What a disgusting performance Acor's having on Nuke.
Yeah, I mean, the grenade was what did it anyway, so kind of counts anyway. I just don't, I mean, this is the sort of stuff, you see Acor play like this. This is where he's converting myself and many others to, you know, to being sort of fans, and then when he goes missing a little bit, you know, it's super disappointing, because when you see this kind of play, you think, man, this is what's going to be the super weapon for Mad Lions in any given moment.
Well, that's why so much of the chatter around this team has transitioned over to guys like Bubsky and Shush.
Yeah.
Is that inconsistency out of the AWPer. But you're right, it certainly is a beautiful thing to witness when you get this kind of a performance out of him. Plopsy gonna cross with that deep smoke wall. Hampus is dropped in the smoke. That's a Cillian. And they're gonna try and pinch down to the lower bomb site. 2 in secret. Roy's put an end to 1. 2 coming in through ramp room. Acor's gonna drop away. Gonna try and stay alive, and he's done just that. Plopsky finds 1 out of the sky, and the P250 is out. Twist goes down, and it's Acor to look for a 3rd.
He's so quick. It's so ridiculous. It's beautiful, isn't it? If you could play like that just most of the games, it would really be something, wouldn't it? 31-14 right now. He's cracked the 30 mark in just 25 rounds. And Plopsky, I just don't even know what success looks like for him at the moment. Save the AK, maybe? I mean, next round might be their last.
Yeah, I mean, that might be, I don't even know. I think you just go die as well, to be quite honest with you. With the AK-47, get some utility for your team. But even economic kills at this point don't matter a whole lot, considering the amount of money Mad Lions is about to have when this round ends. So Plopsy's going to keep the AK-47. He's already got smoke and Molotov. He'll buy 1 flashbang for the next round, and NIP will see if they can make a 5-round comeback happen to force overtime. But it's not looking likely when you see how Acor is playing.
No, what even will it take to do much of anything? These are the kind of shots that they're unreasonable. You actually have him under a lot of pressure. You got close with the rifles, and he's just still sniping all over the place. 15-10 as the scoreline. NIP need 5 rounds in a row somehow. And that's, I mean, again, they've got 2 rounds in this entire second half so far. Nothing feels like it's going to be achievable here.
Yeah, the thought that NIP is all of a sudden going to have, you know, the secret recipe and rattle off the next 5 rounds in a row is a bit far-fetched, I think. That being said, they did it in the first half on the CT side. Beat up for most of the half and then take the last 5 rounds of the half. So they'd have to do pretty much the same exact thing here. And this is where, if you're NIP, you're looking back on losing that second round after winning the pistol and realizing not converting the pistol was such a huge blow to your chances to win this map.
Yeah, I mean, that's actually true, isn't it? You win that pistol round of the second half and you're NIP, you feel like that's it, that, you know, now we're back in the driver's seat, and it gets taken away really swiftly. Here we go. AKs, that MAC-10 on Hampus, their last chance NIP here to try and see if they could maybe do something on Nuke, or we would go to Train. Oh, Asilian running right into the grenade on top, a big double, but look at the damage behind it. That might already be nearly the round-winning move.
And look at the confidence. Madline's already coming in for that quick flank. 2 players in control room. Nox going to go through the smoke. Oh, the timing is brutal. And Shush just moves out of his vision. This is so wild. I cannot believe this has actually happened. Shush might find the craziest flank.
Yeah, there's no way for Nork to know this. I mean, see, yeah, falling right back. I can't believe he didn't get that kill. Nork actually picking up one, and Shush realizing pretty quickly what's going on. Hampus has been lost in the meantime, and they'll double up on Shush to take him down, and suddenly it's a 2-on-2. Well, that wasn't the expected outcome, was it?
No, I'm so confused. It seemed like he had every advantage in the book, but it's all right. Acor is still here. AWP in hand. And Roy's found himself into a pretty safe position. Twist is going to head back towards lobby. That might bait Acor into a peek, and it does, but he wins it.
Of course he does.
And Twist has got to go right back at him now. Yeah, of course he does. Double kill for Acor in the round.
30 seconds now. Twist, I mean, picking the right approach so far. Gonna have to try and see if he could drop down. He does have a smoke as well, so maybe he could buy himself a couple of seconds here. Is he trying to shoot through from beneath? That would be a way to finish the game, surely, but no, he's going to be back in the vent. Seemed like he was for a second. The bomb will be planted. Acor coming right up the vent, and he's going to throw a grenade. Doesn't really do anything to Twist just yet. A little bit of a flash out, and I don't know if Acor heard that. Going to be walking in. This is some cold play coming out from Twist, and I think he has a Molotov as well. That could be interesting, but Acor turned for it. He saw it coming somehow. A triple kill. That seems fitting to try and end it with GG's call from Twist already. Acor ending at 34-14 with another multi-kill to win it. 16-10 overall here in favor of Mad Lions. That means we're going to go to Train to decide the whole thing. What a great series to start the day with here. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll be right back with the analysts coming up after the break.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kid, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. Vitality are starting to clear things out, so if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects 3! USP taps, and Zywoo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes 3!
He didn't just do that!
Magisk is blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Close to middle, they know they are no one catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a parting headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison, and there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Oba will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Oh, Magisk, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse, he's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
A solid performance there on a nuke Peacemaker, and with you're looking at Acor, right? This kind of performance. I was talking to your team before during the first week during the showdown, and they were saying how much of a difference maker he can be with this. Going into Train, which is quite a 50-50 map for both of you, does this give you the positive feeling with this momentum and Acor hitting the shots? Because an AWPer is 100% vital on a map like this.
Oh yeah, definitely. It was kind of unfortunate that on the first map, all of us were kind of off or committing mistakes that we normally don't do, but on Overpass we're still slacking. We need more experience on the map and play more officials. Now when it comes to Nuke, like in the last game we played on Nuke as well, he was popping off, and then today again, like I think we have a really good understanding of like how to use him on Nuke, and he's doing such a great job. Now going to Train, as you said, like it's such a map that there's a lot of distance, and the ops can be a huge factor, especially when you're double opping and stuff like that. They also do double op setups a lot, so let's see who performs better.
Let's see who performs better indeed. I'm looking forward to it, mate.
We are back after this nuke map and an impressive performance from Acor. And we were chatting, Chad, and I feel like it almost defeats my point. I wanted to talk about the tactical aspect side of Mad Lions, but Acor, he just took it and threw it out the window.
Yeah, the conversation all has to be that second half, right? The first half split down the middle, everybody winning back and forth rounds. But when we flick on over here to the second half, just look at that. 130 ADR, 34 kills. I was trying to quickly go through the scoreboard on HLTV.org there just to see his impact in the second half. He had a bunch of 2Ks, he had a bunch of 3Ks, he had 2 4Ks in the mix right there, but he was just absolutely shutting down NIP. And it made NIP look rushed because they were trying to move as quickly as possible to get away from this AWPer, but he just kept hitting shot after shot and he could not be stopped. What a monster this guy's been.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact is, as we're going to see in that viewer right here, that he's done these kills all over the map. It's not like he was only standing in one position, being stationary and being a problem. No. He was moving around. He was doing it with the M4. He was doing it with the AWP. And I agree with you. I feel like maybe NIP somehow allowed him to do it. I don't know if that's the right term to use it, but I feel like there was a substantial lack of flash, or maybe someone jumping in front of him, or smokes or everything. It was just a little too easy. But then again, what are you going to do when he hits this type of shot?
Well, this one right here with the nade and AWP combo, I sat here and I go, wait, what are they doing? Why are NIP rushing this situation, right? Because it was a low buy scenario. They get across to Secret. They have all 5 members alive. They even get the opening kill from Twist onto Bubsky with an awesome 1-dig, and then they just rushed it. And Acor's having a field day with this. We can see in these highlights, every single direction he turned, the NIP player was waiting, and he was ready to take them down. I can't remember I've seen a player who just absolutely dominated a second half in that fashion, because you have to go back and just look at the multi-kills. Like, if you're getting a 3K or a 4K in consecutive rounds, you are almost single-handedly winning your team the game. Like, that's not team Counter-Strike. That's nothing. Sure, they're communicating. Sure, they're telling him what they're hearing, what they're seeing. But he is just moving around and destroying everybody. I am blown away by that performance. Wow.
Yeah, me too. Listen, I want to take back the conversation to the first half, and I actually had a clip ready to show the tactical aspect of Mad Lions, because I actually thought they did a great job on their T-side. And we will see here a pistol force by that I like to call it. They play with the wall of smoke. They drop down with Asilian and Roy actually going in to make a diversion here. The attention to detail. They could have gone straight up, but they don't. They use the flash. And as a result, Plupsky have no idea how many went through. He heard at least 2, but he got flashed. He got off the angle. So Hampus is already in position, but here comes the twist. No pun intended. Actually, Asilian and Roy, they're ready to split that A bomb side. And as we're going to see on the side of NIP, it's just one poor note right here. The strategy completely worked out for them. Nog will get an easy frag from behind. That's one, but then the trades comes in. And even if Twist is able to get that kill from ladder, it actually turns into a 3 versus 2 bomb plant situation completely in favor of Mad Lions. So these are the type of strategies that I was talking about. They were able to put it on the table in the first half, and I don't know if you agree, Chad, but I think that Hampus was the main reason why this first half didn't turn into a whitewash.
Yeah, well, in the early stages, that first half, right, I think the first 4 rounds, Hampus had like 4 kills and Twist had 2. So those first 4 rounds of the game, it just felt like they were going to get blown out of the water. But then he had a bit more impact, continued with some more Deagle kills. It was good to see him finding some impact, but I'm not critical of him, but I'm critical of the player who he replaced, and nobody seemed to have filled that gap, because Lekro before, he was the gap filler on the CT side nuke, dealing with those rotations that you were just pointing out, stopping the rotation to lower, dropping down the vent, calling the teammates where to rotate. And I suppose that being a general on the CT side and telling your players where the gaps are or where they need to go is probably one of the hardest things to do on a map like Nuke. So something that Hampus needs to grow into, or something they need to give to maybe one of the other experienced members, like Rez on the screen right here. I'm not sure how they're going to end up with that. Obviously, we know there's still a lot of growing, but what's up next? We got Train, right? Where do you see this one going, Maniac?
Well, I mean, now we can just turn our attention to a Train for a second. You talk about rotations, you talk about defensive solutions. Are we going to see a different NIP? Because I feel like the same kind of problems could come up as well on a map like Train.
Well, that's the thing, right? And the question is, not only is that going to be an issue, but is ACOR going to be able to put up that same kind of AWPing performance just there? Because if he's sitting in the back of yard and they're teaming out, unable to flash him off lines, and he's going to be able to repeat consistently like that, he's sitting on a heater right now. And there's no reason he can't carry that form across. So NIP need to either slow down their T sides and milk him out a bit more, stop giving him so many open duels, make sure that there's a player available to trade. Because right there, when you watch those highlights, it was almost like he was offered up 1v1s time and time again. He had to work for it, he had to position himself for it, but that's not good enough on the NIP side of things from their T side. So, oh man, I'm still going to go with NIP. I think they've still got it in their back pocket to pull it out here, but I think this is going to be a good one. I hope this one goes the distance.
I have to agree with you. I'll stick with Mad Lions. That being said, no, we are ready to throw to a break, and when we come back, we will have this final map, third map on Train, so stay tuned.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent, and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours, so that you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Here we go. We've gone the full distance. We're now on Train as the third and deciding map between NIP and Mad Lions. This has really been a great game, and it's good to see that Mad Lions woke up after the beating they took on Overpass. I mean, they dished out quite a bit of damage on Nuke and Train. Do you want to change your prediction? You went with NIP for this one, didn't you?
I did go for NIP for this one, and no, I'm still very comfortable in this. Acor used all of his powers with the AWP on Nuke. He's going to have nothing left in the tank here on Train. Therefore, I've got no worries whatsoever about my prediction.
All right, he wasn't just warming up, he spent it all. The odds are almost back where we started. I think it was like 185 to 180 or something at the beginning, and we were getting close there. So yeah, I mean, I think that would be one of the ways that NIP could win, right? Is if he isn't going to have that kind of a game, Acor, that would make a big difference.
Well, here's who needs to step up for Mad Lions. We talked about after the first map, Basilian. And on a map like Train, remember just last week, we saw him actually using the double op. He was the secondary opper after Acor, using that over towards Ivy. So if he's going to be able to get that going and, spark that up in the first half, that'd be absolutely huge for Mad Lions.
Well, let's see. I like this aggressive push down Ivy. That's Roy and Shush just already taking a peek, and they've spotted out Twist, so now it gets, real awkward. I bet NIP would love to try and push, but they also know that they've been at least spotted a bit, so what are they going to be pushing into out here? The smokes are down, so now they're committed, but Bobsky, that's a clean pick-off to take down Hampus. Back around the corner, Acor and Bobsky once again, and yeah, this has been completely crushed. They were so ready for this. Great positions from Mad Lions in front of the smokes to take the fights, and nice turnaround from Nork. That is beautiful. He's out in the open, though, fighting away, and he won't be able to complete what he started, though. That did look cool for all of a second.
4 players outside, and NIP only had 1 smoke. They did not have enough utility to block off all those fights and make that uncomfortable. Bubsky does a great job. Obviously, 2 kills is very nice, but the fact that he's denying them from pushing forward down the lanes and making the fights easier on his teammates who are back towards Ivy, that's really well done from Bubsky. 1-0 after the pistol. And Mad Lions M4, FAMAS, 3 SMGs. It's a full investment for NIP. MAC-10, Scout, Deagles as well. We'll see what they can do with it.
Yeah, I mean, you'd be helped right now if you could get an easy fight. Smoke goes up, and Roy, a little bit of pressure here. Oh, Twist to the box. They need to get the refrag at the very least, and Hampus is going to get one more with that famous deal by now. 4 versus 3. That actually cost a little bit for Mad Lions to try and do that. And Shush, if he goes down into res, that's going to be a nightmare. He will survive, and that's a hugely important kill.
Man, I'm not sure I've ever seen that aggression in middle with that smoke from the Mad Lions side handled so well by anyone. That was really well played between Twist and Hampus to be able to find those kills, especially around the smoke. 1 player to deal with here, it's Acor. Gonna peek in with the FAMAS. It's a committed wide swing, and he got Plopsky down to 2 HP. Now it's on. They know the position, but Asilian close up to Team Mid is gonna be so difficult to flush out of this position.
Molotov as well to take care of Plopsky. They don't even realize that he's here. Cillian, there should be at least 1 free kill, and that's on the bomb hunters. Oh, he misses the chance. He might go down. Oh, that's a big mess up. Now Shush is going to have to try and do it on his own. They got 30 seconds. Yeah, they want to try and escape as well. They'll win the round. That is a giveaway that they can't allow.
No, I certainly can't. That one hurts, and you can see Asilian leaning back in the chair. He's having a tough day, and that is a really, really rough way to lose a round. All the advantages of his positioning just thrown away.
Yeah, that's, I mean, he obviously, he knows that the second, probably he shoots the gun, he's just thinking, man, this is not how this is supposed to be working, but that was bomb out trying to plant, and he gets back around the train, and then the MAC-10 takes him down. That's going to be hard to recover from.
Oh, here we go. I don't think Plopsky's going to be able to spot this. They can get close up. Rez, it's all on a timing. And there he just went away. He's got taken out. Now moving forward, it's all on Plopsky. 1 more to deal with. 1 coming up the ladder as well. He's got to be very careful. Nade out. But they have control, Mad Lions, of these white holes, and that's a big advantage.
Yeah, this definitely does shrink the map quite a bit. Roy and Acor, though, are a little bit alone out in the yard, so does provide a pretty good fight out there for NIP, especially if they can just clear the first corner there, or the initial flashbang setup, and I think maybe a smoke as well. Try and block out some of the early angles there in favor of NIP. We'll see Roy with a bit of a swing. C-set 75, not doing any damage on that first volley, but he'll go down. A-Core gets one, and actually a Cillian right underneath as well. There's the AK picked up, and that could have been a great kill to find. Now it's a Cillian in a 1 versus 2.
He's got the shotgun, trying to make sure they can get close, and he hears nothing. He saw none of the evacuation. Now it's time for Cillian to kind of get some courage and go find an upgraded weapon if possible, and probably end up saving it, to be quite honest, as the bomb is going to be planted towards inner. No chance for Cillian to really win this round. He's got no kit. He's going to go for it, though. He's going to try and be the hero, tapping away, and shut down. 2-1 for NIP.
Yeah, and, you know, a close round there that if they could have somehow won it at the end, I mean, that would have made up for so much, probably regained a lot of confidence. Think about what this does as well. Down the stretch, it's going to be a longer, basically, before A-Core can start to pick up that AWP, and that, again, was probably one of the goals here of your NIP, to just try and prevent that for as long as possible. Excitement for Twist.
You've got one more round without it, so you better have a field day here. This is where you better start partying, because you might not have a whole lot of chances left after that, depending on what kind of performance A-Core is going to have here on Train. A unique stack, we'll call it that.
I don't know what this is meant to accomplish. I'm not going to lie. What happens if someone, like, someone would have to swing wide at Ivy for no reason? Maybe Twist is that guy, but he only has a pistol anyway.
I like it. I'm down with it. There we go. Firing squad. All right, well, he knows where 4 players are, so an easy call to head towards the inner bomb site. And you're right. I mean, unfortunately for Mad Lions, that player, Twist, just has the P250. If it's an AK-47 for some odd reason, maybe you can, you know, get some economic advantage for the next round. But now the MAC-10 from Plopsky can build up some bonus money. That gets put into play. And there's no chance that Mad Lions can take back this bomb site. So it'll be 3-1 for NIP. Plopsy's going to go down. But that should be it.
Yeah, best they could do is some economic damage, and even that is going to be really hard. They lost Twist, who had nothing, and then they took down Plopsky, who had already got a couple of kills with the MAC-10, so he won't care too much about dying in the round. 3-1. All being picked up now on A-Core. As we said, this is going to be... It's going to be the really interesting moment in time for both teams in a lot of ways. I can't believe they managed to give that second round away. That's still kind of shocking to me.
What kind of A-Core you think we're going to get in this map, Anders? You think we're going to get Overpass A-Core or Nuke A-Core?
I think it's going to be Nuke A-Core. I could see that happening. Not really A-Core, just some grenades that they run into in main so far. Some good shots coming through, and look at all the damage here on the NIP side. That's a bad start for NIP, but it's not done yet. They can still fight back in this round.
Yeah, I'm not even sure the positions that they've gained is worth the damage they've taken. You can see Hampus here. He's ready to kind of swing towards bomb train, maybe surprise some of the Mad Lions defense if they don't expect him to be out. 3 players on... Ooh! And A-Core peeks right into Twist. He goes for a late glimpse in towards T-Mid. And now these positions get a bit stronger. Oh, good find from Bubsky before the flames spread. And a Cillian as well holding them at bay. And this defense is starting to look good.
That is a very critical kill coming out from Bobsky, and a good follow-up as well. Does give them a bit of a lead here. 50 seconds on the clock as Bobsky will take down Hampus. Low on health already, but I guess the AW will do it. Now it's a 1 versus 3, but he could actually do this. Rez.
Oh, no.
The bomb, though. Oh, that is a shame.
Oh, you do hate to see it. This happens so frequently, this bomb gets left this far back, and I feel like he has to know Cillian's going to be close by and can't win the fight. Good shot from Cillian with the immediate dink. Double kill for him in the round, and Mad Lions have a second. If that bomb is out in yard, there's obviously a pretty decent chance of that being a clutch.
Yeah.
Man, I don't really... This round falls a little bit flat for me, just because NIP have so many advanced positions, but it feels like they never actually used them. No one ever actually pounced from behind that train by E-Box, from the MAC-10 being in Sandwich. No one actually attacked the bomb site ever. They were just like waiting for the Oppers to have their duels.
Yeah, I mean, maybe NIP felt that way because Twist got that first kill, and they were just thinking, like, you know, let's get another one. And then it kind of spiraled out of control. Roy pushing forward in front of the grenade. And neither team really has any money to speak of after having invested into the round, so we'll see what happens. A-Corp making a little bit of noise intentionally, so... Ooh, trying to use the ladder to get speed, and Rez just at the perfect angle for that play. That might be the round. Unless they get a kill right away, they should not be throwing away these rifles. That is such a quick kill and a quick reaction, although the bomb is far back, weirdly.
Yeah, it's almost like they weren't ready for that gift. Good kill from Rez. Asilian's over in high train. Bomb now being planted. Twist is brought low, but it won't matter. There's still Asilian who's given up his position, but Hampus didn't expect it at all. That was close up. No one else is going for this, though. Roy is falling back. He's not planning on actually coming in. Surely not. This is very late in the day.
Yeah, it is. We have to be a miracle for this to work out. Asilian hitting another headshot. It's actually looking a little bit better. There's the Molotov to force them back, and now they're both going to have to go on the high ground, which is still pretty doable. 2 seconds left on the defuse. The spray is in, and a good shot from Nork to bring down Roy. That probably was their last chance. Asilian trying to hold it in, but the pistol will close it out. A close round, but NIP will pick it up, and that has got to be painful. That was Asilian's moment to be a hero, and I guess he kind of was, actually. But
yeah. Well, he was almost too heroic. It was the classic, like, this shouldn't even be possible, to now we're baited in and we're committed to it and things are looking good, and now we lose everything. That's really rough for Mad Lions, but that's a very valiant attempt from Roy and Asilian to come back in that round. 4-2 in the favor of NIP, and they've got the economic advantage now, and look at the money on A-Core. It's a bit busted, and that's not a great sign for your upper. Thankfully, you have to imagine Asilian in the next round will be dropping the op over to his teammates so they can at least have that weapon on the board.
Single flash on Asilian, the entire team out here in the yard. We'll see if NIP do the research to find out if anyone is there, but looks like they are actually coming for it, so let's see what a flashbang can do. Just been popped out, and let's see, they swing for it, but 2 of them were already down before the fight even happened, so yeah, that was kind of like a 3-on-5 by the time the flash actually did anything, so they don't quite do enough here. This is starting to feel way more like overpass in the sense that NIP are on the less favored side and getting a lot of rounds early on.
Yeah, we'll see if Mad Lions can actually recover in this one. They did a decent job on overpass, but it was mostly down to the last 4 rounds that they were able to win. Here on train, I think you'd like if your Mad Lions to get started a bit earlier than that. 3 rounds back and okay amount of money built up for NIP. Mad Lions still broke after their investment. Bubsky's going to get control of ladder room, at least for the moment.
It's a pretty decent grenade. The flick not really quite connecting there. And are they going to keep all 3 people down at Ivy is the question, I guess. Looks like they will.
Yeah, I would imagine they're actually going to want to challenge and move down Ivy. We've seen them do it in the past in this half. But with 3 players still there, that's the impression that I'd get. Hampus just holding on to team mid, and Rez playing solo in White Halls. And here comes the 3-man push.
Bobsky turned for a potential pop flash peek through the smoke there. 55 seconds on the clock, and it's going to get awkward if Hampus goes down in main. That kind of limits the strength of this attack a lot. Obviously, the 3-man push at Ivy, but yeah, they do need a little bit of backup. It can't just be them doing all of it, so Rez and Hampus still have a pretty important role to play here. 40 seconds, flashing their way around the corner and looking right over his A-Core, and he's crouched down to avoid any kind of retaliation. Roy right underneath, he's going to get the early scope, and yeah, that push is pretty much falling apart now. Twist in a 1 versus 4, getting a kill, but at 25 seconds, I don't know if there's much he could do.
What a crazy defense. 3 players along the wall close up towards team mid, and just 1 player very far back in inner. That's, I don't think NIP ever expected to hit a defense like that. Bomb's going down, but Roy's gonna stop it. Upper ramp the whole time. That's a 3rd round for Mad Lions, and the double op setup picked up, and money saved. So well done from Mad Lions. That's a good first round to get yourself back on the board.
Yeah, that's a very, very important potential turnaround. Don't want to call it yet because I think it depends on whether or not they can actually win this next round.
I want to know why the smoke is going in that direction. If your two teammates are coming down ladder and team mid, the smoke towards the right side of Ivy, I guess maybe to look over it and pick off that one player on top of Train, but it seems like you're kind of isolating yourself from your other teammates trying to attack. Even if they get that kill on A-Core, there's still the rifles that are close up along the wall that they can no longer help their teammates clear out. So that hit a little bit weird for NIP, but it just didn't work right off the bat regardless of what the plan actually was.
Shush is alone inside of B early on, and shooting like that when they're already at the ramp, and you know, if they push in the middle of the reload, they can get down. Now, Bobski's being called in. That might be very beneficial. Smoke for the sidewalk, and we'll see. This is definitely shaping up to be some sort of a B hit. Oh, not guessing the angle. Again, this is very dangerous. Flash right through, and Bobski gets immediately punished. They've done that many times. Now Shush is going to be going down. Some fairly reckless defense coming out here from Mad Lions, and I'm not sure I really get it.
No, this is actually a disaster that they're not able to string rounds together. I mean, this is going to be the third time in this half, if you including the pistol round, where they win a round and they just lose the follow-up. And on the CT side, that's just so damaging to deal with. Roy and Asilian just have to save these weapons. No chance for heroics this time. And NIP get away with one. All 5 players survive. They build up money. They get a couple of free weapons on Twist and Plopsky, who now have M4s. So everything's going great if you're NIP.
Yeah, they really are. This is a spectacular first half already in some senses. I don't understand. If you've got one person in that bomb site, maybe, and especially if you're far back, maybe you want to take a couple of shots to the smoke just in case. But then you're already sort of committed to playing a retake anyway. But I don't know. That's both Shush and Bobski in some sense leaving a lot of risk, I would say, by emptying, you know, half their magazines or something through the smoke and then reloading. I mean, they don't know what's happening on the other side of that smoke, and a flash through that sideward smoke is pretty common. So that's a bit of a, I don't know, a bit of a mistake, I think.
Yeah. They're like coin flip of their positioning of where they're at exactly. You're right. It's a pretty, I mean, that could just be bad decision, could be a little bit of a loss of focus, could be frustration. Either way, they better figure it out and fix it quick. They're running out of opportunities to come back in this half. We're going into round 10. They've got very little money, and they're force buying, and they're down 3 rounds.
Yeah, force buy with a max 7 on Bobski. Do you think he's going to end up in Pop Dog? We've seen
Ladder room.
Yeah, seen some fun stuff out of him.
He's got the last spawn though, so we'll see how he's able to get there. If he's able to get there, good shot from A-Core. At least damaging Twist. No ladder room access for the shotgun, but all 5 defenders outside for Mad Lions. Okay. Literally not a soul at the inner bomb site.
I mean, that's unbelievably risky, but maybe it's going to pay off. We'll see. They're right next to each other. Rez and Bobski, and there's the kill. Oh, he wanted to change too quickly. Maybe could have had the second kill. Now, Roy's going to know, but still, big opportunity right there. Molotov in the corner, and Hampus thinking about it. Is he going to have to put down that smoke? Not quite, and he'll get the kill anyway. Finally, pulls out the grenade, and it gets it one more. No. That is a ridiculous steal. Now it's a 2-on-2.
Oh, look at Hampus. How do you make this play work? Not going to come through the smoke quite yet. Bomb is back down towards team mid, but Nock is silently getting to this position. He knows now where Asilian is. But man, Asilian and A-Core just backing away from these fights, and Nock is going to have to traverse all the way back to team mid to get that bomb. 40 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it would help him a lot if he could have found a kill before he has to go back there. But now, by the time he does, I mean, he's going to have to run at least some of the way back just to have any time to maybe try and fake it once. I mean, he can't leave himself just 3 seconds. And there we go. The running has begun. Asilian is going to be coming back from Ivy right about now. And Norg is so exposed. This is, I mean, yeah, he needed a gift. He needed something here to make this work. He's going to go for the bomb plant, and Asilian is swinging. Ooh, not quite.
Oh, no.
He probably could have done it.
I can't believe he just gave up his position like that as well. Now, at least he knows where Nock has gone. There's really only one location that Locke could have left if he's not at the bomb train. Yeah. So Asilian's going to have that information ASAP.
He might not know it. A-Core, is he covering this line? This is really scary. He taps the bomb, still not getting the fight, and there's A-Core saving the round, man. And these are just you could feel how nervous they are, Mad Lions, in some of these, even when they have the lead. It's really, really not a strong start, I would say, for the Danish side. 4-6 with the bomb plant, though. NIP are going to keep it up.
But it's Acor again. And if they're going to win on this third map, like, yeah, you can have another great performance out of Acor, but we really haven't had to call out a whole other amount of names on the Mad Lions side that's saving these rounds. Another triple kill for Acor. He was obviously a beast on Nuke, but they need Shush. They need Bubsky to be able to step up here. Bubsky at 8 kills, Asilian's at 10 kills, which is good to see him bounce back from a tough opening pair of maps in this series, we'll say.
There's a good trade, at least with the grenade to take down Hampus, pushing right through the smoke. A lot of damage onto the NIP side, but they're still trading evenly out into the yard. Twist going down, and Shush back here. If they swing to his left, he's in trouble. He sees just ahead of Rez, but he's also getting shot at from on top of the train. Good action out here from Shush, finally going down though, and that will be the round. Again, Mad Lions just unable to get any run. They've won no consecutive rounds in this first half. This is actually a disaster.
That's a really cool hit from NIP, and that's a really powerful hit from NIP. You're taking all these fights in the chaos of having so many smokes down in different choke points, and there's no way for the Mad Lions defense to rotate and really know what's happening. Look at that wall of smokes along the back wall. Nobody can swing wide from the bomb train to stop the progression of the NIP players. They trade perfectly coming through those lanes. A 3-round lead, economic control, no loss bonus for Mad Lions. Oh, this is a play and a half. I love everything about it.
He deserved that, didn't he? He got robbed.
Oh, he deserved it. He deserved it.
All right. Bubsky also getting in behind enemy lines, but unable to do any damage really with the Deagle. And this FAMAS is going to be down really quickly. Oh, and he's been spotted as well as Cillian. They definitely know where he is. And now the hunt has begun, so... Another round, 8-4. I don't know, like that. For them to recover from that second round, I just feel like this got off to such a bad start because of it.
Oh my God, you just never expect that to happen. I hope he goes for those all the time. I hope he never stops going for those.
The fact that NIP are laughing about it as well. They're like, what? Well, 13th round is coming. There is just absolutely no money to speak of.
What do you have to say for yourself, Anders? What do you have to say for yourself and your Danish friends?
I honestly, I mean, I have not even recovered from the second round, and I'm not even playing in the game. I just can't even imagine what that does to a team. Like you pretty much have it. Like it's done. You've lived through that round, and then like you could just tell they have no, like they're not winning any consecutive rounds. This is just a really, really horrible first half in every respect. I actually think that's... You don't want to put it all on just one round and just one play, but that must cut so deep.
Oh, another stack on the eco, and it's going to be Rez with the AK-47. He mows down 4. God bless it all. 3 rounds straight for NIP, 2 rounds left in the half. Rez, Hampus, and Plopsky all at 13 frags.
Like, you just think about all the consequences that happen from having that kind of a start, right? Because we introduced this talking about, maybe Acor could have a similar performance as on Nuke, and they had the double up with Asilian. Yep. Well, half of that is not even going to be possible when they don't have the money. I mean, you have to, at the very least, have the cash for it to even have that conversation. And mostly that's not been happening. Now they're going to go quick at the B-bomb side. I love this from NIP, and they're going to win the fight against Shush. They know he's alone in the beginning out there. They take him right down. That flick does nothing, and they could lose it all here, Mad Lions.
Yeah, they're right on the edge. Acor was getting blocked by a teammate. He's lucky to be alive. Twist in support is going to find 2 up shots over the smokes, and now that definitely has to be a save. And if you're NIP, you throw the kitchen sink at him to take these guns out of their hands. You throw everything at this hunt. You have all the money in the world. There's 1 round left in the half, and you start hunting right now.
Yeah, I definitely would as well. Bubsky's in a pretty difficult position to try and clear out, but again, it's probably worth it to just try and do this. They have so much money in the bank, and it's not like, I mean, the worst that could happen is if you give that AWP over to someone so they have a double AWP, but still, definitely go for it here. Acor about to be hunted down. It's getting real close now. He might actually be in some trouble. He's going to get the one there, but just a grenade in the corner might actually do it. And there might be a second late. Ooh, close, but not quite there. 10-4, man. What a half here for NIP.
Well, now NIP, I mean, they're just going to play loose with these past 2 rounds, considering the lead that they have. Obviously, just a 3-man rush to the inner bomb site, and they've been able to punish. I mean, that's just a nice, like, 2-round calling for NIP, where you hit that outer bomb site so heavily, so early on with utility, and the next round you switch it up and you just do a fast-paced hit towards the inner bomb site, and you catch the defense just 1 player at your point of attack. That makes things so much easier. Roy gets stabbed in the back by a teammate. They're going to get aggressive towards Team Mid. There's the pop flash. Here's the push. Nobody clears left. 2 players come in. Bubsky and Roy, neither of them look left.
I mean, they got that kill on Twist. Maybe they just assume that's it, like no one else is here. But that's not an assumption you could really afford to be making. And they actually had set it up with a bit of a flashbang as well, but not even going to be getting that trade. So 4 versus 3. NIP is slowing it down as they have plenty of time to do. Plenty of space to find this next opening.
Oh, Acor just moves. That's the difference between a kill and bringing Rez to 23 health. Knock is going to find a gap in his smoke as they move towards the back alley. And Acor is going to get position on that, but they have no idea. They don't have information that anyone's out. They're just kind of suspecting it. And Shirley and Team Mid, they have the information that Asilian is there. Boosted up now, he's brought low. And NIP is going to be able to get into this bomb site. Asilian is the only defender, 48 HP and an SMG.
Yeah, and at that range, the AK will almost always come out on top. Now, Acor, he's now all the way at the back line here, but they could get the bomb plant, and there's nothing that Mad Lions could do to stop it. Pretty good kill on Hampus. Bit of a jump that's super dangerous. I'm not sure why they're trying to do that. Just leave it alone and you probably will win this round. 2-on-3 and Knock with a pretty easy fight against Shush. Now it's everyone versus Acor, and he's so boxed in here, walking right into a shot. He should be going down, and he will. 11-4 at the end of the half for NIP. Very, very strong chance that they're going to be able to take this map away, and thus the series. We'll see if that actually happens in the second half. That's going to be coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We got yeah.
Right.
We're all.
done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them 3?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think.
Ranking-wise, it's got to It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
We're going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh, he got who he wanted.
Dream team.
Yeah, we got it. Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
This is my name.
Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But, you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah?
Really good one in black.
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to it. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
Oh, it's just complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can
so
feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe he likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The most.
sorry.
This is just strafing. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
Him like running around in a circle on you.
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're gonna get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
Ni måste smaka sexan och...
Bra.
Gå ner på
Echo.
I wasn't expecting the chicken noises at all. It was the sound of Swedish panic.
Yeah, but not for long. I mean, they did end up 11-4, so you know, maybe that was more Danish desperation. Jason, how do you like that?
It's not bad. It's a good little alliteration you just busted out. That's why you get paid the big bucks, Anders.
Yeah, shockingly so. You know, it's those rare moments. Say, Anders, could you come in and just, you know, say something stupid in the microphone, and we'll find a way to make it work.
One alliteration per map. It's all we need. That or a pun.
Yeah, well, we'll have to pay extra for that at some point. I'll come up with something. Maybe the next map, next game. All the humor, Jason, was taken from me by a Cillian in that first 2-on-2. That really broke my brain quite a bit.
Which is amazing. Your brain has survived a lot of disasters over the years.
I know.
For that to be the straw that broke the camel's back is pretty intense. That's unfortunate. Plopsy's gonna get one kill through the smoke, straight to the face of Shush, but the bomb site is actually being aggressive on. Actually, excuse me. It's good shots from Rez. He puts a stop to that. That's a pretty creative pistol round from Mad Lions. I really would have liked to have seen that have some success and see what comes of it. That's a difficult thing to pull off. Now that is Danish desperation.
Yeah, it is. I mean, that would have been... The worst thing that could have happened to that particular idea is exactly what happened, which is NIP falling back and not even being in C connector for that push to the smoke. And, well, once you do that, you're just like, oh, now we're just in C connector with, you know, they've hurt us. We're in a lot of trouble. Plobsky getting one good kill there with the USP, and now Acorp trying to fight his way back. There's a 1-on-5. He's made it a 1-on-4, and that's how it'll end. So 12-4, man. This is ridiculous.
I wanted to see that actually work because I don't ever see too many strategies run in CSGO these days that like take me back to the old days of 1.6, but that used to be a relatively viable strategy in like really old 1.6 Counter-Strike where you could put the smokes outside and actually aggress down the pop dog train and turn into CT connector. That used to be very viable. We don't see it attempted a whole lot at all in CSGO.
Well, we do have Mad Lions with Galils, 3 of them in fact, and 1 AK and a Scout, so I don't really blame them. I mean, they've got no grenades, but I kind of don't blame them for wanting to try and start this comeback really early. Again, this might seem a bit desperate, but on the other hand, you know, if you're going to try and make this back, it's going to have to be something crazy anyway, so why not add some more craziness?
Let's see what they've got. 3 players towards Ivy at the moment for Mad Lions, and it's Twist on the initial defense, but he's backing away. Bubsky just trying to take an individual duel. Twist at the off angle, Asilian with AK watching for it, but now they've got to turn the corner, and Twist still doesn't have any idea. There it is! Oh, a free double kill and a dink onto Roy. It could not have gone worse for Mad Lions.
Yeah, you'd think once they make it past him on the first go-around, then actually maybe they have a bit of a lead. But he peaks just as they're all turned, and that was just excellent timing. Roy snuck in, but again, because he's so low on health, and now that Nork is actually looking this way, not sure it'll really help out all that much. Shush goes down, and that's the end of the round. Only Twist dropping. So, yeah, I mean, things weren't already bad, they certainly are now.
And I'm assuming that second player that Twist kills didn't have head armor, which is why that looked so easy for him. He just transfers over and gets a little bit lucky, but yeah, you've got a very long way to go if you're Mad Lions, and you're picking up deagles now. You'd like to force buy because you just need to put rounds on the board, but you just can't bring yourself to do it. So it's looking like a great opportunity for NIP to get up to 14-4, a 10-round lead. Unless these deagles have something in them.
I mean, they're going to have to be some of the best deagles of all time to change this particular game. It is so far away. NIP have really, I mean, they've really shown up today. Overpass game was amazing. Nuke game was a little bit different, but I mean, that was also partly due to A-Core hitting an incredibly high level. Otherwise, NIP, I think, could have probably been a bit more competitive even on that one. And this train game has been just a great mix for NIP of them individually slowing up, but again, returning to that same courage they had on Overpass. And then Mad Lions really gone missing here, which obviously you cannot afford to do. 19th round, but they need a 12-round comeback here to try and finish in regulation, Jason. That doesn't feel right when you say it.
No, it doesn't feel very likely at all. It's actually really cool to see NIP. I mean, it's going to kind of get forgotten because the scoreline is going to be, you know, so wide. It's going to be such a dominant victory for NIP, but I mean, the fact that they were able to respond each and every time Mad Lions won a round in the first half is so impressive. Every single time Mad Lions had a chance to start coming back, the door just got shut immediately. Good opening kill from A-Core, again providing for his team, but one kill is not going to be enough.
No, that's not really the results we're looking for here. Like, we need spectacular openings. We need, you know, just individuals coming out, cleaning up headshots. We need them, you know, consecutive rounds. That, again, not that high of a margin. Another good shot from Bubsky. Yeah, do that another 10 rounds in a row, and we'll call back in. We'll see what happens. Oh, Nok with a good return. Maybe could have had that one, except the fact that Roy had snuck up behind him, and Hampers will go down. I'm not even going to raise an eyebrow, Jason. I'm not even that interested. Yeah. I'm not falling for it that easily, Jason. It's going to take a lot more.
You still thinking about round two?
Still thinking about round two?
That. Oh dear, 14-5. I agree with you. If Nok had like an extra half second to kind of go back for that next fight, it was feeling like he was going to win it. He was building into something really special there. AWP in the hands of Nok. Deagle on Hampus, which we know is no joke. And 3 M4s around it. Only the one kit on Twist.
Again, it's the stretch rounds that they need. It's very many good openings. This next one is obviously super critical in looking at the money for NIP. A little bit of a poke in. Rez is still alive somehow, and no one there from main to catch him either. So that's a strange engagement to begin the round with. I thought someone would have gone down in that.
Well, Plopsky's going to take up the position. Maybe they think they've forced Rez back with low HP, but Plopsky wants to go take control of ladder room, and he's going to be able to do it. There's no one inside. Pop flash is used, but not necessary. And Mad Lions still spread across the map. Shush at top ladder, Bubsky alone in box halls, Roy over at Ivy. A-Core and Ascillion going to meet up for this inner hit, and again, Roy just turns into a lurker.
I mean, this could definitely work out if they can successfully smoke off Hampus so that he's, or Nok, sorry, back here with the AWP. If he's less of a factor, then Hampus in a lot of trouble on his own. Deagle, oh, would be only fitting if he could have got another triple kill. They don't smoke off Nok at all, and that's why he's got this clear opening. Could have easily got that second one as well. Smoke goes up, and now it's a 3-on-2 make it, as A-Core and Shush will combine for a kill on Twist, and Roy's snuck in from behind. Bomb, 20 seconds to put it down. That should be doable.
I'm not sure why they're waiting so long. They have full control of everything. A-Core just now has gotten the bomb. Bold push. Good trade from Plopsky. Problem is he doesn't even know that Roy has come all the way around. He might be able to guess. Gonna use the smoke to try and get himself out for the moment, but it's A-Core with the op watching for the run-through. So Plopsky, very low percentage as he peers over the smoke. Hasn't seen anything just yet.
It doesn't really feel worth it.
Meanwhile, Roy is waiting to spring into action.
I mean, especially because we could tell he's so boxed in, but I don't know if he could have got the AWP and ran away. That might have been a nice idea. Roy will shoot him in the back, And it will be another round for Mad Lions. Some good, calm decision-making in that 2-on-3, it felt like. I mean, I admit they were a bit slow to put down the bomb, but still, they at least survived the round. I guess that's good to be happy about that. And winning consecutive rounds now as well, Jason, it's a brand new feeling for everyone.
Yeah, first time it's happened in this map. That's, I mean, at this point, it doesn't cheer you up at all. You still have such a long way to go. NIP still have that final hurdle to get over, though, where they have such a massive lead. This is where Mad Lions, on an individual level, they have no pressure on them whatsoever. They're not expected to make this comeback. It's way too far away. This is where you're going to get some pretty wild plays, and you're going to go away from the fundamentals. Good shot from Hampus, and remember, he had 2 of these rounds on Nuke.
Well, there's Rez trading at the moment. Rez again with another headshot, and just like that, it's a 2-on-3. These deals are so lethal at the moment. Hampers will go down, and they're spotting for Rez over there. They don't want him to have another one. He's already done so much damage. 2-on-2, and Twist is lurking in from behind. Could catch an easy kill on Roy in a matter of seconds.
Oh, but if he doesn't peek fast enough, Roy's going to find an escape route. And there it is. Bombs being planted inside. None of this matters anymore. Oh, my lord. The timing on that is just so brutal. Now there's a decision to make if you're Twist, though. You have an op in hand. Do you just save it? Or do you go for this 2-on-2?
I mean, it would be such a fitting uppercut to finish the whole thing. There's Rez once again, finding all the heads. That is just so disgusting. Now, the thing is, he has a Molotov up here. They don't have a smoke or a kit or anything. So if he throws it down, Roy, that's probably the round 1. If he goes for the peak, he might die instead to the AWP. I can't believe he's still alive. He is so lucky to live. And this is going to be the round. There's nothing he can do, but, man, that could have been the end right there.
I guess he wanted to save the Molotov for the second player that was coming in, but he's so fortunate that Twist looked away when he did. Twist was watching that exact position and just took his crosshair off it at the perfect moment. What a ridiculous round from Rez, though. This is so freakishly disgusting. This would have to be so frustrating if you're Mad Lions while this round is going on, and every time you peek Rez, it's just 1 D headshot each and every time.
Yeah, it doesn't really build a lot of confidence. Like, even if you're winning some rounds in a row here, which, again, is good news. 3 in a row for Mad Lions. Some of those rounds, you're going to be thinking, like, wow, okay, well, you know, 1 misstep, and this is a lost cause. Pretty good damage on Hampus. But that orb is in play on Twist.
Just look at the result of those deagles, though. $0 on Shush, 200 on Asilian, 200 on Acor. Again, doing economic damage from the CT side, and eventually you might be able to grind out this money to a point where Mad Lions might not have something that they really, really need to win a round. Now, it's easier to deal with on the T side, but you never know when it might be a Molotov you're missing, an HE grenade, a smoke, whatever might be coming up. Not going to get forced into a fight, and this Deagle round has no strength to it.
Throwing bodies at Plopsky, quite literally. They wanted that AWP back at Ivy, but that wasn't going to be possible. There's Hampus for the 1, and not able to get the 2nd. So another round for Mad Lions, 8-14. And again, it's further away than it seems. If you started to build some confidence here, it's 1 misstep, as we've seen already, and it can all fall away. A little bit of frustration, and I'm not sure why. Looked like the mouse had run away from him there.
14-8. It's getting closer. AWP in the hands of Knock. 4 players outside initially to defend for NIP. And Mad Lions not taking any early damage the way they have in the past from utility, so this is a good start. Pop flash, and they're all coming out now. Rez behind the smoke over towards E-Box. There's a time limit on this play. When that smoke clears, he's in some real trouble.
There's Roy going down. Acor's next. Asilian and Shush coming back into the round with a great trade. And now they're Molotoving off Hampus. The quick bomb plant here should be going down in a matter of seconds. And they can't stop it. Not quite guessing that spam. More grenades. They still have another very many flashbangs and another smoke on Bubsky. So let's see. This is a 2-on-3 that has Mad Lions written all over it. And Twisted and Hampers, again, they got to think about the economy just as much and not throw it away. Here's Shush with 1 more kill, leaving Hampers in a 1 versus 3. And he's pretty much committed to it at this point. A little bit of a tag, and he'll try and get back around the corner. Caught by Bubsky. Great turnaround in what started off like a very bad round there for Mad Lions, but they turned it quickly.
That's such a cool hit for Mad Lions as well. Back behind that smoke, and right before they pop through it, Molotov comes out towards camera to prevent anyone to wide swing their position. That's a well-crafted round around your utility, and that's given them a 9th. And what? 5 in a row now. And Mad Lions, this will be so utterly depressing if we see a very cool T-side comeback out of them and it just falls short because they didn't give themselves enough time. Only 4 rounds in the first half. This is brutal. We'll see how much longer they can sustain it just 5 rounds away.
Isn't that a classic story, though? I mean, we see this every once in a while where, you know, you say, well, if only they could have had a slightly better round. That smoke did not actually put out all of the Molotov, and now some good damage out of Acor here. I feel like the truly classic Counter-Strike curse here would be to get to 14-14 and then lose the last 2 rounds.
Why is Hampus so good with the Deagle?
I don't know what's up.
Why is he so good with it? It's weird. Twist. Gonna try and stop this plant. There's an opportunity, but it just goes down, and Asilian is able to recover. Round number 10 on the board for Mad Lions.
Ooh, that was a nice shot. Taking down Asilian. Yeah, it's him and Rez as well. I mean, Rez has had some great Deagle action in the past, so does make this NIP team kind of lethal even in rounds that should perhaps be a little bit easier to win. No kit in play, but more Deagle headshots apparently is what's in store. Gonna save the AK-47 on Hampus with any reasonable choice at this point in time, but it will be 10-14. That will be the 6th round in a row here for Mad Lions. And in spite of that, I mean, they're not building a decent economy, but not really an amazing one. NIP though, let's see. How do you like that theory? It goes to 14-14 and they lose the last 2 rounds for no reason.
It's very possible. It's very doable. We've seen it a number of times in the history of Counter-Strike. Classic comeback into just stubbing your toe right at the finish line.
Yeah.
I would like to see, with how well NIP has played, just close it out. You've let them come back just enough now. This is where it starts to get dangerous. This is where, if Mad Lions win this round, NIP starts to feel the pressure more and more.
Well, Roy has managed to run all the way out here. He's keeping a lot of people occupied. Let's see if they could use that for something over at the B-bomb side. If they go right now, they're only going to run into Hampus. Nork is just now showing up. There's a huge kill for Roy. Still being a nuisance, still being hard to find. Rez almost sneaking around the corner for the kill on him. And Bowski goes down. That was Nork getting the kill, even while flashed. Very, very critical, but they're close to Hampus, and they'll take him down. Roy is finally out of the A-bomb side, but do they want to try and retake this? 3-on-3, and all the money except for what Hampus has is pretty much in this round for NIP. And with a quick bomb plant, that's going to make it real tricky. Twist unable to complete that kill, oddly enough.
Yeah, good comeback from Nock, though. Good trade. 2-on-2. They do have a kit on Rez, but they've got to find these frags. They've got to find it soon. Shush pushing up beneath the flames. Nock's never going to have the idea. A missed shot. A missed chance. And now Rez's position is given up, and Acor is going to go for the repeat. Mad Lions storming back. 11-14.
Man, this is really, really unexpected. What a crazy game this has turned into. We did say we'd like a close affair here for the final map. We usually do. Nork right now, 25 kills. Plopsky at 22. We haven't even said Plopsky's name at all. He's just quietly snuck up there. Under the radar performance from him.
Yeah, that's the most Plopsky way to get to 22 kills as well.
Yeah.
Just really solid, good gameplay. Nothing super crazy coming out, just performing well. This is bold. Ooh, and yeah, Bubsky's gonna find that. Ladder gets hot, and Plopsky burns.
Ooh. Hampus with a lone AWP to pick off Bubsky. Now, yeah, they could go Ivy right now. They know the AWP is on the other side, so actually would make a fair bit of sense. Twist back around the corner. There's one Deagle. Rez, he finds another headshot. They need to shut him down before they get out of control. And Hampus unable to get that kill. It's close by. Rez will find another Deagle kill. They just can't stop him. He is out of control with this pistol. And now it's a 2-on-3. Roy sneaking in, and he's the one that will have to try and do this. He goes down to Nork. And Acor, what could he do here? 1 versus 3. The bomb in their sights right now. Yeah, he saw that.
Missed opportunity at low HP. If Rez has done it again, 2 Deagle kills in the round, this would be so brutal. Acor's got the bomb, but only 35 seconds.
Where is he running?
He can't go this way.
No.
Yeah, this is never gonna work.
I was gonna say if he ran back to CT spawn, he could maybe make it, but this is gonna be way too far. I mean, he would have to run past Nork, in which case they could yeah. So just save, I guess.
Yeah, even if he gets the kills, like if you're NIP, you can just hide in a corner and wait till he gets the bomb train. So he goes down for free. I guess maybe he's just taking the risk that they would have sent at least one player to the inner bomb site, but yeah, that route was never going to work in the 1 versus 3. 4-round lead for NIP, 4 chances to take this map and series. And remember, this is the final best of 3 play-in to the spring finals for the European division.
He got that first headshot, Rez, sort of caught jumping. Like, that's the most unlikely way to do it. What a beautiful round out of Rez, though. 3 kills. And you're right, 4 chances here for Mad Lions to try and get into overtime. That'd be interesting if that actually happened, just because I'd love to see if that's going to sort of bring a little bit more back to Mad Lions, or if the damage has already been done here. NIP surely thinking about just that one opening kill they need to make this work. Oh, he's
they can see his gun barrel. They know he's there. Yeah, he's done. Rez is done. Out of the fight, even blind. They just hold down the trigger. Good kill for Mad Lions. Good way to isolate Rez and give him no other options. Plopsky, again, is going to step up into his place, and what can he provide? This time, Bubsky is firmly in control of ladder room.
Hampus getting a bit of backup over here. That's a nice sneak through. Plopsky taking matters into his own hands, and that'll help them out. Look at the stack on B.
Yeah, look at the shifts in defense. This is wild. Mad Lions cannot go to this bomb site.
Oh no, history might repeat itself here. Plopsky in the same kind of a setup, though Roy not quite looking for it, but there's the double drop, and a nice trade. That's an important trade for Acor. They would have lost the round pretty much immediately. 3-on-3 with 30 seconds left. Roy sneaking out, but Twist could catch him all the way from back there. What a shot from Nork, taking down Shush. That might be enough here. Acor could just cover the line, but they need the kills here and the bomb plant. Acor making his way out. 2-on-2. A lot rides on this round here. NIP, they don't want to lose track of this. They don't want to allow the comeback into overtime. Roy, he's looking at that, but so is Acor. And Nork goes down, and now Hampus on top of the bomb, nearly catching it. It's the right idea and a lot of damage, but not enough for the kill. And now he's in trouble. How is he going to get this defuse in without the smoke? He would have to try and bait them into the fight, and there's one of them. Acor around the corner. Gonna go for the flashbang. He's still got a couple of seconds left on top of the train. Oh, this would be a brutal way in a 1 versus 2 to try and win it. He's looking for him, but Acor is just ducked back down there. The AK comes for him, and Acor, he's so hard to find. And finally, there's the kill and the turnaround, and he has got it, I think. It's a real close affair, but a 1-on-2 to close it out. 16-11 as NIP bring down Mad Lions and stop the comeback from happening.
That is a very nice performance from NIP. A dominant first half. They let some things go, but they close out Train at the end. Well done from NIP. They win the privilege of playing against Na'Vi. That's going to be their next match, so they get to start preparing for that one. But everyone's starting to get impressed by the Ninjas. Either way, we're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the desk to break down the series and bring us the next one, so stay tuned.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016.
maybe it was just a joke. And then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an Inner Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as f***. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us, it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
So, there we have it, the result of the play-in match. The last spot up for grabs in the playoffs in the Blast Premier. That was what they were battling over there, and NIP have taken it in 3 maps. Solid performance on Train. Looked a little shaky towards the end there. They had trouble shutting the Lions out, you know, pulling those claws. But in the end, they get a nice new rug, and they get a spot in the top 8. So, Chad, what did you take away from that last map in the series?
I was getting worried, like you were saying just there, towards the tail end of that. Once they were giving some openings to A-Core, I was like, oh, come on, boys. You got to close this one out. But look, that first half, when they were just hitting Yard, and Mad Lions were even trying to do like a 5-man A lean with the Cillian throwing the gimmick smoke through the windows to suggest someone playing aggressive inside, and they still get obliterated. That right there just showed me that NIP, they had far more firepower. It didn't matter about the numbers. It was all just about the headshots there. And look, Hampus, just use a Deagle, mate, because you are phenomenal with that across the last couple of maps. So yeah, good stuff from NIP, and I'm glad that they're shaking off some of these worries that I had for them earlier on.
Yeah, they are looking solid. And Maniac, I don't mean to cut you off. Well, I do mean to cut you off because we got something special going on here. We've actually got Threat joining us live post-match. And so Threat, I mean, do you agree with that? Hampus and a Deagle hand in hand, looking pretty good.
Yeah, those Deagle rounds on Nuke especially was really crazy. I think it was Boobski who actually told him in the chat in game that why are you using anything else? Like, just use the Deagle.
There you go. So, well, Maniac, you know, I cruelly cut you off there, so I'll give you a chance to ask Threat a question. Did you have anything on your mind there?
Yeah, I just want to talk about the T side of Train, because you look like you really wanted to push on this A side Yard. So was that a plan, or did you realize midway through that they had difficulties holding you off? What was the idea behind it?
I think we noticed that we kind of got to throw the default smokes as T, so we blocked the vision, and they didn't really seem to do anything, or either they tried to just go for a full push T main, which we blocked, otherwise they didn't do anything. So we were like, okay, they're not doing anything, we can just simply walk out. Sometimes they even gave us pop dog, so I think they gave us way too much space on the T side.
And so, Chad, did you have anything that stood out for you on this particular match that you wanted to ask Threat?
I'm just a little bit curious still. Are you able to bite your tongue still in a lot of these situations? Because I see them just like jumping the gun in certain scenarios where when it was you doing the lion's share of calling when Lekra was on the team, I was certain that there's no way they'd be rushing into the situations. You still able to stay calm?
Sometimes I'm trying my best to not intervene as much as I can, and rather when I disagree with something, I talk with them afterwards, unless it's something like ridiculously silly. So yeah, Hampus is doing all the calling. I might disagree with him sometimes, but I'll let him do it. Maybe mid-round sometimes I can call him, okay, just calm down, maybe we should not push here. But I want him to have his style, and I will adjust it if I think it's just too bad.
Okay, perfect.
And so, Threat, now you're going up against Na'Vi next in the playoff bracket. You've made it the run. You're going up against Na'Vi. You're going up against Simple and Electronic. What are you thinking going up against that match?
I think it's going to be really messy, as all of these games have been the past 2 weeks. I think we really need to play well individually if we want to cope with them. Hopefully Simple won't have his game that he had versus Mad Lions last time. I saw it was crazy. And we need to find some time to do some preparation. It is tomorrow, so it's going to be tough. But obviously we need to fix some things on Nuke. Now we picked it versus us last time, so we really need to prepare Nuke.
So just keep Nuke out. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll remind you actually if we need to. But Threat, thank you very much for taking the time to have this interview with us. Congratulations on the result, and best of luck going up against Na'Vi tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, cheers. So quick hop in there like that. We're fleet of foot here at Blast. We can get a post-match. But as far as, I mean, I guess what we need to start focusing on here is what's coming up next today, because we're going to get to talk more about NIP tomorrow. We're going to get to talk more about NIP going up against Na'Vi, which is obviously, as Threat said, going to be a big one for them. But we can go ahead and touch on some of the teams that we're going to be looking at going into the rest of the brackets. And so, I mean, like Faze's performance coming out of this, they ran it through the showdown, they got in, and they're going up against ENCE first off. And so, you know, as far as Faze are concerned, do we have any thoughts about them, gentlemen?
Well, listen, last week Faze have impressed me a lot. To be honest, they pushed the limits of what I thought they could do, considering they just brought in Bimus. It's a very, very young roster together. To be also completely honest, Bo3 hasn't been there for a long time. So you have 3 players very solid, very anchored, very veteran, and then you have these 2 new players coming in, and they were able to beat Na'Vi 2-0 in a best of 3, which in itself is already kind of a mind-blowing performance, because I don't really see Na'Vi as a team that can completely disappear. And what's really stood out for me in the past few days has been Bo3. He is on the way to become one of the pillars of that team, and it is crazy to think that when you consider how, you know, rookie he is to the scene, new to all these events, new to the top scenes, and he actually on his own kind of pushed Faze in most of these series. He was so impactful. He was winning clutches. He was absolutely everywhere on the map. So I'm gonna keep my eye on Bo3, because I want to see if he's doing that again. That would be one of the most crazy steep improvement I have ever seen in a long time.
Yeah, look, Semler, just quickly, my only concern right now for Faze is unfortunately the same as everybody, and that's a little bit of fatigue, right? But with these teams who have just added new players, BMS being one of them here for Faze, is that they've had to probably put in a lot more time teaching this kid all the bits and pieces that he needs to know, and that's going to put a lot more pressure on the other 4, as well as Yanko, because now part of their game is focusing on what is this kid doing and how do we make sure he's comfortable, because you can't have him in there as a complete liability. He definitely hasn't been a complete liability, but yeah, my biggest worry is just fatigue. Like, I know Nico and Cole, they're absolute superstars, there's no doubt about that, but doing it day in, day out for the better part of 3 months straight, that's where I start to wonder, you know, how much do these guys have left in the tank, and how do you even prepare to peak at a time like this? Because going into a double elimination bracket with more best of 3s against opponents you've been matching up with against constantly, like, where does the innovation come from? I am really struggling to understand how these guys get up and do it every day, but it's still putting down impressive Counter-Strike, and I'm loving what I'm seeing from Faze. I think once we get back to LAN, these guys are going to be in my top 5, that's for sure.
They are going to be monsters. I mean, that is what we're keeping an eye on. And I mean, they have actually consolidated as well. As far as I know, Yanko is over there with Nico and Cold. So they're actually living, I think, in the same apartment building as well. But, you know, not gamer houses. Not everybody stacked in one on top of the other. They've got their space. They got their room. But they do spend pretty much their entire lives just working on CS at this point right now. So the grind is real for these dudes. But I do actually have one of those guys on the phone with us right now, and that's Cold. Cold, thanks for making it to the desk, man. It's good to see you.
No problem. Good to see you too, man.
Yeah, it's been a while. Hopefully we'll see each other again soon in person. But
yes.
I mean, I don't know if you heard what we were just talking about, but like the grind that's going on right now, the relentless day in, day out of matches. How are you guys coping with that over with Faze?
It's kind of a little bit hard for us. We didn't have time to boot camp, and some teams already boot camping because like Rain and Brookie still like blocked to travel. So, but we are trying our best. We are working at home. We are trying to give our best. Unfortunately, we lost for Big yesterday, but they're playing great. They won the tournament as well. But like we are doing things good as well. Like we're working really hard.
Okay, Colt, I got one for you here, mate.
There you go.
Oh, sorry, Semler. Yeah, my bad. Anyway, Colt, sorry, mate. I wanted to ask you, as an individual, how do you focus on peaking for certain matches and certain, I guess, games within the tournament, right? Because right now you're kicking off the first stage of this best of 3, which is going to be double elimination. But how do you, as an individual, focus on, I need to be at this level for this game, or as you move closer to a grand final, or is it just every game is 110% cold zero?
I'm trying to give 110% every game. It's kind of being hard to play at home. I don't like personally. Like I was being bad at home. I don't like playing online because most of the time we spray and ping is not good, so it's kind of hard a little bit. But I'm trying to like improve my individual skill, and as a team as well, we are trying to like work more as a team, trying to create more good atmosphere for us, and it's going good. Like even still a little bit on pressure, but we're still figuring out like which maps he's like more comfortable to play and which maps we are comfortable to play as well as a team, and I think we are doing a good job.
Colt, I wanted to ask you something about Brokey, because last week I've been following you guys and he has impressed me a lot. Can you give me your thoughts about him, his development, where he's at right now?
This kid is just playing 24 hours CS, dude. He's playing great. It's amazing to have him on the team. He's winning a lot of clutches for us. So he's like putting a lot of good performance. So it's kind of impressed, especially because he's really young and he's really talented as well. Like I told you guys like before, like he would be a surprise for everyone. And I think he's doing a good job.
He really is.
So that is, I mean, the real question here is just about getting the veterans to bring up the young talent. That seems like Faze's play. You know, it's always talk about Nico and Cold. How's Rain doing? How's Rain fitting in with the youngsters and with yourselves, the veterans as well? And how does he feel about his role? Can you speak to him at all?
Yes, I think yes. Rain's feeling comfortable as well. It's really nice to have younger people at the team, especially because they play 24 hours CS. So like they're giving their best, and it's like everyone is comfortable to playing with them. We just need to figure out like how we're gonna use Bimas because he's like the new kid, and it was kind of a little bit the same when we bring Brookie. It was kind of like about like 3 or 4 months before we figure out everything, and I think we are doing a good job. Bimas is still like kind of pressurized, as I said, but he's doing a good job. Probably gonna change some positions, but we didn't try to have time to test yet. So because we have like tournaments like every time, so it's kind of hard a little bit to change now and play like a random match, and we don't like this.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I think for the next matches, for the next tournament, so we're gonna try to like change some positions for him to feel more comfortable.
All right, well, thank you very much, Cold, for answering our questions and for taking the time, man. Best of luck with your match that's coming up later today.
Thank you.
And yeah, best of luck with the team, shaping it up. It's tough with all of this pressure on, but I know you guys are up to it, so best of luck.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye, guys.
Ciao. So, I mean, it does sound like you're kind of having to start over almost again, right? What he touches on there at the end with BMAS, you know, where it's like, well, we just got done forming Brokey. That took about 3 to 4 months, and now we've got to start over again because now we've brought in another young gun who is grinding CS 24/7, but you're still having to put in that work. I mean, Chad, what do you make of that, like bringing new guys into the roster like this?
Yeah, well, for example, right, when Brokey first joined the team, he wasn't doing the primary AWPing, right? Olaf was. And now, ever since they've given him that job, he's really come into his own. And I watch BMAS and I look at his aim and it's fantastic, right? But if he's going to take positions that Olaf was holding, well, they shifted Olaf into more lurker roles, which is one to do with more experience, right? So it's a balancing act right now for this team. Do they just plug him into Olaf's positions and let him learn on the fly and hope that he can soak up some of this experience? Or do they do what Cold's saying, which I hope they do, take some time, reevaluate, look at the strengths, use more of these older players in some of those positions, and use this kid as a weapon, right? Because you throw him in first, he gets you a couple of entry kills with Brokey behind him with the AWP. That's some powerful firepower. And then imagine having Nico, Cold, and Rain still alive in a mid-round to clutch out. Like, whew, that's some exciting Counter-Strike I think they could have on the cards right there.
Certainly, just you describing it right there got me all hot and bothered. I mean, Maniac, what are you thinking there?
I mean, just quickly about this interview, Coulter is probably the one player I would like to be able to have by my side when I learn Counter-Strike. And what I mean by that is when you read his interviews, when you hear him talk, he is as close as possible to my definition of a champion. Someone that always wants to do better, always looking for a solution. I remember watching the cameras when they were playing live, always giving solutions, giving ideas, being out there. He understands the game. Yeah, I think if I could pick one, he'd probably be my Yoda if I could.
Dude, I mean, we've been talking about that for a good long while, right? Cold is always treating it seriously. He's never taken it light.
Champion.
And so definitely a veteran to think of. But, we're now going to be talking about G2, who are also in the mix here in the top 8 and who we just saw playing yesterday in a final as well. Didn't go their way, but they are a real threat. And we had a chance, before we get into it, we had a chance to actually catch up with NIP going into the matches today.
Now, NIP, you guys yesterday did sadly lose out to Big during the grand final with a 1-map advantage. You're now straight into Blast, which is very little time to kind of deal with everything. Where are the team's head at right now? How are you guys feeling overall?
I mean, it's just another event, another finals that we lost, so we just gotta move on. Blast is coming up. It's way more important and significant than this DreamHack was, so all our focus is coming into this one, and then the event coming after it, which is a summit, like the qualifications for the major. So these are the 2 most important events for us and the ones we set our goals on. So we're gonna give our best in these 2.
Now, you guys have risen to be the number 2 team in the world right now, and you're probably very close to being on the verge of hitting number 1 spot as well. But what is the hardest thing for you at the moment as an in-game leader in the current climate?
To win grand finals.
That wasn't the answer I expected there, mate.
What can I say?
I think it's actually a chance to see what these teams are made of.
This is incredible.
This is what it's all about.
Exactly, this is what we've all been waiting for. The level of Counter-Strike just seems to get better and better.
Yet again, that has been the story of Blast. Anything goes.
Let's shake up the top 5. If Complexity has taught me anything this weekend, it's that anything is possible.
Peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Faze taking a second best of 3 over Liquid here. Boomich finishes things off at G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
And take it. They will be the first team to move on to the finals.
He gets it, of course. Vitality, the final map.
So there you have it. First match of the playoffs here. Top 8 playoff bracket, single elimination, everything on the line. And you heard Nexa, the focus is going to be real. It's all about winning that grand final. And so obviously these 2 teams are going to be duking it out, trying to get it to happen for them. G2 versus Vitality will be coming up, and we're going to hop right into the pick and ban. Just to start discussing the first maps of this series, where the fight is going to go down. And so I'm going to hand it over to Maniac to lead the way here.
All right, well, I was going to say Train will not be a part of this map pool. That's obviously the first removal by Vitality now. G2, they usually remove Overpass. It's not really a threat from Vitality, so maybe there could already be some mind games here. Actually, there isn't. Scratch that. Now, the question becomes, we will see Vertigo, chat, right? But will we see it as a pick or as a third map?
That's the question, right? I hope that G2 don't pick Dust 2 here because, look, every time they seem to pick that map, it doesn't seem to go in their favor. But I think that the map pool kind of shrinks a little bit in this situation because of the mental state of G2 right now. Now, I don't actually know the mood in the camp, but if I was going to put myself in their shoes, considering some of the things that have happened to them recently, they need to fall back on a comfort pick. And that, to me, feels like Dust 2, right? So they're stuck between this thing of, well, we keep picking Dust 2 and we're losing. And if we don't pick Dust 2, and we've been losing a lot recently anyway, where are we going to go with this? So maybe they will go for Vertigo. Okay, Mirage. Yeah, all right. French teams, not known to be huge on Mirage, but in the recent iterations of both these rosters, something that they've been playing a little bit more. And I like the fact that Nexa and Hunter have kind of brought G2 to be a Mirage team, if it were. But it's still not something I'm completely 100% sold on. They have these shaky moments where Nexa and Hunter need to bail them out. But this means we should have Vertigo as the third, surely.
Yeah, this should be Vertigo as a third. I think Nuke could be on the card. It's a map played by both teams. There we have it. It's going to be a choice. G2 will have to decide if they want to play Vertigo, if they want to play Nuke. Here's the problem though. Vitality. They have never picked Vertigo in the last 3 months, but they've won it 100% of the time. They've played 7 times, they've won it 100% of the time. So if you're G2 right now, what do? Okay, they're gonna take the gamble, they're gonna try and break the Vitality streak on Vertigo. And okay, Inferno, Mirage, and Vertigo, I think Vitality, they must feel somewhat satisfied with the veto.
I would be pretty happy with that, considering ZywOo, back when I was casting his games during Pro League and stuff, he wasn't looking great on Vertigo. But after that phase, it looks like they've retooled Vitality and are looking much stronger. Masuda's starting to fit into that team. I like the fact Nuke was taken out, because I think the pace at which Vitality play Nuke can be very overwhelming. And if G2's communication is off, I've seen what that means before. It just means pushes and getting picked on off there. So it's a very good map pool here. But look, my biggest thing is coming into this series today had nothing to do with the maps. It had nothing to do with even like talking about ZywOo just popping off. It's honestly just about G2 and their mind state. Because if they are able to pick themselves up after what happened yesterday, after not defusing the bomb on Nuke, after not defusing the bomb on Dust2, after losing to Nethersaphix and Regin, after getting blown out in the best of 5 final against Na'Vi, if they are that mentally strong that they can just go the next day into another game and then start performing at 110% again, then wow, Malik is doing something right. But for me, I can't back that. Like, I literally sit here and go, Vitality had the weekend off, RPK's down the bloody beach, mate, he's taking photos, he's enjoying himself. They're going to come in refreshed, while G2, look, if it's not in the back of your mind that you just lost to Big yesterday in that fashion, then I don't know, what are these guys meditating? They're like in Zen state, they're constantly in this current moment. For me, that's what it comes down to.
Yes, click heads and approach the game from a very simple mindset. And, you know, we actually did have James Banks able to catch up with a couple of the players going into today's match.
Now, we've seen Vitality relying a little bit less on just ZywOo having the super skills to take over a game. But does your game plan change as a team when you're facing someone like him, or does the approach stay exactly the same?
No, we don't care about a single individualities. We are watching at ourselves first, and then we are watching at the team we are facing. Not about one individual player that can make a difference, because you never know who can it be. You know, maybe ZywOo will not be good today, and someone else will step up instead of him and have a big impact in the game. So no, I don't think focusing on one player is a good idea, you know, and that's not the way we work. So no, and also we are definitely one of the most skilled team out there. So no, we're not scared of one player, of course.
Now, you're going up against G2 today, the rivalry of close games you guys have had whenever you do face off against each other. How do you think you're going to grab a win here against them today? Because actually your map pools can kind of work out similar in some ways.
Yes. Well, those games are always really weird to play, to be honest. It's always like mind games, or just like the team that do less mistakes, because when you play this kind of game, you just think about a lot of things, because you know each other so well, except the Serbians. I mean, except Hunter and Nexa. I know all the players really well, they know us really well, and that's not really easy to have the right balance. So I guess the team that's gonna win, the team that's gonna do the less mistakes, that's pretty sure.
And that's usually how it goes. And so not only are the teams going to be at stake, you know, they're on the line here, but predictions as well. And already one mistake made, Maniac. One mistake!
Yeah, but it's
you
okay.
have a chance to redeem yourself here, though.
Yeah, I have it. And I'm just going to go a quick touch about this interview, because I think this is going to be the name of the game. You have to imagine the amount of emotions and ego that goes into this game. There are so many known veteran French players going in there, for Apex as well, for Kenny S and all that. And at that game, I do believe that because Nex and Hunter, they're completely outside of that circle. They've never been in that kind of emotional circus. I think they will remain calm. I think they will be the voice of reason, whereas other players might get overwhelmed by emotions. And this is exactly why I actually took the risk of going for G2. I think they will be able to take a step back, whereas if things go wrong for Apex and Vitality, I know how it is. You never want to lose against the other Frenchies, you know, so there might be a problem.
Chad, what do you make of that, the competition between the Frenchmen in this one?
It's a great point, right? That's what would drive me, you know, playing against my countrymen, especially ones who have booted me out from teams plenty of times before. But this man here on your screen, ZywOo, I think if he pulls off one of his miracle rounds, or RPK has a multi-frag round, or something like that happens in any of these maps, a tilt round for G2 as we put it, that's it. That's the end of the game. I think G2 will capitulate. I think they'll fall apart. And I think there's something that Vitality are doing well under the in-game.
So Vitality doing well under the in-game leadership of Apex is I think where he was going with that one. Maniac, what did you take away from it?
I mean, he's right. If we talk about G2's mental state, then there is no way we cannot address yesterday's grand final. And we hear a little bit of sponge over there. But
what is this, like Casper the Ghost or something? He's just going to keep popping in and out of reality? Like,
that would be tricky if he just comes in with a few words here and there. But yeah, as I said, the grand final yesterday was probably heartbreaking for G2, and this is going to be a great test to see how they are able to actually just bounce back and wake up the next day and focus on another game without taking that back with you. So I agree with Chad. Their mentality, their resilience will be put at risk. They'll be put at test. And as soon as Vitality pull off one of these incredible rounds, then this is going to require so much mental energy for G2 to actually remain calm and just take it easy, just focus on the next round, because you have that ghost of what happened yesterday and it's not going anywhere.
It is going to be in the room, unlike Sponge, who's on an island right now.
Am I back?
And,
hello.
Oh, he's back.
Chad. Yo.
There we go.
Okay,
Welcome back, Chad. I think you were talking about the Vitality's leadership.
There was a strong breeze outside, and the internet said, "Well, I've had enough." But I was just saying that I think that the momentum that they have under the in-game leadership of Apex, on top of a tilt round, is enough to snowball Vitality to a win. And I think that, look, G2, in my mind, are actually the better team. I just think the circumstances recently is why they're going to lose today's match.
All right, well, I'm glad that you made it back just in time for that chat. And, thank you, gentlemen, both of you, for your thoughts going into this match. But it is time to get the action going, and it's time to hand it over to our casters. Take it away.
All right. Well, thank you, Samla. Thank you to the guys. Chad as well, even though he was briefly missing. Jason, how do you feel about this game? I actually think it's going to be a really fun game.
Yeah, I'm really pumped for this one. I think both of these teams, recently, have been so surprising on how good they played. Obviously, we've seen G2 kind of coming for a while. I think the addition of Masuta and Apex as an in-game leader, I think both of those things have gone way better than at least I expected when they initially happened. I was just like, oh no, this team is just another downturn for this team. Another team where the star player is just going to have to be in a really tough place for a stretch of his career. But Vitality looks good as well. We were super impressed with them a couple weeks back, watching them throughout the showdown. I mean, this team is solid. And then G2, Hunter and Nexa coming to this team has obviously been a revelation. So this is a perfect clash between these two French teams. I guess we're gonna call them French teams.
Yeah, I mean, sort of.
It's not really, but that's kind of how we're built. I guess kind of how it's been built. But I guess you can't really buy into that a whole lot for the G2 side of things.
No, maybe less so nowadays, but I mean, there might still be some kind of a battle going on there. I accept it to some extent. I think one of the encouraging things that we're seeing out of Vitality now is that even games where Cyber isn't being, the god that we know he can be, there are still, lots of things to look for. It isn't just all on his shoulders, even though obviously it helps tremendously when he's having those ridiculous games. So, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Who did you pick for this one? I picked Vitality to win this, but it was, again, close in my mind.
I picked G2 to win this one.
All right.
Yeah, it's close in my mind as well. But we're at opposite ends, which is always a good time.
Yeah, that's how it should be. Well, welcome to the show. We've got the first map coming up. It's on Inferno. Vitality going to be starting on the T side, G2 on the CT side. They have 2 flashbangs and a defuse kit on the G2 side, and 2 smokes and a Molotov on the Vitality side. So let's see what they can get up to here. I like the utility on the Vitality side, and I like the P250 as well. I always do.
Well, very slow and cautious for both teams. No trickery coming out yet in the pistol round. And as we see frequently, the gambles on these pistol rounds for the CT side, and Hunter and Almanek not looking down for information means Kenny S is never going to have support. So he's got 2 options, stand and be a hero, or just kind of fall back. And now G2's getting an idea of what's coming, but it's too late.
Oh, but the flank could be really, really quick. Let's see if Kenny can get a shot for the smoke. That's always a fun time for the retake. He's certainly trying, but who will get taken down? Saimu, I think, jumping over, and Apex covering the flank so well. Did he just switch to burst fire in the middle of that? I'm not sure, but regardless, Amanek, if he goes down, then there is no retake, and yeah, Apex will take care of it. I don't think Nexter and Jack should even try. I mean, save the defuse kit and the armor, even if it seems silly. I don't know what they could accomplish by sticking around.
Well, I think Nex is unfortunately way too committed and boxed in. He'll have to just kind of stay there and survive the bomb blast. Not going to happen so far. One kill right at the end for Nexa. 1-0 for Vitality. That's a nice, pretty standard hit towards the B bomb site, and obviously just finding the one defender there. So, choosing the correct bomb site to go away from the stack.
Wow, he was falling off and not even aiming anywhere near that. Bullet jumped up into his face. That's pretty disgusting. But let's see if there could be a swift comeback here in the second round. Do have armor on at least 3 out of the 5 players and a couple of HE grenades, so could be presenting a bit of a challenge here to the T side. RPK very close with the Galil, and he wants that fight. He's gonna get traded though. Pretty good swing with that 5-7 on Amanek. And oh, he was slowed down and turning the corner. Misuta will pick it up, but that could have been dangerous.
Yeah, especially with that nade damage that went behind him as well. If he'd fallen, his teammates are softened up, so good job from Masuta with his double kill with the MAC-10. It's going to be 2-0 as that bomb gets planted, and this time, Kenny S and Jax, they save the weaponry that they have. I don't know. Interesting seeing both Kenny S and Jax with the exact same buy, exactly $1,000 in the bank as well.
Yeah,
I wonder if there's going to be some kind of a double op setup that gets cranked out in the first gun round.
Double op on Inferno in the first gun round. That would be interesting.
That's a bold play. That's a very bold play.
Galil is picked back up, but otherwise it's 3 MAC-10s, and they should be able to basically run wild in the next round, where I'm assuming there probably will be almost no armor or no armor at all in play. So send those MAC-10s out running and see what you find. This, you see so the grenade damage slowing him down here is so dangerous, but it works out all right.
Yeah, well,
in the end.
Even more so the damage it's doing to the guys behind him. It chunked 2 players down to about half HP. So, I mean, that could have been an easy multi-kill with a Deagle, with a 5-7 just spamming bullets. It could have been anything. So Vitality narrowly avoid disaster there. And Apex has a 5-7 himself this round. Like you said, the 3 MAC-10s that can just be sent to search. And a nade stack, there it is. 2 nades down deep, and it's just Apex to take a little bit of damage, but not even a whole lot.
Oh, I can't believe it. I don't know if Apex was flashed or what was going on, or he was just out of his field of view, but that looked really awkward. Looked like they danced right past each other. But Apex must have known that that grenade was set up by someone inside of the B-bomb site. He obviously can't know that it's 4 people in there. This can actually be a very, very interesting bait kind of setup. If G2 almost sort of sacrifice one more person, and Vitality think that's it, then things can get real interesting. They're going to try and see if they go for it. RPK waiting patiently out here, but now he's out in the open. They're going to turn the corner. He's very exposed at the moment. He's got some backup behind him now, and that might actually work out in their favor. The Flash, they turn for it, and they're ready for the fight. So there was a moment there where that was really scary, but then everyone showed up, and now Jack's just on his own.
Yeah, they heard the footsteps. They were going to go for a way earlier pop flash and peek, and actually, oddly enough, that might have been the more effective one. Just because by the time they heard the footsteps, one player was already really far past the, the danger zone of that trap. So it gets sprung, but just a little bit late. And there's not a whole lot of strength behind it. So 3-0 for Vitality. The buys come out into the next round immediately. And then we'll get underway with the Inferno, with the action.
Yeah, then we'll see what kind of a buy we're going to be catching from G2. That's a point of interest. MAC-10 on Jax, but he's leading with the Deagle. Would be, again, I mean, any kind of kill you could get at the end of a round like that. If you get it with a MAC-10, that would certainly be nice for the money. But they're all going to be hiding in the corner. He won't even have a chance to see any of them unless he tries to run in at the end, which would be cool. But even that he's far away from.
Ooh, Shox goes down. He's going to try and get... Ooh, and he's got him right at the end, the last second. That's a good find from Jax. What a route to run.
That almost feels like he would have had to have tested that at some point, because I actually thought that was way too far away. Yeah, this is the weird, awkward fight in the beginning. Anyway, it's 3-0 in favor of Vitality. And G2 just with the 1 AWP and the MAC-10 being thrown over to Amanek. So trying to keep the economy going early on here for G2. It's not a bad idea.
Yo, shout out to Amanek for being a bro. That's the kind of teammate you want. Guy who's going to take the weaker weapon to preserve the economy. Double nade behind sandbags, and Apex has control. Pop flash, but nobody's peeking with it. In fact, that MAC-10 is very far away in Amanek's hands.
Tempting to try and keep pushing if you're Apex there, but he just has no idea what's on the other side, so I don't really blame him. No control in top mid for G2 at the moment, and now that they've switched Kenny over here as well, that A-bomb side is pretty weak at the moment.
Yeah, but I like this, because what they're going to do, they bring Kenny over, they're going to have Amanek get aggressive with that MAC-10. It's a timing, and if he goes down, Kenny is here to still be a form of defense, but the problem is, as you mentioned, it's a risk. You can already see towards the A-bomb site, those defenders feeling a bit of pressure. Oh, and Kenny goes down. It's just Amanek. At sandbags, there's the pop flash, there's the kill.
Oh, Apex, but they're coming up behind. They're going to be just jumping out from this balcony. Hunter is the only one that can stop this. Pretty good flashbang there to try and help slow them down. He's going to get one headshot before he gets dropped in the bomb, but look at Jax. He's managed to make his way past, and he's stopping the bomb at the moment. This is such a chaotic round. 25 seconds. I don't think they have any idea that Jax is up here, and he still somehow loses the fight. I can't explain it. That needed to be a kill. Now there's 15 seconds, and it will be a bomb plant.
That's the round. It was all based off that. You're exactly right. Jax had such a perfect play behind them. What an awkward fight. Nexa hoping to spot somebody, and Amanek's gonna provide the first kill. There goes Masuta. That's the pit player. That makes this way more doable. In Apex, he's alone in the bomb site. He's been found. Still one more in Graveyard. Amanek, he doesn't even need to be put into play. It's Nexa. And somehow G2 still retake the bomb site.
Yeah, that was very confusing. That 2-on-2 at the end. I mean, Shox might have had a very, very hard time getting out from the Graveyard, but I felt like Apex just backpedaled into that, and he must have known that there's no way Shox could have been, you know, covering from there. So I don't really know about this.
That's a really weak way to lose a 3-on-2 when you have the bomb site control. That pit player getting picked off in that fashion, although we didn't see the shot again, so going to reserve judgment on that one. But still, that kill in bomb site, the kill in Graveyard, they come too easy for a retake that didn't even use any nades. That was just fights for G2 as they strolled back in.
Fairly expensive round anyway, but again, with the MAC-10 starting it and saving the AWP, it's not bad at all. Set up for a pop flash, but Saimu not really getting trapped out in the middle of the lane there, so he's going to stay alive. Bomb is dropped really far back, and so far, Vitality have been allowed to... Ooh, that's a nice double nade. Really late. I was going to say they've been allowed to just get this banana control.
Yeah, RPK last round took about 50 HP damage from a nade as well. So pretty good utility work so far in banana for the defense.
Kenny sneaking up a little bit close to middle. He's got two men behind him, so he's feeling pretty safe on that. The wraparound, though, could be dangerous, but it could also morph into a bit of a B-split, depending how this goes. Amanek almost running into Saibu. He's right around the corner, and they've made a lot of noise. I think Amanek might know, turning their back, and I can't believe the timing. That probably should have been the end of Saibu. Instead, the UMP goes down, leaving Nexa alone all the way at the back, and that's a long-range headshot for the M4. Great kill, good follow-up as well. He's going to be taking down RPK, and he was ready to fight. That is some bold play coming out from Nexa.
That's a huge double kill that actually gives him a chance to win this. Two players on the flank, it's all on Shox. He can put a stop to it, and he does. Great follow-up headshot onto Jackson. Kenny S has to find a way to back off. Masuta gets aggressive, and that's going to seal it. Kenny cannot fight for this, but he's sticking around a little bit longer. He might just lose everything. And finally makes the decision, and it's a 4th round for Vitality.
I really don't know why Masuta was getting aggressive there. I mean, why even open up the door to that kind of thing? Yeah, that was a round, I think. Again, if Saibu had gone down in CT spawn, which he probably should have, and Nexa has that kind of a defense afterwards, they probably win the round. Because then Shox can't really stick around Banana. He has to come and join, and then, you know, they can't have that kind of a hold. This is great from Nexa, super impressive, but just wasn't quite enough. And this is obviously a good hold.
He might have even had a chance for a third if that, but he was so committed to that third fight afterwards. The Molotov went towards the first oranges, didn't go all the way back into the corner, so he actually could have reloaded and stayed safe if he had wanted to, but he was already committed to the follow-up fight.
Yeah.
So that part's a bit rough, but still. G2, that round, trying to do some aggressive nature with the opping from Kenny S towards lane, and a good call from Vitality. And that's been the most impressive. Actually, we'll hold the thought for a second. There's a lot of pressure coming in this way. Kenny S with the first kill. Jax is going to turn a bit too late. I was going to say that kind of calling from Vitality has been the most impressive part of watching this team in the past 2 to 3 weeks, as Apex has obviously a very, very good grasp of what he wants this team to do, and it's looking so good.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're swift with those calls, and the follow-through is right there. Seems like once the call comes out, they just all commit to it. Case in point here, the smokes are down and they run straight into the side. They're not going to find anyone there, which is great when you're up against that AWP on Kenny. You don't want to be picked off one at a time, and they just encounter it over at the A hallways, and they just straight run to the other side of the map. So smokes are going to go up, and there are more flashbangs in play. They could stick around with the deagles to look for kills. I don't think this retake is going to be successful. I don't know why they're committing this AWP so deep into it. That really worries me.
Yeah, they really want to take this round, don't they? There's no way Kenny S is going to have a way to get back. In fact, he's just dropped for free, and he's given a free op over to ZywOo and the bonus money of the MAC-10. So not a whole lot of rounds are going to go worse than that.
Wow, I don't even blame them for showing up outside of the B bomb side. I thought that was fine, but why throw the AWP into connect or into construction at all? That seemed like a bit of a waste.
I think this is part of kind of I don't want to put words in his mouth, but maybe what Chad was discussing on the desk, where Vitality's had a couple days off and they've been able to kind of chill, and G2 just lost that best of 5 yesterday in the finals of DreamHack. So you're coming into this, and G2 might have some stresses on their mind, might be a little bit less focused, and that's where decisions like that get made, is when you're not fully focused on the goal being to win rounds, like you're going for a lost cause instead of just falling back with the AWP.
Yeah, it could be something like that. But don't want to see too much out of it. I mean, you've got to find a way to clear your mind, hopefully, if you're on the G2 side there. They're back with another buy, though. AWP on Kenny, and M-Force to follow it up. Lacking in some grenades. Again, there's about a minute on the clock here, and if they get forced to use some of these grenades here at the B-bomb side, they're not going to have many left. Kenny's actually making his way over, but is he going to be there in time? They might actually go right now, and they might smoke Kenny off.
It's all about the delay of the Molotov. There's the boost. Double kill for Amanek and Nexa combined. They combine for 3. Nade into the choke point. ZywOo is so low and he's brought down. That is a solid hold.
Wow, I think they surely had a plan in mind there, Vitality, about the kind of a defense. Like they were so set up, and again, they're allowed to get really close to the lip of that B bomb site. They just wanted to go for it. But with the boost, I mean, that whole setup was perfect. We've got replays chickens getting slaughtered now as well. But yeah, I mean, this setup was so perfect for what Vitality brought into the round. There is another round, though, I think, where, if you just catch one player in that B defense, suddenly you probably win that round without anyone even being able to reply. So I don't really blame Vitality for trying that, but this wasn't the round for it.
Ooh, Apex, they want to do it all over again, Anders. They're going to go right back at it. 5 men in Banana right off the bat. Attempted contact play, still early in the round. There's no utility out in this choke point. Here it comes, good counter flash. RPK with the first kill. It's Nexa to fall, but it's a bait and switch, and Amanek can't get anything else done. Was really awkward with the position of the fountain.
There we go. One good entry, and again, they're showing up like they want to retake it, but how? I mean, this is so tricky to do even with even odds, even in a 4-on-4. This is a 4-on-3. Still more flashbangs and a Molotov left on the Vitality side, and it's a pretty quick bomb plant. They might be throwing away all these rifles, and they really can't afford to do that G2, but now they're locked in. Masuta holding the one angle. They're trying to fall back, but this is a disaster. They're coming through the smoke, and he's going to slaughter them. Now they're completely boxed in, and more could be coming. They do still have some grenades left, trying to see if they can flash their way out, but I don't know I feel like they're so committed to these retakes way before they even have a chance.
Yeah, that looked silly, didn't it? Zywoo's gonna get that, and again, oh no, is not able to get the AWP. Maybe he didn't want it. But I agree with you entirely. Now, if they had been able to save those 3 guns, look at the money. They would have been able to drop 2 rifles over to their teammates, and then they have another buy in this round. So G2 getting plagued by some good decisive calling from Vitality, some good entry killing, and now also being plagued by their own decisions. Mistakes made early on, and G2's having a tough time getting a grip of this defense.
Yeah, oh man, some really worrying signs as far as I can tell early on here for this G2 team. It's not too late to turn it around, but it is going to be causing a bit of stress here. Nice shot from Jax. Are they going to try and see if they could press the issue behind it? Vitality, they could have maybe tried to just, you know, take another part of the map as soon as that kill comes through, but they're all grouped up. P250 here on Nexa. Actually, it's going to be Kenny to swing behind him. Flashbangs go everywhere, and Nexa will go down in the middle. Oh! That's a disgusting shot, though. Kenny sniping away at RPK through the smoke. Just, that was a very interesting shot.
Look at Jax. Oh, he's going to wrap around Masuta. Oh, the aim punch is brutal. Good win for Masuta, but now they've got to go to the B bomb site. It's Almanac there with a P250. And that is a bold jump. Excuse me, not a P250, it's a P2K. That's even worse. And I don't know if Almanac wants to commit to these fights. It's about time you back away. Good dink, trying to soften them up for Kenny S. 1 versus 2, a combined 27 HP.
Yeah, I may have heard him running. The Molotov will surely force him forward. They're boosting behind, and Kenny, oh, he's gonna pick it up. A quad kill for him, all of them with the Deagle. That is one hell of a round.
Yeah, it really is. He got 2, what, a 1 Deag, 1 through the smoke straight to the head, and then the cleanup kills on these final 2. What a round from Kenny S. Yeah.
Oh, man. There's some wild Counter-Strike that we're seeing in the early game here. Shock's rolling his eyes. Can't really blame him.
We knew it was going to get scrappy.
Yeah.
And you have this battle between former teammates as well. Oh, Kenny with the ult looking towards alt mid. And now the reversal is kind of crazy. It's Vitality who don't have any money. 4 players really bruised for cash. Nice pop flash peek from Nexa, even though he was burning. Not even a whole lot. And he's going to be able to get away safely as well.
And look at the grenade follow-up. That completely bombed RPK and Zywoo. But I don't know how you recover this round, though, if you're Vitality. That is so much damage. And you see his decision-making out there. Nexa, he actually, for a second, thought if he should maybe just put out the fire with the smoke. But also, that's going to trap him in the corner, and they know that he's there, so he just goes for the fight. I love that play.
Well, now Jax is just getting more and more confident with this aggression. Fortunately, Shox and Masuta already pushed towards top mid, and they've already taken control of brackets. Hunter not aware, but if he peeks now, he's got 2 free kills lined up.
And those were the
unfortunate timing. Yeah, 24 combined HP on the last 2 of Vitality. I guess all there is really to do is save.
Yeah, that's got to be the call. That's, on the other hand, that's a really a bit of a relief here, I think, for G2. Look at the money. They have almost nothing on that CT side except for on Kenny. So winning this round with everyone staying alive has got to feel really good. Some of the grenades up there at top banana have just been really cool for the CT side.
Yeah, they've had a great start. I mean, if you think Nexa and Almanac are the 2 B defenders, they've got 264 and 354 in utility damage so far in this game. So those 2 members at the B bomb site, as you mentioned, and as we've seen a couple of times, the nade damage is off the charts for the moment. They are knocking at least 1 player down to like 50 HP every single round. That's going to be annoying and tough to deal with. It's usually RPK, who for Vitality has been the man to at least secure banana early on and keep it open as long as possible as an option in the round.
6-4 scoreline early on here in favor of Vitality. I mean, that's a pretty good start playing the T side of Inferno. It is not enough to just forget about G2 and move on to a second map. Nowhere near. And with the money being built just from that round one here is going to be an interesting challenge now for Vitality. They themselves are kind of out of money. They've got that AK and the Galil that they saved, but otherwise, Mac 10, Tech9, Deagle on Shocks there. They could have left the door wide open here for G2 to make some sort of a comeback.
Yeah, absolutely. Apex, Molotov out, dodging nade damage. They've dealt with that way too much, as we just outlined. Solo get control of Banana for free, or at least notice there's no one there at the moment. And G2 starting to recover quite nicely in this half. 2 in a row, 3 of the last 4. As they're chipping into this deficit. Still the AWP in the hands of Kenny S. Playing on Rap side, and it looks like he's going to have an opportunity.
Yeah, smoke up in the middle. Pretty common. Kenny still would have a Molotov. If they try and hunt him down, he could just buy some space with that. Gonna throw it in front as they smoke him off, and now they're gonna see if they can wrap around. 3 of them are coming for Kenny. I don't know if he knows yet. Nice headshot there from Jax, but Kenny's gonna be going down, and now they make their way into CT spawn with 50 seconds. They could be catching Amanek. In fact, they nearly do. Had some good damage. Now, inside of the A-bomb site is Hunter and Jackson. Oh, if one good flashbang comes through, they don't actually have one. Oh, that's a big problem. They're gonna have to turn the corner without any grenades. Just a smoke for Pit, but that's not gonna be quite enough. Jax will get one more headshot and wrapping around. He's alone, and Shocks will take him down. That is a good take. Without the grenades, that could have been a very, very hard bomb site to clear.
What a sick round. They do just enough. They posture for the B split, and that freezes Nexa and Amanek inside of the site. Not a single one of them budged to help support this A bomb site because they couldn't. They were being kept honest. And you don't need a flashbang when you've got Apex on your team because he is more than willing to run to his death to create the space for his teammates. We've seen him do it throughout his career. He's done it again this round. Vitality's going to have a 7th out of nowhere.
Yeah, really, really good pickup. G2 posturing like they want to make this an expensive round, but they don't actually have the kind of money to really fight this that much. Amanek goes for a spray. He's going to be going down. This is kind of good news, but not really. I mean, they get 3 kills at the end, but I don't think Vitality care. Look at what that's just cost G2. Again, they could have had a really good buy in this round if they'd saved both those rifles. What is the point of that? I don't understand.
Well, I think you're... listen, Anders, those kinds of things always go... they always go way better in your head when you're formulating the plan than when you're actually executing on the plan. So obviously to them, they're like, yeah, quick peek, double kill, take the guns out of their hands, and then we'll escape. Except it didn't really go like that at all.
Yeah. Afterwards, when you do like a compare and contrast kind of analysis, and you say like, well, this is what was supposed to happen, and really, oh, damn, we're out of money. We needed that cash. But they've done that twice at the B bomb site now. So
yes, they've been making some very poor economic choices in this half from G2, which is unfortunate because now it's put them in this really tough spot. Famas, UMP, 2 M4s and an AWP, but I mean, there's outside of Kenny S, there's really not a whole lot of utility to speak of. Amanek just kind of dumps it and had to go down to the UMP just so he could have enough nades because between him and Nexa at the B bomb site, they need someone to be able to put down smokes and Molotovs. So instead, put the AWP with Kenny S in this position, 4-man defensive A, and let's see how it goes.
Listen, fair play. If they win this round, Vitality also out of money, and they're going to look like geniuses for having got those last 3 kills. So, there is some kind of method to the madness here. It's just that usually you're not the one making that kind of a play when you're behind, 6-4 and you're about to be out of money. But it could work out in their favor. I'll give him that. Could be a bit of a cool flashbang setup here for the middle. If they get the timing right, they've got 3 people that are ready to fight at a pretty big crossfire here. So let's see what happens if Vitality come for them. Oh, but with Misuta up here, that's dangerous.
Yeah, it really is. A lot's going to be on Jax to be able to just keep an eye on this. Now, there's 4 defenders. He shouldn't turn. You have to trust your teammate if you're Jax. You are the one player, if you go down, that's a new angle of attack for Vitality. This defense will crumble. And now his attention is taken away. And now certainly Misuta. Oh, he doesn't actually pounce. None of Vitality does. They're going to go right back to Kenny. A chance for Kenny S to deliver.
would be huge. That, oh no, he misses the shot and right into that AK-47. For the love of God, don't try and retake this. Can we at least agree on that?
Please do it. Please do it. Please do it. Oh, not even a chance even if they wanted to. They're just way too far away for even G2 to make that crazy choice. 8-4, Anders, in the favor of Vitality.
Yeah, but this was a lot of things went wrong. First of all, that was a really aggressive peek from Saibu in the middle. So that means that three-man setup they had, it can't do anything when a guy just dies like that and Saibu's back around the corner. But then when they go and check to see what's happening in the middle, they lose another one and then Kenny misses the shot. I mean, that's just a sequence of 3 mistakes or misfortunes there that completely explode their team.
Yeah, you could call them mistakes, but I think you also... Oh, good shooting from Masuta, taking everything away. You can call them mistakes, but I think they're also mistakes born of the calling from Vitality. Like, I think more often than not, most teams with that kind of an entry in bracket, that's swift and that convincing, would maybe press the issue and actually push up mid and try and take advantage of that. Vitality falling back had to have been so confusing, and then to peek in through around the smoke and already have the op just waiting for that exact play, that's pretty crushing.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think a lot of that is just really, I mean, to go back to what we've always said about Vitality starting this game, really cool strat calling.
It really has been a real joy. And now G2, that potentially interesting call that they made to you know, throw away the rifles in that previous round, but also take a lot of money away, it's kind of blown up in their faces, which was our primary concern. Now, they're out of money themselves. Vitality starting to build a really good economy into the 13th round here, which again, I mean, it's close enough that they could still, you know, run out of cash if they lose this round and the next one. So there is a chance for a comeback for G2. It's just, it's hanging on these pistols, which is not a lot. Decent headshot, but now here come the Molotovs.
Yeah, these pistols aren't going to do anything. There goes next up. First and foremost, Amanek is down next. Vitality marching to a 9-4 lead. Bomb is still very far back at the base of the T-ramp, and I think Vitality is going to be fine with that. This is really cool. Now, it is important to kind of note, this is the map pick of Vitality, so you would expect them to look pretty proficient on this map.
Yeah, I mean, if that's fair play. I think Mirage being the second map, if I'm not wrong. So that could also, yeah, it is. And then Vertigo is the deciding map. Okay. I kind of like that. I've kind of warmed up to Vertigo. I don't know what's happened. I've kind of...
I like the changes. I didn't warm up to it until I saw the changes to the bomb sites. I think they're pretty cool so far with the way they're played out.
Yeah. Or I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm not as incredibly negative as I was earlier. So there's that.
Well, we were pretty negative for a while. Listen, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. If we get to Vertigo, we can have this conversation in full. At the moment, Vitality just putting a little bit of a beat down on G2 to start out Inferno. They've had, I mean, not just because they've been able to just always, you know, win in response to G2 taking a round, but some poor economic choices. Vitality pretty much always had control of the money, or at least an advantage when it comes to the economy and the buys that they're bringing out. And they've got ZywOo at 12-6, Masuta and RPK 10 kills each, and G2 is just struggling across the board. No matter where Vitality goes, G2 is struggling to put up too much of a fight.
Well, they're going to have a chance here, although Kenny goes down right off the bat. They at least have some grenades. They're running down Banana to take the fight, and they'll win it. Amanek and Hunter with some good kills, and the bomb is miles away. So weirdly, they've made their way far in towards the library. This is a very, very great position to have if you're on the T side, but you do still need the bomb. Shox is on a mission alone to pick that up while they're walking in to almost shoot Jax in the back. But Nexus here, a second away from getting a free kill. Man, this is a weird round. Oh dear, what's going on?
Oh, Jax has to live. Yeah, he needs to live. Here comes Nexa, running up. Good kill from ZywOo. And Jax is being flushed straight into the hands of Shox, but that's the bomb. This whole round can just disappear. P250 out. Jax is going to come through the smoke. It's the only play he has. Trying to coordinate with Hunter. There's Jax. Hunter with one more kill, and it's a 2-on-2.
What an absolutely ridiculous round this has been so far. Just a question of, you know, a few seconds of mistiming and it could have gone any which way. It still can. Hunter walking up behind and almost catching that orb on Shocks. Now the smoke goes up and Hunter has to push through and Cyro is there. More timing. This is an incredible round. Now Amanek, I don't think they know that he's even here. He could be coming in from the other side, but it is being watched and Shocks will pick it up. That was a very stupid round. Quad kill on Cyro at the end.
Well, especially when you think that walkthrough from, I believe it was it Hunter who was walking through in the back in the holes? That smoke actually hits him and makes the audio noise. Zywoo wasn't even looking in that direction until it breaks his kneecap and he hears it. So just nothing going right for G2 in this game, in this map so far. 10-4 in the favor of Vitality.
That is, I mean, it's been a whole half of just strange things happening, but that might have topped it off right there.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Yeah. I like it.
And just the timing for Jack, was it Jax coming out of library or something like that? Just all of it was just incredible.
Yes, everything was atrocious if you're a G2 fan.
Yeah. All the way through, you would have been watching and thinking, yeah, he's got to just, you know, turn the corner right now, and it's a free kill, and then it just backfired every single time.
God bless. Vitality have an answer for everything G2 want to do in this game so far. Nexa gets caught by the flying AK of RPK, and now they're just gonna press in and see what they can find. Apex, a little bit of baiting, good-natured baiting.
Yeah, and he doesn't want to commit to it. He's got the info he needed. I don't know if he heard Kenny running over to try and reinforce, but they've taken everyone out of the A-bomb site, and that auto shotgun, I mean, he was looking the wrong way, but even if he had been looking towards that arch, would have made no difference. That's not the range for it.
Yeah, even if he got gifted the first 5 shots in that battle, he wasn't going to be winning it. Zywoo never going to turn her. Oh dear, that is cruel and unusual.
It is. I mean, it's not going to make a big difference. Maybe you just woken
it's not.
Zywoo, just made him angry, didn't you? Why is that necessary? Good headshot there. And Kenny in a 1 versus 3, and no knife or auto shotgun or anything will save him in this particular round. This is such a strong first half for Vitality. 11-4 in their favor. Tremendous start. Zywoo at 17-7, but the rest of the team are playing really, really well. What a rough beginning to this best of 3 for G2. They're going to have to see if they can make a comeback in the second half, and that's coming up after the break.
Where's Simbu, where are you?
Oh, I don't know.
You need to go in the map, like, yeah, this one, yeah.
Did we start already?
I think so. I think you just need to complete the map.
Did you complete already?
Yeah, we're just playing
Waiting
football.
for me?
Yeah, playing football. Waiting for you. Oh.
Ah! Here? Can you see my monitor?
You can go to the benches behind you.
Okay.
Oh, simple. Let's go.
Easy.
Welcome back. What is the matter with A-Core and that jumping? His movement is out of control, isn't it?
Yeah, it's got to be some of the best in the game. I'm more in awe of Apex's like player cam that we have going on. Have you seen where he's playing from? He's in like some old school like brick. He's got like a nice big like wood burning fireplace in the background. I want a game from wherever he's at. Look at this.
Yeah, it looks amazing. Like some French mansion going on, like down by the river and all. Yeah, he's living the life. Good for Apex.
I want to hang out with. I want to hang out with Apex.
I'm sure you can fetch an invite, Jason. I'm sure we can arrange that. Get you a little bit
This
closer.
is my petition. This is me inviting myself.
Yeah, that's how it's done. That's how you should do it. Well, here we go. 11-4. Second half coming up. G2, needless to say, will have to win this pistol round and a lot more to try and get back in this game. This is the map that Vitality picked, and we could absolutely see why. Some great calling coming out, and also some truly strange rounds in that first half that are hard to really explain. Deep flashbang to set up for a jump out, and they've got everything they want. They're going to get a clean bomb plant here, G2. This is setting up for a nice start, but they have to win the gunfights, and they're not RPK with 2 big kills. And, man, I don't know, they won the lottery and then, I don't know, lost the ticket right afterwards. It's very depressing. Kenny now going for a fight, but he's going to run into a lot of opposition, and he's alone, fighting all the way across. One more headshot, and he nearly had it. That would have been a spectacular quad kill, but they'll lose the round.
That's brutal. I'm not even going to talk about G2 playing that round. Vitality, what cool protocols they have. When that set piece comes out, I don't know if this is like full-blown Vitality just is anti-strutting the hell out of G2, but this response for RPK to push up with the teammate, I believe it was Shocks, to push all the way up. As soon as that utility comes out, they're both aggressively attacking middle. That is such a nice way of taking half the hit out of the equation, and while like the 3 players coming out of halls are occupied planting the bomb, clearing the site, it's a 2-on-2 that Vitality win and then just clean up the rest of the bomb site. So that's it's a very fun little trick that Vitality just pulled on G2.
They ended the first half winning 5 in a row, and then going into this one, you know, adding a 6th here in the second half. That it's starting to look like a really, really good run. And obviously with the bomb plant, G2 will buy, which I think is completely reasonable.
Yeah, they have to at this point. You need something. You need someone to create an opportunity for you to come back in this game. Kenny S with an AK-47, Jax with an AK-47, and utility. Hunter down to the Galil. And here we go. Hunter's going to lead the way up halls. Amanek is very far back, and unfortunately, that's about the worst possible place you can be caught when that pop flash comes in.
Yeah, that was right on him. Aggressive move out of Saibu. Now he's going to get traded. Some pretty good shooting from Nexa with the P250 at least, or he'll take down Apex, but still.
Ooh. I'm a little bit... Ooh, this is a nice flank from Kenny S. He spotted one, hasn't given up his location. I'm surprised ZywOo didn't remain aggressive, seeing as how that's the bomb with the P250. But I guess he did not have the location of the other players. Good, easy kill from Kenny S. Forces Shox to turn around, and he's going to be a freebie for Amanek. So the chaotic nature of this round, the disorganization of this round has actually benefited G2.
Yes, it has. ZywOo coming in at a huge disadvantage, the 1 versus 3, but also the weapon that he has here to try and snipe someone away. Now, if you could find Amanek, it'd be huge because he has no armor, so this MP9 is going to be way better. There's the easy kill. Straight headshot will take him down. Deep Molotov, but Kenny will catch him before it's even thrown. So, good round and a good return here. We need a lot more, but that's a nice way to get started. Oh man, Amanek was dodging the flashbang. That's huge.
Yeah, that's legit as hell. What a play from Amanek. 2 AKs and M4, 2 SMGs for G2, and Vitality didn't invest a whole lot right off the bat, but a little bit late into freeze time, they go for a full force-up investment. Everyone has spent all their cash. Except for Shox, who now sits at 950.
We'll see. Just the MP9 on ZywOo and some flashbang there as well. Actually, the only flashbang they have, so I don't know. With the right timing, maybe it could work. It could be a spectacular round, but it's, I don't know, it's hanging a lot on not that much of a tool, really.
Look how cautious G2 is, though. Not even pressuring any of the choke points quite yet. No presence in Banana, so ZywOo is just able to jump spot over the half wall.
I mean, even if they do funnel them in towards this A bomb site, and there's a 4-man stack, it's still feel like not going to be that much of an impressive 4-man stack. Still got 50 seconds on the clock. One smoke on RPK. Don't know if that's going to be put to that much use either. Again, you have to assume that G2 are going to come through. If there's, you know, low on time, they're just going to go for it. But they're holding it over at Arch. I mean, it's an interesting 3-man stack that they've got going on over there. And now ZywOo's going to be joining them. Oh, now it's going to get real interesting. 30 seconds. I'm getting worried.
He's got a flashbang.
He does.
He's got a flashbang, Anders.
He's still holding it. He wants to find the perfect timing for it. 20 seconds left. They're coming around the corner. G2, oh, they could be making a big mistake right here. 19 seconds as they walk into a 5-man stack. Masuta, 2 big kills. A third one to add, and now it's a 2-on-1. And ZywOo will find the final kill. Oh, dear, that is a problem. Now they're picking up 2 AKs as well. That surely will take all of the wind out of their sails.
What an amazing round from Masuta. These last 2 kills have to be with such little ammunition. This is his last bullet, and he's got a headshot through the corner of the box. Regardless, the only thing that makes that round possible for G2 is Vitality that entire round never had any presence in Banana. If you just have one player go Banana and let ZywOo see you, they can no longer have a 5-man stack at the A bomb site. Like it just was G2 standing around doing mostly nothing for the round until executing into a 5-man stack. Good kill from Shox as he gets back. And that's all the aggression from G2 at the moment.
That was a long run, supported by a lot of grenades along the way to try and get that MAC-10 into a fighting position. Could be cool if you could beat the timing there, but that just wasn't the case. Shox spotting them out at the Arch corner once again. They'll throw up that medium smoke to block off Library, but both Apex and Shox are watching that archway and making sure no one is sneaking into CT spawn. And with the 2 people over at Pit, this is a very well-defended A-bomb side once again. Ooh, bit of a deagle setup here, but not able to get it. Instead, it's a double return for Apex. And things have gone from bad to much worse here for the G2 side. 2 versus 4.
At least Hunter has an AK-47, so there's some possibility in this round still. They're going to back away. No utility. They do have head armor. No real reason to fall all the way back to the B bomb site. And I don't know, this double pit with no utility is going to be near impossible to break up. It's going to have to be some incredible, just straight up shots. Straight up fights taken by G2 to get in here. And again, they've paused. They've already been spotted. Yeah. So the longer this goes on, the more Vitality is going to be rotating over. But they need to at least try and force the issue. And actually, Vitality's playing this so well. RPK still alive in Pit, and look, they just have no idea. Spam coming through, and an awkward fight, a kill. And Kenny's gonna tap the bomb and go for a swing, and he's got that as well, but the nade bounces right into his chest.
Man, that got way more awkward than anyone was expecting. That spray through the hay card there for RPK, that looked like it was gonna completely fail.
That was ambitious, wasn't it?
Yeah, apparently, I don't know, hay and wood is just better at stopping bullets than anyone was expecting. That grenade was pretty fortunate. I don't know what would have happened if Kenny could have got into the side and put the bomb down in that one-on-one. But they'll live for the round. 14-5 now. Pistols all across the board as they run through the flames. Hunter actually slowing down inside of the flames for who knows what reason.
Who knows what reason. Maybe he was like, all right, guys, come on, let's do that whole trick where we just burn alive and don't give them any bonus money. And then he was the only one doing it.
Yeah. And he lost the world for it. Maybe they should have done that trick, because Shox is here. Oh, look at the good cleanup. Actually, it's the M4 getting most of them right now. But still, some good money being picked up here on the Vitality side. 15-5. This is a very quick game that we're witnessing at the moment.
Yeah, this map has never been in any doubt whatsoever, so I feel, I don't know, this is maybe a wake-up call for G2 going into the second map, but this is a huge disparity in the scoreline that I did not expect to see.
No, me neither. I mean, I picked Vitality, but again, in my mind, it was close to sort of a coin flip, so not a 15-5 kind of scenario that we're currently witnessing. Saibu out here, he's got Apex behind him. Asusa not that far away, but they might not even need him. Pretty good stuff there, and that grenade, again, the timing could be good. They're gonna nade the corner. Apex will pick up a kill, and there's the follow-up grenade to take down Kenny. So that will clear it all up. My God.
That's the map. That's the map right there. They just won it. Man, Vitality could do no wrong. G2 just put in their place. And if playing against your former teammates was a motivating factor, it seems like all that motivation has gone to Vitality. What a brutal performance.
I'm so curious how it's going to play out on Mirage, actually, because we saw some of the signs that were really worrying in the beginning, even when they were on the CT side and trying to retake rounds that obviously did not look possible. That already made you sort of wonder what's going on here with G2. Now, that could be the map again. This is the map pick of Vitality, but if we start to see the same trends on Mirage, then yeah, I'm going to get a little bit nervous at the very least. They've been spotted going up Banana, and there's no Vitality just could just wait around. I like this particular peek, trying to see if they can edge it in. It'll take down Apex. Nice and clever way to do that. Saibu all the way at the back, and he'll take care of Amanek. And Jax, now just more backup is coming for him. He'll get the kill, but it's almost getting shot at the back, and there it is, 16-5. As they take down G2 on the first map, which is their pick. Second map will be on Mirage, and I mean, we're gonna have to see quite a different G2, a much more ready team for them to have any kind of a chance. We'll see what the analysts say. I'm curious about what they actually caught during this first map. That's coming up after the break, so stay tuned and we'll be right back.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2017-16. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an Internet Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy. You're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as f***. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. Go Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
This was the most decisive victory you guys have had against G2. What a scoreline and impressive performance from the whole team. Was everything just feeling really good for you guys in this game? And also going into Mirage, if you can bring this heat, do you think this is going to be quite a simple 2-0? Because you just seem to be all over them.
Well, obviously, I think that G2 didn't expect Inferno as a pick for us. So I think that was a normal score for us because we played the game pretty well. But Mirage gonna be different. It's the map pick. We didn't play really good lately on that one, so we're gonna give our best to play as good as possible. And I'm pretty sure if we keep playing that way, we can win 2-0.
I think you certainly can, because that looked like the entire team was on point. Zywoo, as always, Mr. Reliable, sitting at the top of the scoreboard, hitting all of his shots, applying pressure in the first half, just looking great. RPK right up there with him. I mean, this was a Vitality who looked well-rested, which is a point that you made, Chad, going into this. Looked well-rested and just, solid. So, Chad, what did you take away from this first map?
I love the pacing, right? I love the way that they approached this the T half, right? It felt like they were very fluid, and that's something with Apex I'd always talk about in the past as an individual. He was an entry fragger who had like a really good feeling for space in the game and when he could punish it. Now, as an in-game leader, I didn't know if that would translate. I wasn't sure if he was going to be able to even make those type of calls. Now, I don't know if he is making those type of calls. We do have Maniac listening on in, but like some of those mid-rounds, Maniac, like is it coming from him? Is it coming from the coach? Where's it coming from?
Listen, I have to give credit to Apex. I think he was absolutely on top of everything in that game. I even tweeted out that the first half was a thing of beauty. Honestly, I feel like he was very, very receptive to all the information coming out of his teammates as well. Would it be the smokes and the flashes used by Vitality? I mean, by G2 Esports. He used that to kind of paint the picture in his head of where are Vitality set up, what are the usual positions at the moment. He read that like a book. He had so many of these nice, gamble stack strategies he was using as well. That was just a thing of beauty.
I'm thinking it's got to do something to do with the glasses, man. I mean, the glasses look fantastic on Apex. Maybe it's letting him just read the game so much more clearly. It's really helping him out. But I mean, they have had a lot go their way. And Maniac, I think you have a clip highlighting just that.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the glasses. Listen, I have a clip right here. If it is the glasses, we need to ask Apex, but it's another one of these reads that I was talking about. Look at this. At this point in the game, 5-12, G2, they have a way back in. They've just won their first buy. They could still be in the game, but look at this. ZywOo, he was the only one on B, 28 seconds, and he comes back to the A side. It's now 25 seconds, and five players from Vitality are on side, and look at this massacre just happening in front of our eyes. There's nothing G2 could do. Even with the best flashes, the best smokes, and the best Molotovs in the entire universe, you would not be able to break that brick wall. So once again, we have an illustration right here of Apex read. He was on point. He was completely leaving his G2's head rent-free. That was a perfect game from him, but he said it. Inferno, they might have been taken off guard, and Mirage could be a different story.
And that's where I want to lead in with you, Chad, because that is going to be our second map of this series. Mirage, it's going to be G2's pick as well, so keep that in mind. So going into it, are we going to see a revitalization of G2, or do you think that Vitality carry this?
They're going to have a much better shot on this pick, but I think it's still going to be, well, I think this map will be closer. I think Vitality can actually walk away with this if they don't get in their own heads and overthink it. In that first map, they had one situation where they overthought it, and that was against Kenny when he had the 4K with the Deagle, where they tried to boost towards the back of sight. If they don't go for those kind of plays and complicate it, I think they can just roll over G2, because G2 were making so many silly mistakes that they normally wouldn't. The one round where they went to retake through construction in a 3-on-4 situation, then they get locked in construction, they lose all the guns. Those type of rounds right there, that's not stereotypical G2 by any means. So I'm looking to Vitality to keep up the pace. They may as well go with the aggression. They have nothing to lose. There's always that third map in their back pocket now. And I think that with ZywOo playing this well and RPK there in tow, they have a very good chance of taking this in too. But like I said, close one on the cards here.
And Maniac, what did you take away from this? I mean, ZywOo definitely looking very solid right now for Vitality.
Definitely, but when can we not say that, right? He looks to be Mr. Consistency, and now if we focus on G2 side of things, I agree with Chad. They looked a little bit out of their depth on Inferno. Some questionable decisions, in the lack of another word. I think Jax had a few times the occasion to win the round on his own, and will be either the aim wasn't missing or he wasn't exactly sure what he was supposed to do. So there needs to be a reaction individually at this for him. Now, the only question that I have going into Mirage is their mindset, and I'd love to be able to be a fly in the room right now, just to feel the emotions, feel like the tension, because if they can reset, their Mirage is good. I'm looking at the numbers right here. They have wins versus Faze, wins versus Na'Vi. They destroy Big. That was before losing the grand final, obviously. And now this is where the ghost of yesterday is actually maybe haunting them, because they dropped the ball on Mirage. That one really hurt. They've lost the first map. They got completely rolled over by Vitality. So if they can actually put up a real fight here, if they go 100%, yeah, sure. The third map is definitely on the cards, but that is the main question.
I'm wondering, though, it's looking to me when we look at the G2 player cameras that they're in the same location. Maybe they're over there in Berlin. Is it Berlin where G2 are set up, or Cologne? I think it's Berlin.
Serbia.
Right?
They're in Serbia.
Or could they be out there right now?
Yeah, so they've been there for, they were there before DreamHack, and they're there now, obviously, still for this one here. But if those interviews that we had earlier with Kenny and Nexa were from today, I just think that the demeanor in which those interviews were, it tells me that they're not their normal selves, right? Like, and there's good reason for that. There's very good reason for that here. Now, if we are going to talk about the normal G2 on a map like Mirage, well, Hunter, the guy on your screen right there, he's going to be a massive factor. And Nexa also within these mid to late rounds in terms of clutches. I look towards those two. But Amanek likes to bring out the double AWP on their CT side once they get over there to lock down that B bomb site. And if he's not hitting any shots, well, sometimes he just goes missing, he just can't lock that down. That's where I start to get a little bit worried.
This is fascinating, though. These guys have actually got a LAN atmosphere. There's Jerome, their manager, walking behind. Malek is there, the coach, and now all the players seem to be side by side. If it was going to happen, that G2 bounce back, it's going to have to be now. But gentlemen, that's all the time we had here for the analysis going into the second map, so I'm going to thank you for that, and we're going to throw it to a quick break before the casters will take over and get us into the action.
Was Samurai?
Oh, I don't know.
You need to go in the map, like yeah, this one, yeah.
Did we start already?
I think so. I think you just need to complete the map.
Did you complete already?
Yeah, we're just playing
Waiting
football.
for me?
Yeah, playing football. Waiting for you. Oh.
Ah! Here? Can you see my monitor?
You can go to the benches behind you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, simple. Let's go.
Easy.
Well, here we go. Second map is coming up. The first one was a quick one on Inferno. Now we're on Mirage, the map pick of G2, and we'll see what they could do here. You still feeling a bit hopeful, Jason, that they can make some sort of a comeback, a turnaround? The odds are certainly stacked in against them at the moment.
Yeah, which, I mean, shouldn't be any surprise after what we just witnessed on that first map. I'm still going to hold out hope. I'm going to see how this second map gets underway. That was not the G2 Esports that we've come to know and love that played that first map. That was some other abomination. That was maybe Carlos stepping on someone's PC, and then he's the one actually playing in that game. We've got the whole lineup in now, though.
Yeah, we do. I mean, Carlos does like to make it interesting for us, so maybe they did just find a way to make that awkward in the beginning. Vitality going to be the CT side, G2 on the T side, flashing away in the middle, and I don't think they're going to slow it down. This is just an all-in push with the bomb as well, wrapping around towards the B bomb side. The flashbang is not quite good enough, and they'll be traded right away inside of the bomb site. Saibu's being run down, and he's actually missing every single shot, and it'll work in the end. That is a great round with Hunter as well, occupying the middle of the map, and Nexa with the triple.
Yeah, and especially Kenny leading the way, just jumping around every single corner, making himself a difficult target. Nexa does a great job of following up on that entry. And we have a 1-0 start. So there it is, G2's back. That's all I needed, Anders. I'm all in.
All right. Already celebrating. It's pretty quick. I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's a classic, starting before the game is even close to being over. Starting to celebrate. Zaiwu with the deagle, Masuta with the deagle, Shocks with the deagle, and then an SMG and CZ on RPK and Apex. So fully invested in this round. Zaiwu and Shocks to save about $1,000 in the bank.
Getting into the map where you could defend going for a double up on the CT side. Certainly has a lot of ways to be useful. But they got to get there first. So we'll see. Mid control in the favor of G2 at the minute. Hunter, I like this aggressive move up with the MP7. Could do so much from this position. And they're not risking that much at the moment here in middle. They got 4 people that are ready There are a couple of flashbangs on the Vitality side that could make it interesting. If they find the right timing for it, maybe they could go for a bit of a fight, some damage being put out, but these grenades aren't really coming into play, and yeah, now they're getting picked apart one at a time.
Oh, now Hunter's in a great position to get a little bit of a lurk off of it. It actually might not matter whatsoever. Masuta's going to get aggressive, might have one shot, but Hunter circling behind him. They have to know where he is. There's the kill, and everyone else just needs to hide and wait for Hunter. 2-0 for G2, and they only lose a couple of players. Nexa and Jax go down, and that's it. So not too shabby at all for the G2 attack, at least to start here in Mirage. And this should be a much easier time of things. This should be a round where they're able to build up some bonus money.
I actually thought, since they had 3 people around the center there, I thought maybe what they wanted to do, that was wild. Jax going crazy. I thought they would try and flash their way into a bit of a fight there, but they just didn't.
Yeah, maybe not able to ever find like a comfortable position to do it from. I think Jax is also, I think that might have been a situation where he just, you know, goes a little bit crazy to get your own energy up in a game like this. 2-0. Hunter through underpass very quickly. Already has a glimpse in towards window room. No one's going to be running away from that Molotov quite yet. No nades, no flashbang or anything for Vitality.
Again, some good control here for G2. I mean, even in rounds where Vitality have rifles, if they can get Hunter into this kind of a position, there is just so many ways to exploit that. So something I'm definitely going to be looking for, even if it's early on here, is how many rounds can he do this? Actually, a ridiculous return from Cyber, even picking up Kenny. That is hard to explain. RPK over here, hiding by the benches. Can he find just the 1 kill? That would be huge, and there's a big opportunity, taking down Amanek. Oh no, this is falling apart right here. RPK just being a nuisance in the corner, and Jax is in a 1 versus 5. This is not supposed to be happening at all.
What just occurred? I can't believe G2 they just folded so quickly. I mean, the 2 kills from ZywOo, I have to admit, they are incredible. Those are some spectacular P250 kills. Turning the corner on Hunter, pre-firing it. The follow-up is unreal. But still, for the rest of everyone to just crumble in this fashion and not even put up a fight is a bit ridiculous. Jax trying to clear out everything, and at this point you might as well save the AK-47. It doesn't even matter. You're put down by the Deagle at range from Shocks. What a freakishly good sequence from ZywOo.
Yeah, that actually is really obnoxious. We're just talking about how much you could do from that position, and wow, they get blown up. So, up on ZywOo.
That's with no armor enters. That was like P250's unarmored. He just made the call. He's like, oh, as the smoke fades, I'm just gonna go in and I'll catch him off guard. He did exactly that. Hunter wasn't ready for that fight.
No one was ready. I mean, it is 1-shot range with the headshot there. G2 could still make a pretty swift comeback into this round. Like they can win this round and probably force Vitality to have to save again, and that would be a way to bring it back. Looks like mid control with Amanek outside of the A-bomb side, so let's see if they could get into connector again, if that's the plan. Definitely could be. Definitely have a chance to do it right here. ZywOo all the way over at CT spawn with that AWP.
Not a lot of utility for the G2 attack as well. Down to just 2 smokes, a Molotov, couple of flashbangs. So they've got to make sure that whatever utility they use from here on out is placed perfectly and they actually take advantage of it. There's one more smoke being used. Hunter again in this position. 2 players in connector, 2 players at catwalk. And as you said, Amanek on A ramp. No sign of where the ending is going to be. It looks like they want to head up connector to attack the A bomb site, but no one's pulled the trigger just yet. And now they're just down to a Molotov, and that's an important kill.
Yeah, Apex going down there, but Masuta will line up a double, and ZywOo will take down Amanek. What looked like the beginning of a really, really good A attack from that kill in window has suddenly completely faltered. Masuta keeps going. Kenny will take him down, but there's 24 seconds for this 1-on-2, and he doesn't even clear the corner. ZywOo lightning fast to bring down Kenny. Wow, that is the money gone for G2 already.
There was no actual power in that hit to attack the bomb site itself. That was the big play. All the attention sent to the bomb site, and by the time NIP gets that kill, you can see the smoke fading, which gives a line of sight for Masuta, obviously, line of sight for ZywOo, and nobody's able to clear him out of position because there was just Amadet coming up A ramp. Nicely done on the defense for Vitality, holding strong, and now they can start getting aggressive and getting some money to build up.
Masuta strong in the middle with a lot of people there to back him up. See the underpass being held here by the Orc, but right behind them in the window is ZywOo as well, so they're feeling pretty comfortable about this. Apex has started to back on out, and Masuta, instead of falling back, he's actually going to go aggressive, so that's a little bit wild, but I guess it pays off in the end. Oh. Go for it. Jump out with the pistol. Let's go. He's calling him back up. Yeah. There it is. There's a moment to be...
there it is.
Yeah, it's gotta bring some action into it. They lose the MP9 but pick up the Orc, and Vitality are up now 3-2. This is such a good start.
Yeah, they're gonna be very pleased with this so far, especially that they're able to just stop G2 in their tracks before they can even get going. First 2 rounds for G2. We'll see how this one goes out. NIP has a glass cannon AWP, AKs on the other 4 players. It looks like this time ZywOo's gonna change up his position towards middle. Takes a shot, sticks around nearby, but not aggressive and not showing himself at all.
Look at again the connector control here for Hunter and Jax. All they need is to win basically one fight early on coming through, and that's it. There's the one on Shox. They take him down. That's a pretty good beginning. And now they just need to continue. Masuta's going to be dropped next, and it's a 3-on-5 as the bomb is going to be going down again. That's that connector control, and ZywOo's fighting over here still, but should probably try and fall away with that AWP.
That's an interesting attack for G2. I'm not sure if they just found a timing or if there was some miscommunication on the defense, but ZywOo had to obviously be paying attention to window, so it left a gap in that defense coming up connector that I think who was the first one to go down wasn't even paying attention to connector. They never even considered it to be a point of attack. So that's a bit heartbreaking. ZywOo has gotten away with that AWP. And G2's tied things up at 3.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen how they've been able to hold connector in the past. I mean, Masuta had that great triple kill when they tried to come up, but I think if you're Vitality, you've got to find a way to deal with this. They're getting that connector control so often, it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to keep exploiting it to a very similar effect as we just saw in the last round. It's just a powerful point on the map, really.
I think it's going to be different if they have a rifle who's actually the defender of it instead of ZywOo with the op. Like, the op is a little bit scary when you have a window smoked out. You know somebody could have jumped up. You know somebody could just be waiting for the smoke to fade and also having to pay attention to connector. So I think it might have been just a bit of a miscommunication. Yeah, but you're right. We'll see how it goes. And there's a first step down the path that you just mentioned. Aggression in middle to keep G2 away from access towards connector, and that's the first kill for ZywOo.
Look at Kenny, though. Scoped up this whole wave. Hunter will take down Masuta. They somehow knew he was in that corner. Maybe could have just guessed it. And that leaves ZywOo over on this side. Apex is trying to get here to help out, but if he goes through the window here, he's dead. Grenade on Hunter will do a lot of damage, but it's still on ZywOo to try and pick up one more kill before that bomb goes down, and instead, he's just gonna sacrifice himself to Kenny. And now it's a 3-on-4. They don't have the money to lose this round here, Vitality. Either save the rifles, you're far away, or try and see if you could sneak in a kill and maybe go for it. But I'd say save him. This is going to be a very, very tricky retake.
Well, I think they're going to give it enough time for the flank to come in. They have RPK wrapping around towards A ramp, and they're going to see what he can provide them before making the decision. He gets them a headshot, so now it's on. 3 versus 3, that's gonna lure everybody in. Good kill from Kenny S. RPK now coming up the ramp and shocks through connector. Into a 2-on-2 we go. Ominex brought low, he's completed, and there's RPK with another one. And he's got the kit, so he's gonna get the defuse, and that round is just stolen away from G2.
I really can't even explain. What a great round from Kenny. Some good shots, but that is somehow not enough. I actually thought that retake looked much easier than it really should have been, especially after the early kill from Kenny here. This one, I thought that's when it's probably done, but not at all. Great shot from RPK, and he lives through that. Wow. 4-3. And, I mean, they should probably force here on the G2 side, even if Nexer's a bit low on cash, just to keep the pressure on Vitality.
Yeah. Well, and you can get an AWP, right? Kenny S could drop an AK over to Amanek, who can afford an AWP and armor.
Yeah.
So you can get that weapon in play if you want it, or you can just go for the 5-rifle setup, or excuse me, 4-rifle setup. Man, I have to say, like, that's a great round. That's a nice flank from RPK, and I like that Vitality at least let him see what he could create after dedicating so much time to that flank. But it felt like a very misplayed post plant for G2. Not in great positions to just even handle the situation. 4-3, 1-round lead for Vitality. And this is getting scrappy. Back and forth affair.
Mid take once again for G2. They're going to speed it up. The bomb is up at the hallways. That's a big giveaway of what's coming next. Saiwu smoked off, but it's going to be Shox and RPK inside of this bomb site. Good flashbang. It's the same one they used in the pistol round, and it works, but they line up for RPK, and that's a disaster. Hunter and Jax going down, and our backup is being called for. More damage. RPK, an absolute rock in the B-bomb site to take a quad kill, and that leaves Kenny in a 1 versus 3. Man, they have such a great flashbang to clear that first corner, but RPK could not be stopped in this round, and now Kenny's going to be going down. That is some miracle for RPK.
Yeah, what a fantastic hold. He had the flank in the last round. This time, as you said, a rock in that bomb site. A little bit of a disjointed hit. They're all the way up catwalk, and the B portion of that attack is so much further back. 5-3 for Vitality. But I think you're right. There's an opening for G2. That the mid presence that they have, and just having those players, so they've been able to initiate a lot of successful attacks coming up catwalk. We saw it in that round in the pistol, a couple times up connector, and Vitality's been able to like recover those situations more often than not so far in this half. But it certainly is providing a point of danger for G2 that they can keep going back to.
You'll see if they return to it again. It'll be interesting to see if Vitality are going to start to feel the pressure from that. Not in this round, as Kenny gets caught in the window, and Apex is going to go take a little bit of a peek in here. In fact, wants to really go aggressive with it. Catching a free kill on Nexa, and there are no grenades to flash their way into any kind of a fight. Awkward battle there as Shox will be going down, but should be an easy round to clean up from here on out for Vitality. I really want to see where they throw that flashbang towards that B corner when they go for those catwalk wraps. Because it was the same thing they did in the pistol round.
Yeah, it was definitely effective in the previous round. Completely blind opponent. Nice trade for RPK. Jax is the last one remaining underneath the window. 6 rounds for Vitality to the 3 of G2, and all is said and done in this round number 9. This is looking, I don't know. This is looking like it could be a quick 2-0 for Vitality. I still have yet to get that feeling that G2 is like here in this round, in this game.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I can't even really explain it, but there's just something about it that doesn't feel quite right. They're going to be able to buy in this round on the G2 side, and I think that's important. This is where they need to go on a bit of a run just to prove to us that, again, there's a reason they picked this map, you have to assume. Be nice to see it on the T side. Again, that mid control, the mid presence, they've used it to attack A and B both. So if they keep getting away with that, maybe they can get the rounds they need here in the first half.
Zaiwu peering over the smoke. Flashbangs don't hit him. Ooh, and Jack's lucky to be alive. And Zaiwu doesn't flinch when shots come his way. He's ready to just stick around in this position. As long as he's here, Jax is pretty much on his own. But as the smokes are about to fade, he backs off into a new position.
That's the smoke they've been using a couple of times already to try and get that control. Misuta, if he gets the first one, he could get 2, but it's the AWP peeking first. I thought maybe it'd be the rifle. That is a nice pickup from Kenny. And now inside of the bomb site, it is Saiwu alone, and well, he's going to be quick to catch that kill. Nice return as well from Apex. Leaves it in a 3-on-3, but there's no flank this time. They do have 2 smokes and a Molotov. Those 2 smokes on the Vitality side could be huge if they want to go for this retake. Good kill from Apex.
Oh no.
Delays the bomb plant.
Yeah, that might be it. I don't know how they get this bomb planted. Kenny S is going to have to be a god in terms of covering, but there's going to be flashbangs all over the place. There's the pop flash. There's the planter, not killed yet, but he will go down. And he seemed confused about where Shox might have been, but what a great recovery again for Vitality.
Yeah, that was a really disastrous position to be in. Kenny had to get that kill blind, and I mean, I don't know how you ask someone to do that. This was a great beginning, but 7-3 with a bomb plant and the round loss. They're going to continue to buy into this round, G2, so that's kind of good news, but Vitality still just look like the stronger team. Some of these rounds are way closer than they were in Inferno. That's kind of the takeaway. They can't keep relying on that, though.
We're again in that position where, like, the best hope you have for G2 coming back in this half, at least so far, I mean, there's still 5 rounds to play, is you have to look at the economy of Vitality and said, at the very least, as you mentioned, with some of these close rounds that have come out down to just 1 player surviving or 2 players surviving for Vitality, they haven't built any kind of an economy. So if you finally do win that 1 round, if you're G2, the reset is going to help you get right back in this game. Now, the tough part to really discuss as well is there's just not a whole lot of fragging going on for the G2 side of things. Kenny S, 12-9 for him, but if you look at the rest of his teammates, Nexa, Amanek, and Jax all stuck on 4 kills. Hunter at 5 kills. The fragging production isn't quite there yet, so Kenny's trying to carry them through the early stages, and G2 would be in hell if they didn't win those first 2 rounds of this half.
Yeah, and I suppose out of all the places you wouldn't want to see G2 ever go to is one in which it's Kenny doing, you know, most of the work. That's his own personal hell. He's been there many times before, Jason. Don't want to see him back there.
No, he escaped from that hell. He does not want to be put back in its place. Oh dear, poor guy. Well, Hunter gonna give it another shot. Coming up through the underpass, but again, minute and 20 seconds left in the round, and not a lot of utility for G2 to work with. Using a lot of smokes to get in position to attack. There's not going to be a whole lot of utility left to make that attack happen. This might be a gift if Nexa can win this fight.
Ooh, there's one. No swift return, but peeking, well, Nexa had a grenade in hand. It's a pretty good call. Masuta boosted up inside of the B-bomb site, which could be very, very tricky to read. And again, it doesn't happen that often. Now, instead, it looks like they're swinging back towards the A side where Apex and Sai were holding. And again, Apex has that AUG. That's a lot of scopes that's going to be angled towards that ramp. Could be very tricky. And they only have 1 smoke on the G2 side to try and do all of this with. How do you break through here?
You just cross your fingers and hope that smoke goes in the position that ZywOo's playing at. Maybe this fake lures someone out. If Jax can get 1 pick onto Shox, maybe it brings someone on the defense away from that bomb site. There's the footsteps. No one's budged over at A. Now they're starting to move, but it's actually just Apex getting deeper into the bomb site. ZywOo takes the shot. He's negated from the fight. It's only Apex, and he's in dark. He's gone down. ZywOo pulled out of position, and Jax has caught off the rotation, and this somehow works perfectly.
I don't even know.
They haven't even used the smoke.
They haven't even used the... As soon as Jack starts running, I actually thought he was just going to get picked off. I thought maybe he was going to swing for it, Masuta, and just take him down. But he makes his way past him. Masuta obviously has to call that out. He has to say, well, somehow someone got in the kitchen. I don't know what's going on any longer. So ZywOo gets drawn back, and then Apex is alone, and the whole round just crumbles. What an incredibly weird round.
That's so crazy. Of all the rounds to work, that's the one. Well, we'll see what Vitality wants to bring to the fight in the next round. As I mentioned, their economy is kind of busted at the moment. Apex and RPK might be able to scrounge or scrape something together. It's not going to be pretty, but you never know. Maybe they choose to force buy in this round. I think that would be ill-advised.
Yeah, this isn't exactly where you want to go for any kind of a mad force up. Confusion on the Vitality side. Hard to really blame them. It's confusing even watching that round from a third-person point of view. So, 12th round here, and a chance. I mean, this is actually pretty incredible because G2 could really start to bounce back in the game. This is definitely not done yet. If they get up to 6 rounds or something like that, I'd say it's game on.
Well, yeah, and I mean, this is the old trope. At least they've got the breathing room, right? If they get this 5th round, at least they've got some space to work with in the second half. So at bare minimum, they have that. Very cautious. You can see how afraid G2 is to let this one slip away. This time Hunter's not being aggressive towards Connector. 2 players at top mid. You can see Amanek, who's watching the A flank all the way back towards T-spawn, towards the B side of the map. So G2 just being very cautious everywhere they go.
Well, good on them. Now is not the time to be throwing away any rounds. We've already seen them do that a couple of times in this best of 3 so far, so no more of that, please. Just try and keep it together, and again, the path is kind of there for them to actually turn this around. And that M4 on Shox is far away from where they are right now, so and Amanek is checking out the A-bomb side, so I think this round is pretty much secured here.
Yeah, this is that odd timing of the stack where you hear like the presence on catwalk and you're like, yes, please come to A, or please come to B, please come to B, and then they go to the other bomb site and you feel a little bit sad. ZywOo might be able to take some pop shot.
Nope. Not at all, in fact.
Oh, the overkill.
That it really was. He was smited, wasn't he? Didn't even just die.
That sounded powerful.
Shox is miles away with the M4, so at least he's going to be able to save that. But yeah, it will be a 5th round here for G2, which, all things considered, I actually think is pretty respectable. And that's one of the big differences anyway between this and Infernal, right? It's just the fact that they don't have that much cash to really swim in here, Vitality, so they're going to have to be a bit more careful, and they're going to have fewer buy rounds.
I actually think this is actually going to turn into a pretty cool half down the stretch. G2 still has, I mean, what's nice about these last 3 rounds, despite the fact that G2's looked a little bit sluggish to start this game, is they're still well within reach of having a great half. Like, if they get up to 8, oh my lord, that would be fantastic. So these last 3 rounds are a huge battle between these 2 teams. They're both tied. 2 rounds of losing bonus for both G2 and Vitality. And this round kind of dictates who's going to have an economic advantage down the stretch.
ZywOo's jumped into underpass, and no one is actually checking. If he had kept going all the way, he might have been able to catch someone off guard, but so far, he's just hanging out down there. Chance for an early kill on RPK. That is a round-winning frag, unless ZywOo can catch Kenny. Yeah, he's up there. Oh, Kenny with the Tech-9 jumping to take him down. No bomb is being caught this time around. Kenny actually getting shot in the back, but that's too late. I don't think that'll do it.
Well, Apex, he's going to push forward, and he's got to just battle everything that comes his way. Unfortunately, he doesn't know the Jax is coming from behind. Now he's spotted it out, but that's an easy win for Jax. The only chance Vitality had at that stage in the round is Apex winning every single battle. I cannot believe Kenny had that jumping Tech-9 in that fashion on ZywOo. That's pretty brutal. Masuta, the last one left, going to try and keep the M4 alive. Amanek is currently hunting it down, but he's got no HP, and yeah, he falls there. So, 7-6 as G2 close the gap. And again, they're going to have another advantage in terms of their money in the next round.
Yeah, they definitely will. Yeah, I mean, you said it, this could turn, and it is turning into that pretty cool round. This is absolutely disgusting. He just only touches the ground, and he's ready for it. See, that would have been fun, though, if the bomb had gone down there, and it had ended up in a bit of a strange position. That's some good team backup there. Calm down, Kenny. Don't freak out. You're doing everything right at the moment. Kenny's 15-10.
Yeah, he's having a hell of a first half with this AWP. Chance to add some more onto it. Leg shot into a kill, and Jax starting to hit some stutters. Swinging in mid, yeah, just an anti-eco. Flashbang is perfect, but there's not really any weaponry to take advantage of it.
No, none at all. Jax in the middle. Triple kill for him. And I don't really think it matters a lot here what Shox or Masuda. I mean, even kills at this point in time with the money that's on the G2 side. Absolute best case scenario.
They don't much matter.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to find a rifle and bring it into the next round somehow here if you're on the Vitality side, and that's just not going to happen. Kenny through the smoke, and Shox on the B-bomb side.
I don't know. If I'm Shox, I start making my way to Catwalk and try and find that AK-47 at the end of the round. It's a, fat chance that happens, but...
Yes, it's a bit of a dream at this point in time.
Actually, I guess it'd be I don't even know. Slim chance? Slim chance.
Maybe if you hide in the right corner, it blows back your way, something like that. I don't know. We'll have to find out. Either way, it's about to be 7 rounds for G2, which it just didn't feel like at a point in this first half. It really felt like they were throwing it all away. Not so, and that's great news for everyone involved because, again, I'd like to see Vertigo between these two teams, and I would hate to see G2 just crash out of this best of 3. You know, with some weird Counter-Strike being played. It feels like they're really warming up.
Yeah,
into this.
Without any kind of a fight would be really depressing. Yeah, it just took a whole map for them to get involved in it. Shox, ooh, he's got a chance to find that gun. Could get, ooh, nice shot onto Kenny, far away, taking his time. Not gonna happen. All tied up. So we have ourselves a game. Kenny S 16 and 11. No one else on G2 in double digits quite yet.
That is actually an absurd shot. It looked cool from Misuta's side, but from Kenny's side, he's jumping as he's seeing that over the smoke. Double AWP, 7-7, 15th round coming. Let's see if Vitality could maybe pick up one more round here to make them feel good about the end of the half, but probably not good about the map as a whole, the way that this is played out.
Ooh, Shox in position. The only round we'll see a double up setup for the defense. Oh, but he's pre-aimed, and Hunter was well past his crosshair. Now it's just RPK, and as you mentioned earlier, he's been a rock. He continues it here, but there's going to be so much pressure placed on RPK. There's Nexa jumping out, now quietly moving forward. RPK around the edge of his own smoke. Has not been spotted yet, but he does see Nexa, and there's no one watching for that. Kenny S missing an opportunity, and now they've got to fall away.
Amanek sneaking in. He was doing this earlier. So far finding an empty site, but Saibu is not that far away from spotting him, and Misuta's right on the other side. Amanek, he's somehow stuck in here. I can't believe no one has spotted him. He could actually be a hero in this round. Let's see. He sees the gun barrel. He wants that kill, and I'm sure he wants to turn around to get another one right afterwards. He wants to see if he can spring the trap. There's the one. He's back for it again. Saibu is right there and crouched in. Great play from Amanek. This is world class. He saw that coming, and he could have opened it up here for an 8th round.
Yeah, that's filthy. He's even coming back for more. Apex blinded. There's the up shot. Amanek opens up A on his own. Triple kill, and yeah, G2 is going to have a 1-round lead for sure. Doesn't even need to take any of those fights. RPK is coming in on the rotation, but he'd have to get an ace, and he's got no kit at the moment.
That is just so cool from Amanek. He had that planned out in his mind.
Yes.
You could absolutely see it. And there's the final kill coming in. 8-7 in favor of G2 at the end of the half. Kenny doing most of the heavy lifting, but Amanek absolutely giving them that round at the end. That is really interesting. Could well be a 3rd map. Let's see how it goes when we come back after the break for the second half. Stay tuned.
Na'Vi, described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
Na'Vi are going to be an actual challenger this time round.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it! I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy 2-piece because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for Na'Vi is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing, and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Armor.
Oh! Simple. The device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well.
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game. We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall in the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down.
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that could really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player. If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Elish.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second.
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has a hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid! And we are back here. Second half, second map. It's G2 versus Vitality. And it's good to see G2 actually do a lot in this first half here. They end up at 8 rounds. That is, that's more than enough to have a successful Mirage game. Now they just need to follow it up and actually close this game out.
Yeah, that would be nice. We're going to need to see that third map. That would be Vertigo. I would be so pumped for that.
Yeah.
On the defense as well, Jax, Hunter, and Nex are pretty aggressive. They could get caught off guard. This looks like it could be a fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely... my question is how many players get committed to the B bomb site? Is it RPK who goes in alone? Do all 3 of them actually attack? What's it going to be? And Jax is missing all the critical information. This opens the door for Vitality. This fake could just work perfectly.
Well, maybe. Shox is running into Hunter and Jax. This is all over the place. Nexa hiding in the corner. The bomb is down. Oh, no. He misses one chance. He's back for it. He does take down Saiwu. And just like that, it works out. They actually caught Shox. I mean, this whole round exploded in Vitality's face. They had a completely different thing in mind. But as soon as Hunter and Jax escaped the bomb site, I mean, I don't even know. They also lose over at the B side. Everything went wrong.
It felt like it was set up to be a great, easy win for Vitality, a walk in the park. That's a phenomenal double kill from Nexa. Maybe this is, you know, my old man aim talking, but I cannot believe he chose to take the far player first instead of killing the planter. The fact that he took that extra second, missed the first shot, that was an opportunity for Zywoo to respond. But regardless, good pistol round for G2. That's both pistols here on Mirage won by the G2 team.
Medium levels of frustration coming out from Shox. Not happy at all being caught in the middle of that. So, Glocks all around except for the P250 there. Man, this is some really good return from G2 so far here for the second map, even though it's been a little bit messy.
It was to start, Anders, but they've won 6 rounds in a row going back to the first half. So, I mean, they've certainly found their footing, at least on an individual level. We'll see how this defense can stand up to the attack. Kenny, that's awkward. 1 HP. He almost took himself out, and that's a sketchy spray down. Jax is there for cover, and it's a 10-7 lead.
Yeah, moment of panic, but they'll live through it, only losing 1 guy. So, I think it's fine. Small part of me was hoping that the grenade would take out Kenny just for the fun of it, but it didn't. AKs are being picked up, and they have a very good advantage against the SMGs, the FAMAS there. I mean, this could be a very good round for Vitality to pick up early on.
Ooh, I think Hunter spotted that. I think he had to have seen Shox crossover. He certainly knows now with the shots of the AK-47, but that is just some lucky spam. Not lucky. I mean, that's a common play. And Shox gets a bit fortunate on the connection. Jax as well with just an SMG down to red HP and pinched from 2 different sides. And you're exactly right. This is going to be a nice and easy Vitality march into the bomb site. The big worry for Kenny S at the moment is losing this M4.
Yeah. Yeah, it has to be. I mean, it's not really worth it, is it? You could try and look for some kills again. You could hope to pick up 1 or 2 through the smoke or maybe in the middle like they just did. But if it isn't presented to you easily, then it's probably not worth it. Shox is already looking for exit kills. Look at this. All the way on the other side. That's super aggressive. Apex could go down to the UMP, and indeed he will. Stealing that AK would be big news.
If Shox can make it to the market, that would be massive, because they're going to retreat towards CT spawn, and he might be able to shut them down. It's a long route to run through CT spawn, and there's a decent amount of time left for Shox to make that play, but he hits the pause button. So AK is picked up from the UMP. Yeah, he's not going. There's no way.
No. It's too late now.
You know, he's happy with the... Yeah, don't get my heart racing like that, Anders. Don't sell me a dream.
I was really hoping. I thought that would be cool. I mean, they even had a Molotov. You know, I was like, all right, throw it to the ramp and just get him out there. Still. Yeah, it's an unfortunate way to start. And then the second player in is that MP9 over at the Palace versus the AK-47, and that wasn't meant to be. So good early round for Vitality, but now Kenny's got the AWP. And that could be all the difference you really need here.
I was going to say, that's actually not a terrible round at all for G2. Like, they had a bunch of SMGs they needed to upgrade. They went for it. They obviously got shut down really, really quickly and easily. But 3 players surviving, 1 of the SMGs with a free upgrade to an AK-47. You now have an AWP in Kenny's hands who's able to pass off an M4 to a teammate. Like, that is not a bad outcome whatsoever for, you know, a standard bonus round.
Shox making his way in the middle. Ooh, what a big fight. That's against the FAMAS, but it didn't even matter. Little AK burst to take him right down. That's such a cool play.
G2 is, I think this defense is like almost confusing themselves. They're not fighting for anything at the moment. There's not a single battle going on. Now Kenny gets aggressive, and he doubles him up. RPK down to 15. Lucky he didn't die. Shox still lurking in middle, but nobody is there. Essentially, at this point, he is just occupying space and nothing else. And RPK still hesitant to attack the bomb site. Only 2 players left on this hit, and Shox might need to get involved.
Yeah, he's certainly going to have to. I think Vitality also were confusing themselves here. They had that smoke off on Kenny for a long time and did nothing with it. Nice swing to stop the bomb from going down. That was Hunter, and again, Shox probably needed to be there to stop that from happening. Otherwise, he was so exposed. 2 on 4 all of a sudden as Sai will get a headshot on Kenny. That's not bad. He's going to fake it once and goes for it again. Now he's got 20 seconds and is in a 1 versus 2, and he goes straight for the fight. He wanted to take that against Hunter, but he will lose it. A nice triple for Hunter, and that was just an all-around confusing round for both teams, really.
Yeah, well, I mean, G2 just playing it so passively, it just looked like they were a little bit hesitant, a little bit confused when that hit began of who was going to rotate where. But the fact that, you're right, that Vitality slow plays this, allows Kenny to build up the courage to make that play, allows all the smokes to fade, so then G2 can just peek from different angles. Shox was turned very passive in middle, so Hunter's able to stop the plant. And yeah, there's some more frustration coming out for the Vitality side of things. 8 of the last 9 rounds going in the favor of G2. 5 stretching back to the offensive half that they played. Looking very, very good here on Mirage.
I don't understand the part where they had a lot of smokes down towards CT spawn. They had more grenades if they wanted them. And they just waited until Kenny actually pushed in behind the smokes, got a kill, and almost, you know, a double, as you said. And then they sort of just froze in place. But I don't know what they wanted to do in that position. Maybe they were waiting for Shox to get closer, I don't know. But that was a lot of waiting. More waiting than they actually could afford.
Yeah, you actually can't wait for Shox in that position. If you're running a 4-1 in that sense, right? The 4-man unit is its own little army. Shox is essentially playing for himself and playing for whatever he thinks and feels is the correct play at the moment. The problem is no one had the initiative to actually attack the bomb site. This is a good position for ZywOo here very early on, although Kenny S obviously aware of the possibility. And the vent is not broken in the murder hole, so if ZywOo wants to go for that flank, the noise cue is going to be there.
This is looking like a B hit, but there are 3 people in the bomb site, so I don't know how you're going to make it through here. That's going to be just very hard to do. Kenny's there with the AWP, not connecting with the first shot, but look at who's boosted up inside of the bomb site as well as Nexa. How do you clear this out? Eminent getting a headshot on one, RPK with a pretty good kill, but again, they don't know about the 3rd man in here. Now they're starting to wrap it around to the A bomb site instead. Hunter versus Saiwu, and if Saiwu can win this fight, that would be huge. That would actually clear the way for the round. Almost getting it through the smoke then, but how do you get the bomb plant? This is the problem. Now it's taking a little bit more time.
Oh, a little bit of damage on the Shox as he drops down. Yeah, this is getting hectic. Molotov thrown in towards jungle. Hunter and Kenny S just patiently waiting for the smoke to clear. Fake plant to draw them out in the open, and G2's not biting. That spam does a lot of damage, but now the 3rd player has arrived, Nexa in connector, and they have to be aggressive here. They know it's just the 1 player. They have to go for it, and he's pinched down. Shox has found an escape route,
seconds.
but not really. There's no time. He's got to come right back to death, and 12-8 for G2. I don't know if that was by design, but that almost turned into a really awesome impromptu fake.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about this too. It's hard to really say. I don't know if the fact that they ran into Kenny over there or they heard the AWP made them think, you know what, let's not do this. Because normally he would be playing, you know, over on the A side as we've seen. Even that 2-on-3 was looking sort of doable actually. Didn't work out that way, and that's the money gone. Now we've got Deagles, and G2 are only 4 rounds away from making this map work for them.
It's been a dominant resurgence into this series as well. Ooh, that's a nice nade. Over 100 damage dealt by that one. And a very, I kind of say passive just because of the location of Vitality on the map, but I mean, Jax has pushed down A ramp, so G2 should have a pretty decent idea of what's coming, and Kenny's going to have a lot of chances with the AWP. They now know his position. They should see the trajectory of that smoke, and Hunter, triple kill, holding down the spray. Add a 4th onto it, Shock straights both right back. But Jax with the SMG able to get the headshot.
That would have actually been real dangerous if Hunter had also got flashed, to the extent that Kenny was.
Yeah.
So, pretty good that he wasn't. I don't know if he turned for it or if he was just looking for the ramp or something, but regardless, that probably made a big difference there. 13-8 as we move into round number 22 here. And Vitality not going to have that many more buys left, to be honest.
I can't believe the money is so busted for G2 after all these wins.
Yeah.
Vitality doing a good job with that at the very least, but again, another one of those unfortunate circumstances where they just have to win to complete it. Shox again on his own, and a nice setup from Kenny S and Hunter to start the attack.
Shox almost looked like he tried to bait that, and he got more than he was hoping for. Jax will take him down, and now Saiwu and Masutra are stuck in the middle. They need a little bit of a helping hand here from G2 to maybe give them a kill, and it's going to go the other way. That is what they were waiting for. I think they were waiting for another engagement, but, you know, hoping to win it and not just go down. Nice shot from Saiwu. This is where you maybe don't want to fight him too much. Don't give him too many chances to do anything crazy. There we go. Wow, that'll surely turn the tide. I mean, it was already going in that direction, but 14-8 money. I don't know if they want to force or not. It's hard to say what the better choice is right now for Vitality. They are quite far behind.
Quite far behind and no real success to lean on. They've tried, you know, a fake in the pistol round that got absolutely demolished. They've tried, you know, Shocks lurking middle and they attack up a ramp and that got demolished. They tried Shocks lurking in Palace and attacking through Connector. That got demolished. So, I mean, if you're Vitality at this moment, if you're Apex here kind of running through the strat book and running through your ideas and you don't have a whole lot of positivity to go off of. You don't even have like a piece of the puzzle in place for you to build something on that. We'll see what he's come up with during the timeout, but this is a wild run. 11-1 in the past 12 rounds to give G2 a 14-8 lead. It's Kenny S with 22 and Hunter with 21 to lead the way.
I mean, right now, the way that this feels, maybe especially, you know, retrospectively, you're starting to see that there's a pretty clear plan for Vitality to win Inferno, and G2, I mean, their map pick has played out exactly like they wanted to, so Yeah, it probably will come down to Vertigo, and we'll see if that's going to be more of an even map, or if one of the teams is going to have the same kind of lead that they had on either of their own maps here, because it's really been quite spectacular. Again, almost a 3-man setup at the bomb site. Kenny's really scrambling to get there. Amanek going down, and Kenny showing up, distracting from Nexa inside. He's going to get one more kill, and Kenny with a double. Huge defensive play coming out here for the sniper on the CT side, and now look at the flank that's coming in.
Yeah, Kenny just needs to play this passive. Don't do anything. Pop flash for the flank. Got another one as well to toss out. Masuta in the open, but he's just crossed into some cover. Now they know the flank is open. Good shot from Kenny. It's ZywOo in a 1 versus 2. Hunter has been baiting all along, and ZywOo is never going to expect it. 15th round for G2. They've got 7 opportunities to take us to Vertigo.
What a round from Kenny. He was running from that window all the way through to try and catch them as they went into the B bomb site, and he gets 3 kills. Basically also setting up Nexa for his kill. So, yeah, this is huge. What a play that is. 15 to the 8 of Vitality. There's no stopping them now, it feels like.
Well, I mean, the question coming into this was, you know, we even said it, it didn't look like the G2 that we know and loved on Inferno. And, I mean, that G2 that we do know and we do love is here on Mirage at the very least. Hunter is in some trouble. He's got one coming from Palace, and he's boxed in. All the kills going the way of Vitality. So at least for this one round, a nice little flash in the pan for Vitality. And this one's going to be over quick.
Yeah, just,
That's got to be frustrating if you're Apex and you're like, why couldn't you guys just do that with all the other tactics I've called?
Yeah, just run onto the site, get a double kill, open the whole thing up.
Yeah.
Well, it worked for 1 round. Now it just needs to work for another 6 rounds after this one, and we're onto something.
And no mistakes.
And no mistakes.
Yeah, then we're cooking with gas. Well, 15 to 9. Last M4 taken away from G2, away from Amanek. As you said, just the pesky problem of 6 more rounds.
Just that little issue there. Does the thought of Vertigo as a 3rd map change your mind on anything regarding G2, or like are you doubling down on them? Are you thinking about re-picking into Vitality?
Anders, you're not going to bait me into switching my prediction. It doesn't work like that.
Oh, all right. Well,
I'm comfortable. I'm confident in my boys.
All right. I'm glad to hear it. I was just, you know, offering you a little opportunity there.
Just offering me a little bit of extra rope.
Yeah.
Apex controlling middle. And Masuta's here as well. Force buy for the G2 side. Kenny S with an op, 3 deagles and an M4, no utility. So Kenny S better be on point in this round. He's actually just rotated now over to the B bomb site, can post up into the B halls. That gives Amanek a little bit of freedom, and unfortunately for Kenny S, he's rotating away from the attack.
Yeah, so now it's really down to the deagles. Sort of a triangle of deagles, but again, you can see how that triangle is going to get broken up with the grenades. Nice attempt. Jax missing way too many bullets, but I don't know. I don't know what they would have done here, honestly. Good enough kill from Hunter, but 2 on 3. Still a very slim chance. I don't know if it's worth throwing away these rifles, though, if you're G2.
I think this is fine so far. Kenny S just with a very long, deep angle on catwalk, looking in to see somebody make a mistake, and I think if he's to get that anytime soon, maybe in the next 3-4 seconds, then they go for it, but now that nothing's being offered up, they're just going to stay at distance, make sure they keep these guns alive. So good round for Vitality, another 4-1 setup. With Shocks on the lurk.
I mean, it doesn't feel like it, but this is sort of within striking distance. It's obviously, yeah, we're still down to the whole don't make any mistakes kind of thing, but some of these rounds are going to be questionable from G2 in terms of the money. Next round, they're going to have the AWP and the M4. I mean, it's kind of doable. Surely G2 can't bear to lose any more maps away.
Jason, had enough of that already. Wow, okay.
Ooh, okay. He's, yeah, ZywOo's on point. He knows all the angles. Yeah, well, you know, we've been happily surprised before, Anders. We've been caught off guard by what teams are willing to do.
Yeah, both positively and negatively, it seems.
They always manage to surprise. Ooh, Almanet gonna get out of danger. Shock's lurking in Palace.
Look at Kenny.
3 players in mid, and Kenny is.
Well,
at
he
the
was
B-bomb
all the way
site.
up in the B hallways. He went back down, but I was excited. Ooh, that could have been a 2-for-1. That would have been brilliant, but he's gonna get caught trying to fall back. Now, Amanek is still here with the M4. He's gonna show up maybe just a second late. He's out in the open, but no one there for the traders. Masuta goes down, and they're still gonna be falling away, so they're gonna lose that orb on Kenny, I think. Unless they could go pick it up, but that's gonna be kind of tricky.
I think they're going for this, Anders. I don't think they're going to lose anything.
Ooh.
Amanek is going to come up the stairs. Nexa has a deep angle looking towards bench. Shox has to be careful. If he takes that peek, ooh, that's a narrow opportunity for Nexa. And he's going to be able to bait his teammates. Now, Nexa wants to stay alive. If his teammates go down, he's bailing out. But for the moment, he's providing support at range. And that kill, the M4 down, that might be the signal to start backing off if you're Nexa. But he's way too committed. He's going to go down for sure, and they lose it all. 4 rounds away is Vitality.
Oh, and the money is in such an uncomfortable position here if you're a G2. This is where, you know, you get baited into buying in this round, and it's almost hard to even criticize them for it. It's just that they're just gonna fall short of anything that'll make it exciting. They do actually go for the glass cannon AWP on Kenny. No armor. Oh, man.
That's fine.
Yeah, I
Listen,
can't
he's
even
got
blame
26 kills, Anders. Yep. You let your star players win the game. Put the AWP in his hands, see what he's got for you. He's leading the way so far throughout this whole map.
They got him in the right place. He could get this kill on Shox. Let's see, is he going to get distracted by what's happening in middle where the rest of the Vitality team is? He's definitely seen that. He misses the opportunity. A little bit of backup there, but that's 2 rifles confirmed from Shox at pretty much no cost.
And they spotted a 3rd in connector. So they kind of know those positions. Almanek playing in shadow. So for the moment, Vitality have mid and catwalk control. Almanek is all on his own. He's got a teammate that's just rotated over, but Almanek needs to win these fights. There's the first. His teammate's gone down. It's all on him, and he knows he's dead if he backs up. He's dead if he goes forward. There was a player jumping out of the halls as well. The bomb is going to be brought over slowly but surely, and Hunter actually spots the gun barrel. ZywOo has no idea this is happening. There's a nice easy kill. There's the response from ZywOo. It had to be immediate from Hunter, but he decided to go for the bomb planter.
I can't believe the timing. Again, he's just dodged that scope of Kenny. Jax will get a kill in the middle. Now it's a 2-on-2, but Kenny, is he going to wait for his... He almost has to wait for his teammate to show up here. And there are more grenades left on the Vitality side. They could be getting a 12th round right here. I don't know how they do this retake. Jax and Kenny between them. They don't have a kit currently picked up either. This is really tough, but they're going to have to call it off. A 12th round for Vitality. What a... I don't know how they do that. How they just did that. ZywOo got 3 kills out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's spectacular. He's starting to really heat up. Hunter is going to be, that's unfortunate. What a hard call to make if you let the bomb carrier get into the site and plant the bomb and play the post plant by taking out ZywOo. If you hold the trigger, or do you do exactly what he did, which is kill the bomb planter and then take your risk against ZywOo. ZywOo's fast, man. This is a really quick recovery. A nice shot onto Nexa. Nice shot onto Amanek as well. This one right here, right after Hunter gets the kill. That secures it. 15-12.
Three more rounds. Not that long ago, it's a 6-round or 5-round run that they needed to go on. It's looking a lot more doable here. Jax is pushed up behind the flashbang. That could be interesting. He's got that AK-47 and he'll take down Apex. Now the rest of them, they might just want to go against Amanek. He's got the 5-7, can't get even 1 kill down here. Oh, he's so flashed. Could not see a single thing. Nice drive-by shot from Nexa, and that's a 3-on-4 here. But the bomb is going to go down surely any second now. Actually, much delayed. ZywOo waiting to put up that smoke.
Yeah, there's no utility on the G2 side of things, so they're gonna let Hunter come in close with this CZ on the flank. Kenny S maybe with an opportunity, but the question is now, how do you get into the site? Oh, it's burning Kenny. It's burning him. He's up top. Oh, he's gonna be frustrated. That's weird. I don't like that.
And that flank was key. Kenny going down. ZywOo not missing any shots, it seems, any longer. So that's a really disturbing thing to think about right now if you're on the D2 side. Because as you said, Kenny's been playing out of his mind, but we all know what happens when ZywOo starts to catch up. He's just 2 frags behind Kenny at the moment. 15-13.
You can talk... that's obviously a scary portion as well, but you have to talk about the mental game also. Losing 5 rounds straight to Vitality now, and on top of that, you know, Kenny S burning on top of the box, which pretty much handicapped and took away the opportunity to even go for the retake, which they really wanted to do. It's just frustration building upon frustration. So timeout taken by G2. Just a 2-round lead. It has dwindled so far. They were up what, 15-8, 15-9?
Yeah.
And now we're here. And these rounds, it feels like haven't even been too close.
No, I mean, it started, remember that round where Masuza just ran onto the A side and shot people down, and you think, well, that was just that one round, great, but then they've actually been winning fights ever since. Now, there is a double AWP in play here for G2. I mean, if they're going to close this out, this is the kind of buy you need. They've got the full setup here. No more excuses. The only thing, really, I'm noticing is a very distinct lack of head armor against that 1 Mac 10. Kind of a small point, and even the M4, but I don't know. It makes me nervous. Everything is making me nervous right now for G2.
Yeah, well, certainly the M4 is the really scary one. Although Shock's in the way, it looks like it's going to be a contact play towards the B bomb. So when this Molotov fades, a barrage of flashbangs, and Almanac with that AWP is going to struggle to contain this, struggle to hold it back. There's the first, a missed shot. Now he's in trouble. It's got to be his teammate that holds him back, and Nexa saves the day. Almanac does recover. That's the bomb on the ground, and Vitality, I don't know how you recover this scenario. Maybe it's from Apex. A double kill up.
Oh, God, that is amazing, isn't it? Kenny and Jax now 2 on 3. And let's see if they're going to be able to do this. Jax is in kitchen with Kenny. Again, they might have to back on out. They don't have that much money. Jax is also taking a little bit of fire damage, I think, running through that. But now with the bomb plant as well, this is looking not really doable. And that's with a 2-kill lead in the round to start it off with. A flashbang will do a lot there, and RPK sneaking through the smoke to get the kill and the follow-up. It's 14-15, and that is a lot of money lost here for G2. In a round that they should have won. That was their moment to close it out. Now it's the 30th round.
Yeah, and that's where I think frustration really sets in. Another round, I mean, you're obviously going to be pissed off at how many rounds you've lost in a row, but that's the round. Those losses at the end should not have, I mean, these 2 kills right here, Kenny S and Jax didn't need to die. It was obvious they weren't going to go for that retake, and you're sitting around just waiting for that push to come. The call to save should have been made a while ago, and I think because of the frustration, you know, not only of losing so many rounds, but then of getting the first 2 kills, I think they stuck around just purely based off a lack of communication between those two. And Vitality is going to be on notice for any kind of creative, aggressive play.
Yeah, they don't want to get picked off here. You could tell there is a lot of people down in the underpass, so once this B hit comes in, if Nexa could hold them for a second, maybe it's going to work out. Look, they're already walking up the stairs right behind them. This can actually play out just fine. Shock's caught off guard. And now RPK has to go back and find them. He's seeing a lot of people. The bomb is in middle, though. And Kenny's the only one on the site. Apex is going to fall next. Now, can they get past Kenny and put the bomb down quick? This could still be their round and getting into overtime. But Kenny's there. Oh, he's a bit early on the trigger, and he goes down. Now the bomb is going to be planted. This could be a nightmare. 2 on 3, Masutra and ZywOo. Let's see if they could bring this home. They've run it a long way back, Vitality. There's the first kill happening on Jackson, a 2 on 2 now. And ZywOo not missing a shot. He's going to drop Nexa even behind that plant. And now, Amanek, 1 versus 2. How do you even make this happen? He doesn't have a kit or anything. He's just going to have to run down ZywOo first, maybe, and then hope to find Masutra afterwards. But this is a bit of a dream. Misses the first chance, and it's going to be overtime. What a ridiculous round to win after getting caught all the way on the B side. It's 15-15.
I guarantee Kenny slammed his desk after that miss, and he even got baited into a follow-up mistake. Again, we'll go back to the point. Frustration has caused so many mistakes for G2 down the stretch of this game. The missed shot is one thing. The overextension from NIP afterwards is the really brutal loss when he gets picked off. And you put ZywOo in this position, a 2 versus 3, full site control, and everyone who comes at him is at a distance with no utility. You put the best operator in the world in that scenario, he's going to capitalize. What a run from Vitality. I think that was 7 straight to force overtime.
Yeah, I mean, now let's see if it's been worth it for Vitality, if they can continue the run into OT. It works, taking down Kenny in the middle, and they're all his shocks is on the other side. Oh dear, if either Jax or Hunter goes down, that's it. That's a disaster. Jax is on his own, and they know exactly where he is. He's trying to escape, trying to reposition, just to make it a little bit tricky, but he's gonna have to get at least 2 more kills here before this round is even close, and there's one of them hiding inside the smoke. He might be a genius. He's taken down Masutra, and now the pistol's out. What a godlike play from Jackson. He's still baiting them out, continuing on top. What a god! That's the ace from Jax. I've never seen anything like it.
That's got to be the most perfectly played round I have ever seen. That's his own smoke. The way he utilizes this is such a genius performance. I am stunned that Jax just busted this out. Where's it been the whole map?
I don't think he could even believe it. That is... what a beautiful piece of Counter-Strike we just saw. Jax will continue. He's finally shut down here, but that is... I don't know. If that doesn't get him into the 3rd map, nothing will. Kenny goes down early on. It's a 3-on-3, but a lot of damage here has been already been taken on the Vitality side. And they are in a fair bit of trouble here. My god.
I know. Masuta gonna jump across, pop flash from his teammate, but the rest of G2 has just backed away. They want nothing to do with these close-up fights. Hunter caught. He wins that. It's all on Masuta with 12 HP. He goes down next. I thought that whole time that Jax was just like gonna get enough kills to make it doable. Like, oh, good, he's put his team in like a 2-on-2. Well, I can't believe he won that round all by himself.
No, that is... it's so unlikely. It's not even the fact that he's alone, right? It's the fact that he just got a kill in Palace, so they knew exactly where he was. There's not even any guesswork involved. Normally, they just swing and take him down, and that's the end.
You can watch that back and break down every decision he makes, and every single decision he made was perfect. That was a magnificent ace.
Yeah, you just saw something very rare.
That is the best ace of 2020, and I can't imagine there's going to be a single ace for the rest of the year that beats it.
No, I don't. Yeah, it's so hard to even. You'd have to go through, you know, again, frame after frame and just stack it up. Like, you could do it both ways. You could take all of his decisions. You could also take all the ways in which he's completely screwed, right? Like, all the ways in which he's just never going to make that happen, and then somehow did. I mean, it goes down over at the B bomb side, so that's super helpful. Actually, a big rotation happening. And it's hard even to blame G2. Think of how many B rounds we had in regulation towards the end. They're so paranoid about that happening again, but they've left Jax alone. And surely he can't do it, you know, again. He's picked up the kill on Shocks and will be shut down from Apex. Nice position, and Kenny, he looked like he was aiming the wrong way there.
Yeah, he caught up real quick. He got it pointed in the right direction. He's gonna rotate back around towards CT spawn, and bomb is gonna be planted at this moment. Hunter starting to come in. He's got Nexa as well, gonna come through the murder hole. Or not, or meet up with Kenny S. So, here we go, 3-on-3 retake. Hunter, turn to the corner. That's a great shot from Masuta. He was prepared. And the other portion of the retake has not yet begun. ZywOo's got Kenny, and Vitality's at least gonna get 1 round in this overtime.
Yeah, Nexa just, I mean, he would have to do a lot here, and why would they even fight him? I mean, he doesn't have a smoke to try and force anything. It's not going to happen. 16-17, so 2 out of 3 rounds in overtime go to G2, and that has, I mean, especially considering how they got that first round. Man, we're going to be rewatching that round very many times in the future. That's so wild.
That's an unbelievable... I'm still stunned just thinking about it. Well, 17-16. We're looking for 19 to close out the map.
Yeah. With the money as well. See what G2 could show us. They did have a good run on their T side, but I mean, this is by no means done. They're nowhere near as comfortable as they were earlier in the game when they had that 6 or 7 round lead, and it just looked like it was a simple matter to close out the game. And Saiwu, some of the shots he's been hitting as well. He's at 28 kills. Jax is at 29. He's somehow overtaken everyone, but then you got Kenny and Hunter both at 27 kills. So it does seem to be a bit top-heavy still on the Vitality side, with Saiwu doing a lot of work, and there's a bit of a drop-off later down the roster. Man.
Yeah, I mean, Saiwu is a big engine to get them back in this game. Apex, it's good to see Apex with some kills because he actually had a pretty quiet start. I think he was stuck on 7 kills for some time, so it's good to see him back into this. 13 kills on him. He's made some fantastic calls. 17 kills for Shox in the role of lurking on the T side. But now we switch over to defense. We'll see what G2 can muster up.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. They were doing well enough in regulation on the T side. I think Vitality were suffering a lot from not having enough money on their CT side, so this could actually be a pretty big change for them having this overtime. Saiwu's just in the middle smoking for himself. He's got no backup. It's just him. There is no one here to save him, and that might have been a bit of a mistake. I can't believe he got that kill. He's looking for more, and he tags another one. That's so much damage. Were they just trying to ignore him and go into the bomb site? That seemed like a big mistake out of G2.
They must have thought that he actually tried to evacuate through the underpass, but Jax was there as well. So yeah, it felt like there was like a gentleman's agreement not to shoot at Saiwu. 17-16. And Jax is in a 1 versus 3. I cannot believe that Saiwu got spotted early in that play and still managed to bust out a double kill and a leg shot. That's wild. Jax needs another miracle, but he's left the bomb behind. 1 minute left on the clock.
I mean, I don't even know. The whole thing started off so weirdly because he took his time putting down that smoke, and there was no backup there, where the whole thing just looked like it was about to be a disaster from the beginning, and then somehow he found a way out. That's really disturbing. 40 seconds, and you said, yeah, another miracle, but he might walk into the shot here. Yeah, Shox will take him down. 17-17. A good round out of Vitality. I'm not sure I really understand how, but it was. I can't really
I'm assuming they thought he was just... Yeah, maybe they just didn't want to mess with spamming into the smoke, but yeah. I mean, pretty disastrous turn of events for G2 in a situation where probably everyone and their mothers thought that Saiwu was just trapped. We're all tied up again. Double up setup still for Vitality, and with the win there, they get to preserve that for every round of overtime. So shout out to Vitality. Don't have to worry about their economy here in OT.
Man,
this is a nightmare.
Or maybe it's not. As they take down Shox, they could have walked right into that AWP. RPK only gets the 1 kill. And now there's a path open. The bomb has been picked up by Nexa. Apex in the middle goes down to Kenny. That's a huge fight to win there. And this could be another chance here for a map point on the G2 side.
The nightmare I was referring to was actually Masuta at the A bomb site pushing down A ramp. If Shox gets that first kill or just doesn't die immediately, Masuta keeps pushing and he finds out everything. He has all the information needed. I think we're going to see them go for this, considering it's overtime and they have so much money built up from winning the first round. So you might as well just see what you can get. At least send Masuta forward.
Yeah, I mean,
no one from G2 showing themselves.
Seen a lot of madness already, so why not go for it? But no madness to end this one with. Nice triple kill for Hunter. 18-17. A chance here, a single chance for G2 to bring us onto that Vertigo map. And again, I'm crossing my fingers. I really would love to see that third map.
Well, this might be their first chance in overtime to bring us to a third map, but I think this is actually their 8th opportunity to close out this map.
Yeah.
If you go back to regulation. So that you can't be feeling too good about that if you're G2. Hunter's gone down to the SMG and he's got plenty of money for an AK-47. So we're calling a B-rush in overtime, boys. Risky play. Molotov needs to get put out, and it will indeed. The SMG does nothing but become cannon fodder. There's ZywOo on catwalk, and this hit's going nowhere so far. ZywOo forced off the angle, but Apex has walked into the site. It's all down to timing. Nexus found him. 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and ZywOo being low on health almost doesn't matter. What a great headshot, though. Nexa, I actually can't believe it. He just fakes the bomb a single time, but ZywOo's a little bit too far away. How do you do this? He's trying to fall back. That's over a minute, so Nexa playing for time right now would actually be huge. ZywOo's sticking around. He could walk right back into the shot, or he could catch the timing firing that AK, though, and ZywOo's creeping closer, hoping to catch him as he comes back out, and this might be exactly what happens. ZywOo's there, and it's going to be double OT. Man, that is so close. Another bullet would have taken him down.
That's the power of ZywOo right there. Nexa wanted nothing to do with that clutch. In a one-on-one heads-up fight against ZywOo, he wanted to play the mind games. He was hoping to pull ZywOo out of position. And listen, fair play, it might have worked until you take that shot. Until you, whatever it is, accidentally hit the mouse button, take a shot to confuse ZywOo. Once you give up your position against ZywOo with the AWP, he had that zoned in the whole way.
Yeah. I mean, he wasn't going to let that one go. Hungry for it. That also puts him on top of the scoreboard at 33 kills, if you're still keeping an eye on that. All AKs here in double OT for the G2 side could suggest that they want to go a little bit quicker at it. Kenny in the middle, already running into a grenade. And they got 3 people that are going to be coming out of Palace. It could be amazing, or it could go horribly wrong, especially if Apex can get back from the window quick enough to help out. Shox is going to be catching the early peek around the corner, and that's a free kill for him, and trying to back on out. Yeah, this is the problem, though. Now they're really slowed down. What's the follow-up to this?
I almost feel like you just have to go through the smoke at that point. I mean, that play is designed to at least get that trade. Oh, Kenny, you might be gifted a free kill, and you are. Apex never cleared it. He got up silently. Shox with 1 more kill to add on. That's on A-ramp, and he's found himself some safety. They must take this bomb site. They have to attack it right now, but I don't even think there's a way to get in. Finally, Nexa takes down Shox.
And Masuto's been cleverly hiding inside of the bomb site, not showing himself and not really giving them anything to work with. They're so boxed into this corner, G2. How do you fight your way out? Nexa's trying to do it, and I guess headshots is really the answer. 2-on-2 somehow, but I feel like Vitality actually could have done a lot more to secure this round. Now it's back in contention, although ZywOo is still in play, so you never know. Deep Molotov won't force him out into any kind of a fight here, and Nexa making the jump across is absolutely lethal. There's a flash to set it up, but he's not going to commit to it. Maybe a little bit worried. RPK going down, and now ZywOo on the other side. He's going to swap it out for the M4, waiting for the second flashbang. The bomb is finally going to be planted, and ZywOo could force one of them into a fight, but out in the open is Amanek, and G2 win the round, and that is almost a bit of a mystery as to how.
Yeah, that one deserves its own piece of content. That was such a beautifully played, 2 versus 4, 2 versus 5. I'm astounded they won that. I think that was magnificent. Between the Jax, Ace, and this clutch, G2 shows some really cool things, and this is why people are so excited. The problem is, you see both ends. You see the brilliance of what we just saw in that 2 versus 4 clutch, or 2vx clutch, and the Jax Ace, but we've also seen some really weird rounds out of G2 in this game. ZywOo's gonna be able to pick off Hunter to start. Double push underneath, and they're gonna try and evacuate here. Jax goes for the peek, but can't catch them. Can't stop them from getting back into safety.
Yeah, he was almost there for a quick spray down. It didn't quite turn out that way. Now what do they do? A man down, and Kenny and Jax have both been tagged up, which is not insignificant. Kenny's waiting for a mistake for someone to walk into the crosshairs. RPK is also alone at the B bomb site, so if he went down, it would be a very, very tricky retake, even with the man advantage at the moment. Now they're bringing in Jax as well. It's all on this. I'm not sure what Amanek is meant to do over here, maybe except for keeping the 4 people on this side of the map, but he's been spotted. Almost dies to the grenade. Yeah, this is on RPK. If he gets a kill, the round should be won almost immediately. If he goes down, I don't know, the retake is going to be tricky. There's Amanek on the other side, but yeah, all on this. Can they find RPK for free or not? And it turns out he's going to be good for a kill. Swinging for the second. Great defensive play coming out from RPK. Now, it's definitely their round. 29 seconds, and Kenny with the Tech-9 picking up a kill, but Shox will be there. And that should have been the conclusion as soon as RPK got the first one. 19-19.
This is getting wild. 34 kills on ZywOo, 33 on Kenny S. What a duel between these two players. That is a great hold from RPK, but as you mentioned, even if he goes down without getting a kill, I mean, that's still a strong retake opportunity for Vitality. That's just great work, and he was doing that all the way back in regulation as well. RPK has been solid for this team. Kenny S, Molotov towards Connector. He's on his own with just an AK-47, and ZywOo's gonna handle him with ease. 3 players gonna try and bust out of Palace, but there's gonna be 3 defenders here. I don't know how you get through this. That one flashbang smokes, they're not gonna be enough. Shox is blind, he's blind twice, and they've got 2 kills.
They made that work so well. I think the timing on that first flashbang was just enough to allow them to clear the corner. Otherwise, I think it would have been sprayed down mid-air. So that was, I don't know, a very thin margin to actually make that work. RPK nearly sneaking in a kill, running for it, and taking down Jax. Last round in contention here in double OT. They're going to swap it out because RPK is low on health. Not seeing anyone yet. ZywOo now going to be leading charge with the M4. Instant shot down. Can he get the last one in? RPK might have to do it through the box, but it's going to be Hunter instead for a 20-19 finish at the first half of double OT. We'll see if they can continue here. Need 2 more rounds this time on the G2 side.
Man, if you just list some of the rounds that have come out for G2, you'd really scratch your head and wonder how they're in double overtime to begin with. They had, what, 7 opportunities in regulation to close out the map. They had 1 in the first overtime. We've had the Jax ace basically holding onto a bomb site on his own. We've had a 2 versus 4 clutch out of G2 against Vitality, and they're still just not able to close out this map. That is scary to think about when you see how many opportunities, some of the advantages that they found themselves in. This is, I mean, it's a testament to how strong Vitality is getting and how they're playing as a team, but I don't know how much longer G2 can hold on without being rewarded with the map victory. Looking for 22 to bring us to Vertigo. Great shot from Kenny S. A nice flick over. That's Apex down. Jax is lucky to be alive. Shox is also lucky to be alive.
Yeah, I can't believe no one has managed to fight each other in the middle. There was clear opening right there. Somehow that whole situation gets defused, and now they got that bomb over at the ramp with ZywOo and RPK waiting for it. Would love a mistake. Would love for someone to walk in and check this, but doesn't feel likely. They have got the grenades to try and go for this bomb site, but they're going to get smoked back. That's a lot of time wasted. Still plenty of grenades there on the T side.
Yeah, they're looking for a mistake at the moment. Masuta's in middle. Shox is rotating back to A as well. So 3 players at the ramp. No one in Palace just yet. Doesn't look like there will be. Footstep is made. Flashbang comes out. Leg shot onto Kenny. He bails out. He knows the grenade is the follow-up. Both miss their mark. It's all on Jax. Up on top of the balcony. And he has no idea if they're going to wrap behind him.
He could have got shot in the back already, and he will be. RPK takes him down, and Kenny, he can't really swing to help him out. Again, he's so low on health. Any grenade, and he's dead. Trying to hit a little bit of a shot there, but now the Molotov is going to hold back 2 people from inside of that window, and that's going to allow for the bomb plant down in the middle. Masuta sees it coming. He just forced them this way. This is such a great play. Nice headshot to follow up on Nexa. Great play from Masuta. The Molotov, and then back to catch them in the middle. Amanek and Kenny, 2 on 3. And their chance here to get to 22, it's just going to get a little bit more tricky now. Amanek trying to cover the jump over by shooting the gun, but I'm not sure that's going to fool anyone. And even if it does, this is still a very, very low percentage round. Masuta still looking middle. Gonna make sure that there's no one here. And now he's got a very powerful position in case there was a retake. Not gonna happen. I think they're gonna start to fall back, and now they're being spotted as well. So 20-20 is gonna be the scoreline.
Shout out to Amanek there. Getting that kill and sacrificing himself essentially to save Kenny S's life. They needed to keep that up in his hand so he didn't have to rebuy it. That would have been a disaster if Kenny lost that weapon in the first round of OT. Masuta is another part of this Vitality team that has that has me excited for it at the very least. Not only the calling and the strategic aspect that we've seen much improve, but Masuta is becoming a very powerful punch for this Vitality squad that at times last year looked like they were missing firepower outside of ZywOo. He's become very effective.
Yes.
Nice opening pick. That's at A ramp, and now Kenny S has to step up to the plate. But look at all this freedom in middle. Kenny S is a free kill. If Shox only took the first step up connector.
Yeah, he would have had it. He still could. I mean, if Kenny gets distracted and Shox looks the other way, then it's probably done. Oh, timing is everything right here. And if that happens, I mean, look, Jax is alone inside of the bomb site. That's not great either. There's Shox turning the corner. Kenny walking right into it. And yeah, we were just waiting for it all along. Jax in the corner, missing every single shot. And that's going to be 21 rounds for Vitality. It just all folds out perfectly for them in this round.
I don't know if that's miscommunication, but that's way too long to just be completely ignorant of the fact that nobody has eyes on mid and nobody has eyes on connector. Kenny's just running at the top connector with nades out.
Man.
And that might just be hectic communication in the voice comms, like nobody really knowing who's watching what, everyone feeling a bit frantic and not fully focused on the task at hand, but Kenny S could have died about 4 different ways before Shox finally takes him out.
Oh, it would be soul-crushing, wouldn't it, if they end up losing in double OT after having had so many chances, G2, to close this one out. There's ZywOo
That's happened again.
Oh, no, the same exact kill. You're right, taking down Hunter. And that is going to leave them in a very...
watching mid.
Yeah, they're not watching mid. Jax is alone on the A bomb site with, I mean, just an M4. And they're watching for this as well. I can't believe the MP9, sorry, comes out on top of that one. But this round is not done yet.
I think you nailed it earlier. Well, this flank from Apex could be everything. Certainly he's going to heal the footsteps. Nexa is going to be a freebie.
Oh, no.
Into the window he goes, and I don't think G2 is going to have any idea how to properly rotate to save this round. And you nailed it, Anders. G2 has had something like 9 rounds, 9 chances to close out this map and bring us to Vertigo. If Vitality do it here, they will have a... They've only had 1 chance to close out this map and series, and it's right now.
Yeah. Oh, Jax is alone. He's going to get that first shot, follows it up. Can he do it again? Oh my god, he's doing it one more time! It can't be real. Finally, he goes down to ZywOo, but what does it take to put away G2 here? Could they really do it in 2 maps? ZywOo back around, trying to put the bomb down. He's going to fake it the single time. He sees him. He legs him through the pistols out. A single bullet would do it. He's nearly catching him. And now the Molotov on top puts him out in the open. 29 seconds. What a ridiculous game. And it's done. 22-20 in double overtime. They clear out G2. What a fantastic game.
That has got to be stressful for G2. So many chances just slip out of their grasp. And you can see Apex with a huge sigh of relief. Kenny S is crushed, but what a performance from him. What a show from Jax, but it's ZywOo who stepped up big when needed most. Vitality get 1 chance and 1 chance only, and they knock G2 down to the lower bracket. Headed to a break, and we'll come back with the analyst desk in the next matchup.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players that I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of.
Almost impossible possibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, GetRight got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's GetRight? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Shox, you make a dominant performance on the first map, 16-5. Then you come into Mirage, their pick, which traditionally hasn't been a great map for you guys, and you managed to seal the deal in double overtime. Was that a bit of a nervous sweat being wiped away at the end there as it continued to get close?
Yeah, definitely. When the game get close, like it's about the nerves. Yeah.
Now, at this point, right, they were massively ahead. G2 were 1 round away from closing it out, and you guys managed to pull it all the way back, take it to 15-15. It was, 7 rounds in a row you managed on your T side, which is incredible. What were you guys saying at this point? Who was taking over the calls? How are you keeping in this situation? Because it got so many times close.
Basically, Apex kept us in the game by the calls. Talking about the comeback, it just come down to taking the run. Taking the game run by run. You know, like don't think about we can do this or not. Just play, take it run by run, and we'll see. And it just goes well for us this time.
It really did go well for you guys. Now you move on another stage forward, and again, you guys are in this situation where you've been able to kind of have a bit of time off and start off strong. How do you now maintain this, that you're going to be playing matches on a more regular basis?
It's been some games that we didn't enter really properly a best of 3 or even a best of 1. So it's really nice from our starter Inferno. So basically, we just gonna keep it the way we just I would say practiced, and also just prepare the match, and be sure that it's not because today we just began well that the next game will be the same. So you always have to start from 0 and do it again.
And that is it. Over and over again, these guys, they embodied the spirit of 1 round at a time. That's why you never give up in Counter-Strike. That's why it's always there within your grasp. You can take it if you have the will to do so. Today, G2 did not. The struggle was real for them. They just could not bring it together and get the job done. It is Vitality sending G2 home in 2 maps. And well, you know, Zai was just tippity-tapping. He's just so happy right now. Chad, what did you take away from that last map, Matt? I was going to say series, but it feels like it was so quick.
Yeah, look, that last map, I think, is showing you where Counter-Strike is at the moment, right? If you just have a look at those type of rounds, we weren't getting that all throughout the dominant Astralis era, right? Because they wouldn't let scrappy Counter-Strike enter the realms of possibility. But here, you're just seeing the individuals having to step up. You have rounds from Jax, from ZywOo, everybody in the server, it felt like had one of these monstrous rounds, and that's what makes for exciting games of Counter-Strike. But you can just see right there, G2, their reactions that we get in the post, that was their reactions throughout. The only player getting fired up on the cams was Jax. The rest of them all looked depleted, they looked defeated. It was just the thing, they looked tired, and that right there is, I guess, just a circumstance of where we're at right now. But Vitality being able to grind this out, much respect, because when I saw them pick up Masuda, when I saw the wheels fall off, when I heard Apex was going to be in-game leader, I didn't think this team would have any hope, but they're starting to cobble it together and in their own style, which I respect.
Yeah, they really are. They're doing a fantastic job with Misut, and I think his impact as well is quite good. But if there's anyone out there who doubts that Counter-Strike also plays in your head, then please watch the 7 last rounds of regulations, because G2 Esports, they had more than once the opportunity to push to a third map. And I think if it goes to a third, then all the psychological aspect we talked about can just go out the window, and then they're back in the series. But they faced against that one round they needed, they actually struggled. And ZywOo in the clutches are probably the best player at the moment. He just does not doubt. If you look at the way he plays the last 1v1, it's so clean. There is not an inch of doubt how he plays it. He hears the dings, understands, switch the AWP to the AK. I mean, he's just pure lucidity, pure serenity in his clutches, and that's exactly what G2 would have needed. If ZywOo was in G2, we would be in the third map. There would be no doubt, because any of these scenarios that they had, they could close. By the way, this could have been the player of the year. Right here, right now, this could have been the player of the year. Almost. I mean, Jax did put up a great effort. But ZywOo, again, I talk about how calm he is in clutches, and that was the determining factor for his vitality, I think.
Jax had a couple rounds that should make the highlight reel for 2020 so far. You know, if for any of the guys out there right now, you know, I mean, hey, Super Stidham, get on it. This is how Jax plays. He's got some rounds in here, buddy, where he just pops. So there you go, though. I mean, ZywOo, again, 40 frags. We're talking so much about ZywOo, but he does kind of suck the oxygen out of the room. He's so consistent for this team. Constantly a 1.0 plus rating, constantly 20 frags, just constantly. We could talk about him all night long. And so this is the main thing right now as far as G2 are concerned is, should they be concerned? Like, what I'm wondering is if they have even a day break between the loss yesterday and the best of 5 to today, is that enough time for them to reset, or it's just too much too fast and they're not able to get through that mental block that they're dealing with right now on how to lock down rounds and lock down maps?
They still look good. Go ahead. Right?
Yeah, I mean,
I was going to say they still look good.
They do. I mean, it's just there's one man that really looked deflated, and you can understand if you think about the role he has. It's Nexa, honestly. And the thing is, when you think about the win conditions of G2, Nexa being in that Bermuda Triangle sort of in terms of fragging, he's up there. He used to be up there. He has had a lot of impact in all of these wins. And on Mirage, which used to be his private garden, his Eden garden, I want to say, he completely disappeared. And you can understand, they just went out a BO5 yesterday where he had to go through almost all the maps in the pool. They come in here, he has that 15-8 lead that they just dropped. He really was the one that was the most impacted, I think, by this situation. So if you give him that extra 24 hours rest, maybe that does make a difference. But overall, yeah, I think they're worn out, like we're saying.
You know, Chad, that's the thing. We got to cut him some slack, Maniac, because he heard that as a question of the mind. And he has a master's in psychology after all. And so it was like, oh, I know, I can talk about this. This is my wheelhouse. I understand. I studied this.
well, it should be. It should
here
be.
We
because,
have,
look, if you got a degree, mate, if you got a degree, you're an expert. So that's as far as I'm going with it. And I think that's facts, right?
That is. He is part of the modern new clergy. But let's take a look at Vitality and their progress now through the upper bracket. They've made it into the upper bracket match 1, as you guys can see, and we're not done yet here at Blast. 3 best of 3s we promised you, and you will receive them. The last one is going to be coming up next. That is Faze versus ENCE. And so now we can start discussing this one, gentlemen. Faze versus ENCE. We had coldzera on during the pre-show earlier. It was great to hear. He sounded very positive, outlined the challenges for Faze pretty clearly with incorporating the new talent into the roster. But we didn't really talk about ENCE, so I kind of want to focus on the Finns here and their path through. I mean, they had to fight their way tooth and nail to get into the bracket. And so, Maniac, let's go ahead and hear from you real quick, just to get us up to speed here with ENCE and what we can expect going into this series.
Okay, to make it real quick, the BO3s in the showdown was where I actually got a glimpse of what ENCE could be. And this is also one of the reasons why I've actually predicted for them, because I feel like after so many months of waiting, and I was one of the most critical out there when they switched up Alexby, right? But after all these times, I've finally seen it all come together. We've seen Jumpy picking up the double AWP, having a huge of impact. Alder still at the top of the spear. He's doing pretty much everything, and that has been the one consistent fact for ENCE. And then the game plan was really good. Their T size were good, and on tactical maps. I'm talking about good T size on Train, on Nuke, and these used to be the attributes that we'd give to ENCE when they had Alexby. So these two BO3s that they had versus Mad Lions and Mousesports, they made me a believer. Now I might be a fool because that might be just a stretch, but this gave me a glimpse of what ENCE could be, and if they bring that kind of Counter-Strike to the table, then they will be one that we need to reckon.
If we can grab Tommy's favorite saying, which is talking about teams who have their Super Bowl, right? I would say for ENCE, this is probably their Super Bowl, right? Yampy, we don't know what's going to happen with him. Obviously, the jury's still out literally on that one right now. So if he gets a chance to play for them when we move into majors, then great. We can start talking about this team as a whole. But right here within the circuit that is Blast, with Yampy on board, this for ENCE is hugely important to prove that this direction of the team is the right one. Now, as far as the pieces of the puzzle go, I love the way it's revitalized the squad. It feels like it's a little bit more clicky. You know, it feels like there's a bit more personality. I'm glad that Alu doesn't have to focus on the in-game leading anymore. Those things are all great. But my biggest question mark and my biggest worry is for Ariel, who has actually said in an interview personally that his certain roles have been taken away to make space for others, and he's struggling personally. And that right there is something which I hope, you know, Twister and the team saw, and they actually took a good job of sitting down with him and saying, hey mate, how can we accommodate you? You're taking a lot of, you're picking up a lot of slack for the team here. How can we make you feel as comfortable, or at least confidence that we think you're doing a good job? And if they can do that, I think ENCE are back in the right stead. I think they're back in the right direction, because that fundamental base that they always had, I think that was still there. They just kind of lost the way they wanted to approach the game, and I think that they're back heading in that way now. And once again, we were talking about with the boys from G2, the fatigue. Cold Zero didn't look fatigued, but for Faze, not only do they now have to integrate a new player of a youngster, they have to be able to do that while working out his roles. And that right there, while there's pressure constantly going, we need points for the major, we need to do well because our organization and fans expect so, we need to do well because the caliber of players and hunger to win that we have. That constant pressure, if they can just have water off a duck's back and still play like they have been, massive respect to them. But I just imagine that the amount of games, and still same thing again, lack of time off, has to be eating away at Faze a little bit, and the prep from ENCE I think here today is going to be huge.
And what I'm very curious about right now is that you bringing up Jampy and how he's clicking with this roster. I mean, yes, we saw him have fantastic performances throughout the showdown, but isn't today where we're supposed to hear an update from Valve on the ruling?
Ooh.
Isn't today the day where we get some news here on how things are going to go with Jampy? And that could be a big thing here for, I mean, obviously it's going to be a big thing here for ENCE. I mean, in terms of their ability to compete at majors. A lot on the line. I mean, we haven't even had a major yet this year, and, you know, majors these days. But, you know, that could change things up here for ENCE. Maniac, I mean, what are you thinking going into this one?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I know the legalities behind it. I absolutely don't. I have no idea how they're going to go about it. But if Yampy was to be allowed to remain in ENCE and play all these majors, yeah, that would be game changer for them. Because I agree with Chad. He looks to be like that one missing pieces that they had. And we talk about roles, and there's the man that I want to talk about here is Sergey. I feel like Sergey right now in transitioning towards a Rups type of role. He used to be a star player. He used to be the one that we'd always mention. Now he's become more and more of a role player. He's going to take these B spot, these B anchors, but he does it with such class, with such impact, such efficiency, that actually ENCE becomes very well-rounded, specifically on their CT side. So Sergey actually made the switch quite well. Ariel is the one struggling, so we're going to have to keep an eye on him. But Yampy definitely brought some depth into the roster, and I mentioned it again, the double AWP in Counter-Strike, when you have two players like that can yield it changes everything.
Well, we had a chance actually
I feel like
to get some clarity going into this. Oh, Chad, I hate to cut you off, but we actually have an interview with Alu that we want to get to real quick before going into the match, and so we'll listen to that now.
Now, when we look at the improvements in ENCE, everyone's quick to point out that, yes, Yampy's been added, but we all know it's more than just one player that enables a change like this. So what has happened that's enabled you guys to be in this position and look like the ENCE of old, the ENCE that can win big tournaments?
Well, there's like three factors, I would say, and one of them is obviously the fresh air that Jumpy has brought us, and obviously huge skill and game-changing like fragging potential. Second is changing Sunny to in-game leader and me back to being like kind of co-leader slash mid-round input player rather than having to think the whole picture all the time. And Sunny has been doing a tremendous job there. And third is that after Pro League group stage, we had a 1-month break, which was really needed to everyone, as it felt like every one of us has been in a burnout mode for a very long time. So everybody got the time to just refresh and come back with a clear mind has really helped us a lot.
So perhaps some strength here for ENCE as they come back into it refreshed. I mean, we're seeing some improvement in their play. We're seeing a better roster, it seems. And Alu, that rest may be paying off for him. Individually in the showdown, he was making some huge plays for the team to get them through. And so, I mean, Chad, are we going to be keeping an eye on the young guns, in particular Jampy here? Or is Alu going to be here to take over the show and try and lead the team to victory?
Well, I think it has to be both, right? I think it has to be Alu and Jampy because they are the only two of the team with the 19 maps that this 5 events have actually played with a positive rating, right? So those two are the spearheads. And then in terms of if Sergey can chip in and Sunny can chip in, that's where I'm looking and just hoping that Ariel doesn't hemorrhage too much because the roles he's having to pick up are difficult roles. They're ones that actually take a little bit of nuance, you know? They're not just as easy as, oh, you go be the B anchor or you do. There's a bit to it. Whereas you got Brokey on the screen right here. I can't believe the 36 clutches in the last 3 months. Like, I know he's been good in those rounds, but that right there really stands out. That's a huge statistic for young Brokey to have under pressure. Wow.
Yeah, it was mind-blowing actually. I was watching him do these clutches and the thing is, most of them happen in very high pressure situation. We're not talking about 2-0 or 8-0, having a good time, clutching left and right. No. We're talking about crunch time, 15-15, 18-18, pulling all these clutches. Now, we have the map pool coming up here, and actually when we have the veto coming up, that's going to be an interesting discussion because I feel like FaZe are kind of cornered in terms of the map they can pick. ENCE, I'll give them the benefit of the map pool. Obviously, they've been together for a bit longer. So this might be where ENCE actually get the better of FaZe, because if you're ENCE, I think you know where FaZe is gonna get you.
And this is actually going to be it where we go into it next. I want to get into the pick and ban, and I want to have you guys have as much time as possible here to get into it, because the best of three maps, there's a lot of ways to play it here in the pick and ban. I mean, if you're familiar with MOBAs, if you're just tuning into CS, there's that level of strategy that goes into it. You're trying to play to your strengths, you're trying to play to your weaknesses. And so right now, guys, I think we should get right into the pick and ban and start looking at it. So I'm going to hand it over to you.
All right, well, the first question becomes who removes Vertigo, right? Because it's a shared veto, so yeah. Apparently ENCE will be the one taking the hit on that one. Fair enough. Now, when it comes to the ban of FaZe, I'm going to be honest, I'm not exactly sure. Where do you see it coming? Okay, Train, never mind, the answer my question. Now, for the pick, FaZe will either pick Mirage or Dust 2, and I think ENCE will jump on Nuke. I don't know if you agree on that one.
Well, I think that the Dust 2 pick here is a scary one with the double AWPs in play, whereas Mirage, you can maybe mitigate it a little bit more, but Dust 2 is one of those prickly ones, right? Dust 2 is one where, look, I know that FaZe can be great on it, but I've also seen times where they can get shut out. So that's a 50-50 for me. Let's go with Dust 2. I think Nuke, from a tactical standpoint, is a good pick for ENCE, but FaZe at 1 point.
Is that an ENCE pick on Dust 2? I'm very sorry, but I get confused there. Is that 100% an ENCE pick on Dust 2? Because that would make it very spicy.
Well, why not? All right, because some of the stuff I saw Alu and Jampy doing, they were double AWPing mid and just picking teams apart, right? So, all right, let's say that's fine. So, if at this point you're FaZe, where do you want to take it here? Do you want to try and exploit some of the weaknesses that ENCE of old used to have on? Okay, there it is. So they get potentially their 2 best maps off the bat here. FaZe have to be extremely happy with this one, Maniac.
I am so confused. And it's a good thing the camera isn't on me because I'm holding my head. Oh, there you have it. I am so confused by this veto right now. I just pre-phased the conversation saying, well, FaZe, they probably, deciding between Dust 2 and Mirage, both maps would make sense. They actually get both of them. It's amazing. It's like deciding between two suits, and then you buy one, then your parents offer you the other one. You're like, oh, but there you have it. I have both of them. It's a win-win. Now, the last map, what do we have left in here? We have Overpass and Nuke, and FaZe will be the one choosing. So in here, actually, I think Nuke might be the one they pick. I haven't seen FaZe on Overpass in a long, long time.
I have a couple of problems with Overpass as well coming through as this final map here. I think that Nuke has a lot of tactical depth for FaZe when they had Olaf, so I don't see too many surprises with them picking into this. But with BMAS having to be, if he's filling Olaf's shoes, right, he'd be over towards that ramp position, having some rotator rolls in that regard. Now, this is just so weird. I don't even know how we ended up with... FaZe just have to be super comfortable. Those 3 maps right there, if I asked Yanko, what 3 maps do you want to probably play? He'd go, yeah, let's go Dust 2, Mirage, and Nuke. That's probably exactly where he would have wanted this one to go. So FaZe have to have a smile from ear to ear. But normally when this happens, what that means is the other team has prepped through the roof. They've looked at every single little detail, little tendency, anything that you might want to pull out of your back pocket, they'll be prepared for here. And the fact that you're willing to pick into a map like Dust 2 shows confidence. So that's a great sign from ENCE here. So I'm going to paint it that way. Let's paint it the ENCE exuding confidence going into this video right now.
I like the approach. I like the approach. All right. I agree with you. Preparation has to be for them. So I'll take it as a positive. I'll take it as a positive, even though it kind of blew my head off.
If it's not one, it's the other. But it's worth mentioning... Go ahead.
No, I'm just trying to think of some Dust 2 specifics, right? Because when we had Olaf in the team, it was Brokey and Cold Zero still holding the B bomb site. It's still that way as it is right now. But for whatever reason, Brokey still doesn't get to do a lot of AWPing on the CT side of Dust 2. So look towards Cold Zero doing that on the B side, and then Nico over towards that A side with the AWP. And then it's going to have to be BMAS in one of the positions locking down with Rain playing in transition. So with that as the CT setup right there for FaZe, I don't know where ENCE are trying to find a weakness. There's definitely tendencies, which I've watched in demos before, where I've gone, oh yeah, Brokey will always drop the Molotov and play towards car, Cold Zero will rotate through the window. But those things you can know, but you still have to be able to stop it or deal with it and find a pick off it. And that's not something that's easy to do. And then the ENCE of old, the only thing I think about with ENCE is back at the major where their B bomb site, which is completely different now. I'm pretty sure it was Sergey and X7 were getting exploited by these contact players with putting out Molotovs. That's completely changed now because it's a whole new makeup of the team. But I'm going to put all my eggs in the basket of it has to be Yampy and it has to be Alu with the AWPs finding openings to stifle FaZe before they can find any territory.
And would you concur with that, Maniac? Going into Dust 2, I mean, I'm still kind of laughing at your reaction to the to them getting both, because I was, as you were freaking out, I'm looking at HLTV, I'm looking at, the map statistics, and it's like 77%, 70% for FaZe. Like, okay. Yeah, I see where this is, where FaZe could perhaps be happy with how this is going to go down. And they've got the fragging power. We're talking about Brokey's ability to perform, but, BMAS as well, pure frag. You get Nico and Cold in there. It feels like it could be a place where FaZe can be legitimately dangerous.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. They are very dangerous. And if you talk about the tendencies and what to look for FaZe, there's also a huge tendency to be proactive on the CD side, which suits them perfectly. You will see Nico with the AWP come as close as he can towards that catwalk position. He'll do that time and time again. He'll try and grab a kill just before the execute explodes. And then on the B bomb side, you'll see Coursera picking down middle on flashes coming in from Brokey. So the last time I've seen them on Dust 2, they were almost one step ahead all the time. They had the flash information getting picked. Okay, that's not middle. They go back to B, and then you have Brokey and Colzera both in position. Same doing it with Nico. So if you're ENCE, you have to know that this is coming and you have to punish it. You have to take areas of the map and then you have to just wait for them. It's like leaving a piece of cheese over there and say, come, take the information. I promise you we're not catwalk. Flash comes in, you punish Nico, and then you can go in. So this is going to be one of the challenge. But to go back to the discussion, if ENCE pick Dust 2, they know that. This is not a miscalculation. We're not playing kindergarten here. They know what they're doing and they have a plan.
Well, you know who else punishes Nico? It's YNK. And we had a chance to catch up with him before the match, so we're going to hear what he had to say.
What do you think is your biggest strength against the new and improved ENCE? Because they've certainly looked better now.
I still think that our strength is the players that we have, and that still even with BMAS, like the rest of the team is meshing really well. Like the four guys, I think also there have been improvements individually despite like the situation, the fact that Olaf stepped down. I think Brokey has improved tremendously in his game. He's been putting a lot of work not necessarily just, you know, in hitting his shots, but his movements around the map and that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think just even with the stand-in situation, I still think we're a more complete team and we're better individually, and we just need to get the job done tonight.
You can tell the analyst roots there. Clear, concise, straight to the point. Yanko's always been a boss. Sponge, I mean, is anything going out there for you in terms of what we need to keep an eye on for Faze going into Dust 2? Because we're about to get into the match, so I want some final thoughts. What are we looking for here from this team going into the first map?
I just want to agree with Yanko. I do think they're the better team, but once again, I'm predicting against them here just because of the circumstance of today. Now, for FaZe, I think that it's just going to be, they won't be prepared for what ENCE have prepared for them. You know, them adapting on the fly while having a brand new player in the team, that right there, I think is going to be their biggest issue. And if they're able to overcome that, then FaZe can take this, and there's no doubt in my mind. But I'm not sure if they're going to be ready for what ENCE have been cooking up in that kitchen.
All right, Maniac, are you a fan of the recipes, finished delicacies that are about to be served on this server?
I kind of like the way they approach the game, let's be honest. Yeah, Faze is more about crazy cuisine. You never really know what's going to be in your plate. Now, if you talk about surprises, if you talk about not knowing what to expect, then Bemis is the one we're going to keep in mind. You know, I've seen him last week having both horrible game and absolutely beautiful game. I've seen both of that in a very short span of time. So I guess which version we're going to end up having today will also be an X factor for Faze. If he can show up, if he can actually, alongside Brokey, be the youngsters leading the charge, and you have the three veterans just winning a couple of clutches here and there, being the superstar that they know he can, then I agree with Chad. You know, Faze is the better team, but there's always a question as to what kind of version of the youngsters we're gonna get.
Oh, I mean, we're going into Dust 2, we're going into Mirage. You certainly know that these guys are picked up, their talent that were brought on here from, you know, the Pug life, right? And so now we're going into their wheelhouse where perhaps they'll get to shine. And, well, let's take a look at who's been shining on the desk so far today, because it's fresh scores. It's fresh scores in the prediction run. And, well, you know, Maniac, I think we
things
shower.
are.
We get a shower for you here, bud.
Things are not going great.
It's looking a little dirty.
This is really going terribly for me, actually. I'm going to take the L today, and I'm going to it while being humble. My decisions have not been the wisest, but I shall have my revenge over time.
See, this is where I catch up with Sponge, and this is going to be the play here going forward. This third match, just going to swing the Faze way.
And that means Jason's going to catch up as well.
Yeah, I know, but you know I can take care of him later, right? It's fine. Just
You're expecting a
looking
couple of
forward to
blunders
what
out
other
of the
spicy memes you can get going on the social. Go ahead.
I just think, you know, for me to come in day one, already be 2-0, likely to be 3-0 by the end of it. Should we just call it there? Like, I'll let you guys off the hook for the rest of the week, or do you want to keep this up?
You misunderstood. It's just our way of welcoming you into this amazing broadcast. We thought that'd be, you know, we're being nice, you know, let him ease him in, just give him a couple of 3-0s. He feels great. He understands the prediction game and all that. And then tomorrow, bah! There you have it. I'll probably be 3-0-3 as well, but
that's it, you know, because predictions are taken pretty seriously here.
Well, I was going to say you guys are being nice because my backdrop, you know, it's a little bit more washed out than yours. It doesn't have the nice dark outline. You know, mine here, it was an emergency one. So look, I'll have to fix it in the break, see if I can make it a little bit darker and clearer, because at the moment it just looks like unge for everybody at home, and that rhymes with something else. So we'll keep it PG, I think.
But that makes you feel comfortable and at home, I guess, you know. Just but I didn't even know you had a backdrop going until you mentioned it. I thought that it was just a wall in your apartment. I thought you'd found a wall in the apartment, so we're like, oh yeah, okay, it's fine. That works out. Just straight mega.
I've worked really hard setting all this up. I've even had to run a network cable like through the house like a madman here. But we're online. We've only had one internet issue today. And look, boys, I don't want to get too excited about all the Counter-Strike we have coming. But I am very curious to see at the end of this whole tournament how many overtime games we have. Because I don't know how many you guys had last week. But when I was doing the 2-month stint I had before, we were tallying overtimes. And look, if you don't get overtimes in at least the double digits, I don't think we've really been given enough CS. Has there been plenty of overtimes here?
There have, except that it was mainly during the group stage, and there were ties then because it was round robin format still. Remember? So not quite getting into the overtimes there, but just a bunch of ties. But there were a lot of them. So getting into the playoffs, you knew what was coming. Best of 3 territory. That's just how it goes. What else goes is tech issues. This is online after all, and apparently we got a little bit of a bump in the road. So we're going to take a very quick break. I'm told that it'll be solved soon, but we're going to take a quick break, and we'll get right back after word from our sponsors.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent, and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours, so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
So we're back, and we are pretty much good to go, gentlemen. So I'm going to get your final thoughts here. I mean, are we standing by our predictions? Because we're pretty much, you guys are going against me for whatever reason. You feel that that's a good idea. And so we're standing by ENCE Maniac. Maniac, this is how it's going to flow?
How do you think I would look if I were to change now and still be O3 at the end of the day? Like, how do you want to make a way to have a worse day for me? Like, how would I look? Hell no. I'm sticking with ENCE. I think Chad painted an absolutely beautiful picture talking about the mental footprint of all these games and how tired people are and how big of a challenge that is for Faze. Whereas I think ENCE, they're reaching the peak at the moment. They're getting there. What I've seen from them in BO3s was really good, impressive. So I'm going to stick with ENCE.
All right,
well,
all right.
Semler,
what are we making of it here, Chad?
If I was going to flop, I should, but I'm not going to. Faze won the veto here, but here's the way I want to present this at home. ENCE have got this nice little box that they're all in, right? They're in this little box, and we have no idea what's in the box. It's like Schrodinger's cat, but it's bloody ENCE's box. I don't know what's in there. We don't know. I'm assuming all the prep that they've done's inside, and Faze are going to be unwrapping that thing on Christmas morning, which is, I think, in a couple minutes from now. And we're going to see the surprise of Yampy and Alu jump out with some AWPs and kill everybody. So that's the best way I can paint this one. Yeah, good luck.
All right. That's fair. That's fair. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it.
That's the best I got.
Well, we're going to hand it over to Schrodinger's server because we really don't know what the hell's going on in it. But maybe the casters will be able to figure it out for us. Launders is scrawny. My dudes, how you doing? You looking good? Looking sharp?
Thank you. Doing great. Doing great, Sam. How are you?
I'm glad to hear it. It's all on you. It's all on you, fellas. We're doing just fine over here on the other side of the planet. But now, please, bring us the action.
Yeah, sounds good. You stay on your side of the ocean. We'll stay on our side. Mohan, we've got ourselves a best of 3 here between FaZe and ENCE. And, well, I predicted ENCE for this one. I do think that mental footprint Chad so elegantly touched on has played an impact. I think we saw that with G2 just earlier versus Vitality, and I think we're going to see it here again. It was great promise for B-Mass and Brokey, and I definitely think that this is going to be a bit of a grinder, but I still fall in the ENCE camp. How about you?
Yeah, I actually kind of feel bad about my prediction. After I took a closer look at the veto earlier this morning, I saw this is the best veto FaZe could have gotten. I really love that they floated Vertigo first and foremost, and yeah, I love the punish ban of Train. Even though it's a good map for them, it's pretty much the best case for ENCE. But then even with this veto, we have this nuke that's causing problems for FaZe right now, losing twice to Big last week, and ENCE are actually on they're 4-4 on nuke, but they're on a 4-map win streak, so the stats are a bit deceiving on that map.
Well, how about we just get into it? All right, how about that? We got Yampy in the server. What a fun look that is. And now, of course, B-Mass and Rain towards the catwalk. That's where they're going to open up shop. That's where we get the 5v4 early for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, it seems so. We'll see what the next move is. Ariel quickly out of the round rain. He's got a target. He's spotting, but yeah, his life is worth too much in the 5v4. CT's floating over. It looks like they're going to try to retake long control, which might cause them a problem if they don't push it early, because they're getting farther and farther from B as they do this.
We got Sunny with the flashbang into blind back plat. Coldzera. He's not going to find himself anything just yet. Now he connects. 2 heads as they tried to turn their attention over towards the doors. Sunny. Oh, can't get it done. Looks like Coldzera is the key to this pistol. That's his 3 frags for FaZe.
Yeah, nicely done on the hold. Yeah, it was actually, the rotations were not so great for FaZe. I feel like it's been a strange week for FaZe with the 2-0s to Big Clan. Of course, you know, that's got to hurt their confidence a bit, especially losing Mirage and losing Nuke. But in general, FaZe have been doing pretty well in most of their matches, so hopefully they don't get into their own heads about it. ENCE, on the other hand, you know, everybody is coming back to form on this team. Heavy hitters look solid. They had a pretty good and probably a nice little break in between the showdown and now, and have the opportunity to come into this match fresh. There's a lot of good stuff here to talk about in this veto, especially with Dust 2, but we'll let the rounds play out and see if the interesting statistics present themselves. It's going to be some kind of run boost across Cat, or the shooting range for Nico.
Oh, look, he didn't even see the players fly downwards, but Rain most certainly did. He takes down the 2. B-Mass comes off long for another double, and he gets them headshots real crisp. So it's not the money racked up by the SMGs, but still a nice, clean conversion for FaZe to start CT side.
Totally. So just a Glock round there. Yeah, so this is, you know, again, it was really cool to end up here on Dust 2. It's a map that could go both ways. It's a series that could be very interesting as it plays out. And ENCE and FaZe, sorry, they got the best out of it. It's just a weird situation for them where ENCE are in pretty good form. Yumpy? Sorry. One thing I thought was so funny about Yumpy was that I was looking at some of his form since joining ENCE, and his overall rating Could you guess what the number is?
I could not. You tell me.
It's his impact rating, excuse me. It's 1.31. It's the same as Art. He has this extraordinary impact rating, far and above the rest of his roster. And at a number that I've really never seen on anyone else other than Art.
Well, bodes well for them. Little scout vision here for NiPo through mid. Ooh, Sunny gonna walk right into it. And there's the second shot. Sunny down for the count early days here. This would be a fantastic way for FaZe Clan to continue this early success if they can pull back a victory without having to upgrade that scout and MP9. You know, the cost is already racked up on the likes of BMAS. So let's see. Time will tell. They've got the 2-2 pinch ready to go onto this A site, but if they were to commit here and now, it is a pretty strong defense for FaZe. They've got 3 defenders all in a line along BMAS, able to catch Sergey with tons of damage, and then that second peek from Jampy's supposed to catch him off guard, but he handles it very well. So all that's left over for ENCE is Ariel and Alu, who have come up from Catwalk and will find themselves a bomb plant. But a 1v4 post for Alu, good luck. He sees heads popping up all over the place. He can take back none of them. It is FaZe Clan 3-0, and look at those AKs.
Yeah, not bad. The optimal sign of opulence here on the CT side. They pick up the AKs. Nice try from Alu, but a great hold from BMAS at long. He locks it down. He's one of these players that has been up and down for the roster. It's kind of interesting. I think this is his, if I'm not mistaken, his 23rd map with FaZe Clan. And this is Yumpy's 20th map with ENCE. So they're pretty close in terms of their tenure. And BMAS, his rating, though, is much lower in terms of impact and overall rating compared to Yumpy. But we've got a fast long control take, so let's see what happens with this deco. They're going to be upgrading with the half armor, but there's already a push up mid from coldzera, and he's gonna lock it down with 3 frags. Bomb is in his vision, and one player will come back to try to scavenge it, maybe get a kill, but no, it's going to be clean. And that's all of his bullets. Not gone to waste. He gets 8 kills here, 8 and 0 for coldzera. Although it's on an eco, it's still very nicely done.
Yeah, he's 8-0. BMAS is 6-0. So that rate there, 14 kills, 0 deaths between the two.
Yeah, and I really love coldzera's optimism in some of his recent interviews when it comes to BMAS and him kind of applauding the fact that it's tough to be 16 years old to join a team like FaZe and to still, play well. Really thrown to the wolves here, like Alu was to NiPo. Blind man. Can't be stopped.
Yeah. Not the plural wolves, just one big wolf. The howling alpha in NiPo. We'll see if this cat control can net anything for ENCE, but they're met by the utility. The moment Ariel tries to flash around the corner, gain a little bit of vision, he's burned back. Frag grenade does 0 damage, but it definitely serves as a warning sign. ENCE gonna have to be cautious if they try to play cat yet again. And seeing as long not going too well for them, not too shocked to see them head elsewhere. It looks like tunnels to B could be the call. Bo3, he has 0 frags so far this map. Not that he's needed to step up with coldzera and BMAS around him, but this round, he's gonna have to do something. He has that solo B hold, and we see 4 members of ENCE getting ready to hit this. He is within the door. coldzera just on the other side of it. Bo3 gonna dodge the flashbang a bit, but still goes down empty-handed. coldzera trying to get himself into the engagement, but he's taking more damage than he's doing here. And Sergey able to plant that bomb absolutely. This is a great mid-round moment for ENCE. The post plant favors them. Double flash for FaZe on the retake if they decide to commit to this, and they'll at least throw coldzera on ahead first and foremost. He's looking for the angle, but he doesn't see anything. And I think this leads to the save.
I'm a big fan of the B site takes in the 4v5. I actually don't think, compared to other maps, going down 5-4 on the T side of Dust 2 is really not that scary because of how many choke points can be opened up with just one individual. And here we saw the opening kill resulted in the whole round 1. Now, it could have been FaZe to have 2 players in the B site, but that wasn't the case. And of course, if you're ENCE, you're going to take some small risks where you think it seems fit. And Yumpy even gets a couple of kills in the exit. So it's as if they were able to get 3 on top of being down 4v5 for this. All about Ariel here to come through knock Car down. Brokey full flash, had no chance to win that duel. And yeah, a really great round from ENCE. Super simple by them. I mean, they had control of mid, so there were it was easy rotations for them to go from Cat to B. They throw a small fake in the direction of Cat. They take their talents back to B. They group up, and there's only a single point of defense between them and the entire round.
Called out. Misses the shot, though. Nico gonna maybe just count his lucky stars. He is still alive for the time being. That could have gone way worse, but I love the fact we get the op duel, and there's another op shot. This one does tons of damage, and coldzera just dunks the nade on him. Fireworks of shrapnel from above. Very stylistic 5v4, but Nico, oh, caught by Sergey on top of the car. Never saw that one coming, and we've got ENCE back into the 4 versus 4 immediately. I suspect they will group up as they did in the last round. We saw this, the 4-man hit through B tunnels. Instead, it is Catwalk, their intended target.
You know what? coldzera, he can play this spot because they have long control. He's up at Goose with an AWP. The mollies come his way. What's the reaction?
He's burned out just a bit, and Sergey's gonna take him down. Now, BMAS does cut one off of the elbow, but there's a close peek in Sunny, and that's gonna spell disaster here for FaZe Clan. Their A site falls, and they're gonna have to decide if they even want to chance the retake. Utility not gonna make it any easier for them. Another round where ENCE move in quickly with 4 players up.
Yeah, I thought the Goose position was going to be good, but the nades were even better from ENCE. It's very nice to get that opening kill back in their favor. Upcat, again, they keep it very simple in their game plan. Group up and explode, and they put pressure on the correct site once again. Last round they went B. There was 1 player at Car. This round they go A. There's only the 1 player on Goose, and while the position is strong, of course, the nades will change all of that entirely. An open line of sight means coldzera can get 3-4 kills, but because of the utility left over, ENCE can pick it up and make it look very, very easy. So CTs will save on this one again. And while FaZe Clan are losing, they're still maintaining some semblance of a bank, having saved 2 players in the last 2 rounds. They've got a full buy up on Nico. He'll go right back into the op. As for Cold, here is a very nice kill onto Cat for the Xbox's jumper. And oh, poor Nico, poor Nico.
Yeah, Sergey really did him dirty there.
Yeah, Sergey is a heavy hitter for ENCE. He's the only player on the team who is in the green in all 6 categories on HLTV for their overall stats. He's above 80 ADR up there with Sunny. Only 2 players in that range, and everything else very consistent.
Commitment to the B site. Ariel just gonna immediately hone into the player on card. coldzera, playing with his flashbangs. Yumpy's not going to let him get away with that one. So another moment where FaZe, they have to contemplate the retake. And look, we've got our answer. They're going to give it up again. Yeah. They are keeping the economy going. You know, you've got to sing that sort of a praise. But all the while, ENCE closing this gap that FaZe, they started the entire map with.
You know, ENCE, they're keeping it very simple, but at the same time, I feel like they're being quite tricky. I think if you give FaZe enough space in some of these moments, they're going to go and try to get back some information. Whether it's that long push or an upper B tunnels push with an AWP. But ENCE are finding these in-between timings where FaZe are in these more prototypical setups within the sites, more passive, and ENCE are immediately hitting sites there and then. They're not overthinking things with double fakes. They're changing it up when they hit sites, and they're always putting pressure on a solo man, which is exactly how you want to win the rounds. We've had a total of 6 players saved from FaZe in the last 3 rounds, with these 3 now. I actually have that wrong. I think they've saved with 7 players in total. That's how you want to be winning T rounds. As much as it's annoying to know that you've got another threat coming up in the following round where they can full buy, if you only have to kill 2 to win, I mean, you'd happily take it that way every single time. Of course, an objective-based game, you just need to get the bomb down, and then you can force the CTs to make a decision they don't want to make.
Sergey is going to be flashed through long smoke, isn't able to cut Rain's head off, and Rain pops right back up with an answer. So we've got FaZe, man advantage. But ENCE, looks like they're going to keep up this tempo. They go straight into the mid control, and that's going to completely suction off a single CT. That's a weird word to use. We got Tease coming up the ramp, and down goes coldzera. So that single B player, that was the man who had to come up big. He gets cut off by the long presence, and ENCE, they call it out.
Yeah.
Dude, they are on point with the strats right now.
I mean, they're using minimal grenades. The players they have left over keep tons of HP. What is the best decision for Faze right now? It's probably not to even try for this retake as much as they have 4 players left over and lots of time. It's the B site. So another very quick, snappy call here by ENCE to go ahead and abuse another piece of map control. And of course, this is the reverse gamble. If a team on CT side you feel like is going to go for A control, they're going to be weak on mid, at least for the first 10, 15 seconds. You smoke them out in the mid to B, you take a risk coming out the doors, and you smoke them out in the mid to B, and there you go. You have another easy take on the B site. So very, very nicely done from ENCE. Very impressed right now by their T side calling. And yeah, they're making their Dust 2 look very sharp versus a strong Dust 2 team.
Man, I feel like we're playing like PG-13 Counter-Strike here. You know, like no more than 2 kills, guys. Like,
yeah.
You know, let's call it even now. This is wild, dude. So many people surviving, but oh well. You know, that's the nature of the beast. It seems like ENCE is just doing such a great job of getting the bomb onto a site and not leaving Faze in a confident enough position to go for any of these retakes. 4 save rounds in a row, 4 rounds in a row for ENCE.
Yeah, we call it an objective-based game plan, right? We should always think about rounds based on the clock or based on the side. And this, if it's by elimination, should be your third and last option. You should always try to have the path of least resistance. And Nico, he's going to cause some resistance here in the lower tunnels. Wow, that's an instant headshot onto Aerial. Finally, some revenge for him in the opening frag. But we've seen that 5v4 is not always enough versus ENCE.
Sometimes a guy like Sergey comes through the long doors and claws back that man advantage. Exactly what he does here in the 9th. Finds it yet once more. The young gun for FaZe Clan hits the dirt. And Rain, well, he could burn some dirt here on Cat. Could land right on the feet of Sunny and Yumpy. Alu right behind it. So he's just shoulder peeking here, gathering that information. He'll drop the incendiary once he sees something so that they can't just bolster through, but maybe they will push all the way through it. Seems unlikely, and they chill.
Yeah, I mean, this is like this at one position. Costs you 1 incendiary, but it totally juggles the CT rotates. They're going to go with an upper tunnel push. The flank is in out mid. Sunny ends up getting killed by coldzera. He blots that Sun out, and now he'll actually fall back into the B site. Rain will have targets come towards him.
Yep, they're committing off of the Cat. We got Alu in the back line trying to give cover with that off, but the utilities run dry. Sergey on the bomb. Alu denied as Brokey sits beneath his feet. The elbow player, the last man up. Ooh, a second headshot for Nico through a ledge. So the sniping from Nico this round, good for 2, and we've got FaZe back on the board. It was the 4-0 start, and they gave those rounds right back to ENCE, but now it's CTs with a lead.
Yeah, so for once now, when these first 2 kills go, they go both ways. FaZe and ENCE answer back. But once that happens, FaZe also have a plan to get map control again very quickly. Because we saw ENCE were about to group up for another Cat explode versus a weak target with the rifler on the A site. But they immediately come through with that upper tunnels push, and they don't wait around at all. Because we see that ENCE have been punishing for that. Punishing them for any time, any amount of time that they wait. Whoa, we've got the osmosis from the CT side attracting the extra player over towards the A site. We've got the double Cat setup and Nico floating between CT spawn and Game Helper. But ENCE are quietly walking up long this entire time.
Now they're ready to execute. Now they're ready to commit. BMAS, he may not realize just what is on the other side of his smoke. Rain, 1 and done. BMAS, he has the cover, and he's got the chance, a 2-piece, but he finds himself into the 1 versus 1, and that bomb is just beneath him. So Sunny, who was lurking through the tunnels once upon a time, not wanting to get caught off by coldzera's tunnels push as seen previously in that 9th round, he is the player who is tasked to clutch. Now he's got the full belt of utility. He's got that full HP bar, and he's got a 16-year-old fragger on the other side of him, ready for the headshot on long. He's a bit skeptical, thinking maybe it will be the catwalk up. But Sunny, he's already starting to extend around the side. B-Mass, quick reaction, but not fast enough. Sunny takes him down, and ENCE tied yet again.
A very intense 1v1 situation, and yeah, poor B-Mass caught between a timing, of course. He was aware of long, but wasn't focusing fully on it. But was quite limited in what he could see, and so was a slave to timing in that sense. You know, wasn't going out to look at that. But wow, we all remember a B-Mass spray transfer. That's for damn sure. Yeah, and a nice kill from Sunny. He's the other heavy hitter to Sergey. I'd say in terms of damage dealing, the second highest damage dealer on the roster by a small margin. They're actually all very consistent on ENCE across the board. Everybody puts up between something like 77 and 81 ADR overall, I think. But yeah, it's 5-5, and Faze have had a very hard time winning these rounds. Based on what we've seen, of course, they have the pistol to prop them up. But for the most part, it looks like it's been ENCE's game plan and a few spots of brilliance from FaZe Clan.
It's a boost in the back of the A site. That's FaZe's defense for this one. No prying eyes through the middle doors, so Xbox given up entirely. Aerial the front runner. Rain and Nico on the defense here. Long's not an issue. They've got that pit security. But ooh, Rain. With that smoke in front of him, he's going to decide to cut them off with a bit of an off angle. Now, if this fades, he is done. But he sees the player jumping. Aerial actually gets legged in the sky and dies because of gravity. Oops. Sunny, he's going to try to extend out mid here, but coldzera is going to keep him honest. A bit of a deeper angle, but not a good duel for him. Sunny tries that second spray down, and he gets dropped. So it's the man advantage here for FaZe Clan, but only barely in Rain. He's going to try to use those flashes to turn them back. 20 seconds on the clock. Broky's going to activate, and despite hitting the dink onto Alu, he still dies. A flashbang tries to buy time for that bomb to rotate past doors. CTs. Ooh, unable to cut it off. Yumpy's gonna plant with just a few seconds to spare. There's Nico with another op shot connecting here. It's Alu and Rain low. Yumpy's trying to cover back tunnels. Rain looks to trade. B-Mass in from mid, gets the first kill. It is all on Yumpy. 1 versus 3. Rain's gonna fall first and foremost. Nico next in line denies. It's FaZe Clan with a 6th.
Okay, yeah, FaZe Clan pick up the 6th. It was actually another great call from ENCE. They abuse out mid, but that one trade from Sunny to Rain, I think, is what makes a big difference in terms of FaZe Clan slowing things down and finally being able to attempt on the retake. It's been 6 bomb plants so far for ENCE in this half, so they've done a good job of keeping the money high, despite having lost some players. Now, and despite, of course, the scoreline being so close. Now, they're going to buy up one more time. We'll see what happens on this round. But, yeah, kind of funny to see Aerial get legged off cat, fall to the ground, and not stick the landing.
Yeah, the landing stuck him. Poor guy. Bit embarrassing, but, you know, happens. We've seen that very successfully start to peel apart the A defense. I don't think that one leg shot is going to be enough for ENCE to stop trying it either. But they're not kerneled. For once, we see ENCE not completely grouped up here. They're feeling out different portions of the map, as seen here by Yumpy.
Yeah, it is just so tempting to always try cat at the beginning because of how easy it is to get players to go push back. But it's funny that both, you know, Rain always comes up to the smoke. Nico will come here too to try to answer back. They put themselves a bit out in the open, but you've got to have this level of confidence, of course. You can't just give up this kind of map control for free. And we've already got a head start on the relay to pushing the upper tunnels. This would free up the mid rotation. Will ENCE punish again fast?
Mario's turned his back to that CT. It's
Wait
Rain.
a second.
Yeah, he's gonna find the timing. This is a B fake. This is all a fake. It's actually up A, and Nico, he doesn't know. He dies to Sunny. And while B-Mass is gonna try to double back from long, he can't stop the bomb from being planted. They're gonna try to challenge him. They want that fight. They are not opting for the catwalk post plant, but rather a little bit more default here, trying to play for long. Rain, he's snuck up from CT spawn and already waits just beneath the ledge. He hears Sunny moving around him, and he decides to take an initiative here. Jump shot. And he takes a little bit of damage. 6 bullets left in his mag. He needs the reload before his teammates start arriving. They're going to go for the flash up. Cat, Alu eats it, and it all falls onto the shoulders of Sergey. He swings out from Goose, and he's not going to be able to piece anything together. FaZe Clan extend that lead by 2.
Okay, they pull off another very tenuous retake in a scary situation. It's of course because they're able to get those 2 kills at mid off the corner of the smoke. Really nice job not respecting in that situation and just making sure you go and try to help your B teammates who have had a hard time in the past. And that allows FaZe to come back into it. Even though ENCE pull off a beautiful fake. They get up Cat, they get the 1 kill on the rotator. It's Nico of all people. His eyes roll to the back of his head. They go and plant the bomb. And BMAS, he doesn't have a good way to get information. Last he heard, they were rushing mid to B. Then they swing on default, kill him at long, and suddenly it gets scary again.
Economy fumbles here for ENCE. Just a little curb purchase. They've done good work at the B bomb site. So it seems like they'll try their hand again. But when? That's the question.
Yeah.
Off of those flashes. Coldzera's going to eat one, but still able to take down 1 player. They're waiting for him to pop his head back up. It's Yumpy and Alu trying for it. Yumpy's going to get it eventually, but that's all they get. Nobody else was able to even exit the tunnels without being cut down. So FaZe Clan winning the anti-eco.
Well, okay, you know, they got a pistol. They survived a couple of scary situations where the bomb has gone down. The trade fragging has been pretty good for FaZe Clan. And I guess, you know, some of those saves where it was probably devastating at the thought of having to save when you're like 4-4 actually made a lot of sense. It gave them a chance to keep buying into the future. They learned a lot. And I feel like, again, ENCE's game plan's quite good. But yeah, FaZe, they've actually inched out a pretty decent lead now. Already at a respectable 8 rounds here on the CT side.
And the game keeps going. Coldzera, feeling a little confident in his opping, decides to peek out from the doors and drops Yumpy. But this is not going to keep ENCE from picking up the tempo here ever so quickly, trying to get past the Cat. Coldzera, he's blind and burned into the open rain. He's going to pop right up. 1 tap into Aerial. Goodbye. And, well, now he's just going to go ahead and smoke himself out. Flashes up above him. That primes BMAS, who comes in with the kill. Despite being somewhat blinded, he finds a double. But Sunny, oh, Sunny, so close to the bomb site. He flips him over and gives ENCE their 6th.
Well, if that's not going to imbue you with confidence to close out the half, I don't know what will. The 1v2 from Sunny. He actually has a couple of clutch rounds so far in this game. The one versus BMAS. This one here. On the A ramp and looking so clean. Nice to see Rain on form as well. Round 15.
Yes.
And I don't care who wins this round. I don't know who's going to win the next half. I really believe in ENCE at the moment, as much as I picked FaZe Clan, and they definitely have put together a very decent half. I feel like ENCE are playing smart CS.
So far, so good. I mean, in hindsight, I suppose that smoke from Rain, it's what kept him alive long enough to be in that 2 versus 1, but it's also what enabled Sunny to creep around without being seen. So I like that Sunny capitalizes on the cover that was gifted to him. Deagle for Coldzera here in the 15th. He's the only limited weapon, really. Galil, not so much a limitation nowadays. Early mid presence, and again, no CT peek. They're allowing them to get catwalk quite consistently. We'll see if that comes back to haunt them. Rain, again, just looking for the information, looking to burn it off, looking to slow it down.
Yeah, they just force that pulled pin on the incendiary. They can reset, do whatever they want with it. Nico finding a good way to be in a new position every round here on the CT side. He's now got eyes down mid. But a player is dropped. Wow, this is tricky. He's going to be on cycle, and he's got T's running directly for him.
Yeah, he peeks right into his own damn death. Yumpy, good for another one, but Broky's able to respond. And Broky's all that remains here for FaZe, so they may have that 2-round lead, but it looks like it's going to get cut down to 1. He is tagged up by the Opper. Alu, giving him a second chance. just playing with his food here a little. However, we get a bit of a redirection, bit of misdirection. ENCE, they decide to go into the cat post plant. Bomb, of course, is firmly in their position. And Bo3, with time quite quickly ticking, has to sprint up to the bomb site. Alu gonna barrel stuff him with the sidearm. And we've got the Finns closing that lead down to just 1. 2 in a row for the first 15. Ladies and gents, we'll be back after the break with the second half of Dust 2.
Don't say it's live.
Yeah, it's live.
All right. Everybody's funny. Perfect. Perfect. No way.
No way.
Oh, he fell, dude. No, I fell. No, dude.
You're supposed to do this market part. Curve, you know? Stuff though.
I appreciate the help. You shouldn't be helping me. It's a race. I went from first to second now.
So from first to last. A single run.
Oh, I got it. Ooh. Dude, no way I got second here, man. It was like free candy. You guys are finished already? Oh my god.
This is not good. The struggle, dude. Alright, I did it. Alright, I dropped it again. Just because I had the very first best run. But no one's gonna see it. Story of my life. Alright, I went from 119 to 247. That's great.
You know, last week when we had the deathmatch sessions at our halftime breaks, you know, it was all fun and games, but now I think we're starting to expose some of the movement noobs in Counter-Strike.
You want to name any names, Connor?
Well, you know, simple, simple over 3 minutes. Over 3 minutes for that first segment of Mirage. I'm very excited to see, you know, the depth of that content, just to see who really ends up on top.
But hey, no surprise about A-Core, huh?
No, man's real quick. Lickety split, just like Rain here on the headshots. Let's focus forward as we do have the 15 rounds up, 15 rounds down, 4v2 now, as Faze work into the A site. They just basically clamp down on it. You know, that perfect A pinch from Catwalk and Long. They pick up all their kills. And now ENCE are going to attempt a 2v4 retake. They're already starting to throw utility. coldzera gets flashed through the smoke, and what do you know? coldzera 16-8. A little two-piece to close the pistol. FaZe Clan leading by 2.
Yeah, I mean, his Valve score is through the roof. Good to see Rain actually playing well. I mean, he's not... I think at one point, you know, he was the star player of FaZe. And then, you know, one of the reasons the team was built around him. But of course, along with Olaf, I feel like has taken a big back seat in the past year or so. But nice to see him on this map playing well. Definitely feeling his impact with these past couple of rounds that we witnessed.
Brokey out long already. Not going to be challenged whatsoever. ENCE, they immediately tuck back into the bomb site. And I can understand why. You know, these automatic weaponry, spamming through smoke. Not the best way to use these deagles to rob back around. So let's see if once FaZe Clan get close enough to this bomb site for ENCE to pop off, whether that works out for them. But we do have the scout now in position. Alu didn't start the round here, but he will definitely start the impact. Oh my god! He just takes Rain's head off Alu! Excellent scout work. Now there is still Nico low back there. Sunny side up. Double kill with the Deeg. And this one falls apart for FaZe. BMAS, 1 versus 3. Sunny up close and Aerial's got him down. ENCE bounce right back with the force buy.
Well, you read the CSGO textbook, you flip through it, it says on the Anticos on Dust 2 you're supposed to go long. But then what do you do about this? The scout, it's the counter play. Alu, of course, when he's hitting headshots like that and just accuracy, with his accuracy that high, it's going to be hard to stop the push and, continue with the push. And FaZe, yeah, it's not like they made a bad move by going out to long, but decided to try to play it incognito to not attract some more CTs, but ENCE, they had the entire game plan figured out in their head. Fall back, but still defend. It's on the pistols here for FaZe, a straight-up deco. And BMAS so far, he's having a good game. Lost that one clutch, but, you know, in that same round had one of that really nice spray transfer. His form's been up and down. I think 2 weeks ago, his average rating was in a 0.98, and then this last week at Masters, it dropped down to a bit to a 0.92. But of course, there's going to be a bit of a gestation period. We've got to be kind about the fact that this kid is seriously young and playing, and not just playing on a team like with the players that are on FaZe, but really being thrown to the wolves playing against all of these tier 1 teams. There's going to be so much learning that has to be done for him. Right. And yeah, I mean, I played like one match versus Cloud9. I have a 0.6 rating, so who am I to judge?
Yeah, you kind of suck.
Yeah.
Yumpy, he's going to look forward towards the tunnels. Excellent timing on the flashbang, but it doesn't quite hit Sergey. And by the time Yumpy regains his vision, it is ENCE regaining the tie. They go ahead and lock this at 9. And there's no buy either for FaZe. So it goes from bad to worse. It looks like the Finns may be finding a lead.
Yeah, could be. And yeah, for what it's worth, again, after that first half, really just felt like ENCE were playing well. FaZe were slightly edging them out on some trades. But this is, of course, the nature of Dust 2. Either way, it looks like we've got a banger of a game on our hands. And into this Glock round, they'll give this up. But yeah, it's no telling what we can see from FaZe Clan on this T side. I'm sure they'll be quite tricky about how they play it. So, on the full-on Glocks. Let's see if there's anything interesting here.
Ooh, nice timing off of the frag grenade. I love a good alley-oop. Bounces off the backboard. Slams into his face above Xbox. And Sunny, well, he's hungry. He's going to try to hone in on mid and will absolutely continue to wreck FaZe here. I mean, he is just versus the unarmored Glocks. And Alu wants that last frag. BMAS, nice little jiggle Glock peeks. Too bad he doesn't get the kill. You know, 4 health is what makes the difference there for Alu to keep that armor, to keep that M4, and to move 5 survivors for ENCE into the 20th round. So we do have the CTs with a slight lead, but we've also got FaZe Clan back in with a bye.
Yeah. And that's what's, of course, most important. We got the meat and potato round here into round 20. The buy is okay here for FaZe. I mean, they got a couple of Gleals, which they'll be fine with. They go up against these AKs. There's not a single op, actually, which is actually... Wow, that's actually really, really interesting to see. No op on CT side at all. Oh, spray comes through. Trades go back and forth. It's actually quite good here for ENCE, all things considered. Thought it could have been uglier after that opening frag. But just like we saw, when long control gets taken, there's a gap at mid.
Yes, and that gap has been filled by NiCo. Ooh, 6th Sense turns around at the perfect time and deals with Sunny. Now, Sergey, he would love to just cut down what's left of NiCo, but he has to worry about tunnels too. And Broky's able to find that angle, just extends around the box, cuts us down to the 2v2 retake attempt, perhaps. Yumpy and Aerial. Smoke flash and a molly, but NiCo, he goes back into the tunnels and cuts down Yumpy first. Now that was the lower HP player of the two, and NiCo doesn't seem to expect a second. Aerial ready to go down into the 1v1. Broky just ejects through the windowsill, and Aerial's gonna start panicking here. He's gonna start trying to figure out where the hell did this kid get off to, but Broky, he's used to playing hide and seek, and Aerial, well, he taps that bomb, goes for the spray and doesn't connect it. He fakes it yet once more, but it's the time that becomes the issue, and Broky shuts it down.
Hey, if he had won that second duel, he would have been able to defuse the bomb. Definitely enough time for another 5 second or so. A good try. Aerial did look a little bit shaky coming in on that retake, and didn't hear the jump out of window as well. So I was personally a bit nervous for him. But yeah, it's a one closed out by FaZe. Very pragmatic attack once again. They go out to take the mid control when long is in question, and they force ENCE's position to come back and try to suss out what's going on at mid. And Yumpy, he's aware. He sees, he comes all the way to mid, looking up to the back of the window, sees NiCo there, but NiCo, as you mentioned, 6th Sense kicks in, and he's very patient about it. He goes through with the one taps as opposed to trying to partake in the long range spray. And that's why, of course, NiCo is as good as he is. So it's a tie game, and finally the ops are coming into play. For a bit of a weird situation because we didn't see either, any of the CTs have an op last round, but now we've got 2 instantly. Are FaZe gonna run into these?
Ooh, Broky's got the scout up.
Yeah, and you know what? After that 1v1, he's been relegated to the scout despite FaZe Clan winning that round.
Boy, it's Rain. Rain with the double entry on long. Down goes Aerial, down goes Sunny. 2 flash assists for his teammates. Rain was set up and performed so well. Now, can Yumpy plug this hole, this glaring issue that is long control? Problem for Yumpy here is it's not just long that he questions, but Cat as well. And seeing as the defense has been spread so thin, they stay 1 player apiece. 1 on A, 1 on B, 1 on mid, and they cross their fingers. Who of these 3 players, all of which we know can, will give us the multi-kill to bring ENCE back into control of the situation? Looks like it's going to be Yumpy. He tries his first shot, but a little bit of a miss, and he doesn't want to commit to long fights because, God forbid, he dies here.
Well, the rotations come out. He has the other op rotating over. They don't even really need this. Yumpy gets a kill, but yeah, look, the hold already over on the B side.
Yeah. Sergey, he's also going to step up to the plate. He's gotten himself the double, so all the while Yumpy was under pressure, Sergey did not let his guard down, and because of it, ENCE have the man advantage. The bomb has been cut off, but Alu, he just starts making a bunch of sound, and that's going to confirm now that the CTs don't quite know what's up. Rain, he's got eyes over Catwalk. Sergey, he's going to decide to go back to where Alu has died, knowing that the bomb has now decided to push past it. coldzera plants, safely tucked behind the boxes. It is not for Cat, but that is where Rain resides. CT's separate. No utility for them either. Sergey, he's just going to start running up long. coldzera tucked behind the box. Yumpy in an awkward position because that op's going to have to play close range unless he peeks into Rain first. Cold! He's got him. A second kill off of the ramp. It's FaZe Clan back in the lead.
Well, that's amazing from coldzera. Another 1v2 in this match. A really rough round from ENCE. A incredibly hard round to read, in fact. They've got the long setup come here. coldzera could have got caught off with the bomb. Sergey comes through with a phenomenal defense on the B site. Faze got exactly what they wanted. They rotated 2 players over towards A. They got both oppers over towards A. They had poor Sergey left all alone, and then Sergey gets 2 out of 3 kills, but is so unlucky that he doesn't even see the bomb, even though he's swatting down the tunnels. coldzera walks away and then gets Alu in the back because they didn't spot the bomb in tunnels. They didn't know there were 3 there, and so the fake ends up working out even better for Faze than what they had planned. Now Faze will take this 11th round all day long.
Yes,
but
sir.
Man, did ENCE come close to winning that?
Again, Mohan, that's 2 rounds in a row that Faze win with a single survivor.
Yeah, right. And that last round, it really looked like they lost, with Bo3 having to play with a scout and a couple of Galils and such low nades on everybody. The buy is even better this round because the loss bonus has increased. Or sorry, they win. What am I saying? They won 2 rounds in a row, but of course they won with some money left over in the tank. And, good trades out for the T's.
Damn, Nico. I want to see that replay. He just comes sprinting outwards, guns down the pit player, and of course we've got Faze coming out on top of the long play yet again. The only time I feel like ENCE have really been able to secure this long corner, and correct me if you think I'm wrong, was that one time we had Alu move the scout into position in the 2nd round of the half.
Where they were able to stop long from A site with his, on the eco. Yeah, that may be very true. The real tough part, of course, is that if you give up long control straight up, then it becomes a bit predictable as to what your setup is. And of course, it costs Faze almost nothing to just go and send one person out there in that circumstance. So ENCE are doing a good job of trying to entertain it. But of course, as you're pointing out, they've got to be able to win, go even, or have a different plan in place in order to make up for the fact that they lose such an important part of the map. It's another real split here from Faze, man. It is so scary the way that they're playing these rounds.
Ooh, what are you up to, Rain? You decide to peek into Alu on long. That gives away one of the 2 players you have alive in the advantage. But Sergey, there's timing here. I mean, it's never fun to retake the B site, but doing so right now would actually be better than waiting because the bomb is not yet in position. If only Sergey knew. It was BMAS and BMAS alone. But now, Bo3 comes over. A little bit of a slumber party here for FaZe Clan in the B site. Bomb jumps over, 8 seconds, as Bo3 is protected by the tall box. So, do they bother trying the retake here? Alu on the glass cannon op, that's way too valuable to lose. And while Sergey's been floating around the perimeter of the bomb site, Mohan, he decides to call it off. This is Faze with a 12th round, and this time, more than 1 survivor.
Man, there's so many similarities, I'd say, between the way that Faze and ENCE have been playing their T-sides. And that's one where they are doing a good job of staying spread out on different points of the spider web, but staying cohesive by that same notion. And I think FaZe are dropping a couple more players than they even need to on some of these rounds. Like we saw Rain try to go out and grab a gun to get killed for that. They saw them commit too hard on a fake in the past, where coldzera had to come back to A and almost lost a round there. They're getting the rotations that they need to without actually sacrificing the players. But I guess they don't know that, and that's why they full commit with some of these players after the fact. But the one overarching thing, as you brought up at the very beginning of the round, is that FaZe are doing a great job of straight up winning long control whenever they want to take it.
Yes, sir. Round after round, it seems. Not a very good look for ENCE here in the 23rd. 3 players on pistols, only 2 with Kevlar. And of course, op not included. Alu will remain glass cannon. See if the pistol players can do some early damage. Maybe Sergey will be set up here. He does have Yumpy just behind him on mid. So maybe Yumpy dies after doing some damage, and then Sergey wide swings for the big spray down. Who knows what's in store? First and foremost, it's Bo3. All right, that Deagle's gonna do nothing. But Sergey, he sees the shadow, and he also ends up being empty-handed. It all falls onto the shoulders of Alu, and he's very much cut away from this A bomb site. So if ENCE want to make any kind of a play, it's going to be here on long doors. Ariel and Sunny trying to get aggressive. coldzera's tucked into the corner, and he cuts them both down. Now, if I'm Alu, I just try to save the damn off, but Nico, he's not having any of that. It's 5 survivors for Faze, a 3-round lead on this T side, and the momentum is rolling, but the buy comes back.
Yeah. And, you know, this is ENCE's pick. We'll move on to Mirage after this. Things could get really interesting if we get to a 3rd map for ENCE, but it could be scary, of course, coming down straight up to this Mirage pick. So, yeah, I mean, there's still a chance, of course, for ENCE to come back into this map, but this will be one of their final chances. Bo3's out with the op again. He had an amazing op shot through the door last round, but it was versus worse guns, man. This double glass cannon setup from the CTs. How are the operas planning to rotate around? We've got Yumpy dedicated back in the B site, and Alu sitting here posted, watching Long going to assist in the cat cross. But man, these guys, they're susceptible to basically anything. Luckily for them, no HE grenades on the utility belts of Faze. So push up towards the site, and yeah, the split looks good, man. There's only 2 people here.
That's their own Molotov, so they're gonna wait that one out. Is there an official Counter-Strike term for a double glass cannon? Has anybody coined anything just yet?
Yeah, we just don't see it that often. Could definitely, if you're creative enough.
Well, I'm trying, but you know, it doesn't come easy to some.
The 2-shot.
Yeah. This is where if I was Anders, I would already have some kind of witty response. But it looks like FaZe Clan, they're using their big brains. Flexing out the mid control here, trying to keep Sunny distracted, trying to keep Sunny a little flustered. Nico is just on the other side of the smoke. And oh wait, what? Bo3, he kills coldzera. And then Alu and Sunny combine for 3, so this A play just gets completely shut down. How does Bo3 blow coldzera's head off? We know it's okay because it was a headshot. That is the rules that FaZe have set on team kills. And B-Bass is gonna find himself empty-handed. So let's get that on the replay. ENCE, they just win a round with absolutely 0 losses.
DJ had no choice but to spectate CT spawn in that spot because he was just running across. Okay. Oh, he asked for it. Okay. We'll retract the yellow card. It looked like unnecessary roughness, but now we see it was manslaughter. It was manslaughter. It's not even. He was actually set up. It was like self-sabotage for the team.
Yeah, I don't blame Bo3 for that one. I think Counter-Strike is just wrong. Here we've got the burst into the B bomb site. They are very well equipped for the situation, and MAC-10 not even needed, but here's Sunny right back in, flashed into the action. Nico cuts him down. It's the one peek through the doors that gets denied. That was meant to be the equalizing kill. If he had found himself a double or a triple, then these CTs would have gone right into it, but look at this, Launders. They call the save. FaZe wasting no time. They just stampede into the B bomb site and take their 14th round.
Yeah, of course, very simple. Nice tempo change here from FaZe into round 25. They'll pick this round up real easy. Sergey and Sunny having a ton of pressure applied to them. And it all comes down to the entries, of course. So, well, yeah, what can you say about that? Avoiding Jumpy is always very good. Yumpy. Damn it, there's a couple of hard names in here to pronounce. BMAS and Yumpy, I'll remember. Yeah, he has been, so Yumpy, I know this round isn't really about him, but this is his 20th map with ENCE, okay? And, you know, he's had a really strong start. Out of 20 maps, he's only had 5 games below a 1.0 rating. It's been a key card over there because success in all of the maps that they have won. His impact is definitely heard in basically every single server. So, a good way to win the round, of course, for FaZe. Never see him. Just avoid him entirely, and then you can win. It's just kind of the same game plan that ENCE had in that first half. Nico jumping out towards Long into a fire. Oh, no. Unfortunately, forgets to drop the smoke. I think he switched out before he did. Oof, we've all been there before, but that is a very costly mistake to make, and Sunny will go ahead and grab a rifle kill to clean out the blue box entirely. It's long control in favor of ENCE, and it's all because I think NiKo, while he was blind, made a small mistake and didn't drop the smoke that was in his hand.
Yeah, that's a little mechanical error here, so not putting FaZe Clan's game plan into question. Just a little bit of a mishap.
Yeah, I mean, it happens all the time. It's like actually, when I'm blind, I know you usually are just relying on this internal timing of like when to switch and stuff. But when you're blind, I found it's actually harder for me to like make sure I throw my grenades and stuff too. And it's kind of like quick switching when you shoot and not shooting your shot with your op. Now the argument against it, of course, is if you're blind, you've got nothing else to do. You might as well just make sure you throw the grenade. And then let whatever gun comes out next come out next.
Brain's gonna pepper this A site with a little bit of utility, but Alu locking it down on long yet again. And then we've got Sunny just tucking his head down so that Alu can find himself another. He is sitting on the 2-piece, looking for the third as that bomb carrier tries to challenge the corner. And Broky's gonna put the molly on his feet. Alu is now wide out in the open. Broky a little bit worried about it, and I don't blame him. He is trying, of course, in the 1v4 with 10 seconds on the clock. He's got nothing to do. So ENCE, a 12th, keeping FaZe Clan away from securing the 15th, keeping themselves the possibility of winning in regulation.
Yeah, it's not as pretty of a second half as we saw in the first half. I thought the first half was a bit more compelling. This half has been kind of hallmarked by its flubs in a couple of these rounds here from FaZe Clan. A weird, awkward team kill, self-immolation, and in this last round. And yeah. Now the failures to go back towards long though, that helps out for ENCE. That was a problem they couldn't figure out at first. But FaZe have allowed them to leverage themselves back into it. 12-14, but it's FaZe Clan who only have 4 rifles on this round. A little bit low on grenades. Not the biggest problem on Dust 2. They are still on for a cat split. Few nades go up. It's actually a big fake. Wow, Alu.
Oh, misses the shot, but not the follow-up. Again, he's gonna hit it. Oh, and Alu in with the quick scopes. 3 frags on the double doors. He beckons them in and then just rocks their world. BMAS, last man up, 1v5. ENCE are gunning for that 16th round, man. Alu, it looked like it's like he misses the easiest of the other 3 shots and then comes up big. BMAS will take his head off, sure enough, so they will have to reinvest into Alu's op, but he is absolutely worth it. Talk about individuals, completely shuts down the doors.
Yeah, I love how he just takes a warm-up shot at the beginning of all of it, and you're like, oh man, this guy's gonna die, and it's not gonna look pretty. And then, of course, he turns that op into a shotgun, locks down the 3rd kill. Really sick stuff from Alu. And yeah, it's to claw ENCE forward a little bit. The FaZe fake almost works out, but you could say that, you know, maybe Alu should have even gotten a kill sooner than that. Oh my God, talk about soon. Yumpy right out of spawn on CT's side as the balls to peek down mid. Now it is just the Glocks to work with, so relatively inconsequential. In fact, you know, maybe you want to feed him to the op. It's got the lowest kill reward in the whole game.
Yeah. You know. Feed him lesser money. But it is still just printing cash at this point. Yumpy, not even tagged up in those engagements. The poor Glocks, never going to be favored here at all. Alu in from the long cross, missing a 1 shot, but that's not a problem. Sergey's got them body bagged. 14 rounds apiece here on the opening map between ENCE and FaZe. It was looking like FaZe all day, but they have begun to fade. Can ENCE get this over the line?
Dust 2, man. Never fails to surprise, disappoint, and impress all at the same time. Yeah. Highlights the individuals and yeah, and just really, I know, it highlights the flubs as well. Okay, it's at the long control. I like this from FaZe. It's worked well for them in the past in general. Broky also gets the opening kill. Only 1 player here crossing towards the pit. Actually, close up on the door. Sunny gets blind, has to move back, and that solar flare of a flash blinds him, pops right in his face. Rain, another opening kill here towards long. And this is already a 5v3 situation. Terrible situation for ENCE. We know that Faze don't like to commit hard right away in rounds like this. But since they've got 2 kills, will they do it? They've got one player who can go into lower to catch rotations. But he's not in position quite yet. He's going to look to take his time. And Faze, they're a bit paranoid about something. They just want to make sure that they're not going to blow this, covering all their angles. But BMAS, he's got a guy coming up on the right.
Yeah,
that's an opening kill for Yumpy. Yeah, he took a bit of time to get back there. And now Faze are a bit scared, running forward up to A.
They're going to leave one op back in pit. If there was anybody who was going to get killed before the commitment, it was going to be BMAS over there in the tunnels all alone. But Aerial, he's just trying to hide behind the smoke. Nico, he's going to start coming around it. No, Aerial decides to activate. He moves in and is sent out. Sergey, 1 versus 4, or else Faze, they're going to take this 15th round. He shoots Cold Zera off of the box, gets a little bit of cover, but Nico, looming near, swoops in for that last frag. Faze Clan take 15, and it's either overtime or Faze opening on map 1.
Hey, now that we're past the flubs a little bit, Faze, great opening start to the round, of course, with this kill. But even with the long control still in question, Rain getting another entry. He's been so good at this. I feel like this is definitely leaning in favor of Faze for a number of reasons. If I'm Faze, I'm thinking about long once again. There's an unanswered problem for ENCE. And it looks like they'll go back to it. A slow walk up to the door. They're going to take their time a bit more here. Let the CTs rotate themselves out. Alu is pushed up onto Cat to try to get some information back. But he's not passing this one turn. He's going to hold there. Put Sunny in a bit of an awkward spot, but he's got Aerial as protection.
Oh, they come out off the flash. Everybody's a bit blind, so they hold. Aerial, if he puts his head up on that ledge, then Rain's ready to pop it. Molotov into pit. Decides not to throw the flashbang. They're gonna hard clear Sunny. He gets dinked, and yet Rain's still able to get 1 kill. Can Aerial do the better? He does get a chance for the reload. There's more Molotovs being thrown at him. He's just trying to find a bit of sanctuary, a little bit of safety, and there is no net for him. It is the 4 versus 3 here for Faze.
Wow, that was really the perfect amount of pressure to apply to long. All of the right utility being used. Isolating the 2 fights, getting the blue bin cross off the flashes, and then also allowing Rain to do his work. He's been, I think, 3 for 3 on these long entries so far. Brokey coming out for a run boost. Whoa. Okay, player is not on site. Alu has no choice but to make sure he doesn't get flanked. So they'll basically forfeit bomb control. Sergey in CT spawn.
Oh, he comes up, and Alu almost gets that crosshair onto position. Now Sergey, he's going to be blind as he sees players jumping over. Alu had to check his own flank because they were keeping Yumpy deep in B, but now they know. They've got to make this A retake happen. It's the 2 versus 4, and Sergey, he doesn't want to get caught in no man's land, so it's going to boil down to Yumpy getting this first frag on Cat, compromising the bomb site. BMAS, he's going to keep himself tucked in. Great trade train. Now Sergey up from ramp, walking ever closer to the bomb site, but he gives his back to Cold, and they give the map to Faze. That's the 1-0 advantage to kick off the Bo3.
Well, yeah, that's one hell of a map. Nice performance on Dust too. It got a little scary, but only because they almost played themselves. But instead, they close it out 16-14 and have a very comfortable map of Mirage to look forward to. But ENCE, there are no slouches on Mirage either.
No, absolutely not. The Dust not working out for in the end. Mirage is where we'll guys next. Keep it locked here at Blast.
Don't say it's live.
Yeah, it's live.
Alright, everybody's funny. Perfect. Perfect. No way.
No way.
Oh, he fell, dude. No, I fell. No, dude.
You're supposed to do this market part. Curve, no? Good stuff, though.
Appreciate the help. You shouldn't be helping me. It's a race.
I went from first to second now.
So, from first to last. A single run.
Oh, I got it. Ooh. Dude, no way I got second here, man. It was like free candy.
You guys are finished already? Oh my god. This is not good. The struggle, dude. Alright, I did it. Alright, I dropped it again. Just because I had the very first best run, but no one's gonna see it. Story of my life. Alright, I went from 119 to 247. That's great.
A solid performance coming out there on Dust 2, Yanko. But I got to start with, were you guys surprised that they went for that as their pick? And going into Mirage, I guess confidence is sky high to take these guys down 2-0.
Yeah, we weren't really surprised. We thought there was a slight chance they might pick Nuke, but ENCE is a team that really just tries to play towards their own strengths, and Dust 2 is their best map after with Train rather. So we were ready for the Dust 2 pick. Yeah, and yeah, we are comfortable with the veto and with the map pool. So yeah.
Well, it's looking really good for you guys. In this Mirage game, though, is there any worry that you might have to worry about some of the individuals stepping up from ENCE, or do you think you've got this in the bag? Because it certainly seems like you guys are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I think it's possible. You know, I don't think it's necessarily a lock for us that we're going to win Mirage, especially because we've been playing it really a lot lately. So you kind of mess with your own head, right? You maybe overthink some scenarios. You know, have we been doing some strat too much? You know, how are we doing maybe anti-ecos? And it's hard to keep track of everything when you have a game every day or every other day. So yeah, but in general, we're comfortable on the map that even if things start going badly, we have a lot of adjustments that we can make. And yeah, there's a reason why we picked it.
And this follows along on the reasoning that he actually had a podcast with Thorn recently, Thorn and Moses, Yanko, where he went into talking a little bit about the burnout with Faze, how to deal with the stress and how to rejuvenate their game map to map, and that they were really struggling with it. And here it definitely got bumpy. Dust 2, way closer than it looked like it was going to be. And so all of a sudden we're starting to fight back there towards the end of the second half. But it looks like, you know, Cold Zero with some big plays and the stars on Faze were enough to get the job done and take the first map. And so, Chad, we'll hand it over to you here to kick things off. What did you take away from this first map?
In the early stages for ENCE, I was really happy, right? They did some strats over towards that B bomb site where they're exploiting the tendencies that I went over within the pre-show, and that was all looking good. But the other thing that I harped on was this double AWP setup of Yampy and Alu. Now, let's be honest, they had like 1 or 2 flashy rounds between the two of them towards the tail end of that second half, but otherwise they were neutered. They weren't able to get into the game, and that's because Rain, coldzera, and NiKo, look at all their opening frags. They were just running out long and opening that side of the map every single time and giving the number advantage in favor of Faze, which meant that even though Yampy and Alu had the AWPs, they couldn't operate with them in a number even situation in a lot of these scenarios, and I think that was one of the biggest problems for ENCE in this map right here.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think long has been abused by Faze, man. I mean, they correctly localized the problems, and even at the end, you could see in the last round, ENCE have actually the double setup towards A-long. That is supposed to be the strongest way to hold, because you can't have 3 players A-long. Let's be serious for a second. So they had the double setup with 1 pit, 1 towards the gate, and that just wasn't enough. Faze could actually win the trade 2 for 1, and then they play off of it. And there's something quite interesting about Faze Clan when they're playing, and I'm hearing their comms. It's the amount of ad hoc solution they find on the fly, and the amount of spontaneous organization that they have to do, and have to credit a lot of these different players. coldzera, for instance, he's the one talking a lot during these 4v3s, keeping people calm, giving the tempo to the team as well, organizing what's going to happen, and they do that almost every single round. It's not like a team that starts and says, okay, let's run strategy pineapple, and then, okay, we do pineapple, and that is it, you just run through it. Has nothing to do with it. They take areas of the map, they see the trades, and then they come up with a plan. So I think on the long run, when you also think about all these games they're playing, their playstyle is actually quite hard to predict, because it's never a strategy, it's just an adaptation on the fly as what's happening.
Could you say that these are fundamentals that they're falling back on, Chad, that allows them to go ahead and react on the situation like that?
Yeah, like they have opening moves, right? And from those opening moves, they then just get all the information that they can and make the most educated decision based off the next set of moves they have to allow them to get into the next part of the map, or play those rotations based off the demo watching and tendencies that Yanko and NiKo will have been looking at. But I just want to point out something here. coldzera, Rain, and NiKo combined in that game had 15 opening kills between the 3 of them. ENCE, with the all 5 members, only had 10 opening kills with their individuals. And that right there, I feel is just something you can't have happening on a map like Dust 2, especially when I painted the picture that they had these 2 AWP players which are meant to be the spearhead. They were losing the opening duels and unable to get back into it. And Rain, right here, the man on your screen, look, when he has a game like that, when he's running out looking like the Terminator, mate, he's hard to stop. And that's one of the factors, is this Faze roster is so deep with talent. The fact that we were hyping up BMAS and Brokey about them being youngsters, well, then you just have to remember that we're dealing with 3 world-class players of coldzera, Rain, and NiKo as well. So the kids, if they pop off, that's great. It means the old men get a bit of a chance to relax, but they want some of their own too. And you can see here today that, look, there's no fatigue. These guys are stoic as hell, and Faze are looking good.
That is always the thing, man. Rain, he's just always, he's like the snake in the grass on that team. He's never quite there, but he's lethal. And, they always talk about Cold and NiKo and everybody else, but there you have him, man. Rain, he's a lethal guy. And, well, going into the next map, he's going to have more opportunity to put that on show. Once again, we're getting into a bit of a brawly scenario here. It's going to be Mirage as the second map, and this is kind of, I guess, turned as the pug map right now, where you can kind of fall back on just the style of play that you were highlighting. And so, Maniac, what are we looking for here from Faze going into the second map of the series?
Well, you just mentioned him, Rain, one of the unsung heroes of this lineup. I think he wrote some of the pages of his legends on that A side as a CD, right? He used to be, by my rules, one of the best A anchor that ever graced the game, and he's had so many great games, so he's going to have another opportunity to do it here as well. And if I just think of Faze and the T side, I do believe at the moment that they have kept this Kerrigan mentality, which is basically that their beginning of the round is very, very hard to read. It almost always looks the same, but they can finish the round in 36 different ways. So if you let them get away with the beginning, if you let them win these first few rounds that open up all the tactical doors for the late stage of the game, this is going to be such a hassle, because you'll have people coming at you from every part of the map, whereas the first 10 seconds just look the same. So you cannot have a pre-setup, you cannot really gamble on the side, because you never know what's going to happen. So if you're ENCE right now, you need to calm the beast down instantly from the get-go.
Indeed. And well, gentlemen, we have to move on. We have to get into the thick of things right now. And so, Chad, we're going to hear from you after the map. But this is going to be it. We have to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll hand it over to our commentators and see if Faze can get the job done in 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead.
15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Siri, who is the easiest target?
Gold. Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Let's go.
Let's go, guys. Let's close this out. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. Let's have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for Faze Clan.
Welcome back, everybody. Second map of Mirage between Faze and ENCE is now one step closer, and as we take a look at the betway odds on the screen, we see that Faze are heavily favored. With this, Mohan, how convinced are you Faze on Mirage?
Well, yeah, this is, of course, lean slightly because their win on Dust 2. That's just natural, but it's Faze's map pick. They've got a strong Mirage, so I think you gotta think like, well, partly it was interesting because of how the ban started out and Faze floating their threats. They've just banned out Train, but yeah, on Mirage, I don't know. I mean, I feel like it should be a pretty good map for Faze. I wasn't even anticipating that this would be their first pick, but of course this is just a strong one. And the win-loss for ENCE is 4-3 right now on Mirage. They have a bad loss versus Vitality and also a very strong win versus them. They really kind of lean heavily towards the CT side in terms of how many rounds they need to win, 60-40. Whereas if we look at Faze Clan, I think it's a tad bit more even. So yeah, in terms of map pools right now, we've got a good situation here for both teams. Of course, we've got 3 of the 4 top maps for ENCE. Wait a second. We're playing Nuke last, right? We're playing Nuke. Yeah, Nuke, that makes sense, yeah. A couple of bad losses for Faze, of course, on Nuke. And I think what was really good for Faze was there was a narrow miss of Inferno. because recently, like Faze, this is a map that they end up picking quite often, but they're also 0-3 in their last 3 maps. Lost versus Big, versus NIP, and versus Godsend all last week. So I think, yeah, it's another reason why this veto is pretty strong. We talked a little bit about form on basically everybody. How a couple things that are interesting is that ENCE are a very consistent team throughout. Who Sergey is probably the most consistent in terms of all of these different pieces of criteria. How Yumpy has this extraordinary impact rating as compared to anyone on his team or even anyone on Faze. And as for Faze, we've got. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah. Oh yeah. We have we have basically a situation where, you know, cold. I was just having a conversation with someone on my stream the other day, but yeah, Cold, you know, being bought out for $1 million is like, was it worth it? If you think about it, I mean, should have been more. You know, he's definitely done his job and more. He's brought over a whole sect of Brazilian fans to this roster, but then also has just contributed and kept up his form at that peak level to stay alongside NiKo, and it feels like he's also been a great influence with all of these younger Faze players that have come onto the team, Bimas and Bo3. Now Bo3, I will say, he looks a lot more comfortable on basically all of these maps, and if we look at Bo3's stats in the past couple of weeks, the times that Faze have lost a map is when Bo3 goes negative or has a below 1.0 rating. Virtually every single time that he's played well, him playing well doesn't necessarily mean Faze will win, but him playing badly almost always means Faze will lose, which is kind of interesting. Bimas is still finding his positions in that sense. You know, Olaf, being the role player that he was probably filling in more gaps for Faze than Bimas can right now. And in the past couple of weeks, Bimas's form overall has dropped by 0.8 if we just average out a couple of the different weeks, which I did before the game. But this is a map that he definitely bounced back on. This was a map where Bimas and Bo3 both were the reason that Faze were able to take Na'Vi on Mirage. So there's a lot of good things here for the young guns coming into Mirage. And that's what's going to keep this map interesting, especially versus ENCE, who are looking strong these days as well. So I think we lost Connor. That's why you're hearing me talk so much. Ramble on a bit, but he'll be back in a second. And we'll just go off of what we see out of this round. First things first on Mirage, they're going to have these B exec come through. Rain with another double entry off the flash assist from NiKo, leaving ENCE in the 3v5 post plant to retake B site. And Bimas is here to make sure, as the doorman, that nobody gets through. Alu will be the first one kicked outside the club, and now he'll take a peek and see that there's somebody else. Sergey, he wants to go for a smoke break. He's going to get stuffed. Stunny is now coming in off of Cat, and is basically the only thing they have going for them at this point. And Rain ends up dying, but yo, we're also looking at Dust2 after Rain, who had such a fantastic time on entries. Sponge did a good job of highlighting how some of the opening duels went. And in the first half, we did see a couple of rounds where the opening duels were did not tell the full story for ENCE. They were still able to win 4v5, but overall, you know, FaZe Clan came out ahead. But the point was that FaZe were finding these 5v4s constantly. So, a very, very strong start here for FaZe Clan.
Hey, Mohan.
Take a look at this. Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Hey. Okay, we're back.
I abandoned you for a little bit there. Yeah.
Okay. No worries. I'm just going to quickly
abandon me.
Hop into the server.
Okay, yeah, nice. In which case, let me take this one for you guys. Let me paint the picture as to what's up, all right? We got FaZe Clan winning another pistol, but don't you forget for a moment that on Dust 2, we saw ENCE, and in particular, Alu's Scout be what they needed to buy and bounce right back. But Yumpy, 3-piece with the Deagle. just blowing them away here on the B-bomb site. Aerial, he's going to have a little bit of cover back on the bench, but this is a 4 versus 2. Nico, he's going to cut back a second player, but they don't have the bomb. That was dropped inside the windowsill as Yumpy went big. Brokey and Nico, that is only 56 health combined. And yet from the 2 versus 4, they've cut it back to the 2v2. And Nico, he's getting dangerously close to the marketplace. But you can see them looking back at that bomb, trying to piece together this puzzle. Like, how the hell are we going to go back and get it? And then you wonder if they even have to. They could just straight up go for the eliminations. They know Sergey's inside this window, but Sergey peeks into Nico, taking him down and forcing Brokey into the clutch. He's gonna try versus Sergey, but he's distracted as Alu comes off of Catwalk. It's the scout that seals the deal, but it's Yumpy that gets the show started.
Well, Yumpy comes through. We'll have to obviously take a look at that again. We'll get the replay on this pretty crazy Deagle triple, sitting at the bottom of window and not even letting Bimass try to bounce out. Cold Zera was going to be there for the instant trade, but instead it's the instant headshot. Another second round mishap, a tragedy here for FaZe Clan. We saw on the T side of Dust 2, the same thing happened to the scout of Valu, but this time it's the dig of Yumpy to help out even more. Now FaZe will try to counterforce and bring this round back into their favor. Connor, just before the game started, I was talking about how, you know, Bimass and Brokey were 2 of the reasons why FaZe Clan were able to win Mirage versus Na'Vi the other week. And of course, you know, this is the map that Brokey had 41 kills, I believe, and everyone was looking up his settings. But they still lost. But he tried. I mean, he wasn't the reason they lost, is basically the point.
You know, if you're talking about finding people's settings, man, I was looking at Ariel's crosshair in that first map and thinking it was awful, but then he's gone
another bad crosshair.
He's gone ahead and made it worse. He made it worse between maps. He changed it. It is this massive, ugly, giant spaced, like plus 20 gap or something. I don't know. I'm gonna have to share this one with you guys once the round is over, once the map is over. But for the time being, we've got an upset, of course, at hand here. FaZe Clan making the absolute most of the little they had to work with. 5 versus 2. Dude, I have a hunch that this Mirage map is just gonna be a back and forth roller coaster. We had so many tied moments on Dust 2 before, you know, that 16-14 finish that I'm anticipating the exact same charade here on Mirage.
Yeah, it could very well be, of course. You know, the 2 most welcoming maps, 2 tight score lines, Dust 2 and Mirage for sure. Unless it's an Inferno 3rd map decider. But yeah, it's going to be ENCE to grab a kill, but that's it. Don't even really remember how this fell apart so quickly, but sort of started with some B-apps action, and yeah, kill distribution pretty even across the board. But yeah, we'll have to. Are you going to tweet it out? Take a picture of the aerial crosshair next round.
Oh yeah, I could do that.
We have to decide, because last time we tweeted this out, it was with Gratisfaction's black crosshair.
Yeah,
that was very, very strange crosshair that we had to make sure everybody saw. But now it's Ariel's crosshair. I think it's definitely worse than Gratisfaction's black crosshair somehow. And I can't believe he frags with it.
Ooh, Sunny survives. Just at the very end of that one. He's able to get away.
Oh, this actually looks better.
Yeah.
No, this looks better than last map.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, last map was insane.
Well,
okay.
We'll agree to disagree, my friend, as the map goes on.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a picture of this, but no one's going to... You're the only person who's going to get roasted, I'd say.
Yeah, I know. Now that I'm looking at it, I realize, you know, it's not that bad. I think recalling Gratisfaction's hideous crosshair makes this one look not so bad. But in the end, it is Ariel with his crosshair.
See?
Putting in work, man. So listen, I'll shut my mouth. He goes to the top of mid with the just wrecks FaZe. $1,200 SMG, cutting down Nico and Rain.
Okay, Prius, go back. I'm going to show people now this crosshair. You won't have to do it. Okay, yeah, you're going to look like a fool, Connor. I'm putting this on Twitter.
Oh, man. It's because I recently changed to a tiny little crosshair myself that now that I look at these monstrosities, you know, I just can't do it. That's been the beauty of commentating Counter-Strike with these new console commands, is like, I've been influenced. You know, we've been watching the pros, but I've never been in the server with them and their crosshairs. everybody's got these little tiny shindigs, and then Aerials takes up half the damn screen. But again, he made it work. That top mid SMG aggression straight out the gate has done everything that's unfolded this round. Ever since then, we've just had Faze slowly working their way through middle, and eventually they're going to walk into Yumpy. He is right here, ready to lock it down. He gets the first kill and damage, which is enough for Sunny to spray through smoke and seal the deal. 3 survivors here for ENCE, but Aerial doesn't get an upgrade.
Yeah, after that round. I mean, what gun got him the 2K versus the rifles? He was full flashed it, but nobody swung on him. He just had open vision, and I guess because there was either a counter flash or Rain got blinded by his own teammate's flash. That might have been a reason that it stopped it. But yeah, ENCE go ahead, stop it with mid control. Faze will buy up once again. They've got the 2 AKs in hand. Yeah, scary situation, of course, no matter what. I think the full B contact play is just becoming more popular. This is just the kind of round you'd want to do that on, but the round is their oyster, really. Spreading out, defaulting it's all up to them. They just kind of want to focus fire with these rifles and just keep the pistols behind them to pick them up if they can, because everyone's got armor apart from Bimas.
Ooh. Hello, Alu. Goodbye, Bimas. Rain up next, gets caught out. Little quick peeks here from ENCE. One from the windowsill, one from the base of connector, and that's how we get to this 5v3. So again, just boiling down the mid play by the looks of it. NiP trying to catch somebody alongside these smokes, but he knows he's in such a compromised position. When these smoke grenades fade, he could be caught in a triage of peaks, but ooh, he's gonna get the best of Sunny. Found him hiding in the corner. There's the window play from Alu. He's good for a second, but down he goes. NiP, a 2-piece in the round so far. Coldzera tries to come out onto the bomb site, but Sergey, very nicely done. He just keeps his head tucked behind box, shaving off, oh, the connector player, but cold. He wants it. Oh, he wants it bad. One deagle shot between the eyes of Aerial is all that he needs, and Aerial's right there at the bottom of connector, comes peeking up through the corpses to seal the deal. That's ENCE with a 3rd round, but only 1 survivor.
God damn, that was a good try with the deagle. I mean, 2 kills counts for a lot of damage, but holy smokes, this second frag, this hard flick to jungle, pow. Yeah, you gotta eat that one. I mean, I think he felt okay knowing cold is low, I guess. But yeah, it's a little bit scary in that situation. But Aerial's gonna handle it. And now, yeah, looks like Faze heavy lean towards B. It's basically the full pistols. There's 2 players here. One's boosted up. But Aerial, he's full facing. However, he goes down 1 for 1. Will they spot the fence player?
We'll find out. Yumpy, oh no, playing with grenades, still in the Molotov. He just burns to an absolute crisp, although still able to take one with him because that's just Yumpy things. Alu very quickly in through the arch side. Brokey's gonna cover it from bench with the 2-piece, and Sergey's all that's left over. He gets that spam damage, but it's not enough to drop either player yet. He knows where they are. He keeps Brokey away from that marketplace, away from sneaking into cover. Now Bimas back behind Van, down to the USP. Sergey with the sidearm, taking a 4th for ENCE.
I'm just glad we have some normalcy here. 3 rounds in a row for ENCE. They lock it up on the anti-eco. So now we can kind of settle down, I guess, where Faze, they won't be able to buy. And yeah, they put together 2 broken buys. They come close in both occasions. They get the bomb down, most importantly on this one, so they'll be okay for the next one. But at least ENCE have settled into this half a little bit more now, winning that economic game of chicken, putting two in a row together. But was this the... Okay, never mind. They actually had a little bit more money than I saw at first. They're pretty okay. They're a little bit light on grenades. They have to Galil just to... Usually you Galil so you get a nade kit, but here they have to Galil just because they can't afford Galil or grenades. And grenades, excuse me. So that means they couldn't have afforded an AK if they wanted to. Why not push up through Palace? A fast crush, it looks like. No flash at all.
Oh, Sunny and Sergey, 2 quick headshots. It was looking good, but Brokey and Rain do get something going for them. I wonder if it's going to get awkward here. We've got the double op on the retake plus Aerial's SMG, which has been on point. But as they try to retrieve that bomb, it's NiPo to continue on. The only man in the 1v3, just good for the first. He almost, and I mean almost, gets Yumpy with the continuation spray. But that's not going to work out for him. And ENCE sit pretty on 5.
Yeah, I mean, the strats aren't necessarily bad, right? Like they're going for stuff that they would actually do sometimes with better guns. So I just find it a little bit weird that Faze had bought 3 rounds in a row. They like manage with that one, and these full out Palace contact plays can be good strats. And obviously, you know, ENCE are probably not prepared for something like that, but they do just fine at the end of the day. The first kill doesn't come out quickly enough for Faze, and Faze are onto another half buy with pistols.
Yumpy's revealing himself already, though. Look at this. The T's are going to get aggressive, and Yumpy's able to come back and lend the helping hand. Ooh, stuck between 2 players. Aerial also dropped. The ump not doing him too much justice, although he does get those first 2 kills, of course. However, not enough to prevent the plant. Now, NiPo picks up that ump, and he's going to just keep to the deagle. I don't even know if he's reloaded it, so the deagle's going to have to be a real crisp. And he does manage to get himself back around the depths of the bomb site. So he's got a little bit of cover. He can hear these CTs getting ever closer. There's the first Deagle headshot. He needs 2 more of those in the exact same fashion. And Alu sits in the window to get ENCE their 6th.
Okay, well, yeah, that was scary. But ENCE, they find another one. It's a quick 4 in a row for them. It's been an easy go of it. They haven't had to wait for Faze Clan to get all of the guns that they wanted to get. But this time around, they don't hold on to that second op. Was it lost, or did they just end up rebuying it? It looks like, yeah, they just have one this time. No, Alu, I think he has it on the floor, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. On the ground.
So, oh yeah, right in front of us. I'm like looking over at the guns. Okay, so the 2 ops are still in play. Decent amount of money left over, but yeah, much better round here from Faze. So they've had a fight in every single round, whether it was a full buy or not. But they haven't managed to win any of the last 4. Early mid control here for Faze Clan. Rain off to the races. He's been a great entry fragger so far across both maps.
The picture of the crosshair you posted is actually fake. Don't believe him. It looks far worse in game. This is fake news from Launders, not a credible source.
I mean, I have a really good phone camera. It's a real picture.
However, this is not fake information. Rain just spotting over the top of the smoke. This time they actually have connector. We've seen gunfights unfold as Faze tried to get up Cat, where ENCE would throw players inside of Con, but by smoking off the top of it themselves, they have primed themselves to instead hold back on Cat. Now, there isn't a 3rd CT in position. It is just Aerial by Arch, and then, of course, Yumpy over towards the apartments with a bit of a deeper vision. But Aerial, he's going to call out this boost. Oh, just as NiPo took to the top of the box, he goes down. Yumpy peeks in and also dropped empty-handed. This was looking flawless until Alu has a bit of a say in the situation. Just good for the 1 kill, and Sunny immediately has to go hide in his palace to save. If he could find an op, that'd be great, but it looks like he just gets a 4th piece of utility, tucks tail, and gives Faze their 3rd.
Well, yeah, I mean, ENCE gave them a lot of space at mid. They get that pressurized mid split going on, and as soon as they do get onto the proper guns, Faze go ahead and finally pick one up. So off of that, you know, the combat opping from Bo3 was really nice. He's a good T-side opper. I don't have the stats to back it up, just the eye test from me, but seems to be quite decent on both sides. However, talk about both sides. We've got a Sunny sandwich coming in here in Palace. They're pushing up fast. I mean, he could if he's lucky. Whoa, knocked the bomb down, but Coldzera, headshot versus headshot, and the AK wins every time. So there is no save and play for ENCE. And although they have a lead, their economy has been kind of wiped out. So maybe all of those rounds that Faze bought applied enough pressure here to the CT side to make things interesting.
Yes, sir. Looks like they're going to go for it. So M4A1S, M4A4, 3 Deegs, 4 flashbangs, 1 smoke, and a frag. Don't forget the kit. It's there for Yumpy. So ENCE have the absolute bare bone minimum of a buy, but at least the key tools to potentially take the win. Faze, they're going to set up entirely outside of this A site. No early middle control. No attempt at a connector pinch. Just burning down the clock a bit, it seems. Holding for some type of an aggression. And then they're going to play off of this execute. So we get the 3 smokes up and over. Molly does force the feet of one CT down into the bomb site. You can see him just trying to hide here. He's cowering for cover. It is not a confident position for him to be in, but Sergey still able to pick up 1 kill. And Alu, that was over top of the smoke. He got boosted, and Rain just shoots through it. He puts him back into the 3 versus 3. Now they're a little bit skeptical of the CT peak, but now is their chance to plant. Soon enough, we're gonna have ENCE walking into these crosshairs. Rain just waiting for it, can't manage. BMAS, good for the 1. Brokey into the clutch. He's got the HP advantage over Alu. Alu back behind Ticket, trying to dodge shots as he has the cover of smoke, and Brokey's got the bomb. So he just holds this. The pressure's not on Brokey. Not yet. In fact, there's no pressure. Both players walking away from the initial engagement. What if they meet up here in Murder Hole?
Oh my god, does Brokey have a feeling he's actually going to try the rotate? He was trying to catch him, but yet the timing does not work out well in his favor. Alu just spotting, but as soon as the clock goes a little bit further, he knows he can't go B. Alu can start the flank, and Brokey is on full alert, but no one's peeking CT spawn. So now I think he knows. Yeah, he's planning open for... Man, this guy, he's the best clutcher this year, and he doesn't plan on losing this 1v1.
Ooh, he takes a bit more damage. He knows exactly where Alu's at. That's his last flash. Alu's got 1 as well. Brokey not wide swinging just yet. Not quite sure if he's extended. Now he gets the confirmation and the 1-tap assassination. Brokey with the clutch.
And that's where Nico pats him on the back and says, "You learned from the best, kid." Nice 1-tap. Holy. Man, he really sweated it out in that 1v1. He could have probably got a plant right away. But I'm glad he didn't, because we got to see his brain work here. He really called out that Alu wasn't in CT spawn off of that. Went into jungle to see if he had rotated in early. Was very smart about every part of that move. That was sick to watch, man. Brokey, you're nuts.
Yeah. Ooh, great flashbang. Perfect. Alu, he gets himself 2 flash assists as Nico gets a couple of kills, but there's Ariel with the AK trying to make the difference here. 2 versus 2, and this play from coldzera should be enough. Ariel ready for it, but not able to stop it. Can Alu, glass cannon, 36 HP, initially had vision on bomb. Oh, wait, no, that's called out. Or, no. Oh, he doesn't seem to know.
I just know how far he went. Oh, he's thinking about it being just straight up B, not someone peeking into the window. It's one of those confusing situations where, because you don't have the bomb, you're a slave to the rotations. But Alu, I mean, he's moving back into a good spot. Oh, a small bit of timing. He almost got into the market window, and potentially coldzera could have made some noise without thinking he'd get there. Very unlucky for Alu to try that. But I am also glad that we didn't have another eco round loss, because it's like, honestly, I'm getting sick of it. I'm getting sick of it.
Yeah, you just want some standard Counter-Strike, huh?
Well, yeah, I just want, you know, I want it to be like, if you have the better guns, you win most of the time, so that like there's a point to analysis as opposed to like...
Sure, you want structure and logic and you know,
trying to get
comprehension.
Some control. Yeah, I just want a little bit, you know, this is the stable, I want it to be more stable.
Yeah, you're the type of guy who wears the same socks on both feet. You're the kind of guy who ties his shoes every time he takes them on and off.
Why are you making a normal person sound like they're weird?
Well, maybe normal is subjective and nobody's told you yet.
What is with you and all of your Tumblr quotes, man? I've had it up to here with them.
Yeah, well, listen, it's only the first day, so there's lots of it to come, Mohan. And
Connor's
also,
like, you're the kind of guy who puts on your pants one leg at a time. Like, that's weird. Okay.
There are differing worldviews, okay? And I see a world right here where we're going to get another clash on mid. BMAS gets eyes over the ledge, but there's a second CT just beneath him. Yumpy empty-handed. BMAS and Brokey, a couple of quick kills to start this 12th round. Looks like Faze should be tying at 6. They get the third for completely free. And there's the answer. It took a bit of time, but Sergey's found at least 1 kill. A second as well. No third, though. That's FaZe Clan tying at 6.
Yeah, so ENCE try to answer back this time versus the mid control with mid control of their own. It's a bit scarier on the CT side just because you've got to commit players into the ramp where they have nowhere to fall back to. And then, you know, they're abusable from positions like here on top of the catwalk. The smoke actually doesn't work in their favor sometimes. So yeah, it's a very precarious spot. It's not a bad play to make on CT side once in a while, but you really need to get the opening kill. Otherwise, the whole setup is bad. You know, your CTs that are out there have no way to be traded. So the FaZe will be happy to win a round like that. BMAS, he seems aware of the potential for an underpass push. But Ariel, with this crosshair, this UMP, he's been pretty good. Oh, BMAS is scared a bit. Okay, he takes some damage, but not much.
Seeing as it is just pistols, let's all take a moment and say RIP to BMAS. The 4 iBuy power stickers on a Safari mesh.
Oh my god, those are the 2014?
Yeah, baby. Not the hollows, but still a fat stack of CS cash on a Safari mesh. All the pistols die, of course, as we expect. This is FaZe Clan flexing the economy, just showering the cash in the face of ENCE here to take their 1-point lead. But how much further, Mohan? How much further on this T side will they extend past ENCE? Because they are staring a 6-9 half in the face. They've got all the money in the world to get there. And that's a very commandeering lead when they already have the map advantage.
Yeah, no. T-side, obviously, these rounds are going to help out quite a bit. So, yeah, the 2 ops to play with here for ENCE. This will change things up a little bit. I think that mid-control scared them somewhat. I'd say FaZe have a lot of options here. Their B-splits look pretty solid. Their mid-control has looked solid most of the time. But instead, they're going to go back to this A-take. And this has been off and on. We didn't see this work every single time. Nico's going to get a lot of information on the sound here, working his way down to connector. Alu scoped up. Actually, maybe Nico didn't hear him, but it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Yeah, now Nico's going to have cover from his smoke. He's meant to get away, but it doesn't go far enough. It's not the perfect grenade to keep Alu out of the situation. He regains the vision, but coldzera is oh so close with Yumpy also on jungle. Alu manages to get out from connector, but in the meantime, we saw BMAS work over towards Ticket, cut off Ariel, leave only the double ops here for the retake. Such little help for 2 of these Ts. Down goes 1. Alu trying to find his opening, but Rain taking to the top side of the box, drops both shots, and takes FaZe to 8.
Yeah, Rain just pelting players today. So far, so good, man. That's a scary situation here at Nico. I mean, he finds a bit of timing to run down mid. Sunny has no idea. Alu was the player to go to mid, and I think Sunday is the one who boosted him into CPL. But that in-between timing where Alu is getting in through to the CPL and then coming out cat to spot things is when Nico has made his move. Unfortunate timing there, honestly, but also, you know, cool that they moved so quickly. BMAS 2 for 2 stopping this underpass push, allowing the 5v4 here for FaZe to come into play once again. Could eventually force another mistake out of ENCE, and in fact, because of the guns, you can expect that the CTs are probably going to push something else. It's actually just a regression from the last player to die to BMAS, an Ariel, to go try to collect some information. He's made his way all the way to Snacks. And BMAS is quite low at the end of Hall, so he's not going to peek back in just yet. He is holding somewhat tentatively. He'll now move back over towards A. And this is where things could get interesting from the CTs, depending on what Ariel learns.
He hasn't found anything just yet, and now Sunny has got unanswered questions. Cold, gonna best Sergey over towards the palace. Imagine how much more pressure that now puts on the shoulders of Sunny. He's hoping that ramp flank comes in, but as they wait for it to happen, everything falls apart. Ariel, sure, he's in position, but they found him, and more importantly, they dealt with everybody else before he even has the chance. That is 7 rounds in a row to close to the favor of FaZe. Come back after the break for the second half of Mirage.
Don't say it's live.
Yeah, it's live.
All right.
Everybody's funny. Perfect. Perfect. No way.
No way.
Oh, he fell, dude. No, I fell. No, dude.
You're supposed to do this market part. Curve, no? Stuff though.
Appreciate the help. You shouldn't be helping me. It's a race. I went from first to second now.
So from first to last. A single run.
Oh, I got it. Ooh. Dude, no way I got second here, man. It was like free candy. You guys are finished already? Oh my god.
This is not good.
The struggle, dude. Alright, I did it.
Alright, I dropped again. Just because I had the very first best run, but no one's gonna see it. Story of my life. Alright, I went from 119 to 247. That's great.
No!
Nice. Okay.
Sick. Insane. Zirga galva.
Boy, he doesn't lose these.
Bro, this is the first time I one-tap someone, I think.
First time for everything, bro.
I'm not sure what's funnier. Nico saying there's a first time for everything, or Broky's maniacal laugh.
Oh, yeah.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. It seemed like he's
God.
like, since that day, he never didn't one tap again.
Yeah.
For odds here for ENCE as wow, that's kind of nuts. I mean, I feel like it's not that steep in the favor of FaZe right now. They're up a map, yeah. They're up in rounds, yeah. But I mean, I certainly don't think they're necessarily out of this map, even though it looks quite good for FaZe. And I feel like Nuke is definitely, you know, FaZe. They've had some real confidence knocks on Nuke recently, so
yeah,
you know what I mean. I don't know, but we'll start with this half.
Yeah. Smoking a flash for Sunny. That's the utility here for the T side. Big old clumping of the T's outside of the ramp room, and they're just gonna jump. They're gonna hop. They're gonna parade their way into A as deep as they can get. Brokey trying to find the hole, and he slips through it. Nico, he's looking for the headshot on the other side, but this does allow the CTs to go over towards Ticket. It's supposed to. Yampy just sticks his little neck out and actually manages to catch Nico. So 4 versus 4 is what we're left with as the bomb has gone down. And look at this post plant for ENCE. It's very much split down the middle. Rain, he's about to creep up on the jungle player, but he does get cut down by Sunny first. So now the pressure's really on. BMAS, he tries to stick it inside of the smoke, and that doesn't work at all. It's ENCE with the second pistol.
I guess that was the second time Brokey's ever one-tapped somebody. Yeah, wow. Okay, well, you know that retake setup, we've seen it a million times for FaZe on this map, where they come through with those two smokes and try to come through CT spawn. it's the same story, a different day, and sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. Comes down to the headshots. ENCE will go ahead, grab that one, put Faze onto a eco themselves. Ecos were extremely ugly in the first few rounds of the first half. It was actually ENCE to come out ahead at the end of the day. But it was Faze to win the original pistol round. So let's see if Faze can pull off the redemption arc, or if it'll just be a filler arc while we wait for the rifles. As long as it's not 1,000 episodes like One Piece, I'm down to watch.
See, that's why I have commitment issues. I can't keep up to some of these encyclopedia-type shows, man.
Yeah.
Luckily, Counter-Strike's the gift that just keeps giving. Every round, every match, day after day. It's a glorious place to spend your time.
Well,
how about the cap push? How about the app split? How about Bo3 blows your damn head off? Yumpy, he's the first man down. Cold out from the corner with a little bit more damage, but B-Mass, oh, he's trying to hide behind Van. Bo3's gonna get tagged to a single HP, so Sergey, he's got just the first. Rain gonna also be tagged up, but body bags both Sergey and Sunny, and now Alu into the 1v1. And he has a good amount of HP, the advantage, but it's the angle, the nasty little dirtbag angle from Rain. I absolutely love it. He's just peering through the shelves like he's keeping them from shoplifting. Faze take double digits.
He's just tucked into the cash register, counting the money, racking him up. $300, $600, $900 here for Rain, and I can't believe he gets Sergey, let alone Sunny, let alone Alu. All of these positions, they were coming in to kill him. They were ready to trade. They just had a mechanical failure. Couldn't put together the bullets. FaZe Clan actually put together the second round. It's a really big flub from ENCE though, man. That's yeah, that's no good. They ran into a B stack and actually, you know, came out looking okay there for a second.
I like it. I like it a lot.
Maybe it should be 4 odds.
Yeah, maybe. Rain up there, man. 16 kills, 10 deaths at the moment. He, of course, is rewarded with the AK that he stole from them last round. See, that's the lesson to be learned, right? You don't have to worry about the customers. It's the employees behind the cash register who are emptying the drawers. Nico, off the top of stairs, just good for the first. He didn't expect Sunny to be so close, and Bo3, uh-oh, you're gonna let Sunny get away with this? He's got himself another Deagle headshot, but more importantly, even has pause on the M4. Meanwhile, Rain's going to extend through the smoke, and that bomb is planted in the eyes of the post plant. Oh! The one-tap dirt nap. Down goes Sergey. Sunny back in for the clutch. He's going to need the ace if he wants to close this. B-Mass, he gets onto the bomb to try and elicit the peak, but they hunt him down. Rain, the difference maker, yet again. He secures the 3-piece and the 11th for FaZe.
Man, that was an insane try, of course. I mean, Bo3, that was really funny for him to die that way. Oh, Rain comes in, popping a squat. Rain, yeah. He's happy to have won that one, I guess. But Rain comes through on both that last round and this one to save him. And we get that zoom punch in as Nico shows us that one-tapping is a lifestyle. He does it every single round. And yeah, man, Rain, he definitely looks so sick right now. There's no doubt about it. He's quietly come up to top fragging on the team. And I mean, not all frags are made equal. And yeah, he got one round with 3K on a Deagle, but that's versus a buy. And on this round, it was an eco that they could have easily lost. So very important frags coming out of Rain on both Dust2 and Mirage so far. He's kind of been the MVP of the maps, I'd say. Even if he didn't top frag on Dust2. I'm not sure if he did, but 3 AK buy here for ENCE. They're looking to swing on Nico's back. It's all going to come down to Bo3. Can he cover him?
Oh, he's allowed them to get over to the box, but it's the underpass peek with Sunny's AK that does spell disaster for Nico. There's the second one from Sunny because he's able to get into cover just in the nick of time. Now, how about Rain? You going to go big again, bud? He's looking for it. Molly burns off the Palace peak, so that delays it ever so slightly. Sunny, he's standing out in the open because he is red hot after those first 2 kills. He is looking for the 3rd. Got to keep your gun out. At any moment, we could have seen Rain go for the peak, but B-Mass, he's not going to have any kind of a jungle cross, so they are very much giving the bomb site to ENCE for the moment. A little smoke grenade to make it weird. Sunny versus B-Mass inside of jungle. That could be a big play. But it looks like he gets away instead, trying to join forces with the other 2 CTs on ticket. Rain gets sent soaring as Aerial moves back towards ramp, and Sunny goes in. Now actively flanking the 2 remaining members here for Faze, so they are very boxed into the situation. They don't realize that the guillotine's about to come dropping down upon them in the form of Sunny. He sprays them from the back. Now Brokey's gonna have to try to find a new piece of cover, but he just doesn't have time to win this. The 2T's gonna take it. That's ENCE with an 8th, and Faze still lead by 3. Ooh, as both players get away.
Yeah, both players narrowly live. Man, it's kind of a weird map. I feel like I've never seen a map with it feels like so much individual talent and so much lack thereof at the same time. There's been some rounds with some flubs coming in, but it's like Rain saving the day on some of these rounds for ENCE. We've got Sunny saving some of these rounds. He's been amazing so far in these past couple on the T side. I mean, certainly the focal point here is on Sunny with these 2 rounds, is putting Faze on a save basically all by himself, doing the damage in the last round, and of course being able to win this one. Deagle up on the eco, and it looks like ENCE, I mean, it appears they're running headfirst into the eco. Truth is, they've only got 2 players on the ramp, and the bomb is nice and adequately placed at the top of mid to keep options wide open. Wow, it's a very delayed B split. I would honestly say this is a bit scary for ENCE, but they've got enough time with the smoke down, the rotations. They turn the corner. No one's up close this time around. And they've already spotted the 1-man in B.
Second player in B is Nico, and that's also an easy kill here. So the only damage that's been done thus far were those weak grenades thrown into the ramp, which could have been way worse for Sunny. You know, he could have been blown away, AK maybe retrieved. If there is significant obvious damage there, then maybe Faze try to follow suit and really force the fight. Again, remember, they have so little to lose here in the 20th round. But in the end, nothing comes of it. And now as they push through ramp, there is nothing there for them. So a cold, clammy close to the 20th round. That's going to put ENCE within 2.
Yeah. Now, I will say, Connor, just to help you out on this, I looked at the picture again in Aerial's crosshair. It definitely doesn't look as big as it does in-game.
Thank you.
Yes, I think someone else has posted the picture of like a screenshot from within the game, but yeah. But this is still all to say that Dust 2 crosshair, that was
worse. I'll agree.
I've never seen something like that. It's probably the reason ENCE lost Dust 2 was Aerial's crosshair. I would go as far as to say, I don't mean to overreact, but that was one of the worst crosshairs I've ever seen.
So this is absolute confirmation. Mohan recognizing the fact that he spread fake news
no, I didn't spread
to over 30,000 of his followers. You can't trust this guy with anything, all right? I should know. I work with him. This is a warning to you all.
Okay. Really putting me on blast here, on blast.
Yeah, a little bit. It's all fun and games. That's what this round should be for Faze. Just have some fun with it, man. You've saved a few deagles. You've got nothing else spent into it. You know, look for some frags. Get a couple headshots.
Yeah, nothing too inspired here for FaZe Clan. An even spread. I don't want to say like mayonnaise on toast because you're going to have something to say about that as if that's kind of weird, but they're spread out like ketchup on a hot dog. How's that?
I'll let that one slide.
You're fine with that? Okay. Okay,
Yeah.
Dijon on a hot dog. But it's a tease to come back towards A ramp for the full exec this time. It's not a fake. Bit of conditioning here on that last round to scare FaZe into thinking it's going to be B.
Yes, sir.
And A site's wide open.
Just a nice, full-fledged, utility-focused execution.
Oh, the bomb.
And it's supposed to go well. Supposed to.
because we get a couple of deagle kills coming out of nowhere. ENCE, they thought they had it for the taking. Think of the way they so easily walked into that with 0 resistance until the bomb plant attempt comes in. Now it is the 3v3, and Yumpy, he is looking for the CT peak, but it's gonna come at him from both angles, and Aerial, he doesn't check. Oh, cold! He does more damage. It's on to BMAS. A single bullet versus Sunny could be enough. He's been seen, and Sunny, he doesn't have much time to play around, so he has to prioritize plant. Now what? P250 has relocated from jungle, wrapping around to connector, could decide to peek up over top of stairs, and Sunny looks away. BMAS, he's been seen again, and Sunny's gonna get it. That is way too close for comfort, but ENCE still take their 10th.
I'm shocked that BMAS doesn't actually grab that kill. Sunny was within 1 hit of dying. That was a super close call. A bit of a scary situation, but man, this is a very nice eco from Faze. They show us what you can do with 3 players that are sitting on the opposite side of smokes. Imagine if you had a setup like this versus rifles. The bomb planting audible is so strong that you can really just pinpoint it through the smoke, and it makes it a tough situation because we always know that on Mirage, one thing's open, either CT spawn or the jungle. So Faze take a small loss on that one, but they do get the 4 kills of damage. It keeps ENCE a bit honest. They're still up by 1 round, and ENCE will take a timeout to talk about things. You can't say they did anything particularly bad in that round, right? They did everything well. There's a bit of conditioning from the last round with the A exec on this one and actually committing to it instead of faking. But yeah, some things you can't really prepare for. That really cool boost we saw from Rain, the spam damage through the smoke to the plant. Maybe a flash to support while they planted could have been an idea, but you know, you can't really pick apart that kind of stuff. I think it was very cool from Faze and a good attempt.
Broky's already posted on this. Let's hope for ENCE's sake that Aerial and Alu go for the double, or nice. Using the flashbang to ensure that they can go in to their own peak. Broky has to go all the way back into the bomb site. Now there is a 3rd CT here for Faze. That was Rain pushed down ramp, but it looks like they're gonna reposition this setup. Broky was once in Palace, now back safely tucked in Ticket, and the 2 CTs play close instead on site.
This will be tricky for Faze to read ENCE going for 3 rounds in a row. This A site take, but this time it's another variation with a 1 at mid and the 1 in B halls.
Now we'll see if the 3-pronged assault comes into fruition. Right now it's just Rain extending into the ramp peak. Alu on the other side, bomb confirmed dropped. And that's a lot of information, let alone the information. Let's just talk about the kills. 5 versus 3. Sunny, he does work in from mid alongside Yumpy, and Nico's gonna shut that one down. He seems to be ready for another, but he's being pulled in all directions, and that is supposed to prime Sunny, but Broky catches it. Broky catching Sunny doesn't let Sergey get away with anything, and ENCE fall absolutely flat in that 22nd round.
I mean, you know, the flank is a novel idea on most rounds when you're going to try to hit A like this, but they put a lot of pressure on the A ramp, and we could really see there was not a lot of constant pressure being applied here from the T's. It was just the player here trying to work his way out, the first guy dying slowly with no noise. There's no flashes to take attention away from them. There's no threat of a second execute. It's just ENCE slowly withering away on the A ramp. So ultimately, how are people not going to watch their backs when the server goes that quiet? It feels like ENCE, they had a decent idea, but kind of a weak execution.
Got a little footing on the A site, but they don't have the bomb here just yet. He's gonna push in, and Rain's gonna stop that one. I mean, at the end of the day, these are unarmored Glocks.
Some upgraded pistol for the 3 remaining players, but it doesn't go too well. Alu will connect 1 headshot. Down goes coldzera. It's nearly the team ace, but NiKo doubles up here. And this 3-piece from FaZe Clan is really impressing me. Broky, NiKo, Rain. 21, 22, and 24 frags apiece. The Kobe to the top mid. Kicked it all off.
And you know what, bro? I mean, Broky's been, like, in some of these maps, the best player for FaZe, especially on Mirage. He plays such a key role on this map. But, you know, coldzera, NiKo, they're the two most consistent stars on the roster. That shouldn't change, but it's Rain, this map, that's really made such a world of difference. Even on the A ramp hold in that last round. And NiKo throwing in a bit of a change-up himself. Off to the top of mid, he's relying on the support from window, but he's only got Riplers in front of him, and he's already wiped one off the table. The other guy, now that the Zop is back off cycle, is scared to go out for the trade, and Rain's got a lurker beside him. But Sergey, how frisky does he want to get? He's got a few angles to work with, but he doesn't know if this angle's being held. And NiKo, eyes like a hawk, trained on this palace, means he can feel it from Sergey. He knows there's pressure here, but he needs to find an opportunity. It's 4v5 for ENCE. We're about to cross the minute mark.
We had a weapon swap. NiKo gives it to Broky, who doubles back towards Ticket, and that's going to let NiKo now float between jungle and window. So a slight change up in the setup once the 5v4 is established. And NiKo is getting dangerously close to the windowsill, but he's bet my smoke. 3 Ts on the other side of this one. And Alu trying to find a line of sight into the A-bomb site. Hasn't found anything, and they're just going to slowly creep this one closer. Down to the final 30 seconds. Utility starting to give way to the play. Rain tucks beneath the palace. Sergey still above him, and NiKo's gotten himself 1 kill from mid, but NiKo caught changing guns. That's going to be a crucial error that puts FaZe back into the 2 versus 2. B-Mass, great spam damage, but the bomb's still on site and now planted. What's the post plant? Sergey, he's currently pinned in underneath Palace. They can't move forward because of that op from Catwalk. But coldzera's gotten a little bit closer. Now he's joining B-Mass, looking to split into this. Ooh. A little bit of frag damage, but not enough to take Sunny down. B-Mass finishes the job. Sergey, 1 versus 2, and nothing more. He got those first 2 frags. He was a key piece to taking the A site to begin with, but Launders, there was nothing in the post plant for them. FaZe Clan, 14-10.
Whoa, that's a cool angle. Holy smokes, NiKo. Yeah, with that opening kill. I mean, that's how it all began with the 5v4, but then, of course, as you're saying, you know, Sergey, he doesn't overextend from his spot. He waits just the right amount of time and then goes above and beyond with that second kill on Rain, who's ultimately the player that's waiting for him. Does a hell of a lot of work there for ENCE to try to find a way into the round, you know, and is responsible and left with the responsibility of clutching on top of all of that. But that is just a bit too much to ask from a single player. ENCE only 10 rounds here as FaZe start to really get onto their feet. It's been a weird start to both halves. And honestly, a strange start in most of the halves in this series. Both teams don't seem like they're playing 100% themselves right now, I would say. I don't know if that's a fair analysis. That's just what it looks like to me. And but FaZe Clan do seem a bit more comfortable, and that's, you know, that's why they're kind of taking a lead once again. So ENCE, yeah, they've had a really rough start, a really rough couple of rounds on T side. They've had some cool ideas, but once they got to that full-on rifle round and they wanted to throw in that final punch on the A site with the exec after having some conditioning go into their fakes and the different variations, they really fell short, I think, by their own merit in not executing A properly on that split.
Wasting 0 time this round. Aerial already inside ladder. NiKo looms near, though. Ooh, Aerial's making sound. I mean, that's a dead giveaway to this presence. I mean, NiKo already had an idea, but that's just total confirmation. So, window room, jungle room, it's all compromised here. And the CTs absolutely know it. Broky, he's gonna back up, and Rain, he plays in front of a smoke. Ooh, now Broky going for a bit of a dangerous peek. Rain crab spray. He has 28 frags at the end of that 4K hold. Rain just looking like the next level they need to secure this 2-0 series. FaZe 1 away, 5 map and match points here. ENCE not going to be eliminated. They're lucky to have a second chance at a later date.
but this is a good, strong form for Faze and Rain in particular.
Yeah, I think we're gonna need see some retooling from ENCE, but that round's more of a write-off. This could be the last round of the game, very certainly. It's up a ramp fast potentially, but we've got the early first layer of counter grenades, and Bo3 eyes dead set on this peak, looking for it. But however, his teammate dies beside him. He doesn't trade, but there's a second up on A. It's coldzera on the balcony.
Yeah, he's inside of the palace. He's deep. Meanwhile, Nico, he throws himself through smoke. Cold's gonna come back in, and Nico's managed that second frag on the bomb planter. These last two Ts on opposite ends of the bomb site. Counter-terrorists also cut off, and BMAS, he didn't have much health, but coldzera, they may still think he's in palace. Oh, Sunny checks him, and that's ENCE keeping this one rolling.
Wow.
4 more to go.
Man, it was a risk actually for Sunny to do that. If he had thought that coldzera was still inside a balcony, inside of apps, he could have given away a 1v1. I only go there just because it seemed very risky for coldzera to drop underneath, and there was so much going on. I'm not sure how he expected that. Okay, it looks like he kind of covers both angles, but a really nice risk to take. Coldzera could have been in a very scary spot there for ENCE to deal with, and ENCE finally pick up 11, but yeah, a missed shot from Bo3. The A-ramp setup slightly going awry. Is that something they can count on to happen again?
Nico's right in front of this. Oh, he's a little bit worried about the smoke, but the only threat lies right ahead. Yuppie, through the air, traded. There's the window peek from Bo3, and that one's gonna get shut down. We've got ENCE with the man advantage and mid control in their back pocket. Do they slow down from here?
Man, they keep wanting to test Rain, and I feel like he is growing stronger by the round, so they'll spend another attempt coming up into connector. Interesting, Rain is crossing the site wide. Sergey has been known to be here. He gets crushed from both sides, has no idea they'll come through connector, and it's just coldzera and BMAS now. Don't know what the information there was from Rain. He was in a pretty strong spot in CT spawn.
Yeah, it looked like maybe he was trying to cross to stairs corner, or maybe wanted to tuck into jungle or something, but clearly, in hindsight, it does not work. Even if the Palace player drops the shot, he was going to have 3 Ts just behind them.
Yeah, maybe while the connector smoke was up, he was trying to fight Sergey. Could have been that, since he knows Sergey has been there in previous rounds where they've attacked A. Or he could have potentially been trying to coordinate a mid-push with his player in window. If he said, hey, come over here, do you want to try to do this? So there might have been that as well. Some of that stuff we'll have to find out from the comms, I think. But yeah, you actually really want to know. You know, maybe we can make that happen, because that was a curious push there from Rain. Either way, ENCE come one step closer. It's been a close couple of maps so far, I think for good reason. But there's one opening kill. But here's Alu, who's quietly creeped up to 1.0 KD in this map. He's hitting off shots. He does a good job of covering that window position from Bo3. And that's really what seals the deal for ENCE. Brings him into the man advantage, allows the connector split to take place with a player up.
Ouch. That grenade on the mark. Utility's going to be indicative of the hits. Nico trying to get his gun back out in time. Oh, they line up. Nico, he's still able to maybe get another, but it seems like he fumbles with his guns. And Sunny inside of the smoke just wants the bomb plant. Doesn't want to give Faze time to move their pieces back around the ticket. And while Faze do now arrive, it's the bomb already planted. So I like that from Sunny. Prioritize plant. Fluster the CTs, force them into the retake, as opposed to slowing you down. Damage done from jungle, but coldzera's taken out of this one. Faze, it's all off of ticket if they want to close it here. Low HP for 3 of the Ts, but they call it off. ENCE, they're going to do it. They're going to keep this game going. 13 rounds to 15.
Crazy how close that came. Nico had to get the 2 kills to make this possible at all for FaZe Clan, and Big Sergey, he was ballsy enough to hold that line from stairs into jungle and take that one-on-one with coldzera. coldzera narrowly wins. You know, maybe that gets even scarier for FaZe. But the utility left over on this light exec allows them to survive the Molotov to firebox. And yeah, these kills turn into consolation prizes as opposed to win conditions quickly. The CTs will call a timeout to talk about things. It wasn't an amazing buy last round. But this round would have you wondering, what happened that they were buying up so much last round? They don't have enough money here to buy either. But they do have an op. And the allure of an op. It is like a Medusa, right? It's alluring, but sometimes you do want to keep your distance.
Yeah.
Forcing up around this it could be a trap for their economy. And the other thing is that they could win without forcing up behind it. So maybe they'll take that other option. It's a bit more safe.
Whoa.
Wow.
Look at that ADR.
Was NIPO at 113 ADR.
Yes, sir. He has surpassed that of Rain. 29 kills to 28, respectively, between the two. That's a big kill count. But the round count, ever closer. Just the M4 and the op. 3 Deagles sprinkled into the mix. Ooh, Sunny dodges that smoke so that it doesn't give away the audio cue, and he's not going to waste any time here. He slips right through it. Oh, but they see him on the bomb site. That's the double Deagle peek. An attempt at the triple spam, but Cold and Rain. Another Deagle headshot elsewhere on the map puts him into the 1v2, and he's picked up that AK. Whoa.
Maybe just try again. Oh, that would have been funny. Okay. Well, maybe if he said that they heard him here, this could be the play that's the one that catches them off guard. AK to push up. Smoke. Oh, he's just trying to recover the op. That was called. Yeah, so he'll go ahead and grab that. I mean, it's always a scary round on rounds like this, but again, it's another situation where Faze didn't have a lot to work with. So look, grandfather the op forward, which is, it's great. It's this important heirloom. It's worth a lot of money. They're going to Antique Roadshow next round, and they want to make sure they have it. So like next round they'll buy up, full power buy, and there's been some interesting economic decisions in both games so far, but it's resulted in the closest scoreline possible. So who are we to complain?
Damn production, doing them dirty. Yeah. Missed the jump. Everybody point.
Was it the low light for Faze or the highlight for ENCE? We don't know. If he made that jump, maybe he would have won. So
could have been. Let's go. 30th round's upon us. We had the 16-14 on Dust 2, and we could very well get it again here on Mirage, unless...
That's a top fragger down.
Yes, sir, it is. One of the two. Don't forget for a moment, Rain's still alive and kicking, but a 5v4 very early.
How do Faze want to seek out this information now? We're in this final round. Nico, he's got to be furious. There's no pushing a B. It looked like another full A coming their way. Bo3, where is he? Opping down the CT spawn. I mean, he could be everything for this roster. Oh, Rain up front as well. Alu, when the smoke comes up, what happens? Holy moly, if Rain only knew how many players are waiting to kill him here.
Flash Prime, do it now. Oh, just before Yumpy turns the corner. Flash is great, but aerial counter flashbang play pays off. Bo3, ooh, he can't stop the man getting out of Palace and then jumps right into the scope of Alu. This has to be overtime. This absolutely has to be what we didn't get on Dust 2. It seems so close. And yet now ENCE have managed to force the issue. 5v2. BMAS and Coldzera both off of the ticket. They're going to see the man on Firebox, but nobody stops Sergey. Overtime. Wind it up. Let's go.
Yeah, all right, let's get it started. Okay, fine. I feel like, yeah, both teams are only getting better. ENCE's T side looked a bit suspect, but in these last few rounds, they've been really winning them cleanly. They survived the treacherous anti-ecos versus some of these crazy Deagle plays, and there is such a sick pick from Alu, you know?
In the
that's
30th round.
Try, yeah, 30th round. That little sass mask crossing towards the connector to try to go pick mid. He had nothing to do with A ramp, and Nico gets wiped out. That's tough. And ENCE push another 5v4 to a win here. Looking very solid. Scary scenes here for FaZe Clan into OT. But I think one of the main things that were counting against them in regulation was their economy. So let's see how they do when they've got all the money in the world to spend.
Yep. Little refurbish of the bank accounts here. And we roll right in. Single op for Bo3. Tons of utility used early. Ooh, when have we seen Alu trying to go for the van pick?
It's a different kind of jump spot coming their way. BMAS playing it very safe. Brokey, 2 youngsters, eyes on this. And ENCE will immediately fall back. This was not part of the plan. This is an on-the-fly call. They didn't have anything covered back here. They're going to have to clear at angles, watch for pushes. Wow, they just want to go back to doing what works. I respect it. Oh, they've got this set up. Now we saw the mid lurk came in late last time. This time they're vetoing it. They're actually just going to go in for the 4-1.
What's Rain's play? Hide behind firebox, cross your fingers, and hope your teammates come over. Seems like it. Oh, he extends. He is able to cut off Yuppie, but now what? Sunny, that mid lurk, moves through connector. He tucks into the corner. Nico shaving Sergey off of the top of stairs. That's good for Faze. 4 versus 3 in the post plant. 1 inside of Palace, 1 back towards Tetris. Ariel gets dinked. He was trying to throw the smoke up, and instead now he's on 14 HP. Nico's gonna finish the kill. CT's trying to move in here. Alu has now revealed himself, so this is no surprise, but he drops both shots. It's up to Sunny to blindside the CTs as they try to push in. He gets that first headshot, flash to his left. It doesn't blow up quick enough. Alu doesn't even chance it. He gives away the defuse, he retains the op, and that is a 16th for Faze.
Okay, wow. It looked a little bit scary for Faze in the retake, man. They were taking a lot of time. They were running low on grenades here. Nico plays this with so much confidence, so I love how he dealt with Ariel. Ariel threw everything in the kitchen sink at him to try to get him off this angle, and Nico just sat there with confidence, knew exactly how he would play it, knew he had the health advantage after that initial spray, and the dink into Tetris, and yeah, just made sure not to let him get to a scarier spot. Imagine if Ariel gets to a ramp off of that spot, Nico lets him go. Time would have certainly ticked down to a loss for FaZe Clan, and we'd be looking at a 16-50 in favor of ENCE. But instead, an 8-take goes south. FaZe Clan finally figure it out on the CT side. And it was an interesting start. It was a different start here for ENCE. They went for that early B aggression. This time they're pressed up on all corners on A, but Rain dies. Another very important guy to die on the A site, and it's been all about A for ENCE.
Very true. Coldzera just tucked inside of window. You can see him a bit nervous about the ladder room. He understands Cat is compromised, and he hears the flashes for it, so that actually draws him into ladder just to make sure that they can't move in on BMAS. But again, Cold, he has multiple jobs and he misses the fall. Now he doesn't have the ability to jump back into window, or ladder rather. You know, he was trying to keep himself between the two, and now he's got to double back all the way through Marketplace. Coldzera, the last CT with full HP. BMAS, he's got a little position here on the bomb site. Sunny seems a bit nervous about it, but BMAS, he could find timing. No, Sergey shuts that one down. Keeps eyes on the furthest of corners, and of course the plant comes through. So, looks like ENCE are tying this at 16 apiece.
Yeah, that's definitely the round locked up on that one. I feel like I don't want to speak for him, but I feel like BMAS is not trusting his plays right now, like his positions. I feel like he's trying to make sure he does the, you know, the 100% correct thing that he watched in the demo, but is a bit scared. And you know, you don't want a player with aim as good as his to be doubting himself, of course. You know, even a bad play can work if you do it without hesitation, and I feel like he's coming in a bit late on these pushes. Ooh. But whoa, wow, he had to step forward to dodge that. But I don't know, does it look like that to you? It feels like he's not I
feel you.
Yeah,
he
doesn't feel that comfortable in this.
Yeah, I do.
We all know how to play B, right? You know, we watched every pro in the world play B. And there were so many kind of opportunities that we see other more comfortable players take, and it felt like BMAS, like he's got the aim, but he doesn't feel it right now, or he's a little bit scared or whatever.
Yeah.
So hopefully he gets more comfortable and just trusts himself, because we know he's got that aim.
was definitely playing to stay alive last round, you know?
Right.
And I could see the world where, like, if he does stay alive, he can come around that corner. The T's have let their guards down, thinking it's all clear, but that wasn't his first chance. However, Rain, pistol only, and he's good for the 2 first kills. So 3 versus 3, and it's guns for everyone. In fact, maybe too big of weapons. Double op on the potential retake. There is nobody here to really stop the plant if they decided to go for it, but look at this. ENCE are gonna walk away.
Wow, they don't know the site's wide open. I guess they're still worried about CT spawn. The interesting thing here for FaZe is the fact that they have 2 ops to work with. Whoa, very weird spot for the CTs, but the rotations are all favoring ENCE. They don't want to be retaking 3v3 with 2 ops into B site, so ENCE could be making the golden move.
Great timing for ENCE. Literal perfect timing for ENCE. They just got by because coldzera was wary that somebody was already closer. That's a bomb plant for default. A second peek around the corner. And yeah, coldzera, he's just got to lock in the bench player. He calls it out and knocks him down. Yampi, 1 versus 3. There's the triple flashbang, double smoke for the retake. He's got to try to keep his vision and just knock back the headshots. There's the first one. Doesn't lose a single point of health on it. coldzera, he's going to challenge, jumps over, and he gets into the cover. Yumpi's got it all! 4 frags in the last round of the first half of OT. That's the 2-1 lead for ENCE.
That could have been the world for FaZe. They had such a hard time pulling out the CT rounds at the end, and here is their best opportunity, and they drop it. ENCE are definitely in the power position now. I mean, we go back to the first half, and things, yes, they only got 6 rounds, but still, it was FaZe with the real problems that they almost solved into OT, and yeah, the 1v2 is dropped. I mean, I hate to put it this way, I don't want to take anything away from Yumpi, but that was, from my perspective, a real bad misplay from FaZe. Not being able to trade in that spot. Brokey and coldzera didn't seem like they were part of the same conducive game plan. One had an op-out, one had a pistol, but it wasn't a double peek at all.
Ooh, and he's going to be the difference maker right out the gate here on the CT side of overtime as well. Makes the hop over to Catwalk, establishes the 5v4, taking down Rain, and there's the peak, the aggressiveness coming out of ENCE. It looks like they just want to shut down Mirage. They want to take this to nuke. And right now they are on track to do so. 18 secures double overtime, 19 for the win.
I think G2 put a spell on this map. This is becoming the new Dust 2. You pick this map, you lose.
Meanwhile, Dust 2 is still the Dust 2 because
that's true
ENCE
too.
Picked it and lose.
This is Dust 3.
All right. BMAS just trying to collect information here on mid. He's been given quite a bit of real estate for free. Maybe they challenge window. Jump a player up in there. We've got Yumpi inside ladder room. BMAS hunting for his kill.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know, man disadvantage is severe, but this is, yeah, basically emphasis on the entry kills. Brokey cannot walk anymore. 20 seconds up, and BMAS, can he be useful in this situation? They got to get the entries, but they're going to need him to get any more than that. Yeah, no bomb looks like it's going to be planted. He'll get offed, and that's the end of the round.
Flawless.
Nicely done from ENCE. They lock it up. I mean, that was super solid. 3K from Yumpi. He's had 3K and a 4K, I think. I mean, he has come up way into the 20s with these past couple of rounds. Him off the op as well. And again, their CT side looks just good enough. FaZe falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, it's really been, you know, king of overtime is definitely Yumpi. Still -2 technically, as he does have 26 deaths, but those deaths don't count if you're keeping your team in control of the show here at the depths of overtime. So we need 2 rounds out of FaZe to get into double overtime, or else this one's going to the 3rd map. Oh, and Rain, again, he's the first player out of the round. He never even has a chance to shoot back. He can't even defend himself with honor. He just gets blown away by the frag grenade that comes soaring through the smoke. Sergey gonna get back beneath Palace and just wait for them to make their move.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alu, he's stuck. Gets out through the murder hole. He will escape. And now, well, ooh, the two-piece jump. Very nice. Although it does just fall right into Sunny. So great movement. Doesn't get you anything, I suppose. 5 versus 3. CTs looking strong. We are 1 5v3 away from Nuke. They've got a player back behind Firebox. They've got Alu's scope in Ticket. Everybody for FaZe Clan coming in from different directions. If they can all pick up a kill, then maybe they take this. The total distance in OT, but so far it's looking like ENCE are ready to close on Mirage. There's Sergey with another kill. His position now known. Alu's off, grabs another. It's all on BMAS. 1 versus 5. He's flashbanged on Tetris. He's stranded. He's dead. And this series goes the distance. Nuke up next as ENCE survive. And both teams king map. Ladies and gentlemen, you're not gonna miss ENCE alive kicking. After the break, and then map 3 enough.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it.
It's a bulldozer. We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
Yeah, I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown! No!
These are the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies the ball! No! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14! Now we do it!
Who's ready for vitality versus complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we're gonna destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Twister, I want to come back to Dust 2 a little bit and see why you picked into it. I know you guys like to pick into where you're comfortable, but I wanted to see where you thought you might have had the advantage over a Faze who have looked pretty decent on that map. And then coming on Mirage, kind of what went through your heads on those last few rounds, because you managed to get 5 T rounds in a row to even take it to overtime. Now you closed it out. It's an impressive style.
When it comes to Dust 2, I think we're a better team on that. It's that simple. I mean, they're still like... they have still so much to do with their new lineup, and we have played it so long and we have so strong players, so in our opinion we're better, but I think we respected them a bit too much on like some rounds, and there were a couple rounds where we knew what they was gonna do, but we didn't trust in ourselves, and then we lost those rounds, so unlucky for us.
And then looking at what happened on Mirage, right? You guys must have been very impressed that you were able to take this in overtime, when I was thinking at one point like, oh, FaZe are going to seal the deal. And how confident are you feeling going into Nuke? Because it's quite the middle ground map for you two.
Yeah, well, Nuke will be a hard task. I mean, they have been playing great, just like I said, probably like on every map. They have been slumping here and there, but we can all see now that they're all on the server. They're hitting their shots, playing very good as well. About the Mirage, about going to the end, we didn't like feel the pressure. We were still trusting ourselves, and we just grinded one round by one round, and we got it done. So now we go to Nuke, and we'll see which team is the better team.
We will indeed. We will indeed. It's been a day of big comebacks, essentially, in the European matches, at least in these 2 best-of-3s. We saw it earlier with Vitality, and now we're seeing it with ENCE and Faze. Faze definitely had it within their grasp, gentlemen, had it within their grasp. And so Maniac, I mean, there were plenty of ups and downs in this map.
Absolutely they were, and we can talk about a comeback, definitely. I've actually decided to show you guys a clip, not particularly for the tactical aspect of it, but just to show how much of a comeback that was from ENCE. If we look at the situation right here, they were in the lead 6-5 on the CT side. Everything looked pretty great, and this one round, they're gonna throw everything they have at FaZe, trying to fight over middle. We can see Bim is absolutely ready for Sunny. He gets him. Then you have Brokey coming in with the AWP. That's his second kill. The double B duo acting up as the beginning, and then as things slowly but surely sells, you will see Bimas pushing, getting the kill onto Alu. It's going to be Aerial trying to go through the smoke, but the cover will be here, and then that's going to be a very, very quick round. The problem is with that, I thought this was the breaking point for ENCE. I thought that after it was over. FaZe actually went over with all the rounds after it, and just tactically speaking, when you throw everything you have middle and you get destroyed, it limits so many of your options. So for ENCE to actually be able to pull the comeback after that, it's quite impressive.
I think we have to give a lot of credit to Sunny in that regard, right? He was doing everything he possibly could within that second half to make sure they didn't just get blown out of the game and thrown away there, because Rain, the man on your screen right here, well, he was continuing the performances that he had on Dust 2. And look, it was feeling like FaZe were just going to walk away with this one. I felt the double AWP setups on the CT side for ENCE were disappointing once again until we got into overtime, where they actually started to find some frags. And when you look at this, you have that Yampy clutch where it's a 1-on-3 on the B bomb site. As the pressure mounted, that's where I expected ENCE to dip on off, but they actually stood up, and you can see here the growth of this team. It's coming on through, but it's still quite labored in certain moments. I guess that's the symptom of the Counter-Strike we have in front of us right here, but look at these moments from Rain. Like, they were punishing all the mistakes made by ENCE and still wasn't enough to get them across the line, Semler.
No, it's wild, especially considering the performance from, Rain really always stands out to me in his ability to just keep cool in every situation. It doesn't matter what weapon he's got, he always feels like he's making the right call. So it's truly impressive to watch him at work. But I mean, this is going to be kind of leading into what our coach was talking about earlier there. It's all going down on Nuke. And do we put it on the veterans of FaZe to pull through and just get the job done, the core, I guess, coldzera, Nico, and Rain? Or are we going to put it on ENCE as a whole to get carried across by the young guns like Yampy? And Maniac, why don't you start with this?
I think the momentum just has shifted. I think we have just witnessed the turnover in that game, and if you look at the past stats, well, on the side of ENCE, they are in a 4 maps win streak right now. They've beat Apex, Vitality, Astralis twice. You flip over to FaZe, they have lost against 2 big losses, then Na'Vi as well, that's a loss. And the problem is, and what I have seen from FaZe is that you have to think about how deep you have to go into protocols on the CT side of Nuke. That is one of the themes that always comes back at the desk, that's a map that's very demanding. You have to know who moves where, at what about time who will fill that gap. And now you're talking about Faze with a brand new roster, so will they be able to kind of hold off the tactical aspect of ENCE? I'm not so sure. I have seen the tease out of ENCE. I have been very surprised of it, and I think they have all the weapons to go on a 2-1 score. They saved themselves literally on that Mirage, and now they have the highway, not to hell this time, but to paradise.
Well, to continue to
think
back up that...
All right, please.
To back up that Faze point a little bit more about their, I guess, the playbook and not only the protocols they have to go through. Faze were a team who I would watch, and their T side had all the smoke walls, right? They had the standard ones to cross secret. They had the deep, which I'm calling the L block smoke to get warehouse control. They had the deeper ones over towards heaven and the windows so that they could get around and fight in yard. They had it all. And the problem is to teach BMAS all of those bits and pieces and the details and then pick up Olaf's slack in that regard. That's not an easy thing to do by any means. And you spoke about it before, Summer. You said the pug maps, the Dust 2s and the Mirages of the world. Well, he's done all right there. Now we move into something a little bit more technical. The pressure's not on the kid, but if one player is having to be made up for by the rest of the team, that's where gaps could start to arise. And ENCE could really punish here and walk away with an upset victory.
And this is where I was wondering if it's a little bit self-deprecating, you know, on the side of ENCE. Don't get the hopes up. Oh, it's going to be really tough. They're in there's stiff opposition, right? You know, it's going to be a real battle, all that. Maybe they're building themselves up, you know, to not get the expectations up and to just focus on playing their game here. But gentlemen, that's all the time we had going into our third map. So I thank you for the analysis, and we're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we'll be handing it over to Scrawny and Launders to get us into the final map of the day here at Blast.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayor and everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted, NIP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th! Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. KNG, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets them both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're ready for the third map. That's right, the third map between Faze and ENCE, because we almost had overtime on Dust 2, and we absolutely had it there on Mirage. Launders, we've got the Betway odds split down the middle. Would you say that? Would you say this dead even 50-50 as we hop into Nuke?
I think it's in favor of ENCE at this point. I think after last map, first of all, that was a tragic loss on a map that Faze were definitely more comfortable on. So Faze should have won it. We saw at that halftime, it was 6-9 in favor of Faze Clan, and ENCE had four odds on Betway. 4 odds. And now they move into this map. And again, ENCE, 4-map win streak for them. Faze, a couple of bad losses recently.
Yeah, it may be the day to turn it all around. We'll see. Brokey, he's got vision up from heaven. It's him and BMAS, 2 versus 2. Now just Sergey beneath them. Oh, we're playing King of the Hill. It's the battle of the playground. And Brokey, well, him and BMAS still up and above. Sergey, he's going to hear one player drop. Can't cut him off, though. It's the 2 young guns of Faze Clan taking the first pistol.
Yeah, no problem. The defuse comes in, and it's all good for Faze. They lock it up. As versus the A rush, you're going to throw those in every once in a while, see how it goes. This time doesn't go so hot for ENCE. But yeah, just to reiterate, like, the map statistics are a bit confusing because it says that ENCE recently are in a 50% win rate, which doesn't sound great, but it's a little different when you tell you that they won their last 4. So, and obviously, yeah, as Maniac said, if, you know, confidence is a real thing, momentum's a real thing, that's swung totally in the favor of ENCE. They smell blood in the water. They smell a leak in the nuclear facility.
Should probably report that.
Yeah.
To the appropriate authorities. Just shoot it. That'll solve the problem.
Shoot the problem. That's what we learned.
Nuclear reactor leakage, shoot it. Hurricanes, shoot it.
Yeah.
Get it out of here. More guns.
Too hot outside, shoot the sun.
You could try, but
in this case.
Ariel changed his crosshair again. Back to the awful one. This means they're going to lose, right? On my screen.
Oh, okay.
But listen, poking fun aside, ENCE obviously, they've shown us some great resilience today. This could have been them 2-0ing, in fact, had they been able to claw Dust 2 into overtime. But it seems like winning pistols really doesn't mean too much. 5v4 for ENCE, bomb plant as well here at the B site. Yumpy ready to get rolling through the doors, but his teammates just killing everybody. Dude, Alu, I want to see those deagle shots. We were ready for Yumpy to make his move, but it seems like Alu gets the job done.
Yeah, wow, they just moved with confidence there. They kept it really simple. What else do you need to say about this? ENCE getting into the B site, it's going to be scary trying to come through the ramp. You leave it to a 50-50 situation when you come in with what's supposed to be a better buy, and it can always get hairy. But seriously, man, my sympathy's out for the team on the CT side in the second round. If you win the pistol, it really doesn't mean you're going to win these days. Great buy here for ENCE. There's a look for some spams out through Squeaky. The cross is in. Oh, I see the crosshair now, yeah. Wasn't in the server there. Okay, so I'll post this one on Twitter so you can see what the, this crosshair is.
Get the
really
compare
quickly.
and contrast.
Yeah. We get eyes on Ariel for just 1 second.
Oh, ouch. Sunny over the top of the red box. Finds Nico, one of 5 Desert Eagles. 2 Desert Eagles down for the count. And where are the next men's? We've got Coldzera here on the back of the A sites. We got Brokey coming up that B ramp, and BMAS floating outside heaven. So, eyes still up all around the map, but obviously ENCE in full control of the situation. Alu's chilling on the rooftop, getting a nice tan. Sunny creeping and crawling, and I like this. ENCE just making sure they minimize any sort of a mistake, any sort of an opening for Faze. But 5 versus 2, this one's going perfectly for them.
Yeah, very clean go of it so far. And again, we talk about Yumpy and how good he's been in the 20 maps, basically 15 of those maps, scoring very high for his team. Here starting out, 180R, clean bomb plant. And this is really just about if Faze are going to be able to deal with a simple game plan of going outside. Sonny, oh, don't run away from an ace, my friend.
Get back there.
Yeah, BMS. He's a little bit of catnip.
Wait, no, don't stop the ace. Oh, there it is. Sonny turns his head back, and that's all 5.
We get to see all the teeth from that one as his teammates alert him that he has now aced. Pretty cool. On the eco, it's a good cleanup. I mean, it saves everybody from dying. They get the bomb plant down quick and easy downstairs. Quick dismantling outside. And we'll go now into round 4 with a full USP round for the most part. We've just got the one HE on Cold Zera to try to use. But, yeah, bad could go to worse very quickly.
Yeah.
We'll have another establishing... Well, not establishing round will be next. We'll have another round outside versus these weaker guns.
Oi, those dinks start stacking up, huh? Look at that, Ariel. He's going to lose out to the USPs. So from 5 Deegs to 5 USPs, it really can go from bad to worse. Sergey, he's about to lurk out from Hut, but he has some reservations here. And Bo3, well, he definitely would have seen the trajectory of the nade. Sergey a little worried about the Hut roof, and he has a reason to be. Cold Zera's definitely up there, and Bo3's still alive and kicking. He drops down because the gun goes dry. He'll be in with a third here versus USPs. 1 point of health makes a difference for him. He'll plant that bomb and hope to exit with his armor, utility, and M4. Rain's gonna walk out into the vents, and he is done. 3-1 is the start for ENCE.
Okay. And we know ENCE's T-sides outside are scary. There's a lot of cool things that they do. It's not very complicated stuff they do. Slight nade miss. That was the one HE on the round that could have maybe made a difference. And Yumpy could have very easily gotten knifed in the back, which would have been a nice bit of pocket change for Faze Clan. But man, okay, I'm happy to be here. We're past that scramble in the first round. We've had a couple of ecos go the wrong way in this series so far. More than a couple, man. And I'm over it, honestly. Bo3's on the op. Full nades kits. No kits, however. No kits themselves. Faze will have to make sure to deny any potential for a plant. But look at Yumpy's already downstairs. Bimas had no idea. Nobody told him anything.
Oh man, he's just left out to dry. But Nico, he could claw everything back because they're going to be way more distracted with the garage sniper than this. Nico strikes Ariel down. Man advantage up for Faze Clan. Yumpy, oh, he's just playing with the ladder inside of the vents, so this is going to keep Cold Zera a bit scared. We've got Ramp Room actually in control of ENCE as well. Man, weird mid-round moment. These Ts are so spread out.
The weird part is the bomb. You know, if they had the bomb, they could do something normal, but they've got to go grab it, and it was in line of sight of Nico the last time they checked. So they've got eyes. They know that one's top hut. Well, Cold gets flashed off. That's a free kill for Sergey. Great flash from Yumpy. He's been doing a good job of applying pressure from downstairs. Normally a position teams don't bother moving from. He's actually made his way upstairs. Now they can actually work on this, and Alu's up top. Nico, how long will he last?
Doesn't look like anybody's actually watching top silo either. Rain, he's tucked into garage, so Nico, he is fully exposed. Look how easy that is. Alu's gonna strike him down. Now the feet have definitely been seen. Bo3 fires an op shot, so they know where he is. 20 seconds. And that bomb's gonna get picked up by Alu. He's hopping past the secret stairs. He's gonna sprint down to the B site. And Bo3, oh, it looked like he was gonna go stop it. Yumpy was gonna come in on his flank, so he tries to stop that instead. And it all unravels. Faze gonna lose out the round, but Mohan, talk to me about those starting positions, man. Looked like they had it all wrapped up.
That was a sick round from ENCE. I don't care. I mean, this could be a round where you look at it negatively from Faze's perspective, but as far as I'm concerned, considering Nico got that opening kill and they had the trade from Bo3 on red box and bomb control, I think this should have been a round easily lost by ENCE. They should have easily lost this, and we wouldn't have even blamed them from that point on. We would have said it came down to the Nico flank and the bomb down outside. ENCE do everything in their power to try to pull that back, and it all works out so well. Yumpy right here, man. We see when a player gets dropped in events like that and he gets a kill, they never come back up the vents in the mid-round if the bomb's not going lower. You know, that's a scary place to be, but Yumpy, he kept applying pressure there to the point that it actually scored a kill for Sergey on the top of hut. I credit him for that. And then they had the play outside with Alu, and they do a good job of just working in this very spread out default, keeping their options wide open, but staying cohesive as a unit. And I feel like ENCE have really heightened that with that last round. That was very, very nicely played as far as I'm concerned.
3 versus 5 picked up by ENCE. Quite stunning, in fact. But, ooh, NiKo, he just saw the head of Sunny, who jumps back across the same gap, dodging the headshot. Now, they are seeing people at a distance here on ramp. And ENCE, again, kind of minimizing mistakes. They did this similarly versus the Deagles and USPs we saw after they started off with a bit of momentum. They are definitely squeezing Faze in these situations and really trying to cut down their chances. But nice dance of death. NiKo, a little hopscotch around the box, and he will take Sunny down with him. It is still, of course, a favorable situation for ENCE. Rain, though, ooh, he's got a bit of vision, sees the shadow. Oh, but he thinks it's a player in the smoke, not above him. He falls to the witchcraft.
Oh, that is a rough one, man. That is a rough one. But it is the anti-eco. So what Alu do here is actually dropping to the vents. Where are the remaining CTs at?
One's above hut. That's broken. And
Alu not caught and cleared. Yeah, okay.
Ooh, he would have called that clear because he came through mini unchecked. So Alu decides to go downstairs. Then that feeds his team into the first map. B-Bass, all that's left over. 1 versus 2. Ooh, and he almost gets that chance. But Alu's going to shut this down. He's got 2 frags. Yumpy's got 2 frags. And ENCE have 5 rounds.
This is scary, man. I feel like Yumpy is playing with so much confidence right now, moving as quickly as he needs to. All the pieces are in play. This is definitely a very good ENCE that we're witnessing, and honestly, it looks like a timid, tepid, and scared FaZe clan. And after that last one, they're probably still a bit tilted, a bit worried, looking around, wondering why things aren't working out so well. And it definitely feels like ENCE are striking hard on that at the moment. So yeah, this is the upper bracket quarterfinal. Both teams want more than anything to stay here. It's taken a lot to get to this point. For FaZe Clan, a great hold last year, of course.
Ooh. Oh. God, I like watching Brokey op.
Yeah, he is a great opper, isn't he? I mean, I think he does well on both sides. Yeah, he doesn't op like he's young.
Oh. You know, funnily enough, he doesn't speak like he's as young as he is either. You know, I noticed that from the very first Brokey interview. He's got this cool demeanor about him. Like he's not rustled by the pressure that he actually has to work in.
Whoa, this is a powerful spot. You know, the sight line in through mini. Any small mistake, oh, and they wanted to peek him.
Good thing they didn't.
Yeah, Rain's got enough discipline to just chill out for a second. But yeah, this is when it's been really scary for FaZe. Now, because of Brokey and because of Bimass, they have a way to make sure they don't have to move that much. But Yumpy has not been scared in this game.
Whoa!
Oh, okay, well, talk about not scared. Yeah, let's talk about Sunny. Oh, he did not bite on that at all.
Just hones in on it, and he misses the follow-up shot, so Coldzera's 2-piece is enough to close. That's going to give FaZe their second round, sure enough. But yeah, man, Sunny just flying out of the vent. If I'm Rain there, I call attack pause. I got to change my pants.
Yeah, that was a bit scary. But yeah, it's all about those 2 opening frags. So it's nice from FaZe, though, on this map so far. There was definitely some reverence in the pregame interview from Twister about FaZe Clan, but I think he's underrating his own results. Maybe not getting people too excited, but I feel like if I was ENCE, I would feel pretty good about this map, even before it started. What's on the menu in round 8? 2 walking outside. We don't have the 3 smokes to cross. They're just getting into the red container. And is anybody spotting the cross? Is Brokey still playing Hell?
Yes.
As NiKo is going to secret, or is he staying downstairs?
Yes.
He's staying in the vent. Okay.
It's all right. It's going to give him the ability to float. Ooh. If only Nico was up here above red box, ready to wrap around it yet again. Rain going to try to get some damage through smoke, but that doesn't culminate in any sort of damage. So, 3 Ts inside of lobby with the bomb and the double downstairs, but they halt right then and there. 45 seconds for them to make a move.
Man, this 2-3 fake thing that ENCE do on all maps is something a lot of teams aren't doing right now. But certainly one that Faze are used to at this point.
What's the decision, boys? 30 seconds. Flashbang into the eyes of Sunny. Nico, he's just not wanting to fluster his teammates here, but now he's going to have to call some sort of a confirmation. There's 2 heads running down on him. And 15 seconds left over. You can see BMAS come down from ramp, but there is still a player inside Mini. 10 seconds to go. Rain, he is now known to the CT side as they look to lock off the A site. There is no chance to plant. All they need is 1 player to survive, and it's a rock solid hold. Yumpy's gonna try to just find safety in lobby, but ENCE, they play themselves.
Wow. Okay, a bit of indecision, man. Things looked good. Like they were set up in all of these different spots, but then like as you're counting down the clock, I'm like, well, okay, yeah, but they're in good spots, but then they're not moving at all, and there's nothing going on from the CT side. They're not really throwing too many grenades their way. What exactly are they waiting for? This exact same thing happened on both Dust2 and Mirage in the middle of their T side, and then they figured it out later. But the calling, it's like lagging. The calling's on 200 ping right now. They need some snappier calls because there was really nothing stopping them. No friction, no resistance from moving ahead with that plan 10 seconds sooner. So, yeah, I mean, dying to the clock. I mean, it's nobody wants to see that. The viewers don't want to see that. Natu doesn't want to see that. Finland doesn't want to see that. You know what I mean? Like let's keep it rolling. I think you had Faze in a pretty bad spot. If they had gone through with that, I was actually curious what it would have done to the rotations.
I can only imagine they were hoping to catch somebody outside of vent or get Rain to peek in through mini or something, but no movement. And I mean, I think Coldzera, he really slammed it shut. Sitting outside of hut, Molotov on the floor. ENCE fumble. However, let's not count them out. Obviously, still full-size buy. Double ops on the T side for ENCE. And that doesn't come at, without a loss. I mean, Sunny has just the deagle to afford this.
It's true.
But they walk Yumpy across. That's the play here.
I really like this part of the plan. I mean, them going secret. They got the kill on Nico as well last round. No trade this time. It's tough for Yumpy because he doesn't know versus the rifle if he can just jump down there. He's not scared, but he's also pretty smart. And it doesn't seem like there's anyone in Big Garage, so he's moved into his favorite position inside of Big Garage to spot Mini. But this time around, Faze have a player back CT spawn.
Yep.
Brokey's got a great angle to cut this off. I mean, you wouldn't expect Yumpy to do anything but die. Oh my god. Oh, he's so fast he has to shoot. Yumpy, he takes a spot of damage.
Oh
but the smoke will allow him to escape.
He's still walking.
Yeah, what a god.
How is this guy so calm? BMAS shoots him as well. He's still walking. Finally, he decides to crank up the speed here ever so slightly, but in true Finnish fashion, he doesn't even skip a beat. He will miss a shot. And that's going to leave his last 2 teammates incredibly low on health. 20 seconds. Sunny's got the bomb stranded in vent. That's an easy shutdown for Rain. So again, the clock plays against them. What's the strat there? Is Yumpy attempting to crack something open so convincingly that they can come downstairs? I feel like that's really their only route.
Yeah, I mean, they failed the trade, and then they were like, I guess Yumpy was like, yo, hold on. And then they called something, and then he saw Brokey took a shot, and then they're like, all right, let's do this. And Dumpy was like, wait, hold on, let me lurk, I got it. And then he walked into ramp, and then he gets spotted on the ramp, and then Ali was like, yo, let's go upstairs now. He's like, yo. And then he goes downstairs, and then he goes and tries to kill him inside of lower, and then he fails, and he's like, all right, man, call a strat.
Where's the call? What am I doing here, man?
He was onto something the whole time.
Yeah, 40 seconds of walking through the open parts of the map. Yumpy he's got He's got the hallway pass. And now Alu's got that single sniper here for ENCE. So sometimes with lesser weapons, you know, it takes the pressure off a bit. It's not a gun round. So, although, actually, excuse me. Whoa, 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 what am I saying? Look at the money, dude. They went all in on this, so it's absolutely pressure. If anything, there's more pressure than ever. And they're crumbling beneath it. Faze looking to tie this up at 5 rounds apiece. And they're already sitting pretty with 500 HP in this 5 versus 2. So Yampy plays it back.
Hold on. I got this. Last time Broky was here. I can see the floating calculus above his head right now. He's inputting all of the digits. He has a feeling as to where they are. Is he the first victim? No, he's not. He's the defender. He's calling that out. And another op shot comes in. Yeah, and not a single point of damage into the end of the round. So now, I mean, now here's Nico. He's been rifling a little bit. He's gone 1 for 1 or 2 for 1 in the opening duels in secret. I feel like one of the best things ENCE were doing are getting down secret fast, just not continuing on with the plan. But this time, Nico has an op, so they run headfirst into it, I think after knowing Broky is going to be opping hell. Broky's been able to, he's been doing a great job on CT side, opping from a couple of different locations, mainly hell, but it's worked out well. It's really just on ENCE to try to get something out of this. And yeah, they invest something again. Yumpy's got an AK, everyone else got pistol behind him.
Oh. Looked like Nico wanted to join the pack and jump down vents, but decides against it. You would hate to give over that second weapon.
Throw the Molotov down.
Ooh, Sunny.
The plant's coming in.
Yeah, he's going to nail the bomb plant all too easy. So a little bit of money here for ENCE. And the retake is on. BMAS, well, he just tucked before Sergey could actually shoot him, but Nico finds one. That's the weapon removed. So the biggest threat that ENCE had to work with is gone. And coldzera's patience pays off. It's all splattered. It's all shut down. Faze, they're going to take that 6th. Faze, they're going to take the lead here on the CT side. And that's big news because we had the 5-1 lead for ENCE once upon a time. Faze back in front.
Sure, yeah, it seems so long ago. Sorry, I thought BMS had an incendiary or something. I was like, well, you know the plant's coming. Go ahead and deny that, but he only had the 2 flashes, so they wait patiently. They get all the kills. It's like pretty clean. There's not much to worry about versus those guns. Nice for ENCE to get a bomb plant. As we can see, even with Sunny buying down to 0, he's missing some utility here. Alu's missing some utility, so that would have been really bad without a bomb plant, actually. Oh, wait. Oh, Alu just low grenade so he can entry. Maybe Rain. Oh, my God. He's just going to stop him in their tracks. The 3K sprayed out on Squeaky. Every single person dies. This time, it's all to rifles. Last time, it was all to ops. And, oh, my God, FaZe Clan. They were so prepared. We need to see what Rain saw in this position.
Enjoy.
Die, die, die. Torrential Downpour is his new name.
Yeah, man.
Not just rain.
Those hailstones were the size of bricks.
Who is talking? That's what I'd like to know. Who's,
I
want to know, actually.
man.
I was like kind of joking, but like actually, who is talking? I want to know like who's talking and what do they look like? You know, they're making emphatic adjustments. Is Twisted chiming in at all? Like, what is the idea? Is it just a stress break that they need? Maybe that's what.
I think it was. I think the coach just leaned in and checked everybody's pulse. Make sure they're still breathing, man. We haven't seen ENCE for a little while here, and that last round had to hurt.
Yeah, that does hurt, you know, because it's a fast round. So for that to just get swooped up, they don't get a single entry in response. Oh my God.
Yes. I love to see stuff like that, man. Ariel, I feel sorry for you, friend. They just go for a little bit of the spam fight. I mean, you can see what ENCE are thinking, yeah? With the simplicity of Rain's hold last round, they think as opposed to running through those utilities, maybe they could line up some of the spams they know and slap one back. But instead, it's Ariel who now has the red cheek. Just completely shut down in this one. Rain's gonna get the instant headshot versus Yampi. So now that bomb's been thrown into the open. Rain, he's just sitting pretty here behind the boxes, not getting tagged up whatsoever. It's 1 point of damage versus Nico until this point. They do try and challenge Rain. Oh, Sergey's not even shooting back anymore. He's just—
I think he was smoked.
Yeah, of course. Thinks he's in the smoke.
Completely smoke blind, yeah.
And didn't know, but didn't even try. Just rolled over in the smoke, lets it go. FaZe Clan, this is a CT side that just does not stop giving. 7 in a row, but let me paint a more dire picture than that. It's not just any 7 rounds. It's the last 4 without a single kill for ENCE.
Damn, not a single kill. Almost everybody touching 16 grand in the side of FaZe Clan. Yeah, they're on fire right now, and for good reason. And it's been all about Squeaky in these past 2 rounds. Control Squeaky, control upper, control vent, you know, all at the same time, really. Oh, dude. Why is it just so glorious when he does it? All the way to the back of spawn. 1 bullet shot in this round. 1 bullet takes Yumpy out.
You know, listen, I don't have a horse in this race, okay?
Yeah, you do.
Well, kind of, but it's a very unimportant horse that I don't really care about. So the results, you know, we let it slide. I'm just happy to see that this wasn't a total blowout for FaZe. You know, 16-14 Dust 2, overtime on Mirage, and there was those first 6 rounds that really just looked like ENCE was going to chew through this defense. FaZe figuring it out. And ENCE are now desperate to get more than just the 5. I mean, 5 could be enough, but they absolutely want more than it. Nico is looking real crisp. That's his 3rd frag here in the 14th round. A good attempt from Sergey, however. He trades out the first one. He topples BMAS, and he's got 30 seconds to try and figure them out. There are 3 members of FaZe Clan potentially coming down vent. Can you imagine if he were to just pepper them with lead? But he's a bit more concerned with the ramp doors, and there's no issue over there. Sergey, afraid of the boogeyman. But what he should be afraid of is FaZe Clan, because they're coming in from the opposite side, all of them. Sergey's going to play close to the double doors. He gets spotted from Decon, and it's a great distraction for Rain to take the last kill of the round. Now, the last round of the half. That's what's up next.
Yeah, 6. Damn, I don't know the last time I've seen that. 16K on 5 players. On 5 players.
Money, 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 money. Money.
Yeah, they're smurf. That's actually smurfing.
It kind of is. It feels
when you
that way.
you do placement games on an alt account.
Yeah.
That's when you see this happen. Yeah. Which is nuts because it's only how could a team allow the other team to get 16K on 5 players when they have 5 rounds? What happened, man? What happened? This is a complete enigma, really. Very strange on some of these T sides from both teams. But yeah, I mean, FaZe are looking good now. This is all that matters. Map 3, they are trying to secure their place in the winner's bracket. 7 more rounds to go. Even though they drop Mirage, they look confident again. Rain dying upstairs is nice. And the trades come out. Sergey, what an entry.
Yep.
What a couple of entries. He's still on half HP and alive. And BMAS, he could actually get this flank kill. He'll have shadow advantage on that frag. Nice awareness by him.
Ooh. And a dink to follow suit, but that's still the man advantage for ENCE. Can they lock down this 15th round? Can they break the spree of victory that we have seen from FaZe Clan? Nico.
Alu went down the vent.
Dipped, dodged, ducked all the way back out around Secret. Alu's going to be trying to come in to secure this. He will have the diffuser out in the open if it gets to that point, but Brokey with the deagle down to the 1 versus 1. They know where he went. The smoke pops. Ooh, he's got the cover, and the flash goes out. Alu, he can't stop it. FaZe take the test. Oh, it's a robbery to close the first half. Ladies and gents, with the results we saw from ENCE, it seemed like they were going to take this nuke, especially after the start of it. But now we don't know what the hell's going on. So make sure you join us after the break. Either ENCE or FaZe are going to take a win in a 2-1 fashion.
Don't say it's live.
Yeah, it's live.
All right.
Everybody's funny. Perfect. Perfect. No way.
No way.
Oh, he fell, dude. No, I fell. No, dude.
You're supposed to do this market part.
Curve, no?
Stuff though. I appreciate the help. You shouldn't be helping me. It's a race.
Going from first to second now.
So from first to last. A single run.
Oh, I got it. Ooh. Dude, no way I got second here, man. It was like free candy.
You guys are finished already? Oh my god.
It's not good.
The struggle, dude. Alright, I did it.
Alright, I dropped again. Just because I had the very first best run. But no one's gonna see it. Story of my life. Alright, I went from 119 to 247. That's great.
Welcome back to the wild world of Counter-Strike, where not everything makes sense. The ups are downs, the lefts are rights, and we find ourselves with FaZe Clan leading by 5. So they take to the T side of Nuke. They did an excellent job of closing, especially after that real rocky start. So we had the robbery of the defuse in the final round of the first half. Welcome to the second pistol, where Brokey and Coldzera have tons of grenades, and they kind of stutter step on each other as Ariel... what? Nico? Was that...
Oh my god, dude, he's not done.
He's gonna keep
entry
going.
upstairs as well. They get down into the vent. Nico has ramp open. They can't even rotate 2v5, man. Call it a day. Call it a day. This is insane. FaZe Clan turning it up. And, man, after that last round of the last half, it was a crazy half, and it was a little bit bumpy and a little bit weird. But I thought Alu going down the vent for the flank was a great idea. It just ended up being awkward when the smoke went down and he couldn't see the guy on the bomb. But that was just one of many, many weird things that happened in that first half. But here, man, we are off to the races. Nico has turned on the NOS.
Yeah, he just zoomered right through that attempt at the ramp push. So 2 CTs trying to survive it all. And in reality, what we have is FaZe Clan stopping what was going to be a blowout of a CT side, and now turning it around with the second pistol. Don't forget for a moment that, well, we saw the T's fumble the first pistol victory. How did that work, actually? Excuse my...
Yeah. FaZe,
FaZe
FaZe blew the second round. It's tough, though. On the CT side, seriously, man. Like, you get the bomb plan on the T side first round. It's too much to handle sometimes. Here in the second half, you win on the T-side pistol, and yeah, it's not amazing, but ecos are entirely possible on the CT side. Of course, we've got a lot of close range angles that can work out well. You know, Faze, they have to figure out how to get inside, whether it's the upstairs site or the lower site, and that means there's a lot of positions in front of the door and control, upstairs in the hut by Squeaky, where you can get caught off guard. So Faze definitely need to be very careful here to secure this. Definitely not out of it. ENCE have been a threat on rounds like this. They've got a nice assortment of utility. Some damage grenades, the smokes to work with. Smart to take outside control for FaZe Clan. But they smut Yumpy on the cross back, actually.
Yep. Now we get the MP9 popping off inside of Mini, and Nico's not going to let that distract him from hunting Alu down. 5 versus 3. And 5 rifles in the face of the double MP9 CZ. So if I had to choose a victor here, it looks like FaZe is going to take that 12th. Looks like they're not going to make the same mistake as they did at the start of the first half and give away the momentum. BMAS, nice double. Insta headshots versus Ariel and Sergey. And that's it, folks. It's all wrapped up. FaZe Clan 12-5.
And a potential another easy round here for them, as there won't be much to invest. We'll try to get something out of this. I'm not going to write off their CT side at all. FaZe certainly look very powerful. I imagine it's back to outside. And again, talking about all the fundamentals, that's all FaZe are going for there. Just to establish control from all the long distances, use their smokes in very cool ways to section out and isolate all of their fights. And Rain will go top silo again, up on top of this marshmallow, this Twinkie, whatever you want to call it. Keep eyes on these CTs pushing up.
3, 4, give him the ace. Rain, you're an awful friend. But a great Counter-Strike player. So that's a 13th for FaZe. Obviously, just making light of the anti-eco. You know, I like the double grenade stack. I like the attempt for ENCE, but they were never going to turn this back on its head with this round. They were waiting for the guns, and that's where they arrive here. So we get the op on Alu. It is at a limitation with the glass cannon, but there are tons of utility for the rest of the team to work.
Yeah, I imagine he's maybe not going to play within Secret. Hell might be one of his best positions to play in. He will be a bit more limited. Secret would be more volatile due to the grenades, of course. The cross outside is fast from FaZe Clan. And of course, the reason he's glass cannon is because they went all in for that round after the pistol.
Yes.
And now it's a rifle to rotate downstairs. Molotov to land on control stairs. They're putting pressure on both upstairs and downstairs now. FaZe crossing outside, always scary, always scary.
It's good timing on the Molotov there. Forces them to extinguish it, and they're going to try and challenge Ariel. He happily just sinks back to the base of ramp. Alu burned off of his initial angle, but still hopeful that he can cut down one of these T's. FaZe, they are all in ramp except Nico. And he's getting ever closer to Alu, who is fully exposed to this. In fact, Alu, he just saw a second player in Sunny, and they're down. Yumpy, he may be inside of the B site, but we could have FaZe Clan double it back to hell, rotate up through heaven. I mean, man, they could come through Mini. Every single option is open for them, barring lobby. And, oh, poor Sergey. He just falls to the worst possible timing, tries to get around the corner, and Coldzera is going to sniff him out. This is FaZe with a 14th round now. Launders.
Yeah.
This has been such an incredibly lopsided showing. The 5 rounds for ENCE were in the first 6 rounds, and there has been nothing since then.
Yeah, just honestly nothing. Sadly to say, you know, it's just a frustrating match, unfortunately, for ENCE. So, you know, I feel for them. I'm not exactly sure, you know, if we asked them what they would say, but yeah, it just feels very strange, unfortunately. But I really like that how Nico plays this round. So off the 2 smokes on the cross of the 3 to get him all the way to Secret. He uses that as a waypoint, throws a bit of utility downstairs, only a cost of a single Molotov to scare them into lower. Now he's scared all the CTs into lower without spotting him. And then he comes back up, he uses it as a waypoint to lurk around through the big garage. And by this time, Alu's posted on ramp because his teammates had put pressure on ramp, and he gets a free flank kill. It's really well orchestrated, and it doesn't cost much.
If they're going to do this, they've got to turn it around now. 13 round wins in a row for FaZe. Looking for the 14th in a row. 15th total. BMAS just has Sergey delivered on a silver platter. He jumps right into the crosshair. So that kill made easy. 5 versus 3. And again, ENCE so spread thin. I mean, if you're them, because you're already at such a massive round disadvantage, do you just try and force the issue in this 3v5? Or knowing that you have no money left over, do you try and then make the 10-round comeback? It's tough, but Alu, he doesn't have a choice because he is very much pinned into the back of A, so maybe they just look to lock this down. 2 kills coming out of them until there's some sort of an answer with Cold, but Ariel, he peeks before the reload's done, and that absolutely costs him. It's Sunny on for the 1 versus 3. The bomb's planted beneath him, and he's just gonna jump right down the vent. Brokey dodging the danger by going back through decontamination. He's now posted, and roasted is Sunny. 15-5, FaZe Clan in absolute total control of the situation.
Yeah, what more can you say about it than that? They've just been in control of the driver's seat, almost peaking over 10K on each player even in this half, even though it's barely just gotten started. And yeah, good job by BMAS. When they've come to him, he's been able to multi-frag no problem. Sometimes I think some of his weaknesses have been playing sites on CT side, playing small sites by himself, stuff like that. But yeah, you can see the aim is still there, so that's a good sign. And yeah, it's a big hill to climb here for ENCE, man. They got to come back 10 rounds in a row, busted by to go up on. Nico looking to do his Nico things outside. I don't know if he's crossing outside in the same fashion. The smokes come down late, but we know how hard this is for the CTs to deal with. This time he's going up top red. There's no op to work with, so maybe he feels confident about that and would rather take the fights.
He's not going to find anything outside. No wonder why. ENCE, I mean, yeah, they're grasping at anything at the moment, but cutting off the long range of engagement will increase their odds ever so slightly. They get adventurous inside of lobby, and BMAS, well, he's just been tasked to hold back. He sees the leg of Yampy, and, well, he's looking for one other. Sunny, one and done. That's going to call Sergey back into action on the A site. Rain and Alu exchanging kills here. So it is the 2 versus 2, and a little bit of damage off of the Deagle, but it's not quite enough. Alu, ooh, he's got a chance, but it's stripped away. And FaZe, in absolute stunning fashion, they string 15 rounds together in a row. Only 3 of those by way of defuse on that CT side. Launders, that's a masterclass and a half. FaZe, they take this series 2-1.
Absolutely dominating performance. I mean, I can't remember the last time I've seen a map go like that again. You know, signified by the 16K on each of the 5 players in that first half. That's a head scratcher for ENCE, but a huge win that allows FaZe to continue on in the upper bracket. Congratulations to them. We're gonna go for a short break and come back with the analyst desks and see what they have to say about what just happened.
Na'Vi, described by chaos.
That's an easy kill right there.
Na'Vi are going to be an actual challenger this time around.
But here comes Simple!
I believe that we can win any of these teams.
Force him to walk forward, and that's it!
I have high hopes for them. I think that replacing Zeus was something that was inevitable. He knew he had to step away.
Firepower. I think we have the best team as an individual.
And it's going to be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
But definitely the wild card has to be the new guy, Perfecto.
Electronic is the player that everyone needs to be scared of. One of the best players that I played with.
Can he stand tall one last time? He lines them all! No! A beautiful spray!
I feel like their standout characteristic for Na'Vi is its potential.
Say surprise. Everyone is tired of losing, and we just want to prove that we can win tournaments, we can challenge best team in the world.
Armor.
Oh! Simple, but Device is lying in wait, and Simple's ready for that as well!
And I think it's the most that I want, just to show everyone their place and just to play our best A+ game.
We're like a very momentum-based team. Like as soon as we get like rolling, we're unstoppable. There's just no way that we're not gonna win trophies. Anything you do, you just can't stop us.
I haven't really gotten to see that Liquid. I've seen a Liquid that goes deep into tournaments, but I haven't seen that Liquid that dominated tournaments.
Last year it was a little rough. We had a big downfall in the second half of the year. So this year we're just looking forward to have a more stable high than a really low low.
They're one of those teams where we saw having time off doesn't help them.
I think that Twist, like when he's going off, like he's just going off.
Runs forward, grabs himself that AK, but Twist takes down.
He is a monster.
I think Twist is our wild card.
I'm keeping an eye on him. I think that he's going to be one of the players that can really be the card that sets Liquid above the rest.
Player that people need to look out for on our team is Stewie2K. I know that like all the pro scene like really respects him, but I think the like general public doesn't as much, and he's a really good player. If we had to pick out one, I think everyone has the same person in mind. I think it's going to be Leash.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second.
You know, looking at him from the outside in, he still has a lot more potential to grow as a player, and he still has a hunger, so I can see him being higher up in the ranks this year.
It's hope. That'll be the word that I'll choose to sum up Liquid, right? That hope that they will be the ones to return and hoist the flag once again at the top of the peak.
Let's go, Liquid!
So there you have it. The conclusion, FaZe take it in 3 on a dominant fashion on Nuke as well. They were looking so good there, and on Mirage running it back, forcing it, but it just wasn't meant to be, not today. And so there we have it, Nuke. What are we taking away from this third map? Because it just looked like a FaZe show.
Yeah, it did, absolutely. And up to 5-1 scoreline, my storyline about momentum shift, Mirage, yada, 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 that was working. I was working quite well.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
No, it's okay.
I wasn't going to bring it up.
I can take the L. I'm glad to do that. The response from FaZe just overall was amazing. coldzera, Rain. I think this Bo3 was one of the Rain's renaissance that we had in a long, long time. And there's two men I want to point out. It's coldzera and Rain. Please look at the scoreline when these two men actually pop off. They were the reason why ENCE actually had to stop in their tracks and had to go back to the drawing boards and figuring out solutions, because for the longest time at the beginning, ENCE was completely owning Faceland. They were doing whatever they wanted. But Rain and coldzera together, they combined and they just stopped them. And then at the end, when ENCE was already bleeding on the ground, grasping for air, Rain just was the final shot, destroyed them absolutely. And as I was pointing out, I think this was his renaissance Bo3. It's been a long, long time since we had seen him perform that well. 22 kills on Nuke. He also had beautiful numbers on the other two maps. So it's great to see him at this level, and it's great for him to remind us that he can play at this level.
Can I back this up with some numbers, Semler, if you don't mind? I want to point out here, when the scoreline was 5-1, right, it was looking great. For the remainder of that half, ENCE were only able to get 10 kills. 2 kills for Alu, 2 for Yampy, 2 for Sunny, 4 for Sergey, and 0 for Aerial. And then in the second half, where they were just blown out of the water even more so, Sunny only had 4 kills, Sergey had 1, Aerial had 2, Alu had 2, Yampy had 0 kills in the second half of the game. ENCE just decided, after winning a map and having a close dust too, that they were done. I'm actually a bit frustrated that we even had to watch that map. Like, it's that right there is like, why did we bother? Like, why don't you just lose on Mirage? Just lose on Mirage. We didn't have to go into that.
Well, you know who we can ask right now, coldzera. How did it feel? I mean, were you just fed up with it? You're like, dude, why are we here on this third map? Can we just have ended it on Mirage? Did we really have to go through all of this? Or what was it? How did it feel playing the game?
Kind of bad from us on Mirage a little bit. We relaxed a little bit in Mirage, so we kind of played bad at the end. But on Nuke, like, Yanko said some stuff for us before the game, and I think like he wake us up.
Okay,
can you repeat any of that stuff?
Well, I'll Chad, we'll start with you.
It was just bad stuff, you know.
It's the stuff that gets said in the green room and that will never make it out on broadcast ever.
It's like this.
Yeah.
But,
all right, well, Cold, I got one. Yeah, sorry, I got one for you. Sorry for derailing that. Cold, I got one for you here, mate. With BMAS being integrated into the Nuke stuff, is that one of the harder maps to integrate him? We always talk about it because it's a map with so many protocols. Is that the case on a map like Nuke, or is it relatively easy and we're wrong?
Like, Nuke's kind of hard map. Like, for me, for example, the beginning was kind of hard, and I think it's hard for him as well. Like, I think it was first time he faced a situation like when one guy going down vents and like chasing him from long or short really fast. So like he was like kind of like scared to like to search for the guy, and he didn't know how to do it. So they took like good rounds in the beginning because of that, and I think it was the first time he had this round to play against. So he never did that. He never like faced this before. So it's kind of a little bit hard when you play a map and you don't know like too much protocols. It's kind of hard a little bit.
I'd like to bounce back on this CT side because I've seen you play a couple of times these past few days, and to me this was the best CT side I have seen you guys do in a long time. What do you think that was? What exactly went good for you? How did you feel of this comeback?
Just use the aim, no brain, man.
I'm so disappointed.
I'm kidding. Like me and Hoy like always like play good on A. Like when we know what the opponents are doing, it's kind of easy to hold A. So we have good protocols to like anti-rush, to move a lot as well inside to do on A side. So like they try to abuse us on A, but we always have like good crossfires or good like set of nades to use. So like we are blocking them really good.
And so Cold, tomorrow you're going up against Team Vitality, or tomorrow, I may be wrong on the date, but you're going up against Team Vitality next, the Frenchman. How are you feeling about that matchup, man? Is there anything in particular you're looking out for?
I think the match against Vitality is always good. We always play good against them, and they play good against us. I think it's going to be a good match, and I expect a good match. And they're playing good. They beat G2. G2 is playing great as well. So I hope like we deliver a good match for everyone.
Yeah, well, thank you. Fantastic result today. Best of luck versus Vitality, and good luck going forward, man.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Ciao. So, there we have it. Thanks to Cold for joining us real quick there, post-match live. Nicely done. But as far as the takeaway is concerned, it seems like they've just got everything on lock, and that Yanko is just doing Yanko things. I mean, that's not a shock for any of us, but as far as Yanko giving the speech going into the third map. Yeah, exactly. Well, we all got the watches right here. So, as far as, let's actually just go ahead and bring the brackets up real quick because we can take a look at that. There's plenty of CS. It's all week long here at Blast, but we can take a look at the brackets and see how things are panning out because this is just our first day. We've seen the play-in where we got NIP to get a chance, and they'll be going up against Na'Vi tomorrow. Complexity versus OG will be the other first round here in the upper bracket. But I did want to point out, because I think it was Jax on social earlier, you said, thanks, that's it, that's us done at Blast. And he's like, wait, no, we're not done. And that's right, there is a lower bracket. So G2 and ENCE, they'll be going head to head in the lower bracket. It's not done if you lose in the upper bracket. That's usually how this works in double elim. So that's worth pointing out. But before I get your thoughts, I want to see the North American bracket. And we take a look at that one because that's what's going to be kicking off tomorrow. Ooh. We're going to be getting the North American best of 3 in tomorrow as well. And just right out the gates, Furia MIBR. That's going to be sick.
Yes, I want to see that game. I think it's a very unique matchup, honestly, in all that it encapsulates the domestic rivalry, all this craziness. Last time we watched them go toe-to-toe, it was absolutely electric. So this is going to be a hell of a game for sure.
I'm excited for the EG Liquid game as well. That one there looks like it's going to be a bit of a banger considering the form that Elige has been in recent times, and EG obviously wanting to climb back and get a bit of more respect to their name with some flat results. But just looking at tomorrow here, I feel like the Na'Vi NIP game is going to deliver some fireworks. The Complexity OG one. Complexity's been grinding. OG, I've never been sold on these guys, boys, and I don't think I'm going to get sold with a night's sleep either. So that might be a rough one tomorrow.
We'll see what we can come up with. Maybe we can change your mind. I'm looking forward to seeing what your predictions are in that match, who you're going to get on it. But as far as predictions standing right now, we can go ahead and, Maniac and Scrawny. It's a rough day. It's a rough day in the office.
I'd like to plead the fifth, if I can.
Okay, fine, fair enough.
No, listen, sometimes you win, sometimes you lose. I'll humbly take the L here. I took some risks that really didn't pan out. Some of these games were really, really close. But to be honest, looking at the Faze ENCE, I have no regret. I mean, Faze, they were by far the better team in that series. I hadn't seen it coming. I hadn't seen that depth in the roster. I hadn't seen the Rain golden times go back. And a bad day in the office for me, but a good day for Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that was not a golden shower that they were looking for, ENCE. But, you know, Faze came out ahead. They took the win. It was right there, man. You just threw it out. I had to. All right, so unless we have anything further to add before we take this completely off the rails, I think this is a good place to call it for the day, gentlemen. Thank you very much for your analysis today. We're obviously going to be back tomorrow on the desk here. We'll be talking EU and NA. You guys saw the schedule, but in case you missed the schedule, be sure to follow us on social media, Blast Premier. All the updates, all the spicy memes, and everything, the clips, all that sort of stuff is there. So in case you're wondering, be sure to follow there. And I think on Instagram too, same thing, Blast Premier. So follow on the social. But that's it from us here tonight. And we'll see you all bright and early tomorrow for more CS.
One last time. He lines.